The NAL playoffs were off to a hot start yesterday. We had a back-and-forth three-map series and an upset win, but today is day two. We got our first playoff look at Dark Zero and the undefeated Shopify Rebellion as we look to lock in two of our top four teams. Welcome inside the NAL studio here in Philadelphia, everyone. So glad to have you with us. I'm Jonas Willinger alongside Foxe and Laxing. If day one was any indication of what the playoffs are going to be like, we might be in for quite a treat today.
No, I think we're definitely in for a treat. Yesterday, I think, lived up to its expectations. Honestly, for auction, I wasn't sure what we were going to see, but that game went the distance. Unfortunately, they couldn't get that win. But then you transition to the next game. I know you said, I mean, how did you say that game went? It was I don't know what you said, but I think you're discrediting again Wildcard on how well their game actually was. Like, they have really bounced back and really showed new life compared to what obviously the start of their stage was.
And that's why it's so important for the best of threes, because in the best of ones, I mean, we saw it all throughout the stage. Nobody would have predicted as close of a matchup with M80 and OXG. Yeah. Nobody would have guessed Wildcard would have beat SSG.
Exactly. Today is all about the upper bracket, though, as you mentioned. It is, of course, I mentioned it was an upset, but that may not be giving Wildcard enough credit. They move on and play Dark Zero, M80, and Shopify Rebellion. Of course, DZ and Shopify waiting in the wings, sitting on the sidelines yesterday, but now it is all about the hunt for the top four today. Two teams will be locked in for that. And
that's so important. I mean, back and forth. I mean, both matchups are going to be great, obviously, because we have the teams that were arguably the best when it came to the regular stage. But, you know, Wildcard's been looking really good. M80's been making strides, so it's going to be a lot more closer, neck and neck. And obviously, this is what every single pro player plays for, is to make it to that top four, make it to that main stage, make it to these events. So
SI points.
Yeah, SI points too. Everything's on the line.
Yeah, a lot on the line today. M80, one of those teams coming out of the group stage looking to make their mark. They got through a scrappy OXG yesterday. On the other side, though, SR, Shopify Rebellion, are the most intimidating team you could possibly go up against.
Yeah, definitely the most intimidating. For M80, we heard, you know, they were happy they got the win yesterday, but they weren't proud of their performance. They knew that they should have won that game, but given the mistakes that they were making, now you're going against SR again, where you cannot be making those mistakes.
Well, as we said, M80 managed to fend off OXG barely. It was a very good three-map series. It felt like M80 finally got it together on that third map, but what a way to start the playoffs. A little shaky.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Shaky couldn't have said it better. It really looked like they were shaking off the nerves. I mean, M80 has always been a team that has struggled under pressure, especially in previous rosters, but I really don't think that's what it was. I mean, they had great step-by-step attacks. It was flawless from start not to finish. That was the biggest issue, is in the end, minor mistakes were just holding them back from being able to have way cleaner of a match against OXG.
And they recognized those mistakes. When we spoke to Hot and Cold after the game yesterday, wasn't exactly thrilled at how the match went.
I mean, honestly, not really feeling that good. We were expected to beat them, and we just made it so much harder on ourselves. So we got the dub. That's cool, but we still played like shit.
And in their first map against OXG on Labs, I mean, there was back-to-back rounds. I mean, Kino planning a little too far, and this is what we talk about with the minor mistakes. Yes, great play from Adam, shouldn't have happened necessarily. Right, in the second round, if somebody is behind Hot and Cold to just shoot for the C4 or look for it, we can get the plant off. And it ended up being a 1v2 that Hot and Cold almost won. And speaking of Hot and Cold in this last clip, goes for an amazing read, goes for the plant. Beautiful smoke from OXG to come out. Great utility from OXG. OXG wasn't just winning these rounds on luck. Obviously, they played it very well, but that smoke, Hodden was already on low HP, and he had two paths, the right or the left. He picked the wrong one. If he goes a little bit forward to the right, gets the diffuser down, we're talking about 3 rounds that easily could have went in M80's favor. So obviously, that was the reason on why it wasn't as clean as we would have liked to see from M80. But the whole start, I mean, it was beautiful from the start. They just needed to wrap it up.
What worries me is I just don't believe they're giving enough credit to their opponents. Like, sure, you can say you should be the team that's winning, but these aren't mistakes that they're making on their own. This is Oxygen capitalizing on a very well-round play and understanding what they need to do in order to win it. And you're going against SR. I mean, what's the excuse going to be today if you don't win?
Exactly. I mean, it's not going to be an easy road,
no.
That's for sure. We talked about their improvements on that third map yesterday. One of the catalysts for that kind of change seemed to be Kino. We talked about him before the game. coming into his own and really making this team work together.
Yeah, we needed Kino to step up in a big way, and it wasn't in the big way kills-wise that we saw. He was doing good in that department, but it really was from being that catalyst, as you said, the leader of the team. I mean, look at everybody behind him on this BB. He was taking such control of the map on attack, and even if he wasn't getting those kills, he was constantly putting pressure in the face of OXG with everybody from M80 behind him. So obviously, it's not all about the stats. His stats were pretty good for yesterday's game, a full 3 maps. But that being said, it's how impactful he was on getting position and being that support, secondary support for M80 that they needed. He was there, getting the information, everybody followed up behind him, and that's what we wanted to see from Kino. Is it doesn't need to be all stats. I mean, they have amazing players all around the board. Not everyone's going to get the kills, but as long as you're impacting the rounds, that's the most important factor.
Well, we mentioned it. They did end up taking the win, so that is the most important thing, just not as controlled and didn't at least control that game as much as they would like. They're going to have their work cut out for them today because they have to go against the team with the biggest story coming in here to the playoffs, Lax. They are undefeated. Shopify Rebellion, 9-0, almost perfect through the group stage. How can you defeat a team like this?
Yeah, it's going to be hard, and I like that you say that because, I mean, SR is currently making history. Since Blast has came into the league, they are the only NAL team to have a flawless stage, and I don't imagine that they're going to let up here. They want to have a flawless playoffs, get that first place, get the 300 points, I believe, SI points for first place, get that prize pool, and every game has been convincing from across the board throughout this stage. And again, I don't really see them letting up here now that they're in best of 3s. If anything, I just see them getting stronger.
And the only reason they're not perfect is because they went to overtime against Envy on the second play day, but they cap off the group stage with a big win against Dark Zero, a big win against M80. Like, those are the things that you just don't see a lot of teams to be able to do, and they ended it so well.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, when you look at the bigger picture for this roster, you look at an international level. If they win here today, that does get them a spot at EWC, and that's an invite. They don't qualify. That is an invite. Totally separate. But again, they are also shooting for those SI points so they can continue to make these international events. And obviously, SI being the biggest one, they want to be in Paris, and getting 300 points out the gate here, getting a win today and then finishing it off today is only going to set them up to be so much more successful down the road.
It's so huge to be able to get those points early on because you don't want to be stuck scrambling with limited opportunity to be able to collect enough points, and then you're in a race to be able to compete to SI, and there's no more LCQ anymore. So obviously, getting as many points as possible and having as hard of a start. Also, to mention, going into a major event, if you're 9-0ing everybody in your league, you look so terrifying to everybody else at the event. So there's also that level of mentality that you're bringing to major events.
Yeah, there's so many players on this Shopify Rebellion team that we've talked about given how well they've been playing. One person I feel like we haven't talked enough about is Surf. That flex support kind of flying under the radar, yet still making major contributions to this team.
Yeah, I feel bad we haven't talked about Surf or highlight him too much, but when you have players like Rexen, Ambi, Troy, Spoit, I mean, you know, we talk about the brains of Troy, we talk about the backbone of Rexen. If you have to consider Surf to be part of that limb, that body, he's the joints, he's the tendons, he's the one that's keeping everything together and keeping them jointed. And realistically, when you look at his role and the plays that he does for this roster, he alleviates so much pressure for this team because he's so good at support, because he has that flexibility to whether he needs to get aggressive, whether he can play back a little bit. You always can rely on that back line of Troy and Surf. Surf just does such a good job that enables so much of this team to have success, and I'm glad that we can highlight him here because he absolutely deserves it, because when you compare him to every other player in that supportive flex role, he is dominant in all sides. I mean, if we can throw up those stats really quick again, something I just really want to highlight, and you can just do this your own research, when you look at those stats, especially in the cost where you see that is an insane number, almost at 80% for that flex support role. That is an insane number. And again, you look at Katie, but again, the bigger picture, this entire roster is comprised of phenomenal players. It's no doubt as to why we see a flawless stage and possibly a flawless playoffs. But again, I am super glad that we can highlight Surf here because he deserves every little bit of praise from his plays.
Yeah, no doubt looking to contribute as Shopify try to keep this undefeated streak going. Now, where they're going to do that is the question. M80, of course, they know they have their work cut out for them, Fox, so you got to imagine they have to be quite careful where they take this Shopify team.
Yeah, I mean, M80's obviously going to take out 2 of their worst maps. Chalet is going to be a big pick, one of M80's favorite maps. Also, great map for Shopify Rebellion when it comes to their aggressive nature of being able to play it. But that being said, it is more of a aggressive-sided map. So Shopify kind of taking M80 to their home ground off of the first game.
Yeah, I actually really like the Nighthaven Labs choice. I think that will be that'll be one of the better matchups in my opinion between the two, especially we saw Shopify. They did have some weaknesses during that Cloud9 game. Again, it really came off of one timeout that changed the tides for everything to allow them to bring back where we saw M80 dominate NV7-2, which sure, you can accompany that to being the weakest team so far in the league, but then you ended on boarded. That's a real kicker because that's a map that Shopify has been banning. So the fact that they're allowing this to go through, it only makes me come to fruition that they're thinking here, we already saw them lose to DZ7-2. We know exactly what we want to do if we get to border. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, Chalet, border being 2 maps, I mean, this is going to be the most aggressive SR that we've seen so far, because when you look at maps like that, you're going to expect M80, teams like M80 SSG to have an edge on such attacker-sided maps, so sporadic, so small pace. So this is the first time, I mean, we've seen SR play Chalet. They looked really good on it. I believe it was against LFO. That being said, but 2 very aggressive maps to go to border for a decider. I mean, that'll be such a back and forth between the 2 teams.
Especially given that neither team has really showed this to us. Like you said, one time for M80, they got cooked on it. Not yet for Shopify. What do you think the thought process is there?
For Shopify?
Sure.
Again, I think they just want to exploit, especially those attacks where DZ, they were just, I mean, DZ was just thwarting off every single attack. Every single aggressive rush that M80 was trying to throw, they would just immediately shut down. So I can only assume SR is going to do the same thing. But what I really want to see for M80 is what we saw Shopify do really well against a team like DZ was they didn't counterban. They just focused on playing into those aggressive roles. So here I really want to see how well M80 is going to realize and try to exploit Shopify, which if there is one area to exploit, I think it's in that late game, creating chaos, interrupting flow of comms. That's where I really want to see M80 try to thrive here, because that's really the only point of contention that I can even look at SR and say that there's a weakness.
Oh, our players are itching to go, so we'll keep predictions quick. Give me a prediction who you think is going to win, and what's the scoreline going to be?
I mean, I think it'll be a Shopify 2-0. Obviously, let's keep the undefeated streak going.
All right, Lack?
I'll say Shopify for this first map, and I'll say 7-3.
All right, what about the whole series?
Whole series, I think it's going to be a 2-0.
All right, well, we will see if that comes to fruition. As we said, Shopify, can they stay undefeated? M80, they have got quite a bit of work to do. We go to Parker and Jesse as we get map 1 started right now.
Well, thank you very much. And as you heard on the desk, the undefeated Shopify Rebellion look to keep that going and qualify themselves for the grand finals here in the North America League. Jesse, these 2 teams did just do battle only a couple days ago. In the very final play day of group stages on July 12th, Shopify Rebellion toppled M80 by a score of 7-4 on Lair, a map that puzzlingly was not chosen by either of these teams. How intriguing. The community vote seems to be aligned with Shopify Rebellion. The desk was unanimous in their praise of Shopify Rebellion and saying that they would win. Do you align with the desk, or do you think there's an outside chance that M80 could prevail?
Listen, Parker, I think with what M80 have shown in the past, they are capable of beating this Rebellion team, okay? 4 to 5 of these players are previous major champions. They know what it takes to beat not just Shopify, but any team in the world. That said, they gotta play better than what we've seen so far at this stage. After the game yesterday, where M80 got a big win over Oxygen, we got to see their player cams. They didn't look excited. They didn't look happy. They didn't even look relieved. They just looked pissed because they knew they didn't play up to the expectations of their coach, the expectations of themselves, nor the expectations required to beat a team like Shopify Rebellion. So they know it, we know it, the fans know it. They've got to play better today. I truly believe they are capable of higher performance than what we saw yesterday, but it's not going to be an easy task. Shopify Rebellion are the best team in the North America League, yet to lose a game, I should say. And this map veto, I don't think it's a huge advantage for M80. There's some openings, perhaps. We will start on the Rebellion's map pick, so it's not going to be easy. You've got to go right to the deep end right at the start. I guess we'll see what they can bring to it.
Shopify Rebellion enters with a perfect 9-0 record, 8 wins in regulation, 1 win in overtime. And I mean, I love referencing this stat. The only team that pushed Shopify Rebellion into overtime was the last place Envy, which was in week number 2, or technically play day number 2. It was the very first match of the day. Shopify Rebellion had the lead, Envy closed the gap, but then Shopify Rebellion won in overtime to secure 2 of their 3 points. It was looking like a perfect season for Dark Zero until they dropped 2 wins in regulation. Shopify obviously couldn't have their perfect season after that second play day when they lost out on 1 point, but about as close as you're going to get. 26 of a potential 27 points in the beginning of this stage for Shopify Rebellion. For those that are just tuning in, the core of this team used to play under the Susquehanna Sonics. That was then shortened to just the Sonics. Canadian was picked up on the team, and Spoit is a recent addition. Longtime player Super is the coach as it stands. And look at this! Hot and Cold barrels in, and in the first 40 seconds is already at the halfway point of the diffuser. The league-leading top-standing MVP, Gavin, gets a pick as well. He'll pick up a second, and Rexon's the only person with any kills on the side of Shopify Rebellion. Rexon did have a smile on his face just about 25 seconds ago, and as you can see, now there's a lot of poise, maybe some frustration as he fights his way out of this spot. He'll hop onto the case in just a second, but there are bodies nearby. They'll hear the call. Diffuser thinks that he might be faking it. He doesn't, and the final kill goes to the man named after the objective Diffuser. M80, a very quick 40-second execute, and you didn't even get to talk at all that round.
I don't mind it though, because it was a good pace setting round from M80. After the problems they had yesterday, I think it's important to go into a game like this and just set the expectations. Make it very clear right off the bat, we're not going to roll over and play scared against the best team in the league. We're going in for a rush. It was a perfectly executed strategy, clearly a pocket strat to start the game. They had Hot and Cold on the Amaru, of course. They had the Sens play coming out from Kino. Kino probably playing the most Sens out of any player so far this stage. He's been running a ton of this operator. Good coverage on the window. Everybody was in positions. They had some troubles getting the office wall open with the ace charges, but it didn't matter in the end. Getting that defuse kit down, it was all that they cared about. And I think a good read as well. Hot and Cold recognizing the only player that was going to be up on the bomb site, the only player that was going to be close to the site was going to be Canadian, and he was on cams when he died. Even if he wasn't, it's Troy Canadian. We all know his KD this stage. Probably would have lost that fight anyways. So I think a good game plan from M80. Came at it with a really smart opening gunfight, and they should be feeling good about how they start this game. 1-0.
Troy Canadian does have the lowest amount of kills in the entire league, by the way.
Yeah.
I would go so far as to say I did a very cursory glance. He and I actually went out for some lemonade the other day, and I was talking about my fantasy team, which I think has been a fun little addition to this stage. But obviously, I picked him on my team mostly just because, you know, vibes, and that was a disastrously poor decision. And he told me that he thinks he might have the lowest amount of kills of any player in the main leagues. And I'd have to look at all the numbers, but he's certainly at the bottom of the NA league. It does bear repeating. We talk about this every time Shopify Rebellion plays, and every time we see a team where a support player doesn't get a lot of kills. It's not the be-all, end-all if that player is not fragging out, right? If you look at the ratings right now, something like the bottom 6 or the bottom 7 in the NA league are all support-oriented or outright support players. So it stands to reason that they're not going to get kills because the rest of the team will. And when you've got a team like Shopify Rebellion, it's not so important that Canadian gets kills when Ambi is killing everything, when Rexon is killing everything, when Surf is killing everything. You don't really need Canadian to get involved in the fun.
Well, Canadian might be about to die again. He is downstairs, and he's about to get pushed by Amonte. I believe they had a ping on him, so I think they know where he is. They definitely know where Rexon is. It's good information from M80 here on the bottom floor. They're hesitant to push in. It's still a good crossfire. Even if you know where Rexon and Canadian are downstairs, it's still a strong position that they're holding. Rexon's retreated up towards game, so it's Canadian all alone, and they absolutely know his location. If he swings this at all, he's surely blown to smithereens, but he's not moving. He's a patient player. There's a good reason why he's down here. He's still wasting a ton of time.
They've got him pinned down. Again, roamers are not designed to get kills. If you're Canadian and you're roaming, we certainly know you're not designed to get kills, but the focus will be simply waste time, waste utility. You've got stall potential on the side of Shopify Rebellion. Ambi on that Oryx is able to maneuver around the map very quickly, faster than any other operator, except maybe Amaru. Canadian's got the slowing potentials of the Banshee. You've got the Frost Mats of Rexon to slow you down, the Goo Mines as well from Spoid's Legion. So this is a very trap-heavy, very stall-heavy lineup. Toxic Babes from Surf will blanket the window, which will give Kino some coverage as the Glaz, but right now, Shopify Rebellion can just sit pretty. M80 are taking a fair bit of time to get in, but good news for them, the final smoke canister is gone. Bad news for them, Surf has decided to be a bit aggressive in his own right. And now he's got Gunner lined up. Surf takes down one before being traded out. Spoit answers back with Gavin disappearing. Gunner as well is gone. Monty of Hot and Cold in the corner will get Diffuser down as Diffuser, the player, gets one pick and will now assume the position. Hot and Cold taken down, and the last one left is up on Repel. 3 bodies from Shopify Rebellion remain, and Diffuser will have to pick which of those players he wants to engage with. First one is Ambi as he hops into Mudroom and gets right back out. Rexon on Diffuser. One of them will have to go for it, and it's Spoit. They'll actually double up, and plenty of time for them to hop on that case. Spoit will be the one credited with the counter disable. It wasn't quite as fast of an execute this time around, but an execute still done by M80. They've been very good at getting the case down, but not as great in watching it that second round. Tie game, both teams with 1 round apiece.
Follows the stat that we've seen throughout the stage. M80 have the highest plant percentage of any team in the league, with 44% of attacking rounds ending in a plant. Now that doesn't always end in a round win, as we've seen in round number 2, but it does show that they're a very objective focused team, and Shopify Rebellion are going to know that coming into this game, right? They're very much ready for these plays. That's why they had Surf, who was sitting on the bomb site on the smoke, 100% just ready to stop that big window jump in with his Toxic Babes. When he ran out of Toxic Babes, he didn't sit and twiddle his thumbs. He decided, you know what, I can still make a move. Went right up to the window with the shotgun and got a massive kill. Now he did get flashed and killed in response, but it just bought them even more time. It allowed everybody else to come back to the bomb site. I love how Spoit went back to the top floor in that post plant in the 3v1. They knew Diffuser was in a power position, so one guy went to Mudroom, unfortunately died. One guy got on the defuse kit, and then Spoit jumped from up above. It wasn't something that we saw Diffuser ready for. So really good play in the post plant. Shopify Rebellion will be expecting a lot of plants this game, and they seem to be ready for it in the first 2 rounds.
Oh, if this is any indication, we will be in for quite a treat here. And while everybody seemed to be writing off M80 before a single round of action was played, largely because, I mean, Shopify Rebellion did beat them in the best of 1 just a couple days ago, and Shopify Rebellion has beaten everybody up to this point. There is good reason to assume that they will do well. A best of 3 is a completely different beast. M80 have shown that when put in best of 3 and best of 5 situations, the core of this team is able to excel. One thing that this M80 team has that the Shopify team does not have is a major championship. M80 accomplished that on that old Beast Coast roster. They have won an international event. Shopify Rebellion have not done that, same with the Sonics who preceded them with this roster. Unfortunately for M80, if they want to stick to Shopify Rebellion's map and put on as competitive a front as possible, losing Gunner so early is not ideal. Gunner had a rough day yesterday through a couple of the maps. It took him a while to find his footing in map number 1. Could we see the same thing unfold here on map number 1 against Shopify Rebellion? As Gunner dies 1 and 2, that means he also loses all of those Lion charges.
Yeah, died out on the bathroom window, I do believe, but a good answer back from Diffuser. Finds Surf on the Azami, an operator that I often say is expected to be banned 100% on Chalet. Odd to see it through the veto phase, but it's Clashing Castle instead. A good run out from Ambi, jumping out the window, getting a big pick at the same time that Rexon gets one, means it will be a man advantage if we hit the 90-second mark. Diffuser and Gavin, the last 2 alive, both focused around Solar, but Diffuse Kit is downed outside the building, so they need to take their time to go get it, or else they're just rushing in for kills.
It's the calm before the storm. Just hitting the halfway point of the round. M80 are a sticky team. I said this yesterday in their matchup, that no matter what, they trade out effectively, they play close by, and you've got what I would argue is their 2 finest players still remaining. Gavin has some history with Canadian as they played before. He'll have a lot of work to do now as Diffuser gets punished by Ambi, and well, sing his praises all we want, but he's in a tough spot as he repels through big window and immediately gets gunned down by Rexon. Shopify Rebellion really aren't celebrating at all. Their mood was quite jovial before that very first round unfolded. Then obviously M80 stormed the gates. Shopify Rebellion was cut off a little bit, I guess, flat-footed, and now they've bounced back. But they're not particularly happy about it because, as many of them will say, job's not done.
Yeah, it's always 0-0 with this team, and so they're going to know that every single round they got to take it and treat it like it's the most important one. Finally, we do see the zombie taken off the board, so that is going to bring us back to normal. And the glass does get removed. We saw some shenanigans with it, and even after round 2, they typed "get off glass." So maybe a little annoyed with Kino's shenanigans. That third round was a bit of a weird one for M80. Shopify really took it aggressively. They swung a lot of windows. They were very eager to get those opening picks. The first on the bathroom window, and then we saw Ambi running out on the office window as well. So there was a lot of aggressive plays coming out from the Rebellion. And it does feel like throughout this game, they've had a really strong read as to where M80 are pushing every round. That round, it was very clearly a focus on Solar, it was a focus on Master. Round 2, it was a very obvious focus, first on the basement and garage, and then up top on the games window. The first round, since it was a rush, they didn't really have time to assess where M80 were going to push from, and M80 got the victory because of it. If M80 can find some more ways to catch Shopify off guard, go for some of these pushes that Shopify maybe aren't expecting, create more ghost pressure, open up more angles in the map.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Stopping you before you can really get these pushes going.
Oh, did not like how little we saw that glass. I have always been a glass enjoyer, I will say. Obviously now with it being banned out, I can understand why, though it is a bit of a bummer. One of the teams that we've seen running it quite reliably here is M80, obviously with Kino playing that glass from time to time, but we saw some OXG play yesterday as well. I do wonder if there's room for Glass to... Oh. All right, well, never mind. Hot and Cold does what Hot and Cold does best. He slingshots into the bomb site. He stabs Canadian in the back. Down he goes. Surf will trade it out with Kino dying. Hot and Cold was attempting to get that diffuser down, but has since stopped. I believe he hit a goo mine very briefly. He and Gunner now find themselves close enough to the bomb site, but they immediately peel out of there. Does Hotton know he did not plant the diffuser, by the way? I don't think it really matters because Gavin is just going to kill everybody inside the server. What oddly paced rounds up to this point, Jesse. Only Rexon and Surf remain for the Rebellion.
This is really cool. They hit the site as fast as possible. Once they realized it wasn't safe enough to get a plant, they fell back. They were trying to bait movement out of Shopify Rebellion to get some kills from them. Now they've managed to whittle it down to a 4v2 with these Grimbees. Diffusers should be able to find these last couple players. Planting is still risky because SR, Dove do hold down the top floor, but it's not going to be simple with all of this pressure coming in from the Grim.
And there we go. Hot and Cold thought he had the all clear earlier. He will not this time. And as there's a desperate attempt from Surf above to find Hot and Cold, it cannot be done. Rexon does, though, and actually stops the defuse plant in its tracks. I do like this defense upstairs by Shopify Rebellion. There's still intel inside the site that is being dealt with by M80 as they look for a clear way in. Evil Eye cams, bulletproof cams. They're dealing with quite a lot. Rexon's now been dropped. Surf will trade it out. And oh my, Surf has a golden opportunity! And the tides are way too strong for M80 to swim. Surf wins the round through an incredible play. And what should have been M80's goes to the Rebellion.
That's so smart. First of all, for those keeping track, that is the second opening pick from Hot and Cold on Amaru onto Canadian in the site on cameras. So that's 2 for 2 so far. Anybody tracking that stat? But second of all, it was a really interesting idea from M80. There was a great YouTube video put out by Fet a couple of days ago called How I Use Smash Bros. Game Theory to Win an R6 Championship. And it's a very good video. It goes deep into the strategies that Fet and the rest of this Beast Coast team use to win the Manchester Major, and I can't possibly cover all of it here. But one of the lessons taught in that video is how sometimes when you go for a rush and you hit right into sight, instead of rushing the rest of your team straight into the bomb site, instead of moving everybody right in to try to get that defuse kit down, what you can do is you can post up around the bomb site still. Keep one guy in to apply the pressure, but then just have everybody else around. Your goal is to force movements, predict what the defenders are going to do, and then catch them off guard as they make that rotate back to the bomb site. That's one strategy that they were using back when they became major champions. And I think although it worked initially in this round where they got site control first, they got a couple of picks on players rotating back towards the site, on players trying to get aggressive to equalize the man count, to do something after they had lost their bomb site, Rexon and Surf were wise to this strategy. Rexon and Surf said, we don't need to panic. Yes, they're in our site, but we're holding the power position. We're above the site. We're the guys.
Oh my God!
That is the most Swedish I have heard him sound ever, by the way. He has virtually no accent when you hear him speak, but he went full Swede there, and I appreciate hearing it spill out.
Anyways, really smart game plan from both Surf and Rexon. They didn't panic. They kept the power position up above the bomb site and stopped that plant going down. Always in control of that round, despite what the numbers advantage and the site control looked like for M80.
You don't think he sounded Swedish?
I do think he sounded Swedish.
You were so
I
quick
think...
to skip over my incredible point.
You're right, Parker. I should value the words you say more.
It was funny because Spoit is also obviously in Toronto, and when oh my, the whole Wildcard SSG game that was played yesterday on this map had spawn peaks galore. None of them ever worked out. Ambi's like, watch now, you watch and learn. He made it work. Gunnar is having more of a match one game from yesterday than I think M80 would like. Gunnar being very ineffective through much of the previous 24 hours does not help M80's chances. M80 still won their matchup yesterday, even despite it. Gunnar did have a much better end of map one. Had a terrific, what was it, map 3, but map 2, obviously, that was won by OXG. They fell off. But a good answer back, and Canadian is effectively a target dummy still, 0 and 5, playing on not traditional support roles, by the way. Surf has taken a more support-oriented role. Down goes Kino at the hands of Rexon. There goes the Grim. Some major utility now lost from M80, Jesse. No Bs, no air jabs. Flank will be an issue should Shopify Rebellion send a player to go after this M80's execute.
Yeah, this is awkward. We still got a lot of Rebellion players lurking around that basement. Rexon's returned back to the top floor, but Spoit is down there. At the same time, you've got Ambi, who's watching down towards the basement onto West Main stairs, and it looks like he will get a freebie. Gets some damage. Half HP to Diffuser, but then escapes. Doesn't quite hit the headshot, so Diffuser escapes with his life. This push from M80 is kind of all over the place. They will regroup. Hot and Cold and Diffuser now start to push up through Master. This is usually what teams want to be doing in the first 30, 45 seconds. We're coming down to the last 70. They're just getting into office. They're just looking at the blue hall now. They're looking into cases. They've still got good util. You know, I like the Blackbeard to try to make some space. They've still got some ace charges if they want to deal with the shield at the top of the stairs, but broadly, Shopify Rebellion don't even need to contest this. You can see almost all of them have already fallen back to the site. Spoit's still down in the basement. Surf playing over towards stairs, just ran back into bar as well. So they don't care if the M80 guys get the top floor. They know they've got man advantage. They know time is low, and there's not a lot of soft breach on that M80 side either. So this is not going to be an easy push.
Rexon is tucked into this corner. He and Surf worked so well on that previous round. Surf really doesn't get his flowers the way a lot of these other Shopify Rebellion players do. I would go so far as to say that of the 5, he is probably the least known, but I hope that's changing because he definitely deserves it. He's a very critical part of this team. A lot will fall on his shoulders now as smoke, as there goes the rush on in. Hot and Cold will breathe in some of that gas. He's trying to fight through it. I don't know if he's going to be able to. Diffuser dies and Gavin will follow shortly thereafter, and it's all up to Matthew Stevens. Tucked into the corner, shield out, and he'll survive, but his team won't. Timer runs and gives Shopify Rebellion yet another round. M80 had called their timeout as Fabian attempted to get his team's head and strategy back into this. It did not immediately succeed. And SR is just running away with this first half.
It's really strong early rounds from Shopify Rebellion. They're getting spawn peaks. They're getting other aggressive peaks over around the map. Rexon's having an absolutely fantastic game, often playing kind of by himself, I guess kind of with Canadian in that round near the basement as well. But it doesn't seem to matter whether he's with teammates or whether he's alone. He's having a huge impact in terms of the kills in this game. And again, it feels like M80's push, once they get to the execute, super readable, right? Yeah, they open up the hatch. They start to get over towards the games window. It was maybe an aggressive jump in from Hot and Cold on the Blackbeard. It was a bit surprising, perhaps, to see him vault the games window like that, but the Toxic Babe came all the same. It didn't seem to slow down anybody on Shopify Rebellion. So I really like the late rounds, the way that Shopify Rebellion are reading these pushes. I like the early rounds, how they're taking the game into their hands and bringing the aggression to M80 rather than just waiting for M80 to come to them. Feels like on all fronts, Shopify Rebellion are dominating this game. It's still only the very first round where M80 went for that rush play that they got away with a win. And even when they tried to replicate that, well, they still couldn't pull it off.
A 5-1 first half is entirely possible for Shopify. We have seen quite a bevy of lopsided first halves across yesterday and today. Curious if that will hold outside of this matchup. Still possible for a 4-2. Have to obviously begin. Dark Zero and Wildcard will be played out later today, they could also have a very dominant first half. Dark Zero looked like an unbeatable team until those final couple play days where they lost to Shopify Rebellion and then SSG by the same scorelines. Dark Zero mustering 5 rounds in both of those bouts, but ultimately losing in regulation. Easy's been a great team to watch, I will say. A lot of the issues that they had have been fixed. Dave taking over as IGL seems to have paid dividends, and the addition of Citizen, something that people were very mixed on. He's fit that team like a glove. I will be eagerly watching that Wildcard matchup because Wildcard themselves have lived up to their name, Jesse. They have been absolutely wild, and you don't really know what to expect. I certainly didn't expect that result yesterday when they 2-0'd Space Station.
Yeah, it'll be a really exciting match later on today to see them face off against DZ. Winner of that game will play the winner of this game in the upper bracket finals. Surf the opening pick on a diffuser who had taken a lot of damage down below. It's actually a vert angle that he dies to. He was battling Spoit on a long angle down there previously, so he's had a lot of attention thrown his way this round. Kino does get an answer back. It's only on to Canadian, who has yet to find a kill in this game. An 0-6 first half, but doesn't mean it's going to be an easy push to still come through. Surf still locked up inside the bathtub in a powerful position. Ambi back towards Mez. Rexon up aggressive in office as well. You can get the Monty in, but planting's a whole different ballgame.
They're poised and ready. Both logic bombs still in pocket of Gunner, who has lived significantly longer than most rounds. Surf takes an opportunity to gun down hot and cold, but Gunner and Gavin are there to tie things up for M80 and then push themselves ahead by 1. Rexon is still on the board. Spoit, not far removed. Blinded, tucked into the corner. They'll hunt him down with logic bomb as now Gunner will throw out yet another, and around the corner, down goes Spoit. Rexon will need to clutch out a 1v3 to give his team a 5-1 first half. If not, M80 will pick up their second round. Maybe a bit of mental momentum heading into the side swap. One thing that's worked against M80 so far is all the intel that Shopify Rebellion has had, and Rexon knows exactly which door they're going to come through. 2 players. He lines up with 1, manages to get away for the time being, but has no real intel beyond that next player of Gavin. Swinger be swung. Gavin jiggle peeking around the corner, running out of time. There's the rappel on in. Rexon's in bad shape, and he played the corner just a bit too wrong. Worried about the pressure from Big Window. He tried to square up and keep himself safe, but he missed the shot onto the Hibana, costing him the round. And unforgiving spot for Rexon to be in, admittedly, but one that he's clutched up in the past. A 4-2 half for Shopify Rebellion is something they'll be quite proud of and seems to be the default score line for a Chalet. We'll switch sides, and now operator bans, Jesse.
Yeah, it should be a sigh of relief for M80 to win that round, a 3v1 that Rexon almost took control of, but thankfully you do get away with it. Once again, we'd expect probably double shield, Blackbeard plus Monty, and then double kind of window coverage in the Azami plus Castle. Could also see maybe like a Capitao, Fenrir, Clash, all good operators on this map. It'll be the Blitz Azami. I thought the Blackbeard, but same diff. Accomplishes the same goal in slightly different ways. Going back to round number 6, you know, it's good to see Gunner starting to get involved in this game. We've talked about how he maybe had his struggles yesterday, but all season long, he's been a slow starter. For the first, I believe, 5 playdays of the North American League, he went negative every single game. Then in the last 4 playdays of groups, that man right there was able to get a positive win rate on a positive stat line on every single map. And even going back to yesterday, while he started the series up against Oxygen at a 1-6 stat line, he ended it even. He ended with a flat stat line through the full best of 3 and ended up being the single MVP, the best player on that 3rd map, the Decider, up against Oxygen. So keep an eye on Gunner. Just because he had a slow start, 1-4, doesn't mean he's not going to heat up as this game continues. M80 would certainly hope that this game can be extended up into a 3rd map. Or, I mean, if they can really battle back on Chalet, bring this second half to be more competitive on the defensive side, then a 2-0 is still in the cards.
I know that Troy doesn't like when we reference IGL stats. And for good reason. He's been vocal about it in the past because the base assumption should be that IGLs don't get a lot of kills, supports don't get a lot of kills, etc. But if we're looking specifically at the number of frags in the league, Canadian is in dead last with 27. He started today, 27 kills, 58 deaths. That's a minus 31. The next closest to him is Bino from that LFO Orglis team, who's 33 and 58. So he's 6 kills ahead of Canadian. The next two players, they're tied with kills, are Kino and JJ Blast with 45. So there is quite a fall off to get to Canadian and Bino. They're going to need more out of Canadian this round as Ambi dies really early as a Maverick in the midst of the map. Gunned down by Hot and Cold, who has basically barricaded himself into the kitchen portion of this map. Good news for Shopify Rebellion. They don't just have one, they have two other hard breachers on the board.
Yeah, they should be okay for getting the walls open. Now, both Hibana and Ace are going to struggle a lot more as far as the Kaid goes. They will need to find another answer to that. They have nades on Canadian to try to make something happen there. And what do we have going on? Spoit's got some creative strategy. He's going to pop the X-Kairos on the floor so they don't get electrified. And then this should open a small piece of the wall as well. Not really. Got a little bit of an angle there at the bottom that he's trying to make something happen through. Still, these electric claws are a massive issue, though, as this gets worse and worse. He'll try the floor again. Oh, you're never getting that claw as far as the X-Kairos are concerned. You're going to have to get somebody in on the side or get that nade in quite deep. I think Spoit's going to give up on that for now. The shenanigans with the X-Kairos just too difficult in this high-pressure situation. But as I say that, the Twitch drone, I believe, just popped the claw. So now Spoit can do his job. Crisis averted.
Safe passage now through the wall, or one will hope.
When the
Canadian
two-brow
holds
lasts.
onto that diffuser. I'm sorry, Jesse, what did you say?
Just when the two-brow runs out.
Yeah,
And
you
he
gotta wait it out. Zoto canister freezing them up for the time being. Down goes Rex into Gavin, and Shopify Rebellion are really being given nothing here. Canadian slow peeks the corner with his shield down, presenting a window of opportunity for Gavin. A flawless round currently on the books for M80. All they need to do is get through Surf, as now Spoit is buried as well. Very little that Shopify Rebellion's been able to do, and indeed a flawless start to the second half. The best round that we have seen from this team on M80. Obviously, just based on numbers, you get a flawless round. That's going to be one of the best rounds. But in just terms of poise, they knocked Ambi off stride. Shopify Rebellion's pivot does not work out very well, and they stalled out. Utility was good on the side of M80. Gun skill was good on the side of M80. There really wasn't any weakness there from their defense.
Yeah, and I mean, you talk about frags from IGLs. Hot and Cold getting that opener onto Ambi was really massive. He was playing down below inside a kitchen, got the Maverick with the long angle. And when you don't have a Maverick trying to deal with a Kaid plus two-brow combination, it just took them way too long to get that office wall opened up. They eventually cleared out the claw with the Twitch drone, but it just did not seem to matter. And when you're going up against a team like Shopify Rebellion, which everybody will tell you have maybe the best mechanical players in certainly North America. You could even make an argument for the world. Sometimes you have to beat them not by going head-to-head with the gun skill, not by taking these 1v1 equal duels, by playing the util game, right? Bring out these electric claws, bring out the wall denial, do whatever you can to prevent a fair gunfight, to prevent them from even getting to the bomb site for taking those fights. That's kind of been the game plan of M80. It was a little bit their game plan on attack with all those rush strategies that they went for. But now on defense, too, if they're going to really be leaning into that, it could be a huge game plan for them. Expect to see a Kaid ban after round 9, but until then, we should see this really thrive.
There he goes. He gets it. I will say, now that we're deep into these stages, and obviously CJX has had some time to settle down, it is really quite stunning how the changes to Jaeger have completely pushed Wamai out of the pro scene.
Yeah.
There's a reason why Wamai was brought so regularly. It's because unlike Jaeger's ADSs, Wamai's magnets would catch air jabs. They would catch the fire arrows from Capitao. They would catch the gridlock track stingers that are thrown out. ADSs didn't function that way. They've now aligned Jaeger to catch the exact same things with his ADS, but a bit different. Obviously, the ADS zaps it and gets rid of it, whereas the magnet just catches it. It'll still deploy, it just deploys in a different part than you anticipated for it to go to. I do wonder if at some point we're going to see some stylistic changes to these operators, because Wamai has completely fallen off of a cliff and is very much out of the meta in comparison to Jaeger, an operator who himself was very far removed from the magnet, very far removed from the meta because of how strong the magnets were for Wamai. Jaeger also just has a great gun. That carbine is excellent by most measures.
Well, Canadian just told Ambi to get off the Maverick, and let me show you how it's done. So he'll jump on the most important operator of the round. M80 have brought the exact same strategy back-to-back. They said, we are going to fully commit to keeping this office wall closed as long as possible. But with Troy playing on the Maverick, it's clear that the Rebellion have a really strong game plan for this. They will use a two-brow to slow the first set of X-Kairos, and then the line gets drawn, but Diffuser is better. Great shot through the wall, just as a teammate gets another frag.
Rexon and Ambi are gunned down. Yet again, an early death for Ambi with just a little bit over a minute to go. M80 is wiping the floor with Shopify Rebellion. This is 8 unanswered kills since the side swap came in. M80 are poised for yet another flawless round. Spoit and Canadian are the last two remaining. Spoit now on a single point of HP. Canadian yet to get a kill as Spoit vaults in towards Piano. He'll be lined up next to Canadian, looking for something. Canadian has an angle over towards the tuberow of Gavin by bathroom. Canadian needs to be worried about what lays in wait inside of office. Canadian gets diffuser, so the flawless round is denied, and Canadian finally picks up a kill in round number 8. But it's as close to a flawless round again that you can get. M80 are crushing Shopify Rebellion, and I wouldn't be surprised if SR call their timeout.
After 2 rounds on attack, the only Shopify Rebellion player with a frag is Canadian, as we all anticipated. You are correct on the attack timeout, Parker. Super will decide to call it for SR, and they really need to get a handle on this office wall. The office wall has by far been the MVP for M80. It stalled the entirety of round 7, and then in round 8, I like what Shopify Rebellion did to that wall. You know, they clearly came at it with a game plan. They knew it was still going to be an issue. They started with Habana pellets coming out from cases. They then started with the Maverick line that a teammate was watching, but I mean, Diffuser just played that position so incredibly well. Hit one great shot first through the Maverick line, and then he got a second kill from that same position. Don't know if that was the office Valk or if that was again through the Mav hole, but regardless, was able to rack up the kills over towards office wall, and again, it never really got opened up. The good news for Shopify Rebellion is whatever this tertiary site might be, the office wall is not really going to play that much of an effect. They can just ignore the office wall if it's going to be a games bomb site or if it's going to be down in the basement. There is sometimes a player over around master and office if the bomb site is going to be bar in games, but you can't really lock down office the same way that you can when the bomb site is top floor or inside a kitchen. So that's the good news for Shopify Rebellion. The other piece of good news is, of course, after this round, they can ban either the Kaid or the two brows, so that will make the wall a little bit easier to achieve. But still, I think what Super is probably trying to address with this tack timeout is not necessarily the micro of how to deal with office wall. It's the macro of like what these guys are trying to do on their defenses. They're trying to play very heavy into the util. They're trying to play very heavy with the stall game to make sure that you can't get into the bomb site quicker. See what kind of game plan Super can come up with to try to break that, not necessarily specific strategy, but general playstyle being shown by M80.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
We talked as well about Troy's kills and how far below everybody else he was, but the same should be said about Ambi, who after yesterday's matchup still finds Rexon in second place. Ambi entered the day with 111 kills. Rexon is second with 94. It's quite a jump back after that. Next would be Surf and Fatal, who are both tied with 87. So 3 of the top kill getters right now are all on the same team. Rexon's got 8 kills at the moment. Surf has 8 kills as well. But Ambi's sitting at 4, which is well below his usual tally. I will say, as great of a player as Ambi is, he's had some issues in the past with big game moments and showing up.
Yeah.
Those are regular season stats, by the way. Those are not playoff stats. Those are just from the groups, if people are curious. I'm sure you have the playoff stats to add to that because there were best of 3s obviously played yesterday, of which it will actually hurt the Shopify Rebellion team because they got a bye. So they actually have 1 fewer best of 3 to rack up kills.
Yeah, it's crazy. Technically, Diffuser is now the top frag of the league, but he's only got 114 kills, so barely ahead of Ambi, even though he's played 3 extra maps on the Shopify players. So I think your point still stands that Ambi has been absolutely incredible so far. He's racking up by far the most kills on a per round basis for Shopify Rebellion, and after this series, I'm sure he'll be eager to take that crown back as far as the top frag of the league is concerned. Round number 9, they've gotten past the office wall on the side of Shopify Rebellion. Again, it wasn't going to be an issue, and they've still suffered the opening death, though. Surf will be going down to Gaveni, who's playing at the top of those stairs. It's a nice little play with the Sens as they start to take the hallway, and nearly killing Gavin as well.
Spoit missing an opportunity, a bit of an embarrassing fight for a player of his caliber. Gavin unsheathing the pistol, and down he goes. Now he will also fall as Rexon punishes Gavin before being traded out by Gunner. This is quite the brawl. Canadian and Ambi, the last two remaining, is M80 will swarm the site. Shopify Rebellion with control above, but they've got 40 seconds to reposition and translate that towards the bar gaming bomb site that exists. You saw Gunner playing on that Wamai far enough back. Will he get the read on Ambi here? No. Ambi sees him first, takes him down. This is winnable. The problem is, Jesse, there's still a clash on the board. All three remaining players from 80 are tucked in over towards back bar, and they will use Kino very effectively to slow this down. Canadian a missed opportunity onto one of the two unshielded members of M80. Hot and cold with a team kill. That's the hot and cold we know and love. It's all up to Ambi, who's also taken out by hot and cold. That M80 OXG match had 4 team kills in the span of a best of 3. I was wondering if we would see one here, and death, taxes, and somebody on M80 team killing another one of their players, but I suppose the clash had to die to catch Canadian and leave hot and cold in a strong position. Hot and cold wasn't the last alive, by the way. M80 also had the Aruni still alive, chilling in the corner, waiting to see what would happen in that back bar. M80 has now taken the lead by winning 3 defenses in a row.
That Kaid ban, as I said, is going to change things in this final quarter of regulation, so we'll see if M80 can continue to string these defensive rounds together. But in that previous round, they certainly didn't need it to be able to get the win. I really liked the late round play from Hot and Cold. One thing he talked about in yesterday's post-match interview was just how cluttered the comms have been on M80. In game day, it's really been a big problem for them. Maybe in scrims, this isn't an issue. They're able to be calm. They're able to communicate clearly in these tense situations. But Houghton talked about how consistently on game day, that's going out the window. They're having a lot of problems with that communication. It feels like it's better. Obviously, it's impossible for us to really know. But as these rounds get chaotic, yes, maybe there's still some team kills going on, but they're team kills happening in service of a purpose, right? They're happening so that Hot and Cold can get these kills. It's okay to be fragging your teammates in the end if you are getting these round wins out of it. So I'm not too upset by M80, even if it's getting a little bit chaotic sometimes. They're getting those results, and it does seem certainly cleaner than what we were seeing from their defenses yesterday. I also really have to shout out Gaveni, who has been having a fantastic game, especially on the defense. He has been the main game changer in my mind. If you want to blame it on one individual, his specific play on this defensive side, alongside, I think, Diffuser, has been really, really good.
You are right, by the way. If you include yesterday's matches, Diffuser is 2 kills ahead of Ambi before today started, and he's 3 above Ambi just based on today alone. So he'll now be a little bit farther ahead. But again, I will say those were group stage stats. And also M80 had a best of 3 to play yesterday, and they made sure it went the distance to try and get as many kills as possible. So, I mean, when you have a bye, your stats are going to look a little bit different. If you were consistently blowing out teams, let's say, for example, a team wins every single game 7-0, their stats are probably going to be worse than a team that goes the distance but has a even potential losing record just because there are fewer rounds being played. That said, I mean, it's still an impressive metric for both of these players. Diffuser was exceptional in his rookie stage. He has proven that he has staying power and is an excellent addition to this team. Gavin obviously has been the major story for this squad, though Diffuser is the highest rated player on the team through the groups. Gavin is not far behind.
A lot of smokes coming out at the start of this round. They are applying a lot of pressure to the mid-floor. A hop out from Spoit does get punished. Good shot from Gunner. Traded out immediately from Ambi as the push comes through into kitchen. They find another one at a Hot and Cold. That's both of those first floor roamers cleaned up with only 1 casualty. And it's just Spoit, the entry player on the demo. So it's not a huge loss to be able to take him off the board for Shopify Rebellion. They've gone for a completely different pushing strategy this time, completely ignoring the office wall. They've now got full bottom control. They can walk up these solar stairs, go for a push into Master, play a completely different game plan that M80 are maybe a little bit less ready for. They now need some really strong presence from their anchor players. They want to be able to lock this game down.
Late setup on that mirror window from Kino, which is Always a nice thing to see with Black Mirrors. If you keep one in pocket and you play a sheltered role, which Kino often does, you can set it up to greet wherever the attack is going to come from. Ambi, who's been terrific so far this round, almost gets the mirror, gets the nitro cell. A great combo. Surf drop by Kino, so Ambi unable to kill him. Unfortunately costs Surf his life. Shopify Rebellion now on even footing with this M80 team, and SR is desperate to win this round. If not, it's match point for M80, and a huge victory it would be for them. Gavin takes care of Ambi as Ambi wanders aimlessly through Solarium. Gavin now looking for another under Rexen. It's like taking candy from a baby. Gavin is just crushing everything. And then the best player statistically on M80 of Diffuser will catch Canadian as he swings into Master. M80 sit on match point on Shopify Rebellion's map. Shopify Rebellion might not have a losing record here yet, but they are about to drop a map for the first time all stage.
They desperately need to get this game under control, and the biggest problem right now remains Gaveni. He's consistently on this defensive half ever since round 7. He has been turning it up on the defense, which I will say is a little odd for Gavin, because throughout the regular season and throughout the first day of playoffs, he was a much better attacking player than he was on defense. He had a 122 KDR on offense, a .83 on defense. That's a pretty big gap when you look just at his kills and depth stats from the regular season. But now we're seeing that flip on its head, whether it's something about Chalet or whether it's something about playing against Shopify Rebellion. Today, he has been a defensive monster. Wasn't bad on attack either, I should say, but he's been the real game changer, I think, in this second half. Shopify Rebellion, whether they're fighting him in the early game or in the late game, cannot get a handle on this player. They've often said it is their individual mechanical skill that separates them from the rest of the pack. They're obviously a good strategy team too. They've got good coordination, but the level of mechanics from just the individuals on this team are often thought to be far and away better than everybody else in the North America League. But today it doesn't feel that way. The players on M80 are absolutely showing up.
I don't know if you went to the subreddit, the R6 Pro League subreddit, but after yesterday's matchups, there were a lot of people saying, you know, why did they keep Kino? Why didn't they pick up Spirits? This team is washed. Even if they win, they're still bad, yada, yada, yada. And I mean, that's the peanut gallery. I don't think any people should really take a lot of stock in what the average Redditor has to say. And I don't mean this rude. It's just that the average Redditor doesn't really know what's going on with these teams. Some of them have varying levels of experience, but the vibe amongst a portion of the most dedicated part of our community has been really quite down on this M80 team. I do wonder if this is changing their minds, because I don't think M80 has been a bad team by any stretch of the imagination. They obviously have growing pains. They had growing pains after Manchester. They obviously win the Manchester Major and then just completely fall short on the very next two events. They have not looked like the same team. They looked like they were the right team for the moment, but they've been unable to meet that moment since. Metas change, players change, roles change, and this M80 team seems to be finding their footing the more this stage goes on, and they are about to do something that no team has been able to do in the last month or so, and that's take a map off of Shopify Rebellion. An excellent start here. Hot and Cold dispatches Ambi before getting taken out by Canadian. That's Canadian. Well, technically Canadian was credited with that kill, but I actually think it was Ambi who got the down initially. Cams will be hacked by Shopify Rebellion, and a 4v4 with just a little bit over a minute to go could be the end of this map if M80 finds these remaining players on Shopify Rebellion.
Every defender is on the top floor, so Shopify needs to decide, are we rushing site, try to get a plant down under the cover of smokes and flashes, or are we trying to clear out these players up above? With Surf jumping in trophy window, it seems like it's going to be the former. The Candelas come out. Can they get this kit on the ground safely? They've actually stalled for a moment, and Rexen gets a pick. This might be the play.
And it's Gavin of all players. 15 kills in the hands of Gavin, by the way, as Rexen breaks double digits on the side of Shopify Rebellion. He and Gavin are the only two who've done so thus far. Diffuser has an opportunity. 4 players remain from Shopify Rebellion and Diffusers, but a single kill away. Right now, this focus is all upstairs for M80. You can see Gunner playing these kill holes. Kino is not too far away from him, but Gunner will now reposition, getting a bit more aggressive over towards Trophy. Down goes Surf, a drone at the feet of Gunner, but he's fearless as he and Kino double up. Rexen dies, Canadian dies. It's all up to Spoit, the import, the newest player from this team, attempting to find the remaining 3 players from M80, and he'll find them but he's unsuccessful in his goal. The final kill goes to Gunner, and shockingly, Shopify Rebellion dropped their first map of the stage as M80 steals Chalet to go up 1-0.
M80 needed to play better than yesterday if they wanted to take down Shopify Rebellion. Well, guess what? They're playing a lot better than what we saw out of them both yesterday and through the group stage. A fantastic first map, taking their opponent's pick in this best of 3. It is not over. We can still see the revenge from Shopify Rebellion, but the game plan is now out the window.
What will happen for the remainder of this series? We'll find out in just a couple minutes, but it's a statement map from M80 before we toss to a break. See you soon.
And dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gimbo. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
Give him a 1v1. And they've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take their kingdom from Blacktown.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Yeah, he's in kitch. He was in kitch. He shot
Done
the
one.
Heard.
He's not planning.
Listen to the plan.
10 seconds left.
I can stop bomb.
Don Sean.
Sean.
Yes, boys!
Come on.
Thank God.
Holy
I told
snap.
Loud
Well
and started.
done, guys. Really well done. But please let.
This is what the playoffs are all about. When you get into best of 3 territory, you never know what to expect. M80 deliver Shopify Rebellion's very first map loss on the stage, and it comes at a pretty big moment.
Oh, it was such a good back and forth. I mean, the attacks from M80, it was every round was going back and forth. Once the sides swap, I think that's where we saw M80 just kind of run away with it a little bit. They were so consistent. I mean, Shopify was taking control of all the opening engagements on their own defenses. M80 was fighting back, still going trade for trade, but some rounds just wouldn't go in their favor. It looked like reminiscence of that OXG matchup. But then once they got to their defenses, wow. I mean, constantly getting that first pick, falling back, so much utility in the site that SR had no real way of breaking it apart.
It was definitely a tale of 2 halves because the first half, Shopify on the defense were composed, they were locked in. M80, they did try to ramp up the pace and get through that, but they still weren't able to do it too much to start.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and I can appreciate M80. What I said is, you know, if there was one thing I wanted to see from them was just interrupt the comms. And especially when we saw in some of those attacking rounds in particular, they were truly interrupting the comms on SR's side. I mean, specifically in round 4, this was a prime example of a hot and cold coming up from basement, getting that knife kill, which then is sounding the alarm. They're in sight, they're in sight. But when you know you have to play this site, you just need the top floor control. And this does go back to me highlighting Surf, being calm, being comprised, being that supportive line that you need when everything else fails, and he does end up bringing back that round. But again, I mean, this really came down to M80 getting a couple of those attacks underneath their belt and then pivoting on their defense and just shutting down Shopify. And honestly, that is the first time I've really seen Shopify just kind of not really in a position to bring a round back. M80 just was nailing it each and every single round, just not letting them get any foot in the door.
That really was the game plan for M80. Like on attack, it was a little questionable. Like, yes, that Amaru round worked out, but then they lose it out in the end. But every attack round was constant aggression at first to be able to get in the building. And then that's where we saw the standstill. But once we saw M80 go on defense, they do that initial fight to stop SR from getting in the building or the initial position that they would come into, get that pick, and then you can just see the calculatedness of M80 just falling back and just playing on utility. They realized that shutting down those shields early, banning them out, Shopify didn't really have a clear, safe way to be able to take position and gather information without risking a body. And as soon as M80 would get that body, they'd fall back, and it was just, they played so good off of each other towards the end, grouping up, focusing on the trades. And SR, I mean, if it wasn't down to a really big individual play, it didn't look like they were really getting themselves back in these rounds once they lost that opening pick.
Yeah, who knew that just 2 attacking wins would be enough to do it? That helps when you go 5-0 flawless on the defensive half. We move into Night Haven next. Lax, tell me what this means, having just seen Chalet. This was Shopify's map pick. We now go to M80 territory.
Yeah, it was. I'm honestly expecting kind of the same bans. I mean, to alleviate that pressure from the shields and what Troy can bring to just dissect a site and then constrict it once you go for that late round execute. But I think we also have to address the elephant in the room here for the side of Shopify. Is Troy not getting a kill? I believe he got 1 kill, maybe 2 kills at the end there. But sure, you know, we can accompany that. You know, you're a support. You shouldn't be getting a lot of kills. You're the IGL. But at the end of the day, those do start adding up when it comes round to round, where that 1 kill, you stay alive, you win that gunfight. That takes pressure off from your teammates, and I think it is really going to be a big factor here if he can actually start ramping up, even getting, you know, 3-4 kills in the round, not having as many deaths. I really think that is the main key takeaway from that game, Chalet, of Troy not being able to find success in his own right.
Yeah, I mean, completely. I think it's okay not to get kills if you're substituting that with getting information on shields or using your utility to clear out other defender-sided utility. But that's not what we were seeing. A lot of those times in those late-round situations, Canadian was one of the players that was alive, still with Capital bolts in his pocket or utility that could be used. No shield to get information early. I mean, I'd love to see if M80 goes for the same Monty and Blitz ban. I'm hoping to see Canadian get on the BB a little bit or get a little bit more information-orientated ops just so he can gather his team collectively to go for these executes. Just a little bit better utility management too. And also, getting into the building was so crucial on Chalet. They could not do it. I mean, we saw it. M80 had 5 opening kills on their defense. So obviously, that's the first step. You need to be able to get in safely. And I think Shopify, right now, usually they can do it, but right now they can't do it without the shields. So I'm expecting to see Troy bring out that BB.
Yeah, hopefully they'll be able to step it up some other way, right? Get those entry kills with that BB or, you know, the good old-fashioned way without a shield. But you might need it. You're going to Night Haven next, as we talked about, Lax, where obviously we talked about those entries. Is that going to be where Shopify have to put kind of all their focus as we go into this next map? Or, like, is maybe some stepping up on the defense possible as well?
I mean, the defense is obviously they're going to start here. They're going to be comfortable. They don't have to play too aggressive. They really can force M80 into their sights. What I'm expecting is they get rid of a lot of the wall denial. Well, not wall denial, but the wall being breached. So I'm expecting an ace. I'm expecting a thermite being removed so they can sit in sight a little more comfortably. But again, what it really comes down to is then on those attacks, if we're going to see Troy on those shields, and then yes, absolutely those opening picks are going to be important. But again, to highlight the bigger picture, it's Troy really stepping up in his own right and finding a few more of those kills and not allowing some of these picks to fall in where then another player has to piggyback off of where he left off.
Well, a lot of questions for Labs as we go there next. We wait to see if Shopify can bounce back from their first map loss of the stage. They'll need to if they want to lock in one of those top 2 spots right now. We're going to step aside for a short break, and when we return, map number 2 will get underway.
Map number 1 was quite a stunner, Jesse. I don't think either of us expected M80 to take Shopify Rebellion's first map loss, period, in such dominant fashion. And yet here we are, now set up quite nicely for M80 on their own map to not just take one map, but 2 from Shopify Rebellion and advance to the upper bracket finals, which, for those that aren't in the loop regarding our schedule, will be played later today. That's right. The winner of this series and the winner of Dark Zero versus Wildcard, which will be up next, will both make it to the upper bracket finals, which will be played in just a matter of hours. Shopify Rebellion entered today without a single loss. In fact, the only point they dropped was because they prevailed a single time in overtime. M80 is the only team so far to take a map off of them. Will Shopify Rebellion continue to bleed here on Labs, or will they have found a way to seal the wound and recover gracefully in time for map number 3?
Well, Parker, it's always going to be more difficult in playoffs. That's not what we wanted to see. We'll go quickly over the operator bans in this game as we start to load on in. It does feel like M80 have been going through some big bans. I think we might throw it to a quick break here, though, Parker, and we can touch on the bans just after.
right, well, we got through the operator bans just in time for everything to implode. But the implosion is finished, and we have rebuilt from the ground up. And here we are on Nighthaven Labs. Jesse, you wanted to talk about the operator bans. Now seems to be the perfect time to do so.
I've been itching and waiting to talk about these op bans, Parker, so I'm glad we can finally get in the server and talk about them. From M80's side of things, Kaid, by far the most commonly banned operator here on Nighthaven Labs. Mira, not the most common partner. Usually you'd see a bandit, but the second most common, we often do see the Mira coming through. Usually for defenders, you got to decide, are you going to ban double shield on Nighthaven or are you going to ban double hard breach? Shopify go the double hard breach route. They interestingly go for the Maverick and Ace combination, which is a little bit odd. Usually you do see more of the Habana and Thermite bans go before that Maverick, but still an interesting strategy coming out from Shopify. Maverick can be an extremely good operator when countering stuff like bandit batteries, which are currently being brought by Spoit. So we'll see what they can do when we get to the IT wall. No utility being used seemingly for this connector wall. As we start to get everything opened, now IT will be the problem.
I've seen plenty of teams struggle with opening up this IT wall, but one operator that is providing pretty good value is this Fuse, or at least in theory, it should be. Don't bother to bring a Maverick, you have to bring other tools. I do like these bans from Shopify, to your point. Not every team has a good Maverick on it. Kino played this op, I think, almost every round yesterday. You can correct me if I'm wrong on that one, but when Labs was played between M80 and OXG, there was a pretty common occurrence. Oh my goodness, Hodden, how do you miss that against Surf? You had every opportunity. M80 does answer back, though. They double up on kills. Now Canadian will die too, leaving Ambi and Rexin, but Ambi and Rexin are putting in all the work. Immediately getting a kill apiece. Ambi tussled with from the side, pivoting over to take care of Gunner, and now he's boxed Diffuser out. Diffuser sitting over by that fish haul, looking to get into CC. Ambi did have a bit of a sluggish first match, and he'll make up for lost time here on Labs. Rexin credited with the final kill, and what could have been a great start for M80 falters at the last minute. Shopify Rebellion pick up round one.
Big 2v4 from Ambi and Rexin. That's a nice little combo play from the oldest, or the longest standing Shopify Rebellion members, I should say. They got an early pick onto Hot and Cold, who brought that Fuse kit over towards Fish, but nobody was really following up Hot and Cold. So with a minute 40 still on the clock, everybody on M80 kind of went into panic mode after Houghton went down with the Diffuse kit. This is going to be the kit dropping right here. Houghton puts it on the floor, and then every other M80 player fighting over by Raptors. One Kiba barrier causing so many issues as they try to walk in from IT. Nice. There's a reason why Azami is often called the strongest defender in the game, and that's a big reason why. You set her up inside of Raptors, and she can be so devastating to try to remove from the game. So nice little play coming out from Shopify there. They got quite aggressive in the 2v4 situation, but that's exactly what they had to do to get those kills back. Excellent performance from both Rexin and Ambi.
Rexin has been one of the best players for Shopify Rebellion up to this point. He was a huge reason why SR remained so competitive on Chalet. Big moments that he had with Ambi, with Spoit, and with Surf, all on either attack or defense. Here as a defender, he's going to provide great value yet again on Bandit, but it's the killing potential that really comes with it. Bandit is a great utility op, especially if you know that you need to keep those walls reinforced and electrified, but he also has a great arsenal. That MP7 is an excellent weapon, easy to control. One of the few guns that you can use without a housing or an optic, which obviously the optic that you choose to use now impacts your ability to play, but also brings a nitro cell. Really not a bad operator. The only time you wouldn't want to bring a bandit is if you don't need any electrification. Speaking of electricity, it's through electrical that M80's advance will come. Ambi is immediately punished for it. Spoit falls off after using a nitro cell, and a tiny bit of damage is done to Hot and Cold, but beyond that, M80 has a great start in the first 50 seconds.
Yeah, you love this entry. They were really focusing Spoit, who was solo on that top floor, but that's not where the opening pick came in. It was the mid floor where they found Ambi. That was supposed to be where Spoit was falling off to. Spoit has found his way back towards his teammates. He's currently sitting in cafeteria, can probably go down those vending stairs if he wants to retreat to site. At the same time, though, you've got kind of a decision to make as Shopify Rebellion. Are you going to try to roam and commit to a more aggressive play, or are you confident in that 4v5 anchor setup? I will say, if they do choose to fall back without contesting these top floor players, they're going to have to deal with quite a bit of soft breach. Giveni running that ram here is going to make it really painful to try to go for a full site execute. Canadians sit at the top of cargo stairs. They can't safely go towards Animus. They've still, of course, not got control over vending either. So Shopify aren't holding a lot of the top floor, but the places they are holding are very important. M80 will need to remove one of these two players if they want to go for a push anywhere on the map. Very much seems like it's going to be an Animus push, but again, you need cargo control for this, at least historically.
Hot and Cold had some problems taking an engagement in round number 1. This time he'll try to get the diffuser down and the smoke falls short. Surf is not able to hit Hot and Cold. Finally, damage is being done. Hot might die for it, but the case goes down all the same. Follow-up gas from Surf lands, and there's still one in back pocket too. Diffuser is looking for a way out, and he will find it. A bit of a goofy interaction there, but M80 are able to get out of the building.
Reloading, cover me.
Now it's Kino sitting in a similar spot looking for that follow-up. Diffuser will continue to run away from the case as the timer runs down. Gunner punishing Spoit for it. He's on the main floor. He'll have a kill hole to look at just as Gavin does. I don't like this for Shopify Rebellion at all, Jesse. M80 are in such a strong position. They trickle on in. Down goes Rexon. Down goes Surf. And down goes the round for Shopify Rebellion as M80 pick up their first round after what could have been round number 1 breaking in their favor too. I like what we're seeing from M80 so far, even if it is a tie game.
I'm getting flashbacks of Nighthaven basement attacks from Beast Coast with that round. You can see just how much they love going for that Animus push. They really rushed it very fast, and I think caught Shopify off guard. It forced Surf to panic a little bit when he threw that first Toxic Babe, and then it just didn't land. I'm not sure how that doesn't hit Hot and Cold, but the first one did not land onto the Blitz, which made all the difference in that round. If Houghton had to get off, then that's a completely different ballgame. Slows down the whole round. That plant probably doesn't happen, but it's just that slight misplay from Surf. It doesn't quite hit with the Toxic Babe. And again, comes off of how quickly that push was thrown out by M80. You notice how fast they were moving on Chalet with a couple of big Amaru rushes coming out from Hot and Cold. This one, no Amaru necessary, but still bring that execute in very early in the round. Once more, did not have cargo control, so it was very risky to go for that Animus plant, but they knew they had a shield on their back. They knew it was Canadian sitting with the flash in cargo, so it's not like he was going to rush down and shoot your planter anyways. Nicely done on the side of M80. Those fast pushes are something Shopify will need to adapt to in this series.
Yeah, they struggled with it in map number 1, and they still seem to be having some issues with it here on map 2. The one critique that has been tossed at Canadians' team is that sometimes they are a bit too slow to adapt and a bit too slow on attack. As defenders, you don't really need to be fast, but you do need to be prepared for the speed of a quick execute. Fabian, who's going to be coaching this M80 team for, I assume, the foreseeable future, likely has a very good read on this. We are not just witnessing two good teams collide, but we are also watching what will likely be a coaching showcase. Super has a great mind for this game. Fabian has a great mind for this game. Both of them have proven their worth, though Fabian is a little bit ahead in the winning department. Though you've got Canadian on the side of Shopify Rebellion with all the hardware in his proverbial trophy case. That said, Fabian can easily read into this. If he thinks that Shopify's main Achilles heel defending on this map is speed, then get M80 in as quickly as they can. They read Ambi, they read Surf. Gavin is killing every single thing that walks in front of him. What did he finish with? 15 kills in map number 1. He's already at 4 through 3 rounds. An impressive tally, and he is stacking up so well against the offensive threats of Shopify Rebellion.
Really good entry from M80. They clearly knew exactly what this defense was going to look like. They've seen it before as Shopify ran a very similar setup a couple weeks ago back when they played Cloud9. It's a weird bomb site. Not many teams play kitchen and cafeteria, but M80 played it yesterday on their game against Oxygen. Shopify played it in the past too. Basically, every operator is the same from Shopify. The one exception would be Surf on the Azami. Spoit on, yeah, look at this. Spoit on the Scopos, but they know he's up here. They know he likes to play Scopos top floor, so they track him with the Deimos. They try to hunt down a kill. He's down the stairs, but there's another player waiting for him at the bottom. It's Gunner.
And they're going to fall completely apart. Spoit and Canadian in the ground. It's Rexon with 4 kills. An impressive tally, but really the only good showing at this point on the side of his team. He's got a great weapon and he's got good positioning. He's far enough back where they will have to engage him directly, but he'll get tracked now. So the jig will be up. Takes down Kino. These isolated engagements will continue, but it's Diffuser to secure kill number 5 and give M80 back-to-back rounds. A bit troubling here for Shopify Rebellion. This map picked by M80, which means that SR gets the better side in their eyes, which means that Shopify Rebellion should be running up the score at this point in time. They are not. That is a problem. M80 doing the job on attack, and now we'll go to the final wave of operator bans.
Blitz ban, I wonder? Yeah, Blitz ban and paired with a bandit as well. Makes a lot of sense based on what we saw in those first 3 rounds. I gotta question that decision to go kitchen cafeteria. It's not thought of as a very strong bomb site. Storage and control was open. That would have been the expected position. And it's not like M80 are a great team at attacking storage. They went 0 for 2 attacking storage and control so far in the NAL against both Envy and OXG. So it's not like they've mastered attacking that bomb site or anything. Instead, Shopify choose to go for the bomb site. That's a lot less common. They play basically the exact same defensive setup that they played earlier in the season against Cloud9. M80 were super ready for it. They had a smart entry through the bottom floor. They very much predicted exactly what that defense was going to look like. So, odd choice from Shopify Rebellion. I don't expect them to repeat that setup. They'll probably go over to storage and control for round number 6 if it's the only thing left up. But for now, something to think about a little bit later in the game. They've gotten that blitz off the board. That was a key operator in clearing out both that second round and third round. So hopefully they can avoid some of those mistakes going into that second quarter.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb. Camera ready.
The little quirk that we saw in the matchups yesterday on Labs was the opposite side of that rafters wall getting reinforced. We see things a little bit more normal this time with that most rightward panel getting opened up, which means that you'll have to take a direct engagement with the door on rafters. Usually why an Azami is on the board is to plug that door and then also plug the pillar that leads to the window on rafters. It's hard to visualize this, and we don't really have an opportunity to show it on the screen just because we are in the midst of action. But there you go. Look at that. See? Kudos to our observing team. That's a perfect setup, and it just provides a bunch of hurdles that you have to get through. Kiba barriers obviously aren't what they were a year or two ago, where they were only destroyable or destructible by explosives. Now you can shoot through them. Still, the greater thing is that, like frost mats aren't fatal any longer, you have to pick your target. Do you continue to shoot the Kiba barrier and let your presence be known, or do you try to get around them and take an engagement 1v1? That's the problem a lot of teams have, and that's exactly why we see those Kiba barriers get used there, to eat up time, eat up utility, and possibly prompt a fight.
Yeah, Kiba's certainly a bit more exposed and a bit more vulnerable than they used to be, but dumping your magazine into a Kiba is still a great way to get swung and your head blown off. So still a difficult challenge for teams to deal with. Raptors isn't going to be the main focal point, though. They've gotten good control of jungle. They're going to go in through connector, in through electrical to try to get to the bomb site, it does seem. They've still brought hot and cold on the Monty after his blitz gets spanned out. He still has plenty of options, and Gunner on the Blackbeard as well. Look at this, though. They opened some ghost pressure over towards connector, and now they say that's not actually where we're pushing. We're about to rush in through fish.
There's going to be that gas that hot and cold will breathe in. He's breathing an awful lot of it, continuing to get around. The cavalry arrives, but a bit too late. Spoit and Surf rebuffing Shopify Rebellion as they enter. Diffuser on the board for M80 is really all they can get, but Shopify Rebellion have done an excellent job blocking this entry point. All of the shields being brought, and for what? It's Gunner on a single point of HP with a shield still in front of his face, so at least a bit more power there for M80. What was an early break favoring Shopify Rebellion has immediately tightened up. 3v3 with 40 seconds left to go. Down goes Kino. So we finally see some life on the side of Shopify Rebellion. Gunner dropped 2. There was very little that remained of him, and now it's all up to Diffuser, who admittedly is leading the team with 5 kills. He takes a moment with the clock to get Gunner back up, but this is still quite a grim situation for M80 to fight out of. Rexon on the ground with some pings. Spots the Blackbeard, throttled by Gunner, but it's traded out perfectly. Now it's Diffuser in a 1v2. Playing inside of the site, but being spam pinged as he looks to collect on this information. Jiggle peeking away, taking down Ambi, but where is Canadian? Miles away. Diffuser with the case in hand. Canadian will need to get back up to the bomb site, but he's thinking otherwise. Canadian's reluctance might have just cost them the round, and it will! He thought that Diffuser would fake and tried to play the clock. but pros don't fake, and Diffuser saves the day.
Right before that push, Diffuser set up an air jab at the top of Fish stairs, and that's what slowed Canadian just enough to prevent him to get to Diffuser. It was at the last second when Canadian was trying to run back up. There was barbed wire there too, so that he couldn't get there in time, and then Diffuser much better on the angle. Brilliant shot. That 3v3 should have never been winnable for M80. After Kino went down, it was just two guys at the top of Aqua Stairs. Everybody on Shopify knew where they were. Surf once again got a down on the defuse kit. It was a great play by Spoit, bottom of the Aqua Stairs as well, to be able to find that pickup. So it really did feel like Shopify held all the cards. They knew exactly where that push was going to come from. The bait play of opening up jungle and then moving over to Fish just didn't really do anything for M80. It was read really well by Shopify Rebellion, but in the end, Diffuser's positioning after Hot and Cold goes down was really, really good. I say Hot and Cold, it was Gunner on the Blackbeard. Wins the 1v2. Canadian, did he try with the Nitro Cell? Didn't even try to launch that C4. Didn't feel like he had the information despite the Valkyrie that was on the board. That's a tough one to lose if you're the Rebellion.
Yeah, I would be bummed by that one. And obviously they immediately call their timeout because that's a backbreaker right there. Jesse, I'm gonna dive into the stats on the maps here, but I want you to contextualize them for me. Nighthaven Labs is towards the bottom in terms of pick rates or play rate. It did see quite a boost yesterday because it was played in best of threes that we witnessed. It is a defender-sided map. 56% of all the rounds played have been won by the defenders. That means that all things considered, defenders should win 3 rounds, maybe 4. 5 is probably a little out of reach, but
5 seconds left.
what do we need to say about M80 whenever we bring up those numbers?
Attacker's objective is to locate
I mean, M80 have been the most attacker-sided team so far through this stage. I will say, after yesterday's loss to OXG, they lost that stat. Now Shopify are both the best attacking and defending team in the league. So that maybe throws a bit of a wrench into the plans. Specifically on Nighthaven, though, M80 do kind of follow the trend. It's been a defender-sided map for them, too. They've played 13 defensive rounds so far this stage, up against both Envy and OXG. They've got a 77% win rate, never losing on the middle floor, only losing once on the top floor through 5 rounds played, and then basement, they've lost a couple of rounds on their defensive side. So this doesn't get much easier for Shopify in the second half, I will say. M80 have been a good team, I think, top to bottom, historically on their attacks and on their defense on this map. So I'm not sure, Parker. It might be a bit easier for them because they've seen more of those defensive rounds from M80. But at the moment, I do think Shopify would be really hoping to get a 3-3 split because I think their attacking half is going to be struggling a bit more.
I don't really like this if I'm Shopify. Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned. Again, there is a lower bracket that we go into. We don't use the word losers because we don't like to call people losers. That's very offensive. It will hurt their feelings. So we have an upper bracket and a lower bracket. Yesterday, OXG and Space Station both ended up in the lower bracket. Now, if my eyes don't deceive me, the loser here will go and play up against OXG, which would mean that if M80 loses, it would be a rematch.
Loser plays Space Station.
Sorry?
Loser plays Space Station.
Well, they've swapped the bracket on me then. Look at that. See, that's why I said if my eyes don't deceive me. But guess what? They do. So there will be no rematch to be had if M80 loses, but right now they are firmly in the driver's seat. There is still a chance that you can be one of those top 4 teams. You just got to do it through the lower bracket. There's a brief bit of action now, and right amidst the smoke, Gavin with the case will get Diffuser down, but immediately lots of damage done to the scores of M80 players all in the same area. Kino watching for something, punishing Canadian as he gets swung. Some damage is done to him. He tries to get out of there. They have to be very wary of the kill holes from above. Surf takes down Gunner. Kino is moving a bit too quickly to take advantage of the ability to see through the smoke. Surf is last one standing. He's got a bevy of pings below him, but he'll look through the kill holes. There was a drone watching him that entire time, and now he will drop. Diffuser planted yet again. You talked about M80's ability to get that diffuser down in this league. It will continue here, as M80 are very well situated to pick up a 4th attacking round. Unless, of course, we can see an incredible moment from Surf. We'll immediately hop on that diffuser, but Hot and Cold is there. Surf falls off. Kino gets the job done. Excellent teamwork by M80 and a 4-1 half so far. They are speed running their way to the upper bracket final. One more round in this first half.
I love that push. You alluded to it. M80, once again, the highest plant percentage team, planting in 44% of their attacks so far through the North America regular season. That's before today's playday, of course. So really good focus on the diffuser, getting it down to the ground, even though diffuser himself was the opening death. And once again, I mean, this Animus push really reminds me of that Beast Coast team back in Manchester, planting behind the Monty shield, bar for bar, what they did when they became major champions. But now, without Spirits on the team, they've got Kino. He brings his own spice to this lineup. He can play on the glass, has excellent coverage. I've once again said that he is the single best sniper player, both on Glaz and Kali, that we see in the North America League. So really nice stuff coming out from Kino on the coverage. Smart play from M80, really well coordinated to get that kit down. And good adaptation as well. You know, once it was clear that Animus push wasn't really going to go their way, once that was too obvious of a plant spot, they just rotated over to the XO door. They're happy to plant in a different location, something that's going to be a little bit tougher for Surf to deny from up above. So I like that late round decision making from M80 as well. And Parker, I mean, they are halfway to the upper bracket semifinals. Yep. They're 3 rounds is all that separates them. And we feel like we just started this game.
Yeah, I mean, we had a longer delay than might actually end up being played in this server. And I know it sounds very basic, but you're a team like M80, you're looking at this and you're thinking, okay, in about 10 minutes, we could have clinched our spot in that upper bracket final, which means, for the record, you have another match today. The only 2 teams that will be playing twice today are the winners of this series and then the Dark Zero Wildcard series. Because we have a lower bracket, that means most of the lower bracket matches will happen tomorrow and the next day, before, of course, we get to the grand final. DZ Wildcard will be coming up immediately after this series concludes, and the winner of that series will go up against the winner here. It was safe money to start the day that it would be Dark Zero and Shopify Rebellion playing that upper bracket final, just based off of group stage results. But there is a reason why we say that a match is not played on paper, it's played in the server. And as you can find, despite the community vote overwhelmingly favoring Shopify Rebellion, both of the analysts overwhelmingly favoring Shopify Rebellion, it's been M80's match to lose so far today.
To get there, though, they're going to have to do something they haven't done so far this stage, and that's win a main floor attack on Nighthaven. They are 0 for 2 so far in their previous game against OXG. Hot and Cold's going to start by clearing out this top floor, finding a couple of defenders inside of security. He knows where these guys are at. Doesn't have anybody really with him, though. Kino's in IT, but he's more focused on ripping up the floorboards. You can tell M80 don't care to clear out the top floor because they're going to just plant inside of storage. As long as they can lock down IT, clearing out these defenders isn't the most important thing in the world. If Gavin can work a pick, then he'll absolutely take that. But the goal is really going to be lock down IT, make sure Kino can play the vert, and then Gunner's going to jump in and try to plant inside of storage with those smokes when the time arises.
There goes Gavin, a great start to what could be a very critical round. And oh, a missed opportunity by Kino. 1 kill is all he will find in that engagement over by IT, and because of that, it allows Shopify Rebellion to play with impunity. Diffuser now shrugging off these bullets, trying to track down Rexon, who's looking for double digits. Rexon very close to breaking 10, the first player in the server to do so in this map, should we get there, of course, but I suspect there will be many players from Shopify Rebellion looking for this final peak. This final swing, it'll come down to Surf, and he gets the job done. Diffuser can't surf. Shopify Rebellion takes 2 rounds. I don't know if that's a troubling sign for them or not, Jesse, but I think there is some concern amongst their ranks as we switch sides.
Especially if you got to think back to round 3, right? What if they had gone storage and control on that round rather than just on round 6? Maybe they get 2 wins on that main floor bomb site. Tough to say. It's ifs and buts. We can't dwell on the past, but Shopify Rebellion, it's a good storage and control defense regardless. The second Hot and Cold left that top floor in the Monty, there was about 4 players swinging Kino all by himself. That was after Gavin died as well. So top floor was completely gone, and then unfortunately Gunner, no hope, jumping in all by himself storage. I believe he died to the site player anyways. So on all fronts, that really crumbled for M80, but I think they're happy with a 4-2 split. They have a 77% defensive win rate on this map. Shopify Rebellion have a 50-50 win rate. They won 3 of their 6 rounds when they last played Cloud9 on this map. That was a 7-5 win for Shopify Rebellion. So up against Cloud9, not a playoff caliber team. That's maybe a bit worse of a scoreline than you were hoping for. It shows that there were some rounds being given up in VOD review as well for M80. Maybe part of the reason why they chose it. Some great gunplay from these top floor players of Ambi and Spoit, the entry duo of Shopify too, certainly helped to secure that round. Quickly on the op bans, very common for Shopify Rebellion and M80. Everybody is focusing the walls. Double hard breach, double electricity bans.
Leaves all the shields open, by the way. Shopify, as of right now, not running any, but there's still 20 seconds left for them to swap out some operators. It's not usual that we see a team commit to a full lineup and then stick with it without making a change.
Yeah.
Certainly appears to be the case, though. Oh,
there's one. Usually on Nighthaven top floor, like, it's very obvious the top floor will be the bomb site. So usually on the first round of defense, when it's obvious what the site will be, you can see fewer swaps.
I love the Cav here. I absolutely adore this play. And of course, it's Gunner, who's going to rat his way to a position out of prying eyes of Shopify Rebellion. All he needs to do is evade those drones, keep himself hidden, and oh, what a surprise it can be.
If he gets pinged, Ambi will certainly be able to hunt him down on the Deimos, but otherwise, there's not great tools to hunt down the Cav. There's no Jackal for footprints. There's no Lion to block him down once you've droned him. There's no Dokkaebi, of course, would be the primary operator you want to clear out the Caveira. And as we see now from the HUD on Ambi, they have not been able to ping out the Cav. So that says to me they probably have not droned the Cav at all, and it'll be all in Gunner's hands on what type of a play he wants to make. At the moment, we've got Spoit over towards meeting. An air jab up the top of lobby stairs could be problematic for Gunner, I'll say that.
I'm very curious to see the pacing of Shopify Rebellion. This to me will show their confidence level with their attacks, because there's still plenty of match to play. And while we've been singing the praises of M80, and rightfully so, it's their map. They started on what should be the worst side. If Shopify Rebellion can go for the jugular and be quick, something that the team has struggled with in the past, I think it could set us up for a great showdown through this second half that makes overtime seem quite likely, but they cannot get bogged down. And of course, part of that is going to be respecting this defense that's structured by M80 too. Teams can be as quick as they want, but if the defenders are ready for it, you'll be in trouble. Gunner is still lurking somewhere off-site as Ambi's attention is now towards the bomb sites and ensuring that there isn't a push from that panel rotate out onto rafters. All the while this is happening, you can see that M80 are quite far back, frankly. The bomb site looks pretty open, and Rexon will determine that as he Twitch drones his way through. The main obstacle is going to be confronting hot and cold on this shield.
And they still don't have a lot of control. Nobody's pushing fish on the side of Shopify Rebellion. Nobody's over towards electrical either. I guess they've got Ambi here on the window. If they can control this part of the map, that would be big. But Gunner is making his flank. He's at the top of lobby right now.
And there we go. Not an interrogation to be had, though. Gunner eliminating Ambi. Too worried about the follow-up response, but the Cav is on the board. They know that now. Surf will falter too as Chaos is thrown into the mix. Look at Spoit on the ground, worming his way in. Canadian dusted off by hot and cold. The Cav looking for a retake back to the site. Spoit is poised and ready for this, but he cannot dwell. They're running out of time. Rexon takes down Kino. Spoit is still alive. Somehow he survives that shotgun blast from Gunner and will now try to get Diffuser down, but his coverage has just died. Rexon is good but gone. Spoit pops up, and he's just about out of time. Gavin can run from home. Spoit knows it, and instead of giving him the kill, Spoit will give him the round. Peeling off of the case, but the objective reigns supreme. M80 wins the very first round of the second half and are now just 2 away from an upper bracket finals.
Well played by Gunner. I love the timing of that flank. You saw he was in position at the very start of the round. He could have got a lot earlier to try to fight Spoit, but he instead chooses to flank a lot later, finds Ambi as he eventually jumped on into meeting. I think as soon as he realized, hey, there's some pressure over towards electrical, that's when he decided to make that move. Good information being called out by his teammates for that play as well. it wasn't just the Cav, of course, that caused that round to go their favor. There was some really good clash play from Hot and Cold, which made running in through Electrical just a nightmare. I don't believe they ever got the connector wall open. No, it was closed the entire time. So odd to see Shopify struggle with that. I guess they didn't really bring much hard breach. It was just Canadian with the can openers. Certainly with both Ace and Thermite being banned out, it can be tough sometimes to get those walls, but the brunt of your push being through Electrical, the fact that you didn't have those jungle walls open made it really awkward to have that push, especially against a clash. And then, yeah, I mean, the Cav from Gunner not making it any easier, that's for sure.
I did love the Cav. I would have died for an interrogation right there. But I mean, obviously the right call was made by M80. I am curious if Shopify knew about the Cavs' presence earlier on, if they had a suspicion, but
I don't think they did, to be honest.
I don't think so either. I just don't want to look foolish and say for certain one way or another.
Fair, that's fair.
But I mean, when you have a Cav on the board, there's a lot of psychological play too that needs to be considered. I mean, you know that a Cav can creep up on you and be silent without you knowing. And when the cut and thrust happens, we're talking 40 seconds left, 30 seconds left, whatever that window may be for the execute, you can't have everybody focus directly on what's going on the bomb site, because that's exactly the point in time that a Cav finds such huge value. Obviously outside of a surprise Cav showing up in the first 30 to 45 seconds of a round when somebody enters solo, which has happened before, frankly. I mean, Ambi is usually the culprit for that, rightly or wrongly. He does tend to entry solo often, and he could have very easily been punished by that. But Shopify Rebellion are playing a lot closer together. They're playing more like a unit. And if you're just dealing with a Cav and a Cav alone, that's a great way to play it. It's a great way to play it across the board, but especially if there's a Cav present.
They can't dwell on it right now. Shopify Rebellion in a horrible situation, down 5-2. Good work over by Raptors. They saw that bulletproof camera on the side of Garage as well, which was caught out earlier yesterday on the stream. Good entry from Rex and sneaks just into storage. They have no idea how deep he's gotten. Missed on the sound cue, and unfortunately Rexon doesn't have the defuse kit, so he can't start a plant, but having that control could make the rest of these M80 players start to panic. Canadian moves into the bomb site now, hoping to put that kit on the ground.
Got the sidearm out, and down goes Hot and Cold. Shopify Rebellion finally hitting their shots as they have an advantage in numbers. Gunner and Hot and Cold in the ground as Gunner is shaken off most of the issues that plagued him in map number 1. Air jab will go, Gavin's position given away, and you think he realizes what follows up is too much concern. He'll plug the hole with a Kiba barrier and back away as Canadian gets ever closer to this bomb site. He's effectively able to plant if he wants. There goes a Nitro cell though. Canadian gets baited into it, but Shopify Rebellion will have the last laugh. It leaves Diffuser as last man standing, and Spoit will crush him. Keeping this thing close. If that round had broken in favor of M80, that would have been series point for them. I still like M80's chances, but this is a far closer match than I think the scoreline suggests, and you can never count out a team like Shopify Rebellion. They dropped one map against M80 already. That's a stunner, and they could drop a second yet still, but M80 is going to have to work for this, and I think they know that they have to rise to the occasion.
Nice 3K from Spoit. I think it was really smart to drop to the basement. The plan was for Canadian to plant, and so if there's a Nitro cell down below from Hot and Cold, that would have been a huge disaster. Instead, it was a vertical Nitro, and although Spoit couldn't stop that from his former teammate of Kino, he did get the trade back and then found the final frag on Diffuser as well. Smart decision-making from Spoit, rotated up the vending stairs after he got that first pick down in the basement, so was always engaged in the fight. I also think it was a really good entry from Rexon. The fact that he got into storage without anybody seemingly noticing that, found the opening pick onto Gunner, the former teammates on Susquehanna Sonics, as you called them earlier. It's a really big, important kill that started off that round, that really cracked it wide open. Rexon actually growing up just a few minutes down the road from Gunner in Fresno, California. Managing to find his old teammate. I'm sure they'll be having some conversations about this game afterwards. Those are still close friends.
California, not an island. Not yet, at least, depending on how you see that fault line, depending on what it will do to the West Coast, that supposedly will cleave off an entire portion of the continent, but fingers crossed that never happens. We did have some words yesterday after the broadcast about whether Denmark was composed of islands, and I told you that this is where wiggle words squeeze in Montreal is an island, but a lot of people who live on it don't consider it to be an island because you have a safe way to get back to the mainland. Whereas you look at something like here in Canada, for example, you have like Vancouver Island, which the only way to get there is by plane or by ferry. It makes it feel a bit more like an island. You know, a bit of a distinction there.
Just the dumbest argument I've ever had.
I think we've had sillier arguments.
All right.
Like whether we live certain places.
Basement bomb site from M80 again. This has been one where they've had the lowest amount of success historically through stage 1, just a 33% win rate through 3 rounds, so a 1 and 2 stat line in their previous games against both Envy and OXG. Shopify Rebellion will be hoping to crack this wide open, but there's a pretty heavy roam game still going on. Gavin top floor, Hot and Cold, Gunner, and Diffuser all locking down these stairways back to the bomb site, and then Kino, the only person actually committing to anchoring on the site. Shopify Rebellion, no real map control at the moment.
Just sitting and waiting and droning at this current point in time. Surf will watch on cams as Rexon gets droned on in. I mean, this is the big issue with attacking this bottom floor bomb site. You open up the walls, then you have to assess. Is it a forward defense? Or do they have their forces spread out a little bit more? In this case, M80 has been playing far enough back on most of these bomb sites. They're actually giving Shopify Rebellion carte blanche to just walk on in. Whether that's a deliberate design because they think it weakens this Rebellion take or not, I'm not sure. It's something we'd have to talk to M80 about, but you know Fabian and that old Penta/G2 core love to play retake, so if he's the coach, it's entirely possible this is a dedicated strategy. Final 30 seconds now. Everybody's still alive in the server. This is the rarity with the way these two teams have played each other. First casualty will come with 25 seconds left. They trade out back and forth. Hot and Cold the first kill. Canadian in on one. Spoit will get on the board too. M80 still holding their breath as now Surf has been dropped. Spoit and Canadian are a single point of HP. Gavin and Kino will have to tie this together as Kino's last one with 10 seconds left on the clock. He sure has his work cut out for him. He needs to find an opportunity here for the Nitro cell. They are running out of time. He tosses it, but there's just too many Shopify Rebellion players watching that angle, and it's a 1-round game now. A comeback from the attackers as they close this gap, and M80 feels their grip on the game slowly weakening.
There's a great point made by Laxing in the pregame desk, how he wanted to see Canadian getting more of those shield players jumping onto the Blackbeard so that he could find more of those frags. And it's absolutely true that Canadian can hit those shots, and certainly when he has a shield in front of him, that's what he's able to do. Big 2K as they push him through EXO. Not sure if they were 100% expecting that flank in from M80 coming down the vending stairs to cause that big pinch, but they reacted to it really well, whether they expected it to come in or not. Nice little offensive play coming out through the EXO room to site. Don't know if that was... I mean, I really think they managed the clock well. They didn't want to engage with the roamers. We see this quite often from attacking teams on Nighthaven, where if there's a really heavy roam presence, sometimes you don't need to contest it, right? You get in through cafeteria, you get in through vending, you get in through EXO, and then that's your plant. You can hold it from outside the main breach as well. So took them some time, but they had their game plan the whole way through, and it was really well executed from Shopify Rebellion.
Very funny to watch the spirits on this team just switch so quickly. Shopify Rebellion was all smiles heading into round 1 of map 1. Very quickly, those smirks were wiped off of their face. Now the same thing is happening to M80, as again, their grip on this matchup is slowly weakening. It's really well played by Spoit. He just had an absolute banner of a round. And I mean, if you don't see his individual contributions there helping the team, then I would ask you to go get your eyes checked. A 1-round game now. M80 still hoping to translate this better side, the side that they did not get to pick, but are probably very happy for. Unless, of course, teams do from time to time like to take the harder side first. I think it's Team Liquid that we've chatted about a few times, where they say, let's get the harder side out of the way. It motivates us a little bit, and then we try our damnedest in the second half to catch up. Now, I will say, Team Liquid are maybe a poor example of this, because Team Liquid seem to be their own worst enemies more often than not. They make the job harder than it needs to be. And Liquid has really struggled to be a dominant presence for quite some time now. They were actually on the verge of missing out entirely on the playoffs of the South America League, but managed to claw it back and are now impressing us with their action. That said, I mean, adversity is just a word at the end of the day. And there's theory behind why teams want to do this. Maybe Shopify Rebellion thought, let's get the harder side out of the way and then we'll coast the rest of it. Maybe it will work against M80. If you think a team's resiliency is quite poor, give them the easier side to start with and then watch them tilt off the planet as you claw it back in the second half. That could be the thinking behind it. You'd have to talk to one of these teams, depending on who it is, in a winner's interview. Oh my goodness. M80 was prepared and ready for this. Ambi finds one, but knows from that angle with the shotgun, he's not going to be able to do much. Gunnar got the kill. Gunnar immediately dropped off, and Kino with the exact same shotgun will punish Spoit for it. That's Ambi and Spoit in the ground. Ambi seemed to be a bit surprised by how forward that player was on the side of M80.
Nice little play from Kino and Gunnar, duoing up at the top of Fish, making sure that they can get that man advantage. That's one of those kind of rush plays that we've seen a lot from M80 today, but Shopify, they don't lose too much, right? Yes, you dropped down 2 bodies, but you killed Gunnar in response. You still have your Ying from Surf with all 4 Candelas, and you've got Canadian with the Blackbeard shield. So there's still actually quite a bit of utility on the side of Shopify Rebellion. Loads of time to work with as well. So while I don't think plan A went very well for them, they've got a solid plan B. Question will be, where does Canadian want to go? Rexon hunting for picks at the stop of Fish, and he's likely to find one. He's got Canadian behind him if he wants Canadian to come and make the space, but Canadian's going to go Rafters instead and try to work from behind.
I mean, it's a dangerous fight for Rexon to take. There's a finish off by Kino. Rexon had been whittled down from those earlier engagements, and while the DMR that Twitch brings is quite the weapon, there's just too many angles that he has to deal with. Surf playing on Ying with the shotgun means if he wants something a bit longer range, he'll have to go with the sidearm. Canadian's having a good game in terms of the kills department, sitting right now actually ahead of Ambi, but that's not always a good sign for Shopify Rebellion. I mean, Fabian was the first one to say, whenever he was near the top frag of Penta, it meant the rest of the team was playing poorly, not that he was playing well. Don't know if the same applies here. Diffuser is flashed out, waiting for the jump in. He'll pull the trigger on the window, but nobody is giving him the bait now. Another Candela will go in. A brief flash. Surf is off to the races. Kino taken down by Canadian as now that barbed wire doing some damage, giving Surf's position away. He has to be very concerned with anything long range, so out comes that pistol. He and Canadian waltzing into the bomb site now, but Canadian gets dropped by Diffuser, and Gavin will get the final kill to secure match point for M80. 1 round away from the upper bracket finals.
In desperation, you got to take a risk. They risked it with a big rush over towards Fish, and then the third player going down, I think, was the real issue. With Rexon losing his fight to Kino was a real big problem. Then in the 2v4, you've got the crossfire set up, so you can't go in through IT. Tough spot to be in now. The pressure really starts to mount for Shopify Rebellion.
They've already used their timeout too. So all you can really do is try to get through this, through the prep phase, through the operator pick phase, and then into action. But my, what a disastrous result for Shopify Rebellion. I don't think anybody had them losing 2-0 on their bingo card. I mean, they're not an invincible team. They can lose. So losing in the playoffs against a major winning squad of M80, at least 4 of those 5 players, there's nothing to really sneeze at. I mean, it is a bit frustrating that Shopify, for their fans, would put on such a clinic in the group stages and then fail to win their very first playoff match. It will be intriguing to see what happens in our next game of the day, which will be Dark Zero versus Wildcard. That's another upper bracket semifinal. Because there is a thinking, Jesse, that if you get a bye, you are not as warmed up and not as prepared as the teams that need to slog it out through either the earlier playoff matches or even the lower bracket. And I mean, if you go back historically and look at the success of teams at majors, the team that emerges from the lower bracket is usually in a great spot to win the whole event. I mean, they've won multiple SIs coming from the lower bracket, and the thinking there, which comes all the way from the FGC, is that having to run the gauntlet through the lower bracket means that you are more prepared and you are more warmed up against your opponents who are coming in cold. And I will say, Shopify Rebellion certainly look like they're coming in cold.
Yeah, and I mean, I think there was a great tweet by Fabian yesterday, Ever the Optimist. He said, one good thing with playing so poorly is that it's hard to get much worse. I think what he meant by that is that they could work through a lot of issues in that game against OXG, maybe an easier opponent. I think they learned a lot from that game. They maybe knew what their weaknesses would be and saw them get exploited in terms of their communication in those late chaotic rounds. Feels like they have absolutely fixed that on the side of M80, and they've got some really strong pressure being thrown at Shopify Rebellion. This game is not over. We could see this bounce back. It's only 2 rounds to force the overtime. This storage bomb site has been tough for SR, though. It's one that M80 can hold really strongly. Without the Monty as well, that's what they used last time to make this push happen. It's going to be even more difficult for Shopify to lock it in.
Canadian's position on rafters, now known as that bulletproof camera put up about 90 seconds ago, has now been taken care of, and will confront Gavin now playing over by Fish. Out will go a grenade, and you can see some good reads there from a drone as it displaces those M80 players. Down goes Gunner at the hands of Rexen. So Shopify desperate to stay in this match, desperate to keep their chances here in the upper bracket alive. Will get a very important pick. Rexen leveling up as he finds yet another. He finds a 3rd kill as Canadian is taken down by Diffuser. Gavin on the ground, so Diffuser will need to ace clutch. It very much looks, Jesse, like we're about to go to the final round of regulation. What a shot by Diffuser on Despoit. Rexen with 15 kills, Diffuser with 11. And he knows at close range that super short he can pack a real punch. Up Gavin will get, so M80 now only trails by 1 with 30 seconds to go. Rexen holding the case, so Ambi and Surf will need to watch over top. Scramble from Gavin as he retakes on the top floor, and in his mind, there should be nobody from Shopify Rebellion up here. He'll look to go through the kill holes as the bomb site is down below, but playing it slow as there's a drone in front of him. Where is Diffuser? Inching up ever closer. He misses an opportunity on Rexen, takes him down, playing square against it. Gavin is on the ground. Diffuser fighting for his life in just 5 seconds. Again, he will need to collect every single kill. Surf at the halfway point. Diffuser missing the opportunity on the Nomad of Ambi. Ambi searching for kill number 6 as they will both swing around, and immediately Shopify Rebellion get the Diffuser down and scramble out of the bomb site. They're getting as far away from it as is possible. Diffuser has his work cut out for him. Boy, oh boy, what a clutch this would be. If he loses, Shopify Rebellion move within 1 round of tying things up. Top floor control now held by this Shopify Rebellion team. Diffuser keeps faking it just because he doesn't know their positions. Not everybody's above. Ambi will engage him, sees the shadow. All he needs to do is play time, and Ambi will square himself to the window and finish off Diffuser, while the case was just about out of time. Excellent post plant by Shopify Rebellion, and they hang on to dear life as we go to the final round of regulation.
Would have been one of the most beautiful clutches in Diffuser's career, maybe but too difficult, unfortunately. The 1v5 against Shopify Rebellion. It all comes off the back of Rexen, the longest standing member on this team. He's been the 3rd best player through the North America League this stage, posting up a 149 KDR. He has been so exceptionally good for the squad. Only trailing behind Citizen for DZ on KDR, and of course Ambi as well, who is currently the MVP in the league. It's been a really strong showing so far from Shopify Rebellion all season long. I think when they get that defuse kit down, that really shows their experience, shows how good they can be on a map like Nighthaven Labs. They go right back to playing the vertical after kit goes down. They're fully aware of where Diffuser's at, so they can kind of bait his positioning. There was information on that storage player. You got to wonder if Diffuser wins that second 1v1 inside of storage. He turns it to a 1v1 for the round. What happens at the end? But at the end, I think we're already asking too much of Diffuser. It was a great attempt by him nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, we can look at Diffuser and say, well, he didn't clutch that one. But I mean, he had every other kill. He was doing just about everything humanly possible, even getting Gavin back up from the dead. Like, what more can one single player do? A bit unhelpful for us to point fingers at the one guy who kept that round close. It was the rest of M80 that deserved the scrutiny, and I think people will obviously scrutinize. Shopify Rebellion now mounting an impressive comeback here in this second half, but they still have 1 more round to go. They have to get through this final attack before overtime kicks in. And there will be 3 rounds to determine which of these teams win the map. Shopify Rebellion prevail here, then both teams will have stolen each other's maps away, and then we'll have Border for the first time in a best of 3 here this stage as a decider. If M80 wins now or in overtime, that's it. They move on, and they will sit and wait for about 2 to 3 hours to see which team from that Dark Zero wildcard matchup will face off against them in the upper bracket final happening later today. That match is scheduled to start around 8 p.m. Eastern, but we are a touch behind just because of how deep into these games we've gone and the tech issues earlier. So if that Dark Zero wildcard match goes the full distance, and most importantly, if we have a third map here, Jesse, that upper bracket final might be starting quite late for both of these teams.
For sure. 4 smokes being held by Shopify Rebellion. They're going for a plant, likely just inside the control breach, although they've opened Animus now, so they've got a couple of different options. Very light pressure up above. It's mostly just Ambi who's trying to play top floor. Spoit as well, I should catch myself, actually finds the opening pick onto Gunner, so that's going to be one of those roamers down. Ambi with the logic bomb, hoping to hunt down the rest of these players. If they cannot win these duels, there's surely going to be a vertical denial from up above, but that pressure is really strong from Ambi and Spoit.
Yeah, rough start for M80, losing Gunner. Canadian shrugging off some damage that's done to him by one of the nitro cells, of which M80 has plenty. Diffuser falls as well, but M80 hits their shots and gets some good licks in on this Shopify Rebellion team. Most importantly, they've dropped Canadian and that Diffuser. I was Spoit assessing the Maverick that was done onto the wall by Surf, struggling to get through that position, and right now held at bay. The bigger issue for Shopify might just be that clock management, Jesse. 35 seconds left for them to grab the case, get into the site, and get that planted, which will put them at a disadvantage. Hot and Cold now tussling with one player of the Rebellion up top. Down goes Kino at the hands of Surf. Hot and Cold completely blind. He's the last one standing, and he's in a tough spot. He trades out Ambi, but overtime is on the board as the Rebellion live and die off of hope to win the final round of regulation.
Questions to be had about what happened to Kino and Gavin down inside the site. It was a good duel for Hot and Cold. Trading 1v1 with Ambi should have been enough because that site pressure from Shopify wasn't all that strong. They couldn't enter in through control. They only had the Animus breach to enter through, but somehow they worked picks onto both Kino and Gavin without losing even a single member for their troubles. Nice push down below coming out from Shopify Rebellion. There were some chaotic frags right before that happened. As soon as that Nitro went on to Canadian, I thought it was surely over. I thought that was going to be it. But no, the site players prevail on the side of Shopify, and somehow they bring this game back to overtime. Never quit, Shopify Rebellion. They are showing exactly why they're thought of as the best team in North America. They're not out until they're out.
It's not just they're thought of as the best team. Records suggest they are the best team. And again, M80 has already done something. Win or lose on this map, win or lose in this series. M80 has done something that no other team was capable of doing up to this point, which is taking a map off of Shopify Rebellion. The closest a team got was the dead last place Envy, who pushed Shopify Rebellion to overtime. Now, I will say this series is actually shaping up. This map in particular is shaping up very similarly to what we saw out of that Envy SR game. It looked like Shopify Rebellion was going to lose. They pushed back. They made it to OT. They won both of the OT rounds because, again, you can never count this team out. Ambi is starting to level up. Spoit has been getting better the deeper that they go into this map. If that's the case, and Spoit and Ambi are able to keep pace with a player like Rexon, who's been inarguably the best player so far in this lobby, then that's a troubling sign for M80.
We start top floor. So far, Shopify Rebellion have yet to be successful attacking on this site. They have been flawless on their attacks off of this site. So if they can win the bomb site now, that sets them up really nicely for the rest of OT. Even if they lose it, if they can get their own defensive half, you got to imagine that round 15 looks a little bit scary for M80. Regardless, that's looking a little too far ahead, though. And getting this win is going to be a lot harder if you can't get the ITE wall. They've been trying with these Habana pellets, but the mute jammers simply just existing inside of IT, they'll take a lot of time. Eventually, here come the impact EMPs, and that wall should become soft with this final explosion of Habana. There we go. You can now get that open with any number of shotguns or any number of utility to try to break that open without needing hard breach. 30 seconds, well, minute 30 seconds still in this game, though, and you've got a whole lot of other pressure on this map. M80 very happy with their situation. With Diffuser still in electrical, you've got players up towards top fish. Spoit down below might be the only bit of map control that Shopify really have firmly.
I love Canadian running that LMG on Capitao, by the way. That is something we almost never see, and it's good to be there. Diffuser will eject that Black Mirror and completely botch the Nitro Cell, costing dearly. Is Diffuser looking a little bit like me right there, just kind of moving in real life as he twists and turns. I don't know if you're one of those guys, Jesse, but sometimes I move when I'm seated. Now it's M80 picking up the pieces as they continue to defend. They take down Rex and the Big Bad, and with it, down will go all of those Bs from below. Spoit punishing Kino with the strongest secondary in the game in the hands of that Deimos. Shopify have opened up a window into the bomb site right now, but now need to go through either a vault or electrical, both of which can be quite dangerous to deal with. Spoit continues his reign of terror. Now it's Gunner to meet his end at the hands of the Swede. Canadian dropped. Diffuser in the hands of Surf as Shopify Rebellion sweep through M80. It's all up to Gavin, who has fallen off as this matchup has gone on. But with the Deeg, he pulls magic and a rabbit out of his hat, but the hat implodes. Shopify Rebellion squeeze the life out of the final player remaining, and it's their game to lose now. One round away from propelling us to map 3.
The win probability just flipped on its head. It's not only that Shopify Rebellion won the first round of overtime, that is a top floor attack, one of the strongest sites in the game. Even after spending all that time on the IT breach, they've got really good presence in electrical. I loved what Surf was doing in that round. He really played around the echo cams exceptionally. One of the most important things he did probably won't be caught on a replay because it wasn't a kill, but he shot the yokai cam that moved over to Pillar. They didn't actually plant behind Pillar, but they always had that threat of, hey, we're about to go for a Pillar plant, we're about to go for a Pillar plant, we're about to go for a Pillar plant. And then once that yokai got destroyed, you saw utter panic from M80. Hot and Cold swinging out towards Pillar because his utility was gone. He felt he had to get a kill, but Shopify Rebellion just waited for those swings. They got the picks, punished all of those as they came out. It was a nice attempt at the end there from Gavin, but I mean, it's just too difficult when the numbers are so heavily the favor of Shopify. They turn a bad situation into a brilliant one, and now Parker, it's going to be impossible. I mean, M80 will have to do the same. Attack top floor of Nighthaven. Admittedly, they were successful once before. They did this in round number 4, but this is still not an easy sight.
No, of course not. And I mean, Canadian's going to go on an early reconnaissance mission out onto the balcony to assess where the forces of M80 will come from. You got to feel for M80 here. They had a ton of confidence. They had the wind at their back, but that wind just stopped blowing, and they were not able to move with those shifting winds. Shopify read into it quite well, and now the wind is at their back, and they look almost unbeatable. Border seeming more and more likely. It'll be a long day. This is the only one that you and I will cast. Lynx and XR Troika will be taking you all the rest of the way through that Dark Zero wildcard game and then the upper bracket final that will occur afterwards. Thing is that if both of these teams beat the ever-living stuffing out of each other, go to Border, Border goes to overtime, and then DZ or wildcard is just a cakewalk for one of those teams, let's say a 7-2 or a 7-3, you're going to go from a grueling best of 3 to really only having a couple hours to reorient yourself. Shopify Rebellion, sure, eager for that Border, Spoit in particular, but he's only good enough for 1 kill, taking down Hot and Cold, traded out by Diffuser. And then the teams will continue to go back and forth as Kino and Rexon both get on the board. Canadian stalling for time over by Electrical on that clash, but he's being hounded by Kino's gadget. Kino's sitting on a dozen kills, by the way, very quietly putting together a great performance here on this map. A name that I feel like we haven't said very much of. Only more to him and the rest of the team, as M80 stare down the barrel of defeat, but are on even footing with about half of the round to go.
Ambi kind of pinned down in rafters. He's in a tough spot being watched by the players of M80. Doesn't need to move, of course. It's on the onus of M80 to get into the bomb site, but if he moves too far, if he gets pressured from down below, he could be in a world of hurt.
And amidst the bomb site now, Kino will send out the bees just to give him a bit of coverage. Out comes the clash. Gavin desperate for anything. They take down the Jaeger, now look towards Ambi. Diffuser is not able to be planted. As there goes a death mark, still 2 in back pocket of the player Diffuser. Ambi desperately searching for one of those bodies playing over by the pillar in the midst of the site. He and Canadian will have to work wonders together, and they don't really have the benefit of time at this point. Canadian's shield will go down in a scary sight for fans of Shopify Rebellion as he has to put a sidearm in his pocket That Clash no longer does any damage, but look at this, lining them up. They'll bum rush them. Gavin credited with the kill. Kino will pay for it. Diffuser gets picked up, and Diffuser, the player, will get the final kill, and we'll go all the way. A 15th and final round where the attackers have the edge in OT. That does not bode well for this M80 team. Hot off a victory, they will go to defense, and it will be a final round to determine if M80 move on 2-0 or we get a tiebreaker on border.
And that round is a perfect representation of the M80 we saw yesterday versus the M80 we saw today. In the post-game interview, Hot and Cold mentioned that the biggest problem M80 have been facing is their communication, their comms in these hectic late rounds. When things get crazy chaotic, their communication was suffering yesterday against Oxygen. This was about as hectic and as crazy as a late round gets. A full minute, more than that, of dealing with a clash, trying to get into pillar. Diffuser was down below, fishing for kills for the majority of that push. They were quite fast to get control of connector, quite fast to open the IT wall. But from then until getting in and planting under the pillar, it was pure chaos. But the communication looked to be there. Gavin was having some excellent cover. He was able to tell his teammate when to get on and off that diffuser. They handled the clash really well. It took some time, but they didn't overextend. They didn't aggress. They didn't open themselves up to being swung on by Ambi. That was a very difficult execute from M80, but they put it together just the same. We will remain on the top floor for the final round in overtime, as M80 are confident they will not lose it as they just did in round 13. It makes sense they take this gamble, Parker. They couldn't win any other bomb site on defense, but this has got to be now or never. They have to be able to put it together here.
I mean, if you're going to be the best, you have to beat the best. M80 have a golden opportunity here to put a statement match into the books. M80 can still prevail on border. It's not like this is the end of the road for them, and it's not the end of the road for M80 if they lose as well. Same with Shopify Rebellion. There is a lower bracket, and the loser of this matchup, as you correctly pointed out, will go up against Space Station. I don't know what Kino was expecting, because Ambi tried that exact same move in the past, and they were ready for it on the side of M80. Kino seemed to be a little bit slow to the punch. Diffuser trades out Rexin, though, and again, the best player on the side of Shopify Rebellion is gone, but there's a new sheriff in town, and it's Spoit looking to make a statement. He tears through two of them. Hot and Cold and Diffuser find themselves in a desperately bad position as Surf guns down Hot and Cold, and all 16 kills on the side of Diffuser will be what M80 hangs their hat on. He takes down Spoit, but has to deal with the 35 seconds remaining on this defuse kit. Canadian is still inside the site, and Canadian will punish him and get the final kill. How poetic that the lowest rated player in the lobby will send us to map 3, a comeback for the ages on the side of the Rebellion, and we will go to border to decide the victor.
Doesn't get closer than that. Fantastic final round from Shopify Rebellion, identifying that the majority of M80 were down on that first floor. 2 roamers down below the site. It's incredibly rare. It was a big gamble by M80 on the final round. It did not pay off. Huge win for Shopify.
A terrific best of 3 up to this point, and there's still one more map to go. Let's hear what our analysts have to say about this showing after a quick break.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Nope. You guys can swing when he's right on me.
Let Troy die first.
Bro,
yeah,
I'm not
doing
anything.
Troy, get melee. Melee, dead. Good job.
Let's go! Let's go! Good job, guys. You fucking idiot! Run that back!
That's Shopify, we know!
Let's go! That's a fucking game, bro. That's a fucking game, bro.
Just rounds away, moments away from being sent to the lower bracket. Shopify Rebellion, stay in it and send us to map 3. What a turnaround. The whole story of that map, back and forth and back and forth. It started with M80 opening up the map, attacking just like they did on Chalet, but this time it worked.
Yeah, they kept the same ideology and the same game plan of just keeping that aggression, keeping the comms hectic for SR, not being able to chance to just breathe and dissect of what's going on, how can we fix this, where can we play better. It was just nothing but aggression coming from 80, but that's truly what was thriving, that was finding them that success, and that's what we especially needed to see, especially after what Chalet looked like, where they were just then being stopped by SR, but again, it really was the key to their success, to having the successful side on their attack.
Yeah, they had a really good understanding because it wasn't just fast rushes just to get kills. It was all based off the back of getting that diffuser down. They ended up doing the same attack for upstairs and the same attack for downstairs, and both different times. The main goal was getting that diffuser down, minimal takes, fast aggression. SR tried to respond, but M80, not only were they trying to flood by getting kills, but they were also trying to flood essentially SR's response with also getting the plants down.
Well, an important note to take as well. I mean, their entries weren't that great starting on their attacking half, but the fact of the matter is those opening conversions, they turned those into round conversions 1, bringing that. So it just goes to show, like, sure, those picks might not have been going in their favor, but they were playing the trade game. They were sticking to the plan. They were getting the bomb down. They were able to play those post plans and force SR into unwinnable positions.
But when they move over to the defense, this is where SR started to thrive because M80, it felt like they got a little bit overconfident.
Yeah, that's the downside for M80. It really looked like they were constantly getting overconfident. Same thing against OXG. Just when you think that they're about to win, it's like all the talent, they get juiced out by the Monstars. All of a sudden, they start individually fighting, and that's exactly what we saw with M80 against SR. Constant over-peaking, individualized fights, and then when they would lose and they would hit their confidence, the response of doing that game plan of being very fast was completely abandoned. And round 13 was a prime example of that. I mean, they were in good fashion to win this round. They just even the man count in a man even. There's 16 seconds left, and as they go for the execute SR, everybody from M80 peaks. They peak the opening breach, they peak outside IT wall. There's no reason for you to have to do that. They made the very aggressive play. They get the pick. They make it even 3v3. They have such good control. There's 15 seconds left. Han Cole's wide swinging the breach. We're seeing the Raptors player wide swinging IT. There's no reason for that to be happening.
Well, one thing that we said had to improve coming into map 3 was Canadian's performance. You said, Lax, can he get those shields going? Can he step it up? And boy, did he.
Yeah, he absolutely did, and it was really a key factor as to why Shopify was also finding success here. Now, I want to say the clash play was a little interesting. I don't really want to show that. I more want to highlight more of the Blackbeard on the attack because that's truly what was allowing him to feed into the setups, feed into understanding what they needed to play around, and Troy did step it up. I mean, I saw Twitch chat. I heard I heard Intero say some things. At the end of the day, Troy's a phenomenal player. He knows what needs to be done. He stepped it up here. It's what's allowing them to now push themselves into a map 3 and have that bounce back. But it's not it for Troy. He still needs to have that performance, if not even slightly better, because we saw big players, Rexon, coming alive right there, really reeling it in, being able to bring some of those rounds back, and also Ambi needing to step it up as well. Maybe not the 20 kills that we saw before, but a little more coming out of him is definitely going to pay dividends going into the last.
So real fast, we're going to border. I will allow you to change your predictions if you want to. Fox, do you think M80 have what it takes to win?
No, they're such a big mental team, and seeing how they crumbled after a couple losses, I think map 3 is going to be a smoke show by SR.
All right, Lax?
I'm going to have to agree. I don't think it's going to be a smoke show, but yeah, you have to play that mental factor side of things. SR had a huge bounce back, huge show of resilience, and they know what it's like to be here, and they're carrying that momentum into border.
All right, it is map 3. It is border, and all-out brawl continues right now.
Well, what a fitting map for us to find this chaotic best-of-3 conclusion. Border is affectionately referred to as Hell in the Cell style of map, Jesse, and it has worked really hard to earn that designation. It's a map that isn't particularly big. It's not very small either, and you really only have one opportunity to rotate, which is that portion of the map over by the stairs and lobby where you jump over, you can go through office, etc. But either way, it's an unpredictable map that tends to thrive when players are as chaotic as it is. Both of these teams have shown today that they can be explosive when the need arises. Desk seems to think Shopify will slaughter them, but the Desk also thought that Shopify would win pretty easily, maybe before Border arrived. What do you think of this matchup so far, and what are your expectations for this final map?
I think this will tell us a lot about M80 as a team. Are they the choke stars that the Desk seems to think that they are? Will their mental be too far gone to clutch back a third map up against a team like Shopify Rebellion? Or will they have that resilience? Will they bring this to a close game, maybe even win it? Only time can tell. We've got operator bans in front of us now, and a little bit surprised not to see a zombie being banned out. That is, again, a very popular ban on Border. She can be so good for holding down the east stairs, for playing over towards offices, for a lot of good places to run under a zombie. Instead, it'll be Castle being taken out alongside the smoke being removed from the attackers to limit Shopify Rebellion on this map. Shopify Rebellion have yet to play this map all season long, so there is unlikely to be any specific strategies that M80 are able to ban out against. They played it, I think, at SI last season, but it's been a long time, so you can't really know what Shopify Rebellion are going to bring to a map like Border. On the other side of things, Shopify Rebellion, they ban out the Ying, they ban out the Blitz. Those are the most commonly banned operators on Border, but there's a wide selection of operators that get banned on this map, specifically on the attack. So there were a lot of good options, I think, for Shopify to remove. They have seen M80 play this before. M80 lost 7-2 to Dark Zero this season. They started on defense, so there's a lot of defense rounds being showed by M80, fewer on the attack. We'll have to see if that comes into play at all throughout this matchup.
It's just taking a moment to hear the background talk from the operators now. We talked about this, I think it was a couple play days into the season, about how the operators now talk to each other. There's banter present that kind of deepens the lore, and I took that opportunity to actually praise the cosplayers and the people who help bring the community to life and bring this universe to life outside of just the gameplay. But some of it seems to go on an awful long time with how much some of these operators talk. They're really yapping. So I was trying to hear it as best as I could, but either way, I am thrilled for Border to be the conclusion here. There have been fireworks aplenty across these two maps, but Chalet and Labs play it a little bit differently. I expect a hellish Border, and Spoit has started things off in the right direction for Shopify Rebellion. Down goes Gunner. Will we see a map 1 Gunner, or will we see a map 2 Gunner? Because if map 1 Gunner shows up, M80 are in trouble. Despite M80 winning, Gunner did not perform all that well. Map 2, Gunner did quite well, and they still lost. So maybe M80 wants map 1 Gunner to give them a bit more hope and potential. Kino with a kill before he's answered back by Canadian. Canadian had a dreadfully bad first map. He was significantly improved on the second map, and now struggling here on the third map to find kill number 2, but he can army crawl his way away as his former teammate of Gavin attempts to find what little remains of the team captain.
Really good stall and a pick for Canadian over on East Stairs. Again, I mentioned it in the op ban phase. Azami, the best op in the game at locking down East. So Canadian does a great job at that. At the same time, Spoit was able to strike some fear into the heart of Gunner over towards security. That's a great little extension from Shopify Rebellion. That's pretty much exactly what they wanted to get out of that. Now most players have fallen back to the site. Spoit has not left. He still remains in security, and you might be finding some gunfights quickly as he is being pressured a little bit from these players over towards East that have entering in towards break as we speak. Hot and down below on the Deimos as well. Don't forget about him. It's going to make surviving in the site really tricky for Canadian, who's already on 1 HP.
Being hunted down now as that Deimos track does cut both ways. Canadian manages to survive, but a crossfire from Diffuser will tag him through the soft wall, and well, that C8 does hit quite hard. Firing away, the next obstacle to tackle will be the player down on the ground by Fountain. That was Ambi, who was prone for a moment, but I suppose he figured it was too vulnerable, so up he pops, and Spoit will be the one to get the kill long range. M80 being baited in, and Ambi has been the prize target, but everybody else from the Rebellion are finding this last set of players. Good news for Ambi, his position wasn't in vain. He's credited with the very final kill, but it was a team effort across the board. Almost every single player on Shopify Rebellion getting onto the board as they take round 1.
Yeah, and perfect play in that 3v3. They knew that every attacker was going to be left inside of offices, so they just said, let's post up, let's not play too aggressive. They had a 3-way crossfire. Anybody that was trying to walk office into Fountain would have to fight Ambi and Fountain, they'd have to fight Surf in the bomb site, and they'd have to fight Spoit, who had an angle from security. Excellent little 3-way crossfire, not enough dimensions to that 3v3 push coming out from M80. And again, I want to give a lot of credit back to Canadian, who's playing on that Azami. Not an op that you see very commonly coming out from Troy. In fact, that was the first round that he's played it all stage long. So nice to see Canadian flexing a little bit. He'll run it back for this Vents and Workshop defense. And it can come down to some of those really cool plays that you can make. If you're going up against a Deimos, put that Kiba barrier on the floor underneath you. All of a sudden, Deimos can't get that kill. Canadian died in the end from the angle from office, but even still wasting even more time. Really cool stuff.
Layers and layers and layers. To quote a very popular animated movie, it's like an onion. And that's exactly what M80 had to cut through, and they were not up to the task in that very first round. But again, every time you wag your finger at a team's inability to execute, there are moments where you need to praise the defenders, because M80 is an excellent attacking team. Something that Desk has stressed, something that you've talked about regularly, something that Lynx and XR Troika have discussed on their broadcasts as well. So if M80 looks like a formidable team against most squads, but then up against Shopify Rebellion, they are held to only a couple rounds on attack, you can't really blame M80 and you can't really blame the map. You have to give credit to their opponents. That first defense was excellent from Shopify Rebellion.
Regardless of who gets the blame, though, this is a do-or-die half for M80. When they played Dark Zero, of the 6 defenses that they ran, they only won once. They lost 5 of those 6 defenses. So you've got to imagine that the pressure is on to get as many attacking rounds as you can against Shopify Rebellion. Their second attempt will start with an East Stairs push. It is once again Troy that's playing this position on the Azami, a very powerful combination. He's playing on this reinforcement. I don't see it. There is an ace on Diffuser if he wants to try to open up this reinforcement and apply pressure to Canadian. That will come out now, and so will the push.
Well, we assume there's the push. They are still sitting and waiting for the time being. Spoit will gun down Diffuser, the Monty of Hot and Cold, now the next in line for Rexinu blasts Gavin into another universe with that one, and takes enough time to do his best Ashen impression by hitting him with the question mark drive-by in chat. Canadian will now plug the holes in this defense as yet again, M80 are really struggling with this layered approach to Shopify Rebellion's upstairs defense. Uncold might have found an opening as he's joined by a teammate not that far off. Kino running with the DMR in the hands of Twitch. You don't see the F2 much these days, and that's because the DMRs have great caliber-based destruction and tear through those Kiba barriers so effortlessly. Every single player from Shopify Rebellion still alive, as are the Yokai drones in the hands of Surf, as M80 looks for something with 50 seconds left.
Kino's alone up here, don't forget. Both his teammates on the main floor, so he's just trying to distract. He's got a lot of bodies looking at him. They delay about half the HP, half the time from Hot and Cold, but he does get taken out eventually. It's now Gunner in the 1v5 to try to clutch it out, and he's got no hope at all. The flawless round to come out from Shopify Rebellion. Beautifully done on that defense, making sure they knew exactly where those players were at all times. Make sure that they can have that strong first half that they won against M80. It does feel like the Desk's fears of maybe that mental game is starting to slip. Feels like maybe M80 are going to be crashing out a little bit on this third map. And because of that, Fabian will call attack timeout. He'll decide to talk with his team, do his best to get their mental back under control.
Yeah, I mean, this is a worrisome thing. One thing that was actually discussed amongst the casting talent was how quickly we've witnessed timeouts get taken, and Fluke actually had a good point and said, I wonder if the reason why we are seeing so many timeouts get taken at the conclusion of this second round is because there's a set of operator bans coming out in that third round. Call the timeout before the last set of bans in the first quarter emerge. I do wonder if there's something to that, and I think it's worth asking these teams about, because we have seen a dramatic uptick in timeouts being called after round 2, whereas it's round 3 that we see that last operator ban come in. I mean, it also just could be pure coincidence, because teams that bottle those first 2 rounds find themselves in a bit of a tough spot. And M80 obviously has not really had a good look through those 2 rounds. Obviously, the last one was won flawlessly. So being held to just 2 kills through 2 rounds, very unideal. Fabian is not going to be happy with that.
Yeah, he'll make sure that he can say something to these teammates to get them back in. I think it really does come down to the mental for a team like M80, who know how important this game is. They want to be able to qualify to land. They want to be able to get that upper bracket spot in the semifinals, secure top 4, be able to fight for top 2 later today. I anticipate that final ban will be on the Azami. Again, I think Canadian's been a big problem with that operator, but it's not just him, of course. I think Shopify have worked really well as a team on that top floor, whether it's been for the bomb site to create that crossfire over towards offices or when the bomb site was down below. Today, the bomb site will go down below security to customs and supply. Another curveball of a bomb site to be thrown out. M80 did have to attack this once in their game against DZ. That was a failure of an attack. So this could be an opportunity for Shopify reading into that a little bit, maybe finding a weakness on the side of M80. And right after attack timeout too, this can throw just more chaos into the mix so that whatever Fabian was mentioning, if he was talking specifically about the bathroom bomb set that they would have expected, well, that now goes just out the window.
Obviously different bomb sites here, but a more backwards approach by Shopify Rebellion, not to be as forward as the 2 previous rounds. Odd bomb site choice as well for them to go. You don't see a lot of the environmental factors or the environmental ingredients being much of a factor in these rounds, but Uncold actually just took a lot of damage from that pipe that almost burst and had to reposition because of it. It's one of those rare moments where we do see one of the fire extinguishers provide cover or the pipes doing some fire damage, and this is an interesting thing to see. Doesn't really change the overall calculus of the round, but it does put Hot and Cold on lower HP, which as a Monty is a bit of a problem. There's no smoke on the board. Obviously, M80 banned it out, but there are some nitro cells there that could do serious damage. Spoit decides to go for a swing over towards security. It's ill-advised. He's punished very quickly, and M80 has something they haven't had all game, which is a numbers advantage.
Ambi and Rexon trying to work together with this crossfire, but it's Gunnar who strikes first, manages to find Surf to be taken out. So that's going to be another player that falls. Rexon, good damage over on the balcony. He's got a shotgun out hunting for Gunnar, but will fall off as a logic bomb comes through. Takes a bit of damage on the hatch drop. Ambi got out of security as well. So as soon as we hit that 60-second mark, it's looked like Shopify decided to fall off, said, we don't want this smoke. That's going to leave M80 in a 1-man advantage and 60 seconds to make this push happen. With full top floor control and 2 shields, this looks really good.
Really taking advantage of that smoke ban that M80 decided to put forward. I know that when they banned it, Kino cried a little bit, but I mean, it's for the greater good, I suppose. It is amazing how much damage Gunnar took on that shield and is still walking away without a single point being done as all those bullets deflected off. All the while this is happening, it looks like M80's done a successful job blocking out these Rebellion defenders from getting back in towards the bomb site. Hot and Cold gets Diffuser down, it continues to run away, and Ambi will punish Gavin for it. He's tucked into the corner, and just a small miss by Ambi as now he'll go toe-to-toe with the Monty. But again, this top floor control is the bigger issue. Kino has not been shaken off of this spot. Gunning very effectively. He can now see that diffuse kit on the ground, and the kill holes will need to be surveyed. The last 2 remaining players of Shopify Rebellion tucked into the corner. Rexon playing as a meat shield as Canadian is getting diffuser down. Can he pull it off? No! Gunner, right as it hits 0, stops them in their tracks, and the Rebellion's hopes are dashed.
All right, that could have been really bad. That was a must-win for M80. Full top floor control. Nobody on Shopify Rebellion decided to push the top floor of that map in the post plant, which is an odd decision. Metal stairs, you've got to imagine, would be priority number 1 for one of those defenders, but they thought they could just play it with all 3 in the site, going for the disabled. They were nearly correct, but the angle from the hatch is so favorable for the attackers. Crisis averted as they do manage to stop that disable. I've been hyping up this zombie ban. It's going to be a Mira taken off the board instead from M80. So they've clearly got different ideas about what has been causing them problems in this matchup. It's good that they were able to put together an attack on custom supply, one of the worst bomb sites in the game. I thought they're clear of Spoit and Ambi up on this top floor, and Rexon as well. Didn't kill all those players top floor, but forced them back. Really early control of that top floor that they could then work the push in. So I thought it was a good push. No real notes on it from M80 side of things, but you can't imagine the Shopify Rebellion are going to are going to ever head back to that bomb site. So you still got a lot of work ahead of you.
It'll be a long series. I don't expect this to tilt heavily in favor of one team or another. It is funny. Matchup number 2 was supposed to start in about 8 minutes. That's what internally we had down for the estimated time, given that it is now 4:52 p.m. We started at 2 p.m. with our very first match. And we were anticipating, okay, if every single match takes about an hour, which usually it takes less than that, but then you've got the desk segments, you've got the breaks, you've got all the other stuff that comes with it, the rigmarole of a broadcast. Unfortunately, these two teams have spent most of the rounds going down to the final minute, and they have gone the distance on map 2. We also had some tech issues, and I say unfortunately just from a timing perspective, because I'm buckled up, I'm dialed in, I'm ready for this to go to OT yet again. I expect it, and frankly, Jesse, I'd like to see it. These two teams have matched up so well. Yes, Shopify Rebellion took some time to find themselves in map number 1. They were pretty soundly beaten by M80, which was striking given that it was not M80's map. And then they stole M80's map right back through OT after an impressive comeback. We've actually been traded to now 3 great best of 3s. I am very eager to see what happens with Dark Zero versus Wildcard, which will be the very next matchup that we have. And then there's still another best of 3 after that, which will be these winners. So if M80 or Shopify prevail, they will play the winner of DZ versus Wildcard. And I am very fascinated to see which DZ will show up for that game.
Spoit's in trouble with a buck straight below him. Feels like 2023 when vertical nades were a thing and it was so difficult to play inside of security. Now it's a lot less threatening, but with that buck, you can still do much the same job. Gunner's trying to apply some pressure. They've got a sends wall here as well. The Fenrir gadget might cause some movements. Ambient security, I should say. He's been very patient so far. Spoit strikes first, taking out Hot and Cold. It's going to be 0-4 for the IGL of M80. Now, another aggression onto Gunner, and they will take him down. The buck below of Diffuser having no impact on this extension player. He gets the down as well. Everybody falling, and it's just going to be Kino to nade himself. He seems just as confused as we are, Parker.
We need an instant replay from the perspective of Kino as to how he somehow naded himself, because Kino is full of surprise, and so are we. Far from the result that we thought would happen there. M80 getting beaten across the board and sometimes even beating themselves. I mean, hey, we had a team kill back in map number 1, and now we get them blowing themselves up. I guess technically if Kino kills himself with a nade, it is effectively a team kill. There's no way around it. So this team right now is breaking all the records with team kills from their matchup against OXG and now here against Shopify Rebellion. I was going to credit Gunner with the way that he was able to stay alive outside of CCTV, by the way. There's the...
It's inside the building, but he is outside the building, which I think is why he got confused as to how it killed him. I think he was downed by Shopify first before he got killed by the nade. I can't say for certain.
I'm not sure. I mean, I will say there was a long time ago a change made to throwable gadgets. So nades don't blow up the way that they used to. Obviously now you can't cook them, but even when you could cook them, they kind of lost their explosive radius. Impacts were obviously changed. Nitro cells were changed. And there was a period of time where teams had to adjust to the differences and were a bit perplexed by somebody throwing a nitro cell in another room and you would die the next wall over and think, how on earth did that happen? But then there'd be times where you throw a nitro cell at a shield's feet and they would take 0 damage. I mean, explosives are not consistent in real life. It stands to reason that they wouldn't be consistent in a video game too. And also, let's be honest here, it's a video game. If somebody were to actually throw a real C4, it would blow up about half of the building. So we have to kind of sacrifice realism for the state of the game. We've been sacrificing realism since the very first day that this game launched. I mean, where the hell are they keeping those giant metal reinforcements? So either way, I can understand why Kino would be a little surprised there. A frustrating bit, but it doesn't really change the overall result of the round. Pretty certain that the Rebellion were going to win no matter what Kino threw.
Diffuser opening pick on a Rexen feels quite good. There's a great drone just at the top of waiting through the skylight, hoping to work a pick onto Ambi with that information. They've got flashes, they've got shields, they've got a lot of resources, but it's instead a rappel from up above from Gunnar that Ambi immediately tears through. That's an insane shot on an insane position. Gunnar thought he was being cheeky. Spoit goes down to Kino as Gavin finds Ambi. They eventually clear out that position, but it's just Canadian in the surf now as he's being bashed down by the PB.
He's not winning this engagement. Oh my, Canadian having some troubles with shields. You saw it on Labs when he was playing Clash, and now also having the same issue with a Blackbeard. M80 win the round. I mean, they need to bounce back after what they saw previously, but this is a scrappy one. It's border. It's gonna be scrappy. It's gonna be ugly, but it's going to be enjoyable. I'm enjoying it so far.
I'm having a good time, Parker. Listen, these rounds are certainly keeping us on our toes. We'll say that with how fast they have been back to back from M80 now, where they've really just thrown everything at one of these big roam positions. Previously security. Now it's going to be Ambi on this break room position, just up on rafters. And yeah, pure chaos as Canadian unable to deal with Hot and Cold on the Monty. Houghton remains killless in this game, but had huge impact being able to waste that time from Canadian. The other killless player on M80 was Gavin heading into that round. He will go from 0-4 to 3-4, so a big bounce back from him. M80, I didn't love how their attacks have gone, and I still don't know if I'm a huge fan of them through this game. But in the chaos, in the hectic nature of these final moments of the rounds, they are walking away with some wins. So good to see that coming out from M80. They've gotten the second on the board. Now they will be attacking bathroom and tellers for the very first time in this game.
Some belated setup still going on now as teams are very rarely done their defensive posturing the time that the prep phase allows for. Again, this is something that we could credit Fabian for, that we saw in Labs. M80 were very quick to get into the site on Chalet and to do the same on the Labs. They've slowed down a little bit and have been significantly slower here on Border, despite Border being a smaller map. And I do think that's because there isn't as much to set up for the defenders. I mean, there's some small site work being done. Again, it does stretch a little bit into the 5-10 seconds that happen after the prep phase is finished, but the fastest you can get into a building, as far as I'm aware, is an Amaru slingshotting her way up, and I don't think you can do that in the first 10 seconds. It usually takes about 15 to 20 for you to get to the building. And a big part of that were changes to the spawn, so that spawn peeking would be more challenging. It meant that when you spawned into a map, you were farther away, meaning you just gotta take some time to run up to the building. Shopify Rebellion will obviously know this. Though I say all of that, and M80 are still, for their most part, outside of the building. We're approaching the halfway point of the round. I wonder if they're looking at the lineup for the Rebellion and thinking, how do we tackle this? As I say that, by the way, Hot and Cold, who's still without a kill, encroaching now upon the bomb site, and it causes Canadian to react by shooting out some of those Shumikas. Rexon will have his hands full now down in lobby, tossing out a Nitro cell. It does not connect with anything, but he knows that there's somebody lurking nearby.
Interesting push. It's horizontal on the bottom floor from M80, not dealing with Ambi on the Clash up the top floor. Houghton will start to make a sprint in towards Workshop. This is not the site, but it can make a good entry point to the bomb site. Buck comes through, and Hot and Cold goes in.
Diffuser slaughtering Surf after he's put the skeleton key away, not just providing valuable utility to get the rest of his team into the position, but also to do some killing. Kino had Diffuser. I think they expected it to be the Monty. Kino is dropped, so someone will need to pick up the case. Ambi will fall in the afterlife as Canadian burns Kino with the flames from his Shumika. Gunnar and Gavin both get on the board. Gunnar taking some damage in the ensuing fight at the hands of Spoit as it's a 2v2. Hot and Cold will be without a kill still. Unsure if he'll try for one as he holds that Diffuser, and on a Monty, very likely he will trust Gavin to do the rest of the work. On Cold attempting to plant the Diffuser while Rexon and Spoit sit a little bit farther back. Gavin will have the cross, removing Rexon from the equation, and Spoit will have to drop and take matters into his own hands. Monty tucked into the corner. No way to get away. Gavin will immediately move upstairs to grab the high ground. Star Wars fans will know just how strong the high ground can be. Into the corner now, Spoit will go, and the Monty will breathe down his neck. Hot and Cold daring him to engage. This will be a tough go of it for Spoit, because the question will be, what is Gavin doing? All this time being spent trying to shield break the Monty, it works out, and Gavin now will sit in a very strong position. Very limited time for Spoit to do anything. Flash will go out. Gavin the vault on in. Spoit does not flinch, and Gavin will get the final kill to tie things up. What a match we're witnessing here on Border.
Just an incredible execute. I really thought Canadian on the Tachanka was going to do enough after he used his Shamika launcher to kill Kino going for that plant just on the teller's window hop in. But instead, they've traded back onto Canadian. They had really good presence on the map over towards Customs, over inside of Workshop. Again, I don't know, Ambi on the Clash. He tried to come down through Workshop. Didn't seem to know exactly where the players were at. That'll be his first Clash pick of the 2025 season, and maybe his last as well. I really liked how Gavin also played that post plant in the 2v2. He rotated up the metal stairs, which is weird because he was in a powerful position playing over towards Workshop, over towards kind of the blue hall, and Spoit thought he was going to be there. You saw Spoit going for some pre-fires, expecting where Gavin would be. And it's weird for Gavin to go up the metal stairs because you can't do much from above the bomb site on that plant spot, right? It was deep in tellers. There's no vert angle that's really going to help you in a post plant, but he wasn't going for the vert angle. He was going all the way to rotate down east stairs and eventually play in waiting. In the midst of the post plant, he went around the world, and that was just enough to kind of catch Spoit off guard, allow Spoit to waste his own time, played the clock perfectly. And of course, Hot and Cold on the Monty having really big impact too. So not necessarily hitting the kill feed in that first half, but some great shield rounds from Houghton will allow them to equalize the 3-3 scoreline.
It's exactly what we want to see. Of course we go to a map 3, and of course that map 3 as both of these teams emerge with the same scoreline for that first half. Border is towards the bottom of the pick rate, and it is a 50-50 map. We have a 50-50 first half. What a shocker. 21 rounds won by the attackers, 21 rounds won by the defenders. Again, though, the number to really talk about is M80's numbers on attack. Their prowess on attacking should lend them to get more than 3 rounds. They weren't able to do so. They were kept at bay. A key part of that, though, were those first 2 rounds. This M80 team looks like a completely different beast after they took their timeout. Now, that timeout likely only applies for the first half. I don't know how much was spent talking about M80 as defenders, but Fabian was absolutely able to get this team's head on straight because M80 went 3 wins, 1 loss from that timeout in terms of rounds. And they did all of that on attack. That's what you expect to see from M80. So when we speculated, why do we see so many timeouts get taken after the second round? I think the real answer here is Fabian could hear and see what the players were doing. He knew they weren't living up to their potential. He knew they could accomplish more on attack. He was worried that that window was closing, so he calls the timeout. M80 goes right back to what we expect from them on attack, and now they've closed that gap. How do they do defending on Border? Honestly, anybody's guess. They got a great start because they've already done some serious damage to Spoit in the first minute.
Diffuser playing east stairs, a zombie banned out, so he goes to the smoke instead and cleaned up by Ambi. What a great angle, and he's hunting for another. Spoit instead finds it over to Kino, who was playing up on that top floor closer to site. Gavin's left kind of alone at this point. He's got Gunner in security to try to work a pick back, but look how Shopify just freeze. They're ready for that swing out to come from M80. They want to see M80 get aggressive. M80 aren't falling for it just yet, maybe aware that Shopify are waiting for them, but if they don't get aggressive at some point over the next few seconds, they're going to be at a massive man disadvantage when this push comes.
How does Canadian do on a shield? Much better this time. He's had some pronounced struggles on both attack and defense in shield operators, but it's troubling for Gavin, who will perish. Nitro Cell goes out, Canadian tracks that, and damage is done, but he's still alive. A flawless round for Shopify Rebellion shaping up yet again. They got one in the first couple rounds here on Border. Hot and Cold finds a single kill to get on the board. It took him 7 rounds, but he's broken that donut. Immediately punished, though. iSurf, and just like that, the lead goes to the Rebellion.
So you were talking about that early tack timeout taken by Fabian after round 2, and I think that tack timeout was necessary. I'm not here to criticize that decision, but it does leave them without many resources for the second half. Once again, when they played Dark Zero on Border, M80 went 1-5 on their Border defenses. They only won Bathroom Tellers. That was the only site that they were successful at. So now to be coming up against Shopify Rebellion, this is not a map you've been comfortable on with your defenses. You get basically flawless rounded on your your first attempt. Yeah, doesn't feel super great. We do see M80 going to the one bomb set that they won earlier in the season, so it's not a surprise to see them return to it, but we've got to see some opening picks going their way. Border is a map that often lends itself to aggression from defenders. It's scary sometimes trying to play aggressive versus Shopify Rebellion. You know, Spoit's going to be holding those angles. Ambi's going to be on the other side of those angles. There are some great mechanical players that'll be looking and waiting for those aggressive swings, but if they never come, if you just let Shopify set up and go for whatever push they want to, well, you certainly won't have a chance to win the round. So it does feel like M80 needs to be playing with confidence on the second half.
Both of these teams need an injection of confidence here, but I mean, with Shopify pulling off that improbable comeback on Labs, happening in that 15th round, and now taking this first round of the second half, I think they're not lacking any confidence whatsoever. Ambi has also woken up as this series has gone on deeper. He's now at 9 kills, which as far as I can tell, breaks his total from map 1. I mean, he's going to be playing on those support roles. Is not the main entry. It's a bit abnormal to see a Thatcher this day and age, but I mean, with all the gadgetry being brought by M80, it does make sense. He counters literally everybody except for Gunner. But I mean, Gunner does have the bulletproof cameras, so I suppose technically he does.
Yeah. Still will be able to find value out of that utility for sure, even if he is using it more of an entry role, can use it selfishly in a lot of these situations to get past a Banshee or get past a Fenrir gadget. So unconventional, but I like it a lot. We'll start to open things up for his teammates too. They are flashing all through security, and Gunner's ready for it. Swings the window, but has to back off as he's getting full blinds. They just aren't watching for it though. Finds the angle to Ambi. It's a freebie. They vault in, get him a second. Easy peasy. Brexton finally for the third will answer back onto his former teammate, but that's good damage being dealt by Gunner all by himself. Clears out two of the most important members of Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, inarguably an amazing start for M80. Still, though, lots of time for both of these teams. Not only does M80 clear out those high-value utility ops, Jesse, but they still hold an advantage in numbers. A bit of a bad situation for M80 that they lose Gunner just because he does continue to gain power. The longer that this round goes on, more goo mines to go out means more pain for the attackers, means more intel for the defenders. You're hopeful that the goo mines that remain are well placed before Gunner perished. Top floor control, Shopify Rebellion hopes is theirs, but Diffuser is just lying in wait. He's given his position away and will immediately drop to link up with Kino as both teams will lose one. Nice play from Spoit from above, great reflexes to tear through Diffuser, and now a 2v2. Of course, these teams as close as they have been so far. Houghton, who just got a kill in the previous round, will need big moments here, unless he lets Kino have all of the fun. 25 seconds, silhouettes from Shopify Rebellion show that they're both on this top floor, but now the dangerous task is dropping the hatch. They know how vulnerable they will be. A smoke from the pocket of Canadian is now some Candelas will go down and he will be the first one to go, but before he gets there, Kino reads into it. Spoit drops but is blinded by the belated Candela, and the remaining players of M80 will hide until Houghton swings to pick up yet another kill. M80 take the round. These two teams just cannot shake one another.
Brilliant support play coming out from the support duo of M80, Kino and Hot and Cold. I said before that round that M80 will need to get aggressive. They'll need to play smart, and they'll need to take the fight to Shopify Rebellion if they want to be winning these defenses. And they did that in two separate ways on this round. The first was Gunner, who of course was playing close on the security window, had two massive kills. If he was still looking at the window, would have gotten a third, likely as Rexon jumped on in. So immediately some aggression pays dividends. And then late in the round two, that kill from Kino, you're not sitting and waiting for the drop. You're not allowing Shopify Rebellion to toss down their Candelas, toss down their smokes, and go for the execute they want to go for. Instead, once that smoke grenade goes out, Kino says, I'll swing it. I don't care if I'm all by myself. If they're holding me, I'll die. But I know there's a Ying above me. He's not going to be holding that gun in his hand. He's going to be holding the Candelas. It was a perfect read. Once Canadian dies in a 2v2, you've got no hope of a plant coming through. It's a really tough spot for Surf to be in. So I like the way that M80 were able to play that round. There were bits of aggression sprinkled in both at the start and at the end. That's what they have to do up against a team like Shopify Rebellion, who can be so oppressive when they get set up the way they want to.
It's a great way of putting it. Oppressive is a word that we also use to describe shield operators. If you've got a blitz, if you've got a Monty barreling down in front of you, it's very oppressive. It's hard to deal with. This time around, Shopify Rebellion will be bringing the shield. It'll be a blitz. Aurora brought out by Rexon as they'll look to get in, get the diffuser planted, and then block off ways back to the bomb site for the defenders, making it a much greater challenge for M80 to play from behind. That is, of course, if you can get set up. Aurora is a very strong operator for when you have site control or when you're trying to shut down a flank, but if the team cannot get established, I fear that it's one of those gadgets that just doesn't have the same impact. Kind of similar to Aruni, or sorry, kind of similar to Amaru. Amaru, if you're swinging in and getting a kill, excellent. You can completely blow open the round. But I mean, we see it in casual games, Jesse. You see it in ranked games, and you certainly do see it from time to time in pro games where somebody will slingshot their way in and just immediately die, and the entire strategy that you'd pinned on one operator falls apart, and you need a major course correct. Always leading you to think, was the Amaru really necessary? Could we not have done something else better?
First Candela goes out, it's just looking like a bait to try to force some movement. Usually the Amara will go down below, I should say the Aurora goes down below, just as we're seeing from Rexon, cutting off the angles, but punished by Gunner. Inside supply, aware of that setup. Note they have drones up top, but it doesn't seem to matter. All the kills going the way of M80 as Kino gets one for his troubles. Spoit last alive in a 1v5, Parker. Nothing that he can do down by himself, and it looks like he is going to take that tack time out. Perfectly read by M80. There was good information from Shopify, but in the end, they got none of those frags.
Not even a single point of damage has been done to these M80 players. That, to me, is the most damning part of it. Spoit at 1 minute and 10 seconds left when he bailed out of his position, realizing that all hope was lost. I mean, he can try to go for picks, but M80 is not a team that will allow you to take those separate engagements, and moreover, Border is not the type of map that is so spread out that you can get away with winning 5 separate 1v1s. So Spoit will kill time. They can't talk to their coach of Super, but Canadian can work through this with the rest of the team, assess what's going wrong, and set yourself up for what could be the remaining 2 to 3 rounds. M80 will just sit and wait, and everybody will be bored, wondering what's going on with Spoit. I think at this point in time, they have likely figured out what is happening. They're going to hunt for this final kill because, I mean, why not? But it will be, in most senses of the word, a flawless round for M80, irrespective of what Spoit does and what M80 does. This round was over the moment that Spoit decided to sit outside for the final minute. It won't go down in the books as a flawless win from M80, but it really should be. They take the round and they take the lead because of it.
Stat trackers remember that, okay? We can -1 death at the very end of the game from Diffuser for that run out because, yeah, you know, kind of dead time, doesn't matter too much. Something interesting that was talked about, I believe it was after an interview with Rexon, and Foxay kind of touched on it last week on the desk, how Super is not necessarily a coach who's going to be getting into a lot of the nitty gritty, that sometimes they can just allow their players to talk about kind of the more in-depth stuff. When you've got a captain like Canadian, that can be a big part of the puzzle, where Canadian is a little bit more of the guy directing the day-to-day stuff, where Super can kind of be more high level. He's not going to control the players' every movement. He can let them come up with plans on their own, can let them do what they need to do. So I think for Shopify Rebellion in particular, letting Canadian have that extra time to talk is even more valuable than some teams who maybe do get a bit more micromanaged by their coach. Super still thinks he has something to add, as he does call the tactical timeout here, which makes sense, right? Even though you just had the pseudo-tac timeout, you want a real one to really reset the momentum. Get your players out of their own heads, make sure they can secure some of these attacks on Border. Once again, Border's a very attacker-sided map a lot of the times. We do see teams struggling to survive on the defense because it can be a lot of ground taken for free from the attackers. They don't need to take very much space. They can play a lot outside the building. You'd expect that Shopify Rebellion are ready for that. But again, for a team who hasn't played this map all season, it's really a big unknown how they're going to perform.
But of course, and now the real timeout was taken. So you saw Shopify Rebellion with the precursor to that timeout, with Spoit sitting outside for 1 minute. And now there will be an opportunity for them to talk to the coaching staff too. So you don't usually see that. You don't usually see a fake timeout get taken and then a real timeout following it. So I do wonder if there's something more to be said about what's going on with the Rebellion at the moment. Surf and Rexen are putting in some really rough performances here, and I will say, all day, Shopify Rebellion have been unable to get the best out of those 3 points of this spear. You could make an argument as to whether Spoit is that 4th point or not, but Ambi, Rex, and Surf tend to be the 1-2-3 punch of this SR team. No match that we have seen today has had all 3 of them banging on all cylinders. We've seen it in group stages, so it is possible, but there has to be credit given to M80 for keeping these players mortal. Rexen is not running over a game with 15 plus kills. Surf is not finishing with 12 kills, of which 7 of those have 1 rounds for Shopify Rebellion. And Ambi's not finishing with 21 kills, which is higher than the amount of years he's lived on this planet. Spoit is putting in a good performance, and obviously Ambi is having a terrific game compared to maps 1 and 2, but that's really the only thing that you can say about this team, which is really quite stunning given that they're only a single round behind. But the numbers on M80 aren't particularly great either. In fact, they're worse across the board. And it just goes to show you that these have been either blowout rounds or really scrappy games where both teams are in it till the very bitter end. Huge moment now for the Rebellion. If they lose this, M80 goes on to match point. It won't be unfamiliar territory for SR, but it won't be a great feeling given this is the end of the road. There is no 4th map for them to come back on.
Most of this push from Shopify Rebellion looks like it's over towards security. I say that, Canadians starting to make a rotate now, so they could go direct into site. They banned out the mute. That wasn't played on this bomb site by M80, but it was played on both of the first floor sites, so we'll see that have a bit more of an impact in the next couple of rounds. Spoit's starting to move back over towards Archive, so it does feel like they're going to go for a big push in with the Candelas. We get the first logic bomb, but it doesn't seem like this is the actual start to the push. Some smokes being tossed out as well, and as the Candelas get charged by Canadian, this looks to be it. Where's the defuse kit, though?
Yeah. None of them have it at the moment. Are they just going to go straight for fighting? This is a surprising predicament. Lots of utility invested in this. Candelas go out. Gunner with a lead-off pick. The defenders right now catching the Rebellion off guard. They still don't have this case with a minute to go. None of them had it. It's been surrendered over by security, and there's nobody really nearby to get it. Is it just kills? What is the idea here? They used Candelas, they used logic bombs. Maybe they were trying to trip up M80 and force them to commit mistakes. Maybe the goal was for Shopify Rebellion to make the defenders think and execute was unfolding, get antsy, and then take advantage of that antsiness. I'm honestly not sure, Jesse.
Well, they've got 30 seconds to figure something out, but there's rat spots all over the map. Yeah, and he does get cleaned up. So that's the first rat found, but there's another one not too far away. Gunner on the other side of that wall. 20 seconds and still 1 Candela for Troy to work with.
Oh my goodness. Start taking down Gunner, and well, it started off very poorly for the Rebellion. Now they've lost Canadian, who's bleeding out and is immobilized. He'll need to be retrieved. Not a lot of time left. Last one standing is Surf. He walks in. Spoit gets Canadian up. Diffuser runs out of munitions. It's hot and cold now in a 1v2. Time has run out, though. And Canadian gets hot in before the job can be done. What a triumphant comeback from the Rebellion to tie the game.
We're going to need a photo finish on that. Hot and Cold was literally staring at the head of the player putting the defuse kit on the ground. It was 0-0 when Houghton died too, so if he just gets that kill off, it would have been GG's, it would have been done. The round would have been over, would have been M80 on match point. It doesn't get closer than that. Ridiculous stuff going on in that round. I went back and took a look at the defuse kit situation as well. At about, I want to say 2 minutes on the clock, yeah, around 1:52, Canadian dropped the defuse kit right next to Ambi, and Ambi was on drone. Once Ambi got off the drone, he never picked up the kit. So I feel like there was some miscommunication there. Canadian maybe meant to pass it along as he rotated on the Ying over to the other side of the map. It was still being assumed that the defuse kit would be held over towards security.
Let's go!
And I think an appropriate reaction given just how close that round was.
Sounding very Swedish yet again. The accent comes out when he yells. I appreciate it. Sounding almost like Fabian.
We've got a custom supply defense again, Parker. I am shocked to see this. M80 never tried this up against Dark Zero. It is once again thought of as one of the worst bomb sites in Siege, just because taking security is often so easy for the attackers, and then once you have security, it's really difficult for the defense to hold down this site. They've clearly got some kind of a game plan. They've got lots of electricity being brought out by Kino, information from the cams with hot and cold as well. I don't mind their lineup one bit, but this bomb site seems like no matter what the lineup has always been a struggling one for defenders.
Yeah, I am curious to see how this unfolds. Will we see more value out of the Aurora, by the way? We did not see high value from this operator when it was brought out last time.
This is really cool to get the wall. This was shown on Twitter the other day. They used the first Aurora wall to close this off, and now the exothermic charge will be able to open the electrified wall into Passport. That's super sick.
A big brain play. This is something that was popularized by a content creator. I obviously don't keep up to date with all of the memes that we see on all social media.
I forget who posted it. Somebody in Twitch chat will have to mention it, but that was on Twitter not too long ago. Really sick to be seeing that in a pro game. Because that wall's really tough to get otherwise.
Down goes hot and cold. Shopify Rebellion now starting to heat up just as they did in the dying moments of map number 2. There's an inevitability with this Shopify Rebellion team that was felt during much of the regular stage where it doesn't seem like you can hold them down for that long. Obviously, map number 1 shows that they are capable of bleeding. The first time that Shopify Rebellion has dropped a map this entire stage. They've got a great start here now in round number 11. Winner of this round moves to match point. Could be the penultimate round. Hot and cold will be in the grave for the remaining minute.
Didn't really worry about taking top floor too much. Still a lot of dread mines they got to worry about as well. Gunner going to be the guy up there, but he immediately falls to Rex, and now that top floor control looks a lot better for Shopify. They're using these smokes. They want to get a plant in. As long as they control security, which they do, this feels very good.
They've got a read on that bandit now as well. Kino might be playing on borrowed time as a singular frost mat kept them at bay. Down goes the frost mat, down goes M80, and unless they can do something, no! M80 are about to suffer from a flawless round. It comes to fruition. Shopify Rebellion cleaning up shop, taking match point, and not suffering a single casualty in the process.
Feels like custom supply has now burned both teams that have tried to go to this site. Really cool take again from Shopify Rebellion. That went exactly how they wanted it to. I was a little concerned with how little they had up on the top floor, because usually that is the do or die for this site. But there was so much pressure coming in from Passport that they were able to get that in. And Rexon, the solo player that was up top, did great work to be able to clear out those players. Only got 1 kill, I believe, in that round, but it was one of the most important kills that he could have possibly gotten. So it was really high value still coming out from Shopify Rebellion. It has not been an easy path, Parker. It's been a long and brutal game full of comebacks and full of results that nobody would have expected. But Shopify Rebellion are officially 1 round away from top 4 in the NAL.
I mean, they survived through most of the group stage, being in that position. The winner of this series will be in action later today. I'm sorry if I am repeating myself for those of you that have been here from the very first moment, but we are about 3.5 hours into this best of 3, so we'll be picking up new viewers as time goes on. No matter what happens over the next 3, 1, maybe 2, maybe 3, maybe 4 rounds, DZ and Wildcard are up next. You'll get to see a Dark Zero team that was screaming hot to start this stage, but faltered in the final 2 play days, dropping a 5-7 decision to this team on the right, Shopify Rebellion, and then ended the final day of groups with a 5-7 scoreline, again on the wrong side of that against Space Station Gaming. It's all upper bracket today. The winner of this series will play the winner of DZ versus Wildcard in our final match of the day, which again is scheduled to start around 8 o'clock. But unless DZ and Wildcard is a 2-0 blowout, I do not think we will make that 8 p.m. timing. This has been a long best of 3, just as we saw yesterday. We had 1 long best of 3 before a blowout in that Space Station Wildcard match, with Wildcard winning 2-0, which was certainly not what I expected. I also did not expect M80 to take a first map off of Shopify Rebellion, but here we are. And again, it's the magic of the playoffs.
Gavin not reacting to that Gersmot that just went off. He's going to wait for his shield, and that's exactly what he had to do. Beautiful kill on the Canadian, whose shield was moved by that clash. And now he's still in a power position, hoping able to kill Surf. That's just on the other side of this doorway.
A really troubling operator to lose, and of course the team captain will now have to either sit silent on the outside or guide them on in without being an active body. Gavin has been dropped. Gunner is also 1 foot in the grave at the moment. I don't think Gavin can be retrieved as Rexon follows up on this. Diffuser with only 1 gas canister in pocket with a minute to go, but no shields to slow down on the side of the Rebellion, so that is A-okay. He'll toss it out over towards that secondary bomb site, playing over inside of Fountain, a very critical position where he can engage either with the SMG or the shotgun. Now Gunner will see hot and cold maneuver back towards that wall, buying as much time as possible. Shopify Rebellion cannot get bogged down here in the nitty-gritty. Surf will be the main point of contact, staring over towards Metal, watching as the clash of hot and cold is just out of sight. Ambi and Rexon now walking through office, smoking off Fountain. Kino has a nitro cell prepped and ready as it tosses over and catches Rexon, downing Ambi in the process. Kino might have just saved the round. Ambi retrieved. Gunner still on a single point of HP. Diffuser picked off by Spoit. 3v3 with 10 seconds to go. Could we see a hectic conclusion? Kino gunning down Ambi. Surf will fall as well, and it's Spoit with 17 kills. He'll need to finish this round with 20, but 17 will do as all of M80 collapse on him, and they get the final pick to send us to overtime.
The hero of M80 is named Kino, the first player ever picked up by this M80 org in Rainbow Six Siege. Will continue to be big for his team. A massive nitro cell. If he had just gotten those nitro downs, it probably would have been enough to make him the MVP of that round. Following it up with the shotgun too, though. Perfect play when the pressure is the highest. It forces us into overtime. I love the way M80 played that whole defense. You know, they had aggressive plays over in break room. They had hot and cold on the clash up there. They had that great play by the yellow, which I'm sure we're about to get a replay of. This one right there. That wasted a lot of time. And then they didn't just stick around and die. Okay, Gavin did. But everybody else then rotated back out of break room. They conceded security. They knew they didn't have to hold the whole map. So they said, that's fine by us. We'll let Shopify have it. There's only like 40 seconds on the clock anyways. You guys can take this space. We're going to fall back. We've got Kino in the back line, so we know we're going to be okay. It wouldn't have been right if this game didn't go OT.
Well, of course. I said I didn't expect to see a blowout. I said, I think it was after the second round, or it was either the second or third round. I said, I'm feeling overtime. I want overtime. A common question asked to casters is, which teams are you cheering for? Who do you like the most? And the answer is, well, there really isn't any. I don't personally care about any of these teams. I care about players and I care about storylines. And right here, I think there's compelling storylines for both of these teams. Shopify Rebellion have shown that they can bleed, but if they manage to overcome this matchup and go into the upper bracket finals, clinching a spot in the top 4, then cool, that's a storyline to be had. They were the best team through the group stage, but they're not perfect. As for M80, the storyline that would unfold is, well, it looked like they were in trouble against OXG. They persevered, they overcame that, and they won. Now, the same thing against Shopify Rebellion. They started off strong. They were in trouble on map number 2. Shopify Rebellion came back, and M80 has an opportunity to shut down the best team in the region and throw them down into the lower bracket. Both very compelling and both very easy to tell from a casting perspective. Which of these teams will have that story come to fruition? 2 rounds, maybe 3 rounds. We'll have our answer.
Trying to get a vert angle onto, I believe that's Ambi up at the top of Raptors. Yes, it is. Holding this spot. It's got a 3-way crossfire alongside Canadian and Spoit. That's some good information. I don't think Diffuser is aware. He should know now that he's being spammed out, and he might have to suffer for it, but no, it's Ambi up above instead. Good couple of frags coming out from M80 will secure them a lot of big positionings. Still Canadian East stairs, and Spoit in behind him will exist in powerful positions, so the job is not done, but you've gotten yourself a man advantage.
I was going to say, Canadian's going to be holding this whole round together in his position. He dies, and it's curtains, and there he goes. It's all up to Surf as the last one. He's got intel from the Yokai. but also has 3 angry players on the side of M80 that will be encroaching upon his position very quickly. Especially with a Monty on the board, that's tough. Surf might have just lost that yokai and have very limited intel, as now we see M80 going towards Discovery. Still a minute to go. I like this from M80, Jesse. They have time at their disposal. They should use it. And now they've got the information. Cotton has picked off the position of Surf right now inside of Archives, and an Echo is not really an operator that you want taking these engagements. Surf almost spray transfers over to grab Kino for a second kill, but can only get hot and cold. And M80 topple the Rebellion to move to match point, series point.
Another big round from Kino, getting one of those early picks onto Rexon at the start of the round, and then late round as well, working perfectly with hot and cold on the shield. Kino has been somewhat moved off of shields on this M80 team. It has long been his role on this organization to play the shields. He's had, we'll say, mixed results on those operators in the past. With hot and cold joining, though, it was a no-brainer that he was going to take over from that position. But Kino can still have a huge impact, getting those frags around his IGL, around his shield player. That was massive for Kino. Kino, the single longest teammate that Spoit has ever had. They played together for 2 full years. And that first stage, when Spoit was signed to M80, when he crossed the pond to come over to North America, he became a North American champion in his very first stage, winning the playoffs the very first time that he came over to NA alongside Kino. Along the way, he eliminated the Sonics in that playoff rung, and now his 2 teammates of both Super and Rexon, who were removed on that team. It's been a long road for a lot of these players, and you know just how important it is to be able to secure this top 4 spot in North America. Shopify will need to go back-to-back to finish out this game 8-7. M80 just need 1.
5 kills, 5 bullets. That's all that separate you from a berth in that upper bracket final. Not that Redditors need to be referenced here, but I do think it will be some just desserts for the M80 haters that we're talking on the subreddit about how washed this team is, how overrated the core is. I know that we as casters can sink to this level, and I know the average audience will do that as well, that when a team loses, we tend to point fingers and say, well, of course they choked, they played badly. That's not really the case. This has been a great matchup for both of these teams. I think both squads can be quite happy with their performance, no matter who wins and who loses. That said, I think the expectations for Shopify Rebellion were much higher, and they have been held back in a number of these rounds in ways that I think they will look back on and kick themselves over. M80, I would argue, are playing above what we saw of them in the group stages. Shopify Rebellion are playing below that, and I don't think that has anything to do with each other. Still, both teams look top tier. And if Shopify Rebellion are to lose, well, it was a very, very close matchup. But close doesn't get you to the upper bracket finals.
Gunner in a very important gunfight. Hot and Cold comes out to support him. This is really smart. Just forces Rexon to back off. They had a really strong drone onto Gunner. They had all of his information. Now they're going to have to run in and try to pinch with the blitz.
Canadian is off to the races. Spoit leading the killing. Could a 15th round be on the board? The Rebellion seem to think so, as they found 2, now 3 kills, 4 as well. Another flawless round for the Rebellion? Yes, it will come to pass. They do it within about a 5 to 10 second window, and now we go to another 15th round. Literally 3 minutes away from a conclusion.
Spoit showing why he is maybe the single best player in North America. His teammates would argue with that, and certainly they've had different moments where different players on the Shopify Rebellion team have popped off, but today, when it matters the most, Game 3 of playoffs, Spoit is putting up a legendary performance. He's done this before. He did it for Rogue, he did it for Koi, he did it for M80, and now he's really showing what he can do for Shopify Rebellion. 1 round will determine who makes it to the top 4. Of course, as we've said over and over again, if you lose this best of 3, you still have a chance. You can still even get first place in the North America. You could run the lower bracket. So even if Shopify lose this, they could still be the best team in NA, but it's a whole lot harder when you have to play all those lower bracket games. And to be able to relieve that pressure right now would be all that they could ask for on both M80 and Shopify.
Loser of this matchup goes to play Space Station tomorrow in the lower bracket quarterfinal. Loser of Dark Zero Wildcard plays OXG in another lower bracket quarterfinal. Then you have to get through the lower bracket semifinal. Then you need to get past the lower bracket final, which will be, if M80 wins this and one of DZ Wildcard win the next game, it will be the loser of that matchup. These two teams, in theory, could play each other once more. So yeah, it's why we call it the gauntlet, because it's always an easier road going through the upper bracket. You don't necessarily want to go down to the lower bracket to sink to the depths of the other teams when they've got more to prove than you do.
Win or lose, Gavin is going to end this game on the Amaru. He's over by the front door. I think his plan is to enter and likely go up the small office hatch. Could also go up the archives hatch if he's feeling like it might be a better angle for him. You see the drone there. He does not want this operator to be given up. He does not want it to be obvious what he's playing. That shotgun, if he goes up that small office hatch, is going to be incredibly deadly. Might not happen right away, though. Diffuser entering down below means that they could be trying to pressure out the player inside of security. Another hatch, I should say, that Gavin could also send himself up. Here he goes, looking for the security hatch.
This is a very pivotal moment, and he finds Surf with the shotgun out. Surf was hopping off cam at that exact moment. Rexon has been dropped as well, but Diffuser and Gavin will bite the dust. Technically a 3v3. Ambi eliminating Diffuser as Spoit dies. Canadian is still up to work with Ambi. Canadian on that Tachanka will need to go for a reload. He's still armed to the gills with those Shamika launchers. Gavin is in a position where he could be retrieved. It really does depend on how Canadian plays this. Littering the way as Ambi swings forward, eliminating Gavin. What remained is now gone. Hot and Cold still upright with the shield fully extended. Kino will attempt the plant. Canadian held back. Ambi will have to swing for it, but coverage is not there. They thought that Houghton would have it. Canadian takes one down. Canadian gets the other as well. Hot and Cold in a 1v2. A do-or-die moment for both of these teams. Houghton on the Monty, watching as that Diffuser's timer continues to run away, but he has his hands full. He'll be pinched from both sides, flames spreading around him, shield knocked asunder, and Ambi gets a triple kill to send the Rebellion to the upper bracket finals in a heroic 15th round moment.
They might not have been invited to reload, but they will receive the first North American invite to EWC. Who better than Canadian to close that? Emotions heavy on both sides. Elation on one, frustration on the other. A massive win from Shopify Rebellion. Undoubtedly the most difficult game they've played all season, but they still crossed the finish line.
What a shocking finish that is. And one that did not seem like for quite a while it would end up happening. They win it by 2 kills in the 15th and final round. Canadian with a monstrous 2-piece. Ambi picks up a third, all 5 kills between the two of them. And of course, it's the team captain to step up when need be. The first team to make it to the upper bracket finals is the team that hadn't dropped a map until recently. We'll be back because there's plenty more action to come. We'll see you in a few.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
extended?
Yeah.
No. Sandwich.
Yeah, shoot him, try.
I'm reloading, bro. Oh my god, bro.
Shoot him, bro.
Let's fucking go! Yo,
let's fucking go!
When it matters most, there ain't no one better. No one better in the biz when it matters most. Who called? Was that you, Richie? Hey,
When it matters most, there's no one better. That's what you just heard Canadians say. What a fight, what a finish. Back-to-back maps require round 15. And it is Shopify Rebellion who come out on top. We'll welcome in Rexon, who's standing by after a harrowing, intense final fight and big victory. Rexon, take me through that roller coaster of a final round. What was that like for you and the team as Troy pops off, gets those 2 kills, brings you guys back into it, and you come out with an 8-7 win?
Well, I would like to preface by saying I told you I would see you again tomorrow. Anyways, by that, the last round was pretty crazy because, again, you know, they every time they would play, they would do an Eastover, you know, one guy green side, one guy red side, shield walk up. We saw they were doing that. In the middle of the round, it might have been Bees that called it, but he was like, hey guys, Monty's only here. He's trying to pressure the break door with an echo drone. He's, hey guys, Monty's only here. This might be a bait. Literally, as he says that, I turn around. Dame calls the sense wall. You know, the sense wall is going straight through armory, can't see shit. Sorry. I think they're planning archives, throw the C4 over, get nothing, you know. We get down to the Amaru, and then Bees walked up, downs the Amaru, and then Troy's playing archives. So once we kind of like brought it back a couple kills, you know, we got to reset, play out the cams, and I mean, Seth said it. He didn't know how we won the round, and that was an insane round to one lose because, you know, Troy had a god shot on Gunner. But there was just a lot of emotion. Really, there's a lot of emotion, a lot of adrenaline. I don't really know what else to say right now.
Yeah, well, to bring it back to a little bit of a strategy, I mean, it looked like the first 2 maps, M80 was just pummeling with like the hard, fast, aggressive takes off the back of the blitz, just constantly trying to get that early aggression out from you guys. One question is, how did you guys respond to that? And then on border, it looked like M80 was a little frazzled, playing very individualized. How did you guys respond to that as well?
So we knew coming into like Chalet, you know, they're gonna have prep. What they do normally is if they're not hitting fast, they're pretty slow. I mean, obviously, you know, it's the opposite, but it's a lot of like telegraphed rushes, and they were going to do it every single time. So we're going master, hitting solo over a lot. I felt like that map, honestly, I think it was just the first map. It was, you know, really early. I think we were just not playing it at our best, obviously, considering it was 7-4. But after we had that map, you know, took a walk, got on Night Haven Labs. I was like, listen, guys, we know exactly what they're trying to do. They're going to hit fast. Same plan as we do with every other team is you need to ISO where the push is, or find out, get a head count where they're all at, call where the shield is, and then pick a side to fight because you can't give them all, you know, all the map. So then as for defense, it's like, hey guys, like they're gonna be hitting fast, B gun up, and then a couple rounds, I think we got caught off guard, and like that's frustrating because we talk about it, we know it's going to happen, and yet we're still playing into it. So we had our timeout. After timeout, I was like, listen guys, like we're still playing into the way that they are. We just need to be gun up and play off each other. Like stop your man advantage, stop swinging, because we lost a couple of those, as you saw. When we have our advantages, formulate a plan is how we're gonna, you know, deny the round. So like whether it's like we have C4 smokes, do we need a double swing to get the guy at the vert? Like what are we going to do? And then as a border, I think border, a very scrappy map. They play extremely aggressive, so do we, and I think we showed out on that map, you know, as opposed to them, as you can tell by a thrown, what, 3v5?
Yeah, I mean, it was a good back and forth from both of you. I mean, you got to give credit to both teams, but you guys did end up getting it done. I kind of want to ask you, I mean, more so inside of the comms area, you know, Troy didn't have the best performance the first map. Then you transition to Night Haven Labs. He starts to pick it up. He starts to find his stride on Blackbeard. And then, obviously, we then go pivot into the last game where he has that last round that completely saves you guys from having to go down into the lower bracket. I'm just kind of curious, when you're in the comms, what's Troy's vibes like, obviously, from the first game, then the second game, then to the last?
Honestly, it was pretty even across the board. As you should, you know, he's our IGL, our in-game leader. It's like, not only is that your teammate, that's also someone you look up to for like whether, you know, everyone has their adaptations, but he has the answer, right? So if he messes up, he takes accountability. Okay, my bad, guys. I told you to do this, and that's okay. You have trust in your leader, right? Like, if he's the guy guiding us. We trust he's going to call the correct play. If not, so be it. Next round, and that's how you have to deal with it. So it's not like the first map he was, you know, doom and gloom and quiet and like, oh, I don't know what to do, and like whispering. He had a plan every single time, and we did those plans. And if it messed up, that's okay. You know, go next. So obviously, Troy, you know, the GOAT, been here for a minute, still doing what he's always been doing. That's winning an A and going on to, you know, the international events to get another ship. I mean, I like Troy as my IGL. As the map went on, he still kept trying new things. I mean, there's some stuff we never did before, you know, and that's just something you're willing to work with, and it worked out for us. So, I mean, that's my GOAT.
And I just want to say, like, I love that you're highlighting him in that moment because obviously when you look at Twitch chat, we all know what goes on as a player and in the comms. And I love that you highlight that because, you know, some people might think, oh, this is on Troy. Troy's not talking. This is why SR is falling apart. But the fact that you are still confident in him, he's confident in himself, he's going round by round, even if he's not dropping, you know, 1 kill, 2 kills, whatever, that he's still keeping you guys in line and confident that we can still bring it back. And obviously, you guys brought it back. And him in particular, again, ending that last round the way that he did, the fashion that he did it, that's typical Troy.
You love to see that, Rex, and another big win for you guys as you continue the hot streak. We'll see you in just a couple hours as you go to that upper bracket final. So best of luck preparing for that, watching the game, and we'll see you then.
Yeah, thank you. Later, guys. I'll see you.
All right, thanks, Rex.
They cut him off. They want to.
At the very end, like, get this guy out of here, playing the outro music. What a win. What a finish. Shopify, for this game to go back-to-back round 15, this had to be, I mean, such a battle of persistence, perseverance, and here they are, the victors.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when it comes down to being resilient, I mean, Shopify showed it. And it didn't matter if players weren't getting kills, like Richie and you just talked about with Canadian not getting kills. It didn't matter if strats weren't going right. They constantly had a response and an answer, especially when they were in a man-down deficit. Shopify Rebellion just didn't let the mental game affect them at all. I mean, when you're playing against a team like M80, I mean, they are very sparky. They're going for these aggressive plays, especially on a map like Border. They were constantly going for these fights. So to stay level-headed, constantly fight back and forth, not worry about sporadic plays, and just focus on the trade games. And obviously, I mean, look at that. Canadian, the man, the myth, just clutching out in the last round. I mean, when you just have leadership like that, and obviously everyone's just confident in each other.
See what Surf put right at the end.
No, what do you say?
No, I can't say on broadcast.
Well, still, nonetheless, is extremely impressive.
What a way to finish, as we said. M80, of course, and we saw it there throughout the entire series, not just that map. They were throwing everything at Shopify, especially on the attacking side. But their problems, as they sort of came to a head on that last map, it really came down to a little bit of disjointed play, a little bit individualized pushes.
Yeah, and that's something that's been very consistent, to say the least, when it comes to M80. You know, we've harped on it so many times. They have the round. They can make the play here. And in round 10, I mean, this highlights the moment where this should easily have been an M80 round. And had this round gone in their favor, we could see M80 the one leading this, ending the series. But it's small things like this that cripple and just is a domino effect. And immediately after round 10, it then falls into a flawless round on SR. Granted, they do bring it back to push it to the maximum amount of round 15. But again, for M80, you're going to look back at this game. You're going to know in these moments, it's these small little mistakes that you keep having over and over again. And trust me, being a player, me and Fox know, these are things that you identify. You know that they're the issue. It is so hard to address it because it comes from a player to player individually recognizing it and realizing it in those moments to try and address it.
Well, you brought it up. Round 15, that biggest moment. We talked to Rexon about it. That moment which looked like M80 was about to take the series. Instead, it was Shopify.
Yeah, I mean, Canadian just goes for this peek. He sees the shot onto Gunner. I mean, what a shot to hit. I mean, he said it best.
He needed it.
When, you know, he did need it. He was definitely having a rough series at the start, but way to come through. I mean, he's not there for his gun skill, but obviously when it matters most and you needed him, he showed up. He showed up big. He cleaned it up, got the defeat.
I know for a fact, all of Twitch chat throughout this series was definitely saying, Troy this, Troy that. I guarantee everyone at that last round, Troy's the GOAT. He's my GOAT. Everyone was swapping sides. I never lost faith in Troy. He's the player that he is for a reason. He's a 2-time world champ for a reason. Put some respect on his name.
Well, a lot of respect on these teams for this marathon of a game that they just went through. And for Shopify, they're going to have to play another one in just a bit. We've got another best of 3. It is our second upper bracket semifinal, Dark Zero and Wildcard. 2 big names, another big matchup. And we can see if this one goes the distance as well. We've got all that and more. Our upper bracket final coming up next, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Dominus and Dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gitbo. There's only 4 seconds left. What? There's no way.
whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
They've given him a 1v1, and they've given him both down.
Stop. They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take their kingdom from Blacktown.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
if you thought that first match was a good one, we are just getting started here at day 2 of the playoffs of the NAL. It is Dark Zero and Wildcard next as we get into the second of our upper bracket semis. It has been a fantastic start to the playoffs, and this one is going to be a good one as well. I'm Jonas Willinger alongside Foxe and Laxing for game 2 of the day. We still have the upper bracket final coming after this, but what a start. This time, though, it is Dark Zero and it is Wildcard. Two teams headed in opposite directions as Wildcard, they're riding a hot streak, and Dark Zero looking to bounce back from a couple of losses.
Yeah, but they're both in a position of redemption because Wildcard is a team that we saw so much of. Then they come into the stage, struggle out, and now, yeah, they've been on an upward trend. It's looked so good. DZ, opposite take. They have been nothing but perfect up until the last 2 days. And now they're in a position where they kind of want to get that streak of losing broken, but also get that little bit of confidence back under their belt.
Well, one team with a lot of confidence is Wildcard. They have won 4 straight maps, including a big win over OXG just yesterday.
Yeah, it's been so fun to watch these guys. Again, we highlight them so much going into this stage. They did not deliver, but these last 4 games, 2 coming out of yesterday, I mean, it's been nothing but dominance. It's been nothing but resilience and passion and drive that is really pushing this Wildcard to their limits.
And they're showing us that reload side of them that we haven't seen for a while, that coordination and just being so locked in under the pressure. We saw this yesterday against OXG, 7-7, round 15 to win the whole thing, and Wildcard was locked in. Take a listen.
No.
On me.
Alright, 3. One of his 2. 1. One scanning. Hey, dead. Nice.
One on my all. Okay.
And you're dead.
Yeah, one deep bedroom. Oh, bro, way to job going off the trap, bro. That's what I like, bro. Way to switch it up, bro. So much better, bro.
Let's go, boys.
Yeah, it's been nothing short than amazing with this roster. I mean, even to kick off the first round to start out SSG versus Wildcard, it was nothing but flawless in terms of what their attacks were going to look like, where we weren't sure what we were going to see, but again, nothing but flawless. And something that Wildcard has done extremely well that we saw in Reload was just being able to adapt, was being able to understand the win condition, how they were going to get to that end goal of winning a round, and a lot of that really came down to isolating players, finding those picks, even in moments like these where Spiker realizes he doesn't need to take the 2v1. He can play the post plant, jump out the window, get that, I mean, he hits a nasty one shot, but then it forces that player into an unwinnable position. And then again, I mean, you look at the stats from this team from yesterday, this is not something that we were seeing throughout the stage. And again, if you were needing to come alive at any point in time, it was definitely in the last bit of the stage to qualify for playoffs, but especially to have 2 statement games following back to back against a team like SSG just only sets the pillar for what their success can look like going against Dark Zero.
And what that success looks like when all players are firing, it looks pretty good. One man who's contributing to that is Bay. We spoke to him in the interview yesterday. He was confident. No surprise why. He has been unreal.
I mean, confidence doesn't even tell half the tale. I mean, Bay has really come into fruition in terms of the type of player he's going to be. When we first saw him at Reload, we weren't sure what it was going to look like at International. He performed. Then even coming into this stage, sure, Wildcard hasn't been perfect by any means, but Bay has constantly been performing every single game. He has not let his foot off the gas, and for him being a rookie to still showing life, to still showing that he has not hit his ceiling yet, it's only up and up trends for Bay. Sure, he's on his phone right now, letting everyone know this is going to be an easy game, to be watching out for his skills, watching out for the plays that he's going to make. But again, you just look at his stats, 127 EPS, 27 and 14 yesterday, almost dropping a 30 bomb, and then 10 multi-kills within that 2 games. I mean, whether he's getting 1 kill, whether he's getting 2 kills or triple kills, Bay is a player you absolutely can rely on every single game when he's in the lobby.
And he's been such a necessity for the team because we talked about their success on Reload. Big players like Dash and Baby Shark were big reasons for their success. And then coming into the stage, it was really hard to pinpoint one player that was going to stand out and be that star that Wildcard needs. But so far in the playoffs, Bay has not let us down.
Well, Dark Zero, a team that maybe has fallen short of their own expectations over the last 2 play days. But other than that, this is a team that has been in pretty good shape. All they're trying to do right now, Fox, is shake off those last 2 losses.
And they need to, because there's an element of the mental aspect here that could affect Dark Zero. I mean, they were almost flawless up until the SR game, but the SR game wasn't just a loss. It was almost an expose on how to beat Dark Zero. They immediately then go and lose to SSG. So now the blueprint to beat Dark Zero is out there for any team to be able to attack. I mean, publicly exposing the way that Dark Zero is playing around Spirits, but also giving the direct answer on how they counter Dark Zero, which is being able to limit the amount of space that Spirits is able to grab and fight him head on. You don't necessarily need to kill him, but as long as you're putting a wall between him and connecting him to his teammates, that's where Dark Zero finds a real struggle.
Well, they've been struggling on the entry as a result. I mean, when you look at the way they started, the first 7 play days, their entry stats off the charts. The last 2 games, not so much.
Yeah, I mean, kind of a funny comparison. We got Shopify, SSG, and then Envy Cruelty, but the point still stands. They're losing so many more opening kills to the top teams because those kills are allowed to come back. But if you pay attention to the recovery rate, that means that when Dark Zero loses a member first, how many rounds are they able to bring back? They dropped more than half to 21% of the rounds recovered, which means if they're losing that opening kill, only 21% of those rounds are they able to actually bring back at a man deficit, which screams to me that yes, we've seen a more electric Dark Zero, but it's still the same strategy reliant Dark Zero that is in its roots, that if you lose that opening kill, they kind of they struggle, they fumble, they're not able to find a way in, find that pick, especially if they lose their entry Spirits.
Well, of course, those last 2 days were just a blemish on what was an otherwise spotless record from Dark Zero for the majority of the stage. We're talking about this because this is new. As you said, we're finally seeing how to beat this team, but they have been dominant for the most of the stage.
Yeah, I mean, you can't mention Dark Zero without talking about the Reign of Terror up until SR. I mean, they looked phenomenal. No team was really keeping it close between them. They had such a cool and unique play style of being able to bring different operators. I mean, we talk about Spirits all the time and his X Factor ability. The amount of operators that guy's played is ridiculous. I mean, we're seeing him on the glass on all 3 different types of shields. We're seeing him bring Ying Shotgun. He's a trendsetter for the team. And absolutely, since getting Spirits and Citizens, DZ has been unstoppable. It was the right move for the right direction that Dark Zero is trying to go. Hopefully, they can just shake off that mental battle that's holding them back, and it doesn't go further than that.
Well, Wildcard hoping to replicate the winning formula against Dark Zero. Now, where that's going to take place, Lax, well, I suppose it really depends the kind of strategy they want to bring out.
Yeah, Cafe, no surprise to me. Both these teams are very comfortable. Obviously, DZ has only played it once this stage, beating Envy 7-3, where on the opposite side, Wildcard has played it numerous times, finding 2 wins versus 1 loss. But if anything, I think that favors Dark Zero a little more, just for the simple fact, when you really look at Wildcard and how they were exposing SSG, they were finding those solo roamers. They were being able to pinch those players, bring those rounds back, where Cafe isn't going to allow you to necessarily find a lot of solo players. You're going to have to be meeting more of a brunt, more of a head of DZ on either side, whether it's on attack, whether it's on defense. So for me, Wildcard is really going to have to maybe tweak how they want to approach it, but still have the same sort of execute and tenacity within those pushes.
I mean, to me, this looks like Dark Zero is confident on any map. They're taking Wildcard to some of their best picks. I mean, they're obviously trying to just be the better team at the end of the day, because both teams have a lot of similarities in the way that they want to play, a little bit methodical, but they've added a lot of spice recently. So that being said, I mean, on a map like Cafe, everybody knows NJ are on the white window. Everybody knows that Dark Zero loves to hold lanes. But since adding Spirits, the shield play of being able to take position has made them so scary on that map. So to me, it looks like no matter what map you go to, Dark Zero is going to be the favorites. That being said, Dark Zero is giving Wildcard kind of a bone here, taking them to favorable maps for Wildcard as well.
Well, speaking of Cafe, Night Haven, Bank. Lax, does that shift your prediction on this?
No, I'm still confident with Wildcard. You know, when we talk about a mental game, you coming off of 2 losses after a very successful stage, those 2 losses really can start a domino effect, because then you start identifying problems that you don't have a lot of time to fix. Whereas Wildcard, they've had an entire stage of fixing problems where they were saying it was communication, they weren't having the vibes because Dash and them weren't with them, but they've come together collectively to now have these dominant performances. So again, for me, it's a no-brainer for Wildcard.
I think for both teams, the story is going to be confidence. Can DZ remain confident after 2 losses? Can Wildcard stay confident against a team that's arguably, you know, the better team in the league currently? So it's going to come down to it. Who's going to be shooting better?
All right, DZ trying to bounce back. Wildcard riding a hot streak. We'll see how this one goes in our second upper bracket semi of the day. We got a little caster swap here, so I'll now send it down to Ali and Lynx to keep this one going.
Wildcard impressed and then some yesterday with their 2-0 victory over SSG, and with one of the top 4 gatekeepers vanquished, Ollie, perhaps one of the most formidable of all of them now stands in their way. Cafe, a map that they have played quite frequently, but not have had much success on, will be our first one of potentially 3. And even though we've already had a banger 3-mapper to start, and Ollie and I aren't exactly the biggest fans of long nights, Ollie, I will say, if anything is going to be 3 maps, I would like DZ Wildcard to go the distance.
Absolutely. Look at what we've got ahead of us now. We're finally into playoffs, good and proper. Full 3-map evenings, or 3-game evenings, should I say. Best of 3s, top through bottom. We've already seen one 3-mapper. What's to say we don't see a couple more here? Wildcard versus DZ. I'll be honest with you. I was staying up last night watching the SSG game. SSG Wildcard, we were in a call together and we were enjoying watching it, weren't we? The final round hits. I left about halfway through the final map. The final round hits and I go, oh, you know what? I'm going to go to bed. I'll watch this final round. I woke up in the morning. I couldn't believe the score. I logged back into the PC to see if it was actually reality. It was something. I wasn't expecting that for a scoreline. Unfortunately, it looks like we're going to have to hit a short break because it does seem we've got a few technical issues. I know, but we will get it sorted as soon as possible. Please bear with us, and we'll be back just after this.
They got like a slice of pizza and it's literally like the length of my arm, peach glazed pork belly. Wow, and and they also do like this like potato thing. I can't remember what the potato thing is, but wow, it's just good. It's good stuff. Big up Texas barbecue. N-A-F-E. I'm called Nathan. I was originally called Nath, spelled with T-H, but too many people were pronouncing it as Nath, and that is a Someone was explaining Nath to someone. I think they'd say he crossed the pond and he brought in a bit of British culture.
To everyone's surprise, I'm not a fan of beans. From a UK person, I'm not a fan of beans.
Welcome to America.
I like being in control. I've got a lot of confidence in myself, so I think it correlates to my role in the game, being able to call the shots. A big thing I noticed from EU to NA is just work ethic, to be honest. Of a higher standard, like people are more on time. Just professionalism, I'd say.
1, 2, 3,
it is too f***ing hot over here. Full stop. I'm never going to be able to adapt to 35 degrees. I'm just have to suck it up and thank God for aircon. My mum and dad, big up to them. They both took me to football every single weekend, training I think twice a week. I did that up until the age of like 17, 18, where I had an injury. Don't worry, I wouldn't have gone pro. I had a lot of time off when I was injured because I couldn't play football. So my big brother got me into a game called Siege. Fast forward 5 years down the line and here I am. Obviously I knew I wasn't good enough to be a footballer, so I was going to try and come. The closest thing to get into a football pitch would be a physical therapist. In university I was only there for 6 months, to be honest. I was studying sports science, and after 6 months in my T3 team, we got the offer to get paid to play at the time, and obviously that was a big thing. I said to my parents, I'm not enjoying university and I don't want to pursue this, and thanks to them, they let me know. They were very encouraging. They let me take that risk. What I miss about home, where do I start? Well, my main thing is my dog, Archie. He's a little Labrador retriever. Literally the best thing that's ever happened to me. I don't know, but dogs are just the best. He loves his treats. He loves his walks. I don't know, it's something about when I go home after I've staying away for a long time, like out for the stage or a major, going home and seeing my dog is like rejuvenating, like something about it. I miss him to bits, and that's definitely the hardest part about all of this. We live in a team house right now. It's like a permanent boot camp. There's a reason why people go to boot camps before events, because they give it such a big advantage, and you get a lot more high level practice when you're at a boot camp. Benefits of being in the team house, obviously you build better chemistry, and like, you're going to build better relationships inside and outside of the game.
Wicked, man.
I am looking to win something. I work too hard not to win something, so yeah, I'm gonna just keep to my grind, and it'll happen eventually. Also, add some hardware to the table. I think as a person, I'd want them to remember me as like a guy that came over across the pond to NA, and my hard work was paid off. All the hours that people don't see will be like worth it at the end. I'll have a lot of trophies to show for that. That's a wrap.
All right, let's try that again. We have Cafe coming up between Dark Zero and Wildcard for our second series of the night, Ollie. And I'm just as excited as I was before we took a very brief break. Both teams like this map. Wildcard have played it 3 times, and as Fox said on the desk, both of these teams looking to redeem themselves. Dark Zero, from the very, let's be honest, mild blemishes that exist on their record after they lost to Shopify and SSG, and Wildcard looking to continue their redemption and make good on the promise made in that SSG game yesterday.
Let's get into it. DZ versus Wildcard, our second best of 3 here tonight. Let's see what the bands have to bring. Now, I'm not expecting fireworks on necessarily this side of the bands, but maybe when the sides switch, we can discuss a couple of things that we have been going over. For the meantime, it looks fairly par for the course.
Azami?
It's gonna be this.
It's gotta be
this.
Mira!
Ooh.
Now, see, this is fair, because in the times Wildcard have played Cafe, more often than not, Azami is banned, or even when it has been up, they have not run it all that much. There's an asterisk to what I'm about to say, though. So they have run a lot of Mira in its place, Ollie. They run some Mira, they also run some Echo, do a little Skylight Echo, or play it on Kitchen too. But the asterisk to that is, even when Castle and Azami is banned, The amount of times I've still seen Baby Shark playing deep in Christmas or Dash playing in Shop is honestly kind of incredible. Even with Castle and Azami bans, sometimes Wildcards still like to play aggro there. And so with Azami left up, I imagine we're going to see Baby Shark playing quite a bit of this op.
It is pretty much a must pick here on Cafe. A little reminder for anybody that missed the game during the regular stage between these two teams. It was played out on an old favorite. It was played out on Clubhouse. 7-4 scoreline to Dark Zero. But, and this is quite a big but, a lot of those rounds, there were a lot of multi-kills coming in for players on side of DZ. So whilst the scoreline looks fairly decisive,
7-4.
Is it really that decisive when you take into context how many multi-kills? Now, there's nothing to say that those kills wouldn't have been spread out had players been given the opportunity, but it is always something interesting to ponder, especially when you're getting these two teams facing up now inside of a best of 3.
And especially something to ponder when, I mean, we got to talk 80 roster, Kino being in his place, so we only have 4/5 of that Beast Coast Manchester team. And yet he has been arguably public enemy #1 on Dark Zero, constantly targeted in these ban phases. And it's something we did not see. Just like we didn't see it in the Shopify game all that much. Spirits is allowed to play the main op he plays on Cafe. The one time we've seen it, despite Citizen by and large playing the Deimos, it is Spirits who plays this op on this map. And what we've seen from Dark Zero's previous attacks is Spirits will sit on this white rappel, try to find the gap and rappel in. We've even seen KZ do this with the shotgun, but Spirits runs the AK for those long angle engagements. Deathmark tracker goes out, spots Baby Shark on Pixel. A good crossfire setup to counter this very entry. You can see him already making good use of those Kibas. Give him some flexibility to push deeper into Christmas, but instead decides to rotate out of the position entirely, pull back to Freezer. Already half the round gone. So Wildcard playing very aggressive on mining, dining, doing a good job at stalling this attack.
It's a big surprise to see DZ go for that, knowing that the Azami is up, right? Because Azami is going to have those barricades, and they've not really brought too much to try and deal with that. It looks though Wildcard are also going to get the fortune to essentially drop off for free. They've held upstairs for near 2 minutes at this point. It's fairly good pacing right now from Wildcard. DZ have, I'd say they've got quite a lot of work to do here, Links.
I'd say quite a bit of work indeed. I mean, and also, I mean, quite a bit of work, and you've only got the sledge to get this vert. You don't have any breach charges, anything like that. Could be a bit difficult.
Citizen, he's going to be able to set up and watch the flank. Now, with the floor being ripped open above, he's waiting to try and catch players out. Bay is going to find a big kill over onto Spirits. That's a massive opener here for Wildcard. They're pretty even on opening engagements. The conversion isn't too shabby either. It isn't perfect by any stretch, but as these kills start to flood, DZ, they have to commit to this.
Indeed, they do. And unfortunately, commitment doesn't go their way. Wildcard hold out quite strongly in their first defense and set up very nicely to counter the style of take we've seen Dark Zero and other teams on Cafe go for. I mentioned that Deimos on White Window. We've seen players like Spirits, players like KZ look to rappel in and then rush down White to just create a bit of chaos in the back line on the second floor. And we've seen both those players, Spirits and KZ, do so successfully. But this time, with the Azami up, it allows Baby Shark to spend a lot more time in the pixel position and also allows him to focus his gun not on Christmas, but instead on the white hallway. So it costs Dark Zero a lot of time to take that third floor control where otherwise and where previously it has fallen decently quick. And so when they inevitably get in the building, there isn't a lot of vertical destruction when you only have the sledge. You don't have a pick as Baby Shark and Dash hold on as long as they can, then fall back at the very, very last second before they overstay their welcome. I can't ask for a better played round for Wildcard coming out, especially when on Cafe, their defenses so far in their 3 plays have been the weaker side.
They're going to take us down to the kitchen. Good old kitchen and kitchen for round number 2 here. Not too much is going to change in the lineup on the side of Wildcard. They're going to bring a 2-brow. Main changes are going to be over on that DZ side, but Nath rocking Rora this time. One of Rora's better sights on Cafe, that is for sure. A little hop in through that wedding window. Always very possible. We'll have to see if that's where DZ choose to use it or if they've got something else up their sleeve. In the meantime, Pambazoo is going to get himself up onto the roof, and it looks like bit of a full clear, at least some good drone work going to be going on, making sure that nobody is hiding out up here. But we, of course, have the benefit of that X-ray view, and we can see that pretty much everyone is fairly well entrenched at the moment on this first floor level.
Yeah, typically Wildcard play pretty conservatively on these defenses, and actually I'm glad you brought up that roar play, because as we've seen teams run it more, seen a lot of impacts come in. You just kind of throw it through into small bag C4s too. You mentioned it's one of the best sites for Aurora, and just because it's so common, it's probably one of the only examples, with given how new this operator is, we've actually seen teams start to kind of like understand, okay, they're going to do this. Here's how we can react. Similar thing with this tuber out on bottom white. The shield has fallen back as a preference, so you throw the Zoto canisters instead. Ollie, by and large, is pretty standard defense.
It is. And I think the Wildcard don't need to overcook or overcomplicate anything here either. Didn't actually get the full width on that hatch, but I'm sure it's going to cause too many problems. Biggest issue that I can foresee for Wildcard at the moment is the timing. DZ still have quite a lot of time here, especially with a book to rip open this floor. And as we know, there are already players that are probing at the site and keeping an eye on those rotations. So Wildcard could get a little bit pinched right now, and these power positions, that util is eventually going to wear out.
Ooh. Huge 1v1 from Bay. Takes down Spirit, so that's death mark trackers. Pressure on Bakery. And now as the Auroras go out, because he also gets jammed very briefly, nice trade by NJR. Bay starting to feel a bit more pressure as somebody retakes that Bakery angle. Dash also put to 1, and the Aruni finished off. Somehow maybe down someone outside, but it's Dark Zero by far and away with the lead and the time to pick Citizen back up. Make this a 4v2, and look at the positions they have. NJR on red, 2 people outside in front of Bakery. You have basically every angle covered, so Kansan will try and make the right move, play an off angle late in the time. Look to hop up behind Bakery, praying to God he has not been droned, but Dark Zero play it so clean, the flashes go in, and yet they don't blind him. Kansan retains his vision, keeps his gun up, and sends 3 to the Shadow Realm. Pamba playing Vert now has got to run down and come into a party that has long since ended as Kansan, the best player on Wildcard, dominates round 2.
Not just the best player on Wildcard, but the second best player inside of NA at the moment. Behind Ambi, who has had some serious pop-off games. Kansan doing a fantastic job on Wildcard throughout the stage, and that performance looks to be continuing here throughout playoffs. There was a real crucial bulletproof camera there inside of Wedding that never got dealt with by Dark Zero. That was a 4 versus 2, by the way. 2 quick kills, Nath and Citizen both trying.
Nice,
the swing onto the Nomad, that was purely off the info off that BP as well. So yeah, the first 2 are impressive for Kansan. The second, it's a layup. He knows exactly where he is. I think the Nomad was even getting red pinged at the time. I'm quite surprised, you know, Lynx, not to see a timeout off the back of that last round, because that's
bit of a fumble.
There's some fundamentals that are going awry there, aren't there? If you're losing a 4 versus 2 with that much time left on the clock. What was the when we saw the player getting picked up, Citizen getting picked up at like what, 35 seconds left on the clock? That was plenty of time.
It's also pretty revealing how late these opening picks have come. It's been Bay onto Spirits 2 rounds in a row, and while that one came with a minute left in the round, the previous opening pick happened at 36 seconds left. Wildcard are simply not moving. Not rotating when they don't absolutely need to, and when they are, they're doing so safely, when Dark Zero don't have vision on them. And they're also disrespecting Spirits' positions quite heavily, and not allowing such a powerful operator like Deimos to have much of an impact. So as Mining and Kitchen go Wildcard's way, now we see the third site, not top floor, but instead a reading room defense. And Ollie, we got a Sens in play.
We do. The Aurora didn't work out exactly, so we're going to go for a Sens, which is fairly similar. It's a vision blocker. This one, however, is very much permeable. It is just a light blocker that you can activate, reactivate, shoot the ROUs on the ground, all sorts of fantastic stuff with the Sens, but it gives a little bit more flexibility because you can just roll it on in. Interesting you mentioned about Spirits on the Deimos as well, because not only has his impact not been felt, but we've also not really seen what the Deimos is about on Cafe so far because of those really 2 early opening picks. in the context of each round respectively. So I'd like to see DZ put a bit more emphasis on that right now and just assist on that roam clear a bit more, and whether it's going to be a traded kill, whether it's going to be something that comes off the back of some good drone information, just put a bit more effort in.
Well, there's the bit of effort you were looking for. Bay, 2-0 so far in the entry, will now be 2-1. Massive performer yesterday. Look at this passive angle from Spirits. Prone behind the pallet. Citizen also on. It'll have to be another 2v4 for Wildcard, and Kansan, the main offender previously, almost finds his first. It seemed like that was right on Nafe, but just a little too far to the left, or the C4 a little too far to the right. Either way, 2 men hold of white stairs as Dark Zero reset. Look to acquire this vertical control. We'll step into the tube route, disable the death mark. Leery of the flank, Nafe will spot the player red. That means they know one is sight, and you can see the call being given to start pressuring this reading room bomb site and look to put the diffuser down. Another death mark, some more shots from Pamazu. Kansan might complete this retake, but Dark Zero have made the right call, transferred down to the bottom floor, and even though Kansan has all of these vertical angles, Dark Zero have men and then some, guns to spare. And a little short on rounds, but at least they get there first.
Hey, they got a round. That's all that is required. Treat every round as 0-0 and just go next. Love the little play there from Citizen. Nice bit of distraction. The plant's going down. There's plenty of time for DZ to scramble and to save things, but you can't take a chance with somebody like Kansan. If you've got that level of man advantage, just send someone up the stairs to get him locked into a gunfight and at least distract him to confirm that plant going down, and then you can start to get yourself out of the building, get yourself into a post-plant position. So really well played there from DZ to guarantee themselves that round. Much better on the opening pick as well that time. But there again, it's a third choice site. So are we to expect that? Potentially. If DZ can start to translate that onto some of their more primary sites that Wildcard are defending here, then we will have a game on our hands. Nice to see Spirits getting in as well onto that lumber sort of area there at the top of those white stairs, and to be fair to him, quite a nice kill as his first kill in this map as well. So down into mining we're going to go here for round number 4.
Not a big shock to see the Deimos ban come through for Wildcard. Obviously, again, just not only targeting Spirits in terms of the actual play of the rounds, but also targeting him in the op bans. The other op he played in their one cafe game was Blackbeard, so no shock that we will see him flex to that, assuming he decides to stick it. Valkyrie might seem a bit odd, especially since Wildcard, well, did not play a Valkyrie whatsoever in the first 3 rounds, but we've already highlighted Kansan's impact, and Valkyrie is an op that Kansan doesn't play religiously, but is an op he has played a bit on cafe in the past, and I think we can all agree anything you can do to limit Kansan's impact is probably a good idea.
I think it's probably a good idea, but realistically, I'd be looking at the Azami ban thinking that's a much more enticing prospect. We'll see how it goes. If DZ starts to be able to deal with these keepers a bit better, then maybe it will be slightly different. Baby Shark is going to be quite aggressive inside of Cigar at the moment, but all the glass popped on the windows as well, so we'll be able to hear players coming up onto that rappel. Already got his keepers pre-placed as well, so really no one is going to expect him in this bit of an off angle here. Amber, does he get a glimpse there?
He does. He certainly does. Nade goes out. Baby Shark's got to be careful here that he doesn't overstep, and indeed he does. That's a good read by DZ. Baby Shark playing a lot more passive in the previous round, and instead DZ flip, focus a lot more guns and angles on Christmas itself, and catch Baby Shark playing deep in the first minute or so. That opens up the Whitehall push much more extensively than they had before, and sure, Deimos is gone, but a Blackbeard pushing up Whitehall, I would argue that's probably scarier.
I think it's very scary. Drone work can now start to go on here, and Dash can start to feel that heat. Doesn't have an option for a rotate back, but we already know that Piano isn't a safe place. You've already lost your teammate over inside of Piano early on into the round, so you've got to assume that Dark Zero are making ground over in that area. DZ doing a great job at the moment of just punishing the movement right now on this top floor. Eventually we see a hop in, but Spiker, is that a run out?
No, that wasn't. He just peeked out of the dining window, managed to catch the back of Citizen with the TCSG. You don't need a lot of time to do a hell of a lot of damage. Still results in top floor control completely established for Dark Zero, though. It took them a little bit to get all of this with the sledge last time, but their odds aren't looking bad.
No, the downside of losing the Citizen is, of course, you've lost the Nomad, so there's potential there for someone to get a bit aggro on a flank. But DZ should have enough bodies and enough eyes to be watching different areas right now. Going to be a lot of focus on getting that laundry room player, and Nath is going to see to it that Bay is sent to the cameras as well. Man advantage, 45 seconds. No need to panic right now for DZ. Granted, no need to panic for Wildcard. Kansan could be tempted for a little flirt up these white stairs right now, but the gridlocks, they are going to slow him down.
Dark Zero bringing the double flank watch for his track stinger. So good for closing it out. Good little rat spot from Dash, sitting bottom hell. But the issue is, this is not the easiest spot to get out of. It's kind of like jail. You can walk in pretty easily, but getting out, that's an entirely different story. Pambazu downed in the process, though. They might get it, but it's left Spirits all alone with low time remaining. Nade goes out, explosives too, and shots. Oh, we've got shots. Wildcard with their third round coming out of the ban phase. And while Baby Shark falls early, the defense able to recover quite well.
It's got to be a timeout for DZ because it's another round where they really should just be able to knock it in the back of the net. Not quite as much of a layup as we saw on that bakery round, but I tell you what, it's pretty close. You've got a man advantage, you've got time, you've got full top floor control, you've also got flank protection. I'd be really surprised if we don't see it. The work that they're putting in the start of the round is fantastic. They're just falling some real basic things. There were still 4 drones kicking around at that point in the round as well. Didn't get a glimpse of if anybody had one in a pocket or not, but still we wait for this timeout. Now, there is the argument that Cafe is fairly defender-sided and that this is expected for Wildcard to do well on their defense. But I don't know if that's enough.
Yeah, well, at least so far in NA, we have seen Cafe be a bit attacker-sided. Of course, I mean, Chalet is like 57% defender-sided, and that's just silly based on how that map should be playing. So sometimes group stages can be a little bit finicky when it comes to map stats. Cafe is the most played map
as well.
Yeah, exactly.
And the fact that an Azami is available in this, I would lean that toward... That's enough to weight it for me.
Ooh. Aggression from Baby Shark. A Citizen locking in the Aurora again. And with the Glass in play, honestly, we didn't see much focus small big last time, Ollie, but with picking the Glass, we got to see Bakery push. Oh yeah, you can see him setting up. 4 players outside Bakery. Nade goes in to detonate this Vulcan pack. Probably about 20 seconds, would you say?
I think it isn't going to be long until Bay is feeling some sort of pain right now. He's got players on the upside down rappel. There's a Blackbeard wanting to get involved in the action. There's a great drone inside of Prep, and I think that's going to go unnoticed. As soon as this fire dissipates, I'd be expecting a slew of players to start charging toward Bay.
Oh yeah, it's on. Here goes the nade. Smokes go out too. Bay makes the right call, decides to pull back. Dark Zero likely making that call off of the back of, or at least influenced by seeing that Bakery rotate, because by pushing Bay back so quickly, they can't use one of their 2 pocket reinforcements, and now Kansan has to use these Kivas to plug up the hole. A nice contingency. He's still got some for the site, but Dark Zero with full Bakery control and still half the round to go.
Bay's actually transitioned now. He's got quite a nice long angle. The fact that he was able to get out of there alive is very impressive indeed. DZ have done a good job of taking the control, but they also spent a lot of utility to do it. All the Bs have gone from Pambazu. 2 smokes have gone from the Glass. There is 1 remaining on Citizen. That's a nice opening pick for NJR.
Extremely nice opening pick. And here I was worried that Dark Zero, all 5 of them were Bakery. And Baby Shark giving an angle co-check. Dash rotating long. NJR almost finding 2 right there. There's not even a net being laying around Wildcard. It is entirely a Bakery push. And yet Wildcards seem a bit too eager to peek. Rorador goes out, little tag. Very tempting on NJR. This might be the difference maker. Spiker retains control of that vert, and nobody from Dark Zero has rotated to add another angle to this. It is just these 2 lineups butting heads. And who is going
so one-dimensional
I know.
Like, I really want Dark Zero to do something right now because they haven't got Bird, they've only got Bakery. And if they're just going to try and take this as playing gunfights, I don't see it going too well.
I don't either. I'm feeling really worried, but NJR pushes in. Makes it happen. Diffuser starts going down, but Spiker does still have this vert. Nate put on the floor. Spirit's taken out of action. Nobody's dealing with Spiker, and we still got Kansan in play. They've both retaken the vert up top, and now NGR's got to rotate. One more attempt at this defuse, and it very well will go down successfully. It's cost 3 players, but finally we enter the post. In the 2v2, NGR and Citizen, DMRs each will set up their angles and wait for Wildcard to move to them. Kansan 8-2, but it is all quiet as Wildcard patiently move to the bottom floor. One on brown, one on red, and yet not a single shot fired towards these attackers. Dark Zero have faced no pressure. They finally spot Kansan, and NGR puts him to 1. Flips around to try to take down the flank. It's the front side that gets dealt with, and there's simply no time for Spiker to even get close to that case. It takes a long time to get things moving, but by the end, Dark Zero convert, an advantage acquired ages ago.
It took an NGR round, though.
4-piece?
It took him to get a quad kill on the glass. Like, this is a little bit reminiscent of what we saw on Clubhouse way back when.
I'm definitely nervous.
Why are you nervous? We just got to watch.
For DZ.
We just have to watch and speak.
Okay, but like, you know, I put myself in the team's shoes, you know? I empathize. It's almost a 2v5. Like, what do you mean, why am I nervous?
Because we're not invested.
Dark Zero
have you got channel points on the line?
No, I don't. You kidding me? No. This man's sitting here like Dark Zero sitting in bakery for a minute and a half. Why are you nervous?
This is just classic, like, watching DZ experience, though.
Not this DZ. Should not be this DZ.
Yeah, but, like, all the old Gs just feel like they're right at home.
I suppose.
Like, oh, yeah, back in my day, I mean, it was worse than this back in my day, you know? That's the DZ fan chatter right there.
True. I'll give you that.
Chance for an equal half. Chance for a 3-3 here, which would be a good result for DZ at this point, I think, because the way that this game has gone so far, not a lot of things have gone their way. They got away with attacking Bakery just through, well, attacking Kitchen, should I say, just through Bakery and off the back of NJR getting 4 kills on what is, I mean, arguably a bit of a cheese play. Like, kind of standing in smoke and playing glass. Like, it's not very reliable, is it? It's quite risky.
I mean, we literally saw NGR almost get one-tapped by Kansan. He hits him in the shoulder instead of the head. That could have been it. That's like, that's the MVP taken down. It was very, very close indeed. But go to the final site. Kitchen's been won. And we'll be reading for the final attempt. See some gridlocks, track stingers being thrown out. Teams just layering red stairs with track stingers in EU, SAL, and NAL. And of course, Wildcard are pulled over to the opposite side. 2 players up top, 2 to 3 players on the middle. We'll see where Dark Zero decide to take this.
Pamba, he's going to be in the top of those red stairs. Citizen is on the rappel outside as well. We've got Spirits rocking that white rappel. They really are looking to lay a net around this entire top floor. And already Pamba has got a player in his sights. But Pamba needs to be careful.
Here we
Playing
go.
on the ram. He doesn't want to be the one to take this fight. Instead, you want a brunt to do that.
What the hell?
In this case, that's Spirits.
What is this? What is going on here? Goes and his feet. Dash Spiker, no! Spiker stuck on white stairs as Kansan also goes down. Bay, 1 HP. We still got 2 players up top. It's a trade. This is an extremely chaotic round. Bay's good for 1. Surely Bay's good for 1 on this angle. Oh no! Reveals his position, and that's easy for Pamba to clean out. Dark Zero setting up for the cocktail push, and while Wildcard rotate up to support, all the gunfights go their way. The net tightened indeed. Wildcard tie the first half 3-3. Or Dark Zero tie it 3-3.
Why, oh why, is poor old Spiker on his own on white stairs? That was the weirdest fight
they abandoned my child
ever seen. It was like a deer in the headlights. It was like Blackbeard had some sort of like force field around him that was just keeping him at bay. There was just nothing happening. He looked like a deer in the headlights.
Also, wait, are we gonna see it?
Oh, are we gonna see it? Okay, if we
This would
see
be
it,
so based
I
if
just
we see
know
it.
that you're gonna go off on like. Oh, right, we're gonna see it. Right.
All right.
Okay.
Do you want to talk about it? You want me to talk about it?
I feel like you should talk about it. It's something that we came up with, and obviously Kenny has come up with it as well, or somebody on the side of Dark Zero has come up with it as well.
So, for anybody's curious, when Ollie said we were wondering if something was going to happen on the second half, Gridlock has become one of the most played flank watches on Cafe. I ran the numbers. Whereas Nomad used to be the case, Gridlock in NAL has been present for 50% of all attacking rounds, Nomad for only 31. But for Wildcard, most of the time, those two ops are coextensive. They are brought both at the same time. And so it makes sense to take down Gridlock. It's a pretty niche ban, but it makes sense to take down Gridlock because it is one of the most important and most powerful flank watches on this map, and Wildcard run in the lot. But also, in particular, Bay only plays this op on Cafe. The vast majority of rounds Bay has played on Cafe on Wildcard, he has played Gridlock. An ace once during the Shopify game. An ace again once during Cruelty. They're trying to target ban one of the MVPs from yesterday while also taking out some of the most important flank util on this map. And Ollie and I were like, how cool would it be if they banned Gridlock?
It's one of the most exciting things about CGX and the way that it's played now, in my opinion, is this ban system. And I think that the more that it goes on and the more that teams start to learn and theorycraft and really understand how to leverage it, these niche bans, they're not going to be so niche anymore. It makes so much sense to remove a Gridlock and to leave open things like Grim, Ying, Glaz, all the things that we talk about often. Because the chance of, if a team doesn't use those ops, they're not going to be able to use them very well. Most teams do use those ops, and there is always an alternative. There's always another option. So to target ban somebody in particular was really what we were hoping to see today, and we kind of, well, it was kind of obvious to us that it was going to be the Gridlock. So I really like that from DZ. I just want to see how they take advantage of it. Are they going to be very loose? Are they going to play, you know, because it's one thing removing it, it's then another thing acting on it, because Bay's on Nomad right now, so yeah, it's the same thing essentially, but I want to see it acted on.
Well, speaking of acted on, this is something that Dark Zero will need to be aware of when playing Wildcard. Baby Shark is the lurker for Wildcard on basically every map, and he has found mining and train control early on. Dash catches spirits on one side. Normally we see teams clear Pixel with flashbangs and util, burn the ADSs and magnets. Bay, well, he'll just one-tap Pambazoo, and that's job done. No worry whatsoever. Nafe gets a trade on the opposite side, but the Jaeger and the Wamai both go down early, and in the final minute, look where Baby Shark is. This man is in sight. He is inside of A, calling to Spiker and the rest of the team. Guys, I'm in dining. Just wait your time, but please come help. They found me. They've discovered me. I am getting shot at by the defense, and Nafe will creep up. Nade goes out to try to stave off that swing. Baby Shark gets the hell out of dodge, but Nafe clotheslines him on the way out.
I mean, it was a play. It was a bold play from Baby Shark, but I don't think that it was enough. He needed a little bit more support, and his team was quite slow to react. NJR with one onto Spiker. Bay down as well. It's all now down to Kanzan. He's going to be stuck inside of Freezer right now, and well, that nade from below is going to do the job. A good round from DZ. It lacked a little bit of substance, I think, on the side of Wildcard. Yeah, you can send a Nook into the site, but if all the Nook is hiding in a corner because they daren't reveal themselves, they haven't got too much information, and there's no one that's really going to sort of rally and come to their aid, does it really work out? Is it worthwhile? In that instance, it certainly wasn't.
It took a long time to get that opening pick, too. Again, minute 25. I mean, it's been a very slow game at Cafe. Aside from 2 rounds, every single opening pick has come below a minute 30, and in one case, in round 3, the opening pick came at a minute 30. It has been a very slow game of attack when it comes to acquiring the control, getting the advantage, if you do get it. So it's not a big shock that round 7 of Wildcard's attacking side, or the first round of their attacking side, goes the same way. Expanding on the gridlock ban, though, because you mentioned different ways we could see it. There's a couple different impacts we could see. One, with only Nomad being your main flank, and in this case, not even being a flank. The staircases that are oh so important on Chalet, but especially red and white stairs, we could see more flanks attempted up there, as even if there's an air jab, you could rotate up, impact it early on, and either A, don't flank and make the attack worry about it, or B, impact it, then flank later. But also, we did see Jaeger Romai that round, and Track Stingers are quite excellent for burn alongside those Bs, just because of the sheer quantity. So I'd say not only a bit more difficult to control the flank, but also not as much burn as you might otherwise like.
Wildcard going to be pulling for a blitz here in round number 8. See if that can give them a little bit of an edge here. Baby Shark back on his nook, looking to try and sneak himself in with an opening pick. Got a good angle there and a great flick onto Spirits. It's a freebie right there.
Oh, Kansan 2. Just swings around the corner. It's a full hit. One of the few maps where Dash doesn't commonly play shields, but when they're busting it out now, Dash is at great odds to finish this. Be careful you don't get too separated. Keep close with Kansan right behind you. You provide the pressure, and Kansan provides the finishing blow. Citizen with Dark Zeros first, but Baby Shark's already had his impact. 1 for 1, you take that. Vertical hole made, but Dash is all the way safe. He's got this diffuser down, no problem. 2v4 retake, a necessity now for DZ. The main bulk of that push, the main thrust, Blitz and Twitch, both low HP. So it is possible they might find some, but it certainly doesn't worry Bay. And Spiker, the other full HP player, has got a direct line on Citizen. Smoke goes out. Try to bait the rotate, but this is a round that is going Wildcard's way. Even tagging these players a little bit, winding them down. Lost on reading, but recover on mining. Second floor, nobody's clear ground.
Keeping it competitive, Wildcard coming in and leveling things up 4 rounds apiece. I really like the way that they injected a lot of pace there into the round. We've seen, as you mentioned, Lynx, a very slow Cafe up until this point. And I feel like just switching gears, bringing the blitz, still trying to get in with Baby Shark on that nook and make something happen in the early portion of the round. But as soon as that happens, that was almost the trigger. And it was like, bam, we can execute now. We can start to push through. We've got that advantage.
What a flick.
The flick was so nice. He must be playing on a different aspect ratio or something, because that was totally blocked by his ACOG for us. So it looks incredibly impressive on the stream, but if he's playing on like 4-3 or something like that, maybe he sees him. I don't know.
Ollie hits that flick on 4-3.
Yeah, I think we all hit that flick on 4-3. That's all I'm saying. But no, very impressive flick nonetheless. We certainly can't take that away from him. Down to Kitchen and Kitchen we go then for round number 9.
He's on the op.
Sharp intake of breath, perhaps?
He's on the op.
Attackers are moving.
And he's on Tachanka.
I mean, this is NJR's wheelhouse right now.
This is most played op.
This is where he's comfy.
Dude, he's in the zone. The NJR bakery hole with Tachanka. They're trying to get Nick in flow state. And an Echo to support. Oh my god, Nick is getting spoiled right now.
Yeah, I think you just push Freezer at this point.
With the
just
Aurora?
avoid that at all costs.
Aurora telegraphs to us. Gotta be small big. Where are you putting the doors on this side? Well, I mean, you could put a VIP single, maybe?
Yeah.
I don't know, it just doesn't really work.
I mean, they're doing a good job of clearing the util right now.
I'll give him that. Dude, I have not seen a VIP shield in ages.
That was NJR shield as well. Ooh, he's up for the run out there. Nath really looking to try and support NJR right now. I mean, with the amount of util clear that's coming through that freezer side, you can kind of expect it to be relatively quiet over here. But the Aurora is the question mark. That's so often used on Wedding, on the Wedding double, because you can just get it in in the double from outside. You don't have to commit too much. But the way that these players are posturing, it really is looking a little bit more like a backsided push. We do have the vert starting to get open now by Kansan. if there's anyone already established at the bottom of brown stairs or even deeper into sort of the freezer area, bottom of white, someone might be there with a catch.
This is the issue with the gridlock ban. I mean, we could totally see Nath use the Yokai to try to drone somebody up brown or red and go for the retake once Wildcard commit. Because the attack's so vulnerable, right? When they have the vision of the execute, they commit to it mentally, but they haven't actually followed through. There's a very dangerous retake that could be brewing here.
We already saw how dangerous a retake can be with Wildcard.
Amen to that. Flashes go out. You can see Kansan paying some attention to the Tachanka and Bakery. But Dark Zero have everything covered, it feels like. Players that can trade spirits, intel front for NJR. They've cleared the shield early. They still not cleared spirits. Aura goes down. Not used a single door yet, by the way. All four still in possession. What is this for? We'll see him peek. It's the double. Meant to facilitate the plant all the way in B site. Out he goes. And I'm not sure anybody can counter this. Nafe's able to find Kansan, but Dash is putting this diffuser down uncontested. Finally, one door broken. Nafe swings around. By the time the jig is up, they've already left the building, retreating their post-plant positions, but Wildcard in the disadvantage. Baby Shark not necessarily in a position to stop this defuse. The onus for that will fall on Spiker, who spots one, but so does Nafe. Both of their shots mainly hitting the rafter, shutdown of Spirits and NJR. Advantage swings Wildcard as Nafe tries to drop that diffuser down. It might be a 3v4, and it takes a long time to see where that Aurora's going. But Wildcard's execute and the time spent crafting it do not disappoint.
Well, we were wrong. We did see the freezer-sided push. I think it relies on a few things going right. Let's just say that. You've got to get into freezer. You've got to stay alive. You've got to dodge the fire. You've got to dodge the toxic babe canisters. You can't get swung. It's a lot more risky than putting a door down on Wedding from outside of the building. However, it can be equally as effective. And it looked like something that DZ weren't entirely ready for. Nath was there with the kill and he knew where the plant was going down, but at that point, it's a little bit too late. If DZ expects that, and it's telegraphed a little bit more, then sure, maybe they can deny the plant. We had yokai drones, all sorts of things, impacts to open the Aurora doors. There are things that you can do. But with the way that Wildcard had set that up, very pocket strat-esque, very single-mindedly focused in what they were trying to do, you got to take your hat off to them. Fantastic round.
Absolutely. Especially since, I mean, they've played this map 3 times. This is not like Nighthaven they brought out yesterday where we hadn't seen anything, you know, completely untested. This is a map that we've seen Wildcard play again 3 times with multiple full sides apiece. And we're still seeing some deep cuts in the strat book. Like, we've seen Aurora on Kitchen. And I can't exactly recall, I will say, if it was on that backside. But we're still seeing Wildcard really trying to delve as deep as they can. Spiker has praised to me and publicly about the prep work that's gone into this comeback. The VOD review, the counter-stratting. Now, while that's not necessarily a counter right there, it is certainly a really well-thought-out strat, even if it's a one-off that will get them an important victory to push it 5-4. Another second-floor defense. Reading room it will be. Dark Zero look to try to recover from a half that started off so good. 3 players remaining at the end. Not a dominant round, but a very strong one. Also, we should acknowledge as well, ban phase gone through. Wildcard banning the Aruni. Target banning Citizen, but I have to say, rotating to the Valkyrie, that's pretty scary.
It's terrifying. Citizen basically became a pro off the back of Valkyrie.
I think we'll just be flooding a cocktail balcony with util, I think, Ollie. Got 6 nades and Bs.
It's certainly one way to go about things. There is an equal amount of utility in there from Dark Zero, though. They've got some BPs. They have 3 C4s. So information is not going to be a problem. They should have a good read on at least one C4 attempt here. One to just throw wistfully out a window, no doubt, onto a repelling attacker. See who's the magnet for that. NJR, as if on cue, going to open things up, but it doesn't go without response. Wildcard quickly trade back 2, make it 3. They've stormed into round number 10.
Ooh, just barely spotting Dash's head, and NJR will fall back. Pamazoo playing his life in this position, goes undroned. A little bit of a shaky fight, but he will make it back. This case drop, top floor 2, with a minute to go. Ban cans and reset.
So much information. There's almost a Valkyrie camera for each player right now on the side of Dark Zero. Nath Citizen and Spirits both flicking. It will eventually get found, but every ounce of info that they give out is something for DZ to try and build off right now. Amber and NJR in good fettle at the moment as well. 2 stims. Going to be a difficult fight here for Wildcard to try and execute onto this, but they do have some death marks. There's always a danger when it's a close man count like this that they're going to work both ways. Bay going to start to get that plant down. He will be revealed to Pamba, don't forget.
Is revealed, but nobody reacts. Nobody acts off that information. Kansan good on the coverage. Will now rotate up. Bay on the fall off. A few shots as a parting farewell, but Pamazoo might have a little bit of time as Kansan rotating up, moves to the top floor, sees him, misses the shots, misses the mag, misses the moment! Tries everything, the 400 IQ play, but sometimes simple is best, and nothing simpler than sticking the counter defuse.
I absolutely love that from NJR. Not only is nothing simpler than the counter defuse, but there's not much that's more simple than a dock. Like, we have a few heal shots. We can bring Barb or a BP. Like, you know what I mean? It's very basic, isn't it? Getting the job done there. In that instance, pros do not fake. But sometimes they do. Amber, he's not a faker. Easy with a tactical timeout there. Quite a, I think, a weird point in the game, because obviously things have been going relatively well. That was a very close round though, and DZ did a good job to try and pull it back. And if it hadn't been for a little bit of unfortunate timing on the side of Wildcard, you can easily see them coming away with that one. You can't rely on an IQ missing a whole pistol mag through the floor and choking the post plant just like that. Try and guarantee the next couple of rounds here. The timeout is going to wind up to a close, but a super close game to kick off this best of 3.
Super close game, now closer than Dark Zero and Wildcard's previous bout on Clubhouse earlier in the stage. But we got to acknowledge that game. You and I were curious, looking at how the stage finished, and while Dark Zero is still 7-2, excellent record. But that Clubhouse game might have been a thin veil slightly revealing the still good but beatable DZ if the team playing against them has the right kind of vision. What did Ollie say? A lot of multi-kills and some 1vx's to get a 7-4 victory over Wildcard on Clubhouse. And what do we have here? NGR 4K, Pamba 3K, Nate 3K. Now to be fair, plenty of multi-kills from Wildcard as well, 4 specifically. Also a Citizen 1v1, and they're a Pamazoo 1v2. Those 2 clutches go Wildcard's way, and this is a 7-3 over DZ on their own pick. DZ's pick would be gone, and yet here we are with a very close affair, but similar to that Clubhouse game. One where Wildcard might have seemed to have a much bigger way in than any of us thought.
I like the adaptation from Wildcard here, bringing the Brava. And that could do them a little bit of good with the amount of util and information that we see Dark Zero bringing at the moment. It's going to be Nath this time on the Valkyrie. Still with the BP in the pocket, or placed down, should I say, from Spirits as well. So the Brava could be a nice little option just to gain a bit more information if that's where Wildcard feel like they are lacking at the moment. With Dark Zero being the team to take the timeout, you wonder what the impetus is now on their side. I believe they will tighten things up a little bit and really not give anything away to Wildcard in these opening couple of minutes, because this is where we've seen quite a good pace set from Wildcard. And I think that DZ are going to, and certainly need to try and make this early part of the map just a little bit harder for Wildcard to get a foothold in.
Well, that's one way to do it. Might have been a bit of a dynamic duo between the IQ and the Brava. One spots the Valkyrie cams, the other hacks them. And also just keeping Kansan alive would be quite nice. Him and Spiker, the only 2 positive KD players for Wildcard at the moment. Both these teams with a similar entry conversion. Dark Zero 78, Wildcard 76. with Wildcard getting 3 of the opening picks so far, save last round, denying that opening victory for them is quite nice. Another C4, another kill for Dark Zero. Bay answers back briefly, but in the 4v3, Citizen will feel good to retreat.
A couple of opening picks there from DZ, both with C4s. Very impressive indeed. Not even needing to take a gunfight at the moment. Still got a bit of information as well. Pambazu's going to be flicking a Valkyrie camera. Got a view into Pillar Room. And you do worry for the side of Wildcard now, because we haven't seen these rounds where they've had to try and salvage. They've often had good momentum and have snowballed from that point in the round. But a bit of a deficit like this and players fairly split up, lacking info. You worry about their prospects. Spiker does have the kit and he's going to be knocking on the door of sight. The Bay pushing in, maybe it's enough.
Unfortunately not for Baby Shark. All the way on Brown goes down. NGR getting Spiker too. Bay all alone to try to fend off his back, front, left, right, and center mass hit. Dark Zero 6-5 on map point after the timeout.
DZ coming off very strong after the tactical timeout. You could see a little bit of a change in pace there between what has happened previously before the timeout and that round immediately after. They definitely slowed things down a little bit. Now Wildcard, they are choosing to use their timeout at what could possibly be the final opportunity to do so. You could argue that with the game being this close, there hasn't been much cause to use a timeout up until this point. Just need to give yourself an edge for the next couple of rounds and take this into an overtime, or the next round, should I say. But DZ on map point at the moment. This probably benefits them as well a little bit more than it would usually. Content of the timeout here, Lynx? Any ideas?
I mean, could be a couple things. Could see them just try to like do something as a one-off for round 12. Just knock it over the line. Maybe something like we saw in round 8 with Dash taking that blitz pretty quick, because aside from that, we have seen a couple changes. It should be acknowledged that Bay, obviously with Gridlock Band, has been on a carousel of operators so far. Nomad, Ash, IQ, and now Deimos in 2 rounds. And Deimos potentially the most powerful of all those operators, but the 2 rounds he's played Deimos, well, 2 of the rounds at Wildcard have lost. The Deathmark trackers haven't had that much of an impact. I know the lineup might change, but maybe pairing the Deimos and the Doka be good, but Nape is running mute, as we can see. If they were to do that lineup this round, they would have plenty of mute jammers to knock away those Deathmark trackers, shut off those phones. Bringing intel as well with the black eye cameras. I don't know what the exact play from Wildcard is, because just as they were not over-peaking when DZ were on attack, DZ are doing the same thing. They're getting opening picks, but if they can get one with a C4, they'll do that instead of swinging. And that's a very difficult spot to be in if you're an attacking team.
Bay on another operator here. He's going to be playing the IQ this time. I mean, you can't ignore the IQ really when a Valkyrie is being brought, and the amount of information that DZ have got right now. I don't think it's something that you can just go, nah, we'll skip over the IQ, because it is crucial. And especially with the amount of C4 kills that DZ got in just the previous round. You have to give it that nod of respect. Wildcard. Their options. They still have some. They can try and go through this piano side. The Spiker just going to be setting some traps for potentially later on. There is certainly no shortage of claymores at the moment. 4 of them to be precise on the attacking side. I love this position from Nath. Anticipating this little crouch walk that Baby Shark has done pretty much every single round.
That's what you want to see. You want to see that anticipation. It's one of the logical plays Wildcard would go to as well to try to break things up. It's a very good shout for Dark Zero to at least pay attention to it, be concerned about it. Nape doesn't know he's there. He was worried. Now spotted on the drone. Well, Baby Shark start pushing up in the long bar. He's just slipped by. Nape retaking the angle, but Baby Shark's found the timing, found the play, slips right through, gets the cameras. No more shooting those Valkyrie cams. Wildcard have a lot more intel than they did before.
They almost passed like ships in the night. It was almost one of those really spooky occasions. No could be called immediately after as well. The cams have been hacked. It's going to make finding them a lot easier, and a bit of information exchange on the side of Wildcard. They can pick up this kill onto the cocktail plane. No, they just get themselves out of it. Dash, unfortunately for him, repels in immediately into a Toxic Babe canister. DZ needs to be really cautious, but wait, Spike is getting the plan down.
Here we go. He's just in. Off the back of Dash's repel, Bay drops the Skylight 2, but he stopped at the last second. Right before he hits the final key, he falls silent. Bay pushes deep as a result. Maybe finds one, but surely the shotgun lands the trade. This is the easiest kill of Spirits' life, but he switches guns. Bay on for 3. Doesn't need the gridlock. And now the mayor's got to lay down the law from Freezer. Diffuser not in their possession. No Dokubi calls to speak of, but one flash and a crossfire established. Just take a little bit of time. Calm. Throw the utility. Double swing. This should be easy, but they move too quick. They move too separate, and NJR lines them both up. A fumble at the end zone. Dark Zero, 7-5 on Cafe.
Not the only NJR round that we have had here on Cafe tonight. What a play there to take it over the line, to avoid the overtime and to guarantee map 1 inside of this series. He's been such an impactful player for Dark Zero over the course of this stage, and he maintains that now going into playoffs. I feel like Dark Zero will feel as though they've dodged a bit of a bullet there going into the overtime with just how close that game was. You can see some fairly demoralized faces on the side of Wildcard, knowing that they gave it their best shot. We're going to cut to a break. They're going to break it down and set us up for map number 2. Don't go anywhere.
And Dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gifbo. There's only 4 seconds left.
That whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
They've given him a 1v1 and they've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take the kingdom from Blacktown.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Let's go, boys. Good fucking shit. Well played, Rob. Yes, Nick.
Feels like just about every single map today is coming down to the wire. A 7-5 win, just a barely squeaking a victory past Wildcard there. Dark Zero take it 7-5. But what a start. I mean, that is the way you want to start a series. Some hero plays on both sides, Fox, but they get it started and Dark Zero take the win.
Yeah, I mean, I really love what we're seeing from the underdog teams today. I mean, Wildcard played really good. I thought there was a lot of big individual performances, and they really were doing a great job early on, just constantly keeping up that aggression, constantly taking spots from DZ. And DZ's attacks looked a little bit of a, I want to say structured. You know, a lot of the times they were at first playing to play off of windows, play for, you know, potentially movement from Wildcard. That Wildcard just wasn't giving them once they'd be able to get that advantage. But that being said, I mean, Dark Zero, the same thing with Shopify Rebellion. Dark Zero's been playing so consistent. The lack of making mistakes on their end is really creditable. I mean, they are just so solid at not dying for no reason. They're getting the picks that they need. They're not essentially doing any play that doesn't need to be done. And it's not a situation where it's like, should DZ be winning these games? I mean, DZ, I feel like, is playing great. Like, they're playing great Siege. Wildcard has rounds where they're playing amazing Siege, but then, like, rough Siege.
That's kind of the frustrating part for me when watching this game. Yeah, like, yes, sure, DZ won this game. They won it respectfully, but there were so many rounds where Wildcard, on paper, when you're watching this game, Wildcard should have won this, in my opinion. From all the different rounds that we were seeing, I saw a lot more innovation and just wow factor, and like that was impressive coming out of Wildcard than like you were talking about. DZ was just playing the game that they know. It was more so just capitalizing off of Wildcard's mistakes, but it takes no credit away from Wildcard, where again, you're going to look at this and be like, why did we do this? Why did we overpeak? Why did we not hold this angle? Why didn't we play together here? Because through and through, up until the very end, Wildcard was looking dominant.
You raise a great point. It was round 9 that we want to call to attention here, because it was a moment where Wildcard, they've got these innovative attacks. They're working sometimes, they're not working other times.
Yeah, I love the Aurora here, just blocking off all the line of sight so they could get inside sinks, go for that plant. They play a perfect post plant here and just leaves Dark Zero in an unwinnable situation. And we talk about innovation. I mean, I would say that was pretty innovative in terms of how they approached that site in particular. But again, then there were just rounds back to back to back where, you know, they would immediately take the site control from DZ, push them all the way back, then lose another post plant. Then it would come into that last round. They did everything so perfect, taking all of Cocktail, taking all of Bar, taking Christmas, and then it falls into an NJR 2v3 clutch that he just pulls out of nowhere. But if they just double up on that, play it better, I mean, we find Wildcard then pushing it into map 2.
It's almost a mirror image of our first series of the day, where you have the team that maybe is better on paper, playing good enough to get by, but the other team, Fox, they have their moments of brilliance. When you look now at Nighthaven coming up, again, same situation from the last series. What do you expect here? What do you need to see if Wildcard want to take this?
I mean, if Wildcard want to take it, I feel like it's just more consistency. To be honest, like, there's so many rounds where they're isolating individual kills. They have the man advantage. They're going to win. Like you said, that last round, if they're just coordinating a little bit, they're not losing post plants to an IQ scanner through a floor, you know, not messing up a little 1vx situation. I mean, Wildcard should be getting the edge a little bit more.
Well, this is some of the best Siege that we have seen so far this stage here in NA. The playoffs continuing to bring the cutthroat action we were waiting for. It's map 2, Nighthaven Labs. Over to the casters as we get this started.
Continues to be a very, very close night of Rainbow Six. The most one-sided map so far, Ollie, has been a 7-4 in the first series. No OT game this time, but a full 12 rounds on Dark Zero's pick of Cathay. But if we're in for long series, if we're in for long nights, we've got Wildcard's pick of Nighthaven coming up, and boy, did they treat us to an excellent show against SSG here yesterday.
They really did. If we're going to go off what happened yesterday, we might be fooled into thinking this could be a quick map. However, I don't think that is going to be the case after we've seen the way that map number 1 played out between these two. Just because Wildcard got a very successful and dominant win over SSG yesterday, I'm not sure how much that counts for as we come into Nighthaven Labs as our second choice map here between Dark Zero and Wildcard. Now, a couple of people at home, looks like you've changed your tune. This is a lot nearer to 50-50 than we saw for map number 1.
Which As it should be. As it should. This is a very close game. Wildcard looking a lot very improved over the course of the stage. But just a couple small moments costing them on map 1. That NJR 1v2. Seemed like maybe Wildcard lacked a little bit of info, but they had the perfect cross, the perfect opportunity for a double swing, especially with that flash. And Baby Shark swings by himself. Then NJR gets another 1v1, and that's your OT chances slipping away. But multiple 1vx's for DZ, multiple multi-kills for everybody involved, whether you're Wildcard or Dark Zero. But the map ultimately ends 7-5, and Wildcard, they're not going to feel too bad. You see the smiles, you see Spiker ready to go as their pick of Nighthaven is now online. Again, 7-2 victory over our third place team in the NAL group stage, SSG, yesterday. Wildcard will start on the attack here today against Dark Zero.
Now, of course, we haven't seen Dark Zero play this map this stage yet. It used to be previously on a different or with a different iteration of this roster. It used to be a little bit of a firm favorite. However, that sort of preference has definitely dropped significantly. And it's unclear as to whether that is a player thing or whether it's something that they can play and just choose not to, choose to bring it out for big moments. I guess we'll find out over the course of the next hour or so. Blackbeard and a Maverick ban. With a Cade and a Mirror on the defense side. Typically, Heartbreach gets very heavily banned here on Nighthaven Labs. The Maverick is often used as a bit of a last resort pick, as it's not an ideal tool to be opening up the walls with, but it certainly can get the job done. You just leave yourself a lot more vulnerable. Easy starting here on the defense. That is going to be a preferred side here, make no mistake. But I guess with the game we saw yesterday, Wildcard, they didn't really see any difficulty on either side, Lynx.
No, it was 4 rounds on the attack, and 3 out of 3 defenses played, and 1 for Wildcard on the defense. It was very, very good showing. Some of the more slower, full clear kind of plays we've come to expect from Wildcard on their attacking side, certainly on Cafe, and certainly on their first play of Nighthaven. They did start out the game with a very quick double shield rush. Ollie and I have been watching a lot of the Mint and Dream co-streams. Shout out. They call that the death ball, which I find very funny. But unfortunately, one half of that, the Blackbeard, was banned out here, and also it's a completely different site. So we won't be seeing that to start out this game.
Do enjoy that com.
Death ball com is great.
Sounds terrifying.
Ollie was tickled over Geico.
Yeah, I had no idea what it was. I had absolutely no idea. I was like, what is... I didn't even know how to say it. I was like, someone misspelled gecko?
Just trying to sound it out.
But, yeah, it makes a lot of meaning for anyone that doesn't know. Let's not be gatekeeping. For anyone that doesn't know, it means to ensure the round. It means to guarantee that you get that round in the bag. Ooh, unfortunate there.
Speaking of, if you don't know, very common play for the IT breach here. Somebody bandit tricking? No problem. Pig Zofia, throw the impacts, throw the stuns. Should be job done. And, well, job done even more as Dash swings in to electrical to get the trade there. Bit of top pressure alongside that breach. Really good coordination by Wildcard to start.
Dash just showing why Striker is a very useful operator in a lot of different situations. You can be very self-sufficient there in opening things up. Secondary shotgun to open above the breach. Nades and the tin opener. Easy. They're in a horrible spot right now. We've seen half the round and more than half of the players are down.
Really difficult spot. Spirit's still on this top floor. Nade goes out, swings ahead of it, but Dash is ready. Not suffering any fools on this first round attack. Yesterday, they had to worry about Ashen sprinting around the building, causing them a hell of a lot of problems. But today, a more coordinated, structured roam. And they move through it like a hot knife through butter. Look at this, full vert, a minute to go. We still got 3 Bs. We still got the blitz. We got vertical angles on NJR too, but it is NJR. You gotta be careful.
I mean, Wildcard, I mean, this might look like a layup for Wildcard, but they're shaking.
Okay,
right
wait,
now.
hold on. This blitz is a bit isolated. Let's be careful. Kansan, back up a little bit. Okay, Kansan's fully separated now. Okay, this is a 1v1, but Kansan gets it. Little risky positioning, but we do close it out. First round goes the way of Wildcard. They started out with 3-0 on their attacking side yesterday. Ollie, you think they're hitting that same number?
Very possibly. They've already ensured the O. They've got one. Let's see if they can do it again and again. The site not really playing out there for Dark Zero. I think Wildcard had a very good read on exactly how they were going to execute everything there. Everybody looked very certain in what their job was. You could see Dash, super self-sufficient. You saw IT Breach get open nice and early. Kill onto Nath, the removal of the bandit, or the ability to bandit trick. Everything was just lining up quite nicely. Dark Zero need to do a little bit of adaptation, it would seem, because it isn't going to be so straightforward to try and keep this all closed. Adaptation is coming in the way of Citizen. You can see him tucked there on the bottom left, or the bottom right, excuse me, of your screen. And he's doing his very best to try and hide the fact that a clash has been brought. And I would wager, with the lineup that Wildcard have, that was fairly successful. Because it doesn't really look like, to me, that they've got much in the way of dealing with a clash. Not anything that you would sort of typically expect.
Funny coincidence, by the way. I mentioned the first round of the Wildcard SSG game. This is actually the exact same defensive lineup SSG ran on the first round of that defense on this site. Same 5 ops. Zombie, Clash, Bandit, Smoke, Mute. So
I really hope that DZ have prepped the right team. And they've not just gone like, let's copy what Space Station did. It worked really well.
Well, hey, that was the round where, like I said, Wildcard ran Blitz and Blackbeard. Not only is there no Blitz, Blackbeard is banned. That round, by the way, we saw Dash hop into the electrical window and Baby Shark flank up the hallway you just saw Bay looking at. Other round was a bit more of like a normal default. They opened up IT, opened up Connector, and then Kansan on Blackbeard is kind of hopping back and forth. Like, do we push Aqua? Do we push Garage? What do we do? So I imagine, given the positions, it'll probably be a bit of a slower pace, but we will actually see Baby Shark add a dimension down below. Did not really see this from them on their attacks yesterday, so Wildcard are changing things up ever so slightly.
Again, looking to ensure that trick goes off successfully. It looks as though Baby Shark has done a good enough job there of stopping Nate from bandit tricking. Citizen on the Clash is a real curious one right now because he's known. He's been caught out on a drone. I think someone's even had a visual on him. But with there being nothing to deal with him, he still could pose a really big threat right now. NJR down below is going to find one as well. Option to rotate and just disappear like a thief in the night this time. He gets himself all the way over to those cargo stairs for a rotate. Oh, but wait.
Dash with the cut.
Catch?
Dash is weighty. Ready for it. Oh, but the shotgun. Dash playing so aggressive on that angle. You almost wish maybe he had just sat outside the window, held the cut down below, but he tries to get aggressive, gets greedy. But Babe speeds up the pace, almost shoots his teammate in the head inside of Electrical. Citizen swings around, but it's a much different situation for Wildcard. Still not a good one, though. The mirror, or excuse me, I was literally about to say the Clash Shield almost a pseudo mirror right there, but Spiker, does he have a bit of a gap as the walls opened up, flicks up, knocks down Spirits, and it's all Kansan in the 1v1. He's got intel, knows he's over on the opposite side, but it is NJR's world, and Wildcard are living in it, sealing Cafe for Dark Zero, and shutting Wildcard out of round 2.
NJR is the boogeyman tonight, as far as Wildcard are concerned. Not putting a single foot wrong there in that round, playing it to perfection. Picked up the opener, anticipated that someone would be holding him on the cross and was ready for that kill onto Dash, and then is able to rotate up Aqua Stairs and pick up the final kill in the round. It got a lot closer than it needed to. Again, another indication that multi-kills really are going to be, in some ways, the difference maker here tonight. They came so close as well to killing Kansan. Like, it was ridiculous.
It was a really nice call by Wildcard, though. They realize NJR's down below, and to try to catch him off guard and speed up the pace, they push into IT, take fights at Electrical. I liked it. it was a good attempt in the mid round to try to bring it back, but when they have that advantage gained by NJR, it's just so difficult to fight back, especially when Bay is, you know, about to shoot Kansan in the head. But he didn't. I see 4 part.
One round apiece then.
Not see, did not see any Ying yesterday, despite the fact that she was available. SSG banned Dokkaebi, Monty, and Blitz yesterday. Did not see any Ying whatsoever brought by Wildcard yesterday, so we will certainly see a bit of a different style of take, or maybe not necessarily different, but with the impact those Candelas have, Ollie, even if it's the same take, it certainly is something you have to address.
It's kind of smart bringing it out now as well, because if DZ have prepped, it might be something that, yeah, they don't play the Ying, so they don't play the Warden. And if you don't have a Warden, you don't really have a counter to a Ying. Nath could be in for a bit of pain if Ying does choose to push in through that storage area. Some good pre-plays from Wildcard as well here. They're going to start to work their way through this cafeteria side. Selma for a castle barricade. Not ideal, but basically what you have to deal with it at the moment. Dash.
Oh.
Going to go for a bit of a clear down these exo stairs, and I mean, he's knocking on the door of the site already.
Okay, so they are doing the take they did yesterday. So Dash gets down early and tries to look for a plant on the opposite side of the door, and if he can't find it, he'll kind of like walk up the long hall. So they're adding the Candelas to try to distract and allow him to get in. They're going to throw him up top, I think. But here you can go. You can see Dark Zero ready for it. Rotate 2 players to try to completely push Dash out of the site. C4 used as well. Puts her 1 HP. It's a good adaptation by Wildcard to iterate on their previous attack, but I mean, you can't get a more comical counter from Dark Zero than this.
They've still got a Vulcan pack as well. DZ are really cozy right now. Dash is on 1 HP. Has the Vulcan pack actually been exploded from next to the door? I could have sworn there was one there.
Oh,
NJR with the
ADS?
swing! Oh!
We just don't need to be in there. You got 58 seconds. You just don't need to be sitting there. Great trade by Bay. But this Kiba in position is causing so many issues. Big fight win by Kansan there. Does find Pamazu. The core and the beating heart of this Dark Zero defense is still very much intact. You still got the vertical control. That's what the Candelas are meant to deal with. Spirits rotates out completely. Holds the hatch, looking to fight Kansan down below in Animus. But there's still no clear way for Wildcard to get in. Baby Shark's trying to take the fight to him, exchanging a lot of shots. Most of them missed with the castle inside a garage. Finally lands it. This has been a messy round for Wildcard, yet one it seems they just might win. 10 seconds left. Citizen vaults out the breach. Tries to find the flank and the timing. He's got the intel. Z-pings, yellow and red. Might have the angle. No, it's in the opposite site. Wildcard account for this very play and are able to land the post. First kill found, not the second, let alone the third. It is a game of adaptations and counters, reactions, and then some. Wildcard come through, though Dark Zero gave them the fight they needed.
Wildcard pulled away with that, but it was very surprising. Dash having the diffuser and then choosing to commit into sight was a very interesting choice, because that threw a spanner in the works for Wildcard, and they had to go a real long way about retrieving that diffuser, and even then pushing through and trying to plant in the opposing site. There was a BP for Citizen to work with there. The man count advantage just a little bit too much. I think those opening engagements really going Wildcard's way. Super strange to not even see the main wall opened. You could see that was Citizen's immediate reaction as he walked in. He looked over to his left like, oh, it's still electrified. It's still like, okay, this could work. Like, we could try and make something happen here. Great kill there from Baby Shark. Spirits not having the best of days so far. He had a really slow start to Cafe as well.
It's a shame too. Kind of player that, when he pops off, can really, really take over a game. Not even necessarily like dropping like 20 kills. He just plays such important positions. Playing Deimos on the last map, playing Shields or Ying on this map, obviously on the attack and on defense, in this case playing Smoke. Kind of guy you want to make sure you're getting active in these rounds, making sure that they have some kind of importance.
5 seconds remaining.
Fans have gone through, by the way. Big shock. Dark Zero ban Blitz. Who would have thought?
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Wildcard ban out the bandit. Who'd have thought? I mean, I would have left it open personally because it's not really caused them too much problem. They've been really capable of dealing with that bandit.
Actually. Two different ways, Sophia and Buck.
Yeah, I mean, there's tons of ways that you can do it, and Wildcard is showing that, yep, they do know all of them. So it's you maybe would have got a bit of value out of something else, but as it stands, it is just a little bit more of a comfort thing or a quality of life thing, and one thing less to try and worry about here. Nath, he's not going to be too worried, but he's getting pressured on that basement level. Wall has been opened, and it's maybe going to be his cue to move it for the time being. NJR's only died 2 times, by the way, and this is round number 4. Like, I don't know what this guy is on today, but he is certainly having a good day. As without him, this would be easily a 3-0 for Wildcard. Easy looking to try and right that wrong here, and they've taken us into the mid-floor. Still got a very similar setup to try and deal with. Castle barricades this time coming as an addition. DZ again leaning into those nitros and those black eye cameras.
Ooh. Hamizu spotted for just a second there. Kansan right above on rafters. Wildcard are looking to go as minimal with this as they can. Baby Shark, gotta be careful. Thinks he's found that gap. Will start to creep up underneath the cover of the boogie drone. There's NJR shutting down a big player in a big position. 13 kills for Baby Shark on Nighthaven yesterday. Might only be getting 2 in this round, but 5 and 3. This is a player who has struggled all stage. And on this map, for some reason, it is just clicking at the right moment in playoffs. Nath damaged earlier on death's door and finished off all the way down below. Frustration after that one. Citizen has control of the vert, so he can look down. Dash shouldn't immediately hop in to put this diffuser. Got a minute, can reset, okay. Just running in front of the garage, now diffuser stopped there, but good trade. Long angle by Spiker. And we've got 45 seconds. 5 drones. We can finish this, no problem.
Unfortunate position there for Spirits to find himself in. I don't really feel like he could have rotated out of that. Citizen was trying to do everything on that top floor as well. Conscious that someone was on IT breach. Found the kill and the diffuser. But Wildcard's decision to go really heavy for Nath on that basement was super important.
So smart.
Nath's position there was a little bit questionable anyway, because it's not like he's playing a C4. He was playing the Legion, so you kind of maybe ask, why is he down there? Is he there just to lurk and try and pick up a kill? But the fact that he got double pushed at that point in the round, I feel like the pacing was just perfect from Wildcard.
It was.
2 bodies, committed to the push, immediately dealt with him, and then everything else can just happen organically from that point onwards. They had such a massive amount of time. They had a man count advantage. Baby Shark hit 2 of the nastiest shots you've ever seen as well. Like, they were almost like 180 degrees apart from one another.
And honestly, you gotta highlight Spiker. Not even for anything he specifically did that round, not for getting that trade, but just the calling. This kid is 20 years old, and he's been in the NAL. This is gonna be his 3rd year. Parabellum, then Mirage, now Wildcard. He has played with Meepy, Major Champ coach, Bosco, one of the greatest North American players of all time, Dash, Major Champ, Kansan, very, very heavily underrated North American player since he went off that Sonics roster. Lagonis is coach too. He has had a lot of experience surrounding him. Laxing as well. On the desk, all the way back on that first PB roster. And Spiker over these past 2 years has just been soaking it up the whole time. Figuring out how he wants to be as a player, as an IGL, as a person. And it might not seem like much, you know, a 2-man rotate downstairs to take the 2v1. But it's opportunity recognition like that. The understanding that with that guy isolated, if you win that fight, even if you trade it, you have the man advantage, you know the positions of all the remaining players who can shut them down. It is just understanding like that that shows that he is not only hungry, but has learned from all of these teams and all of these players he's played with.
Securing the floor.
Makes a big difference. Big difference between being present in the moment and learning and actually soaking these things up like a bit of a sponge and just attending. And you can tell that Spiker is certainly the former. He's certainly more sponge-like in the way that he's retained over the years, which I mean, it doesn't sound like a compliment. I don't think that being compared to a sponge is necessarily a nice thing, but it certainly is in this instance. Wildcard with a real healthy lead right now.
And there he goes.
It happens every time we glaze, though, doesn't it?
Not as entertaining as Packer, but...
Takes me back to the Packer one with the pipes, the inconsistent pipes.
The pipe was inconsistent.
There was literally a Reddit post about that.
Oh my god, that was so funny.
It was like Caster's glaze Packer and then he dies 2 seconds later.
Okay, wait, hold on. Quick play. Dash on Monty. In the window. Nafe droned. Nafe droned. Don't worry, we got the human drone right here. He's clearly concerned. Dash likes the ADS a little bit too much on these shields for my liking. Oh, I don't think they know. Pamazu also on for one. They're just trying to go as quickly as they can. Kansan gives away his position. Nice little flick by Nafe there. It's a 5-1. They're not winning this one.
Kansan got destroyed.
Kansan got,
I'm gonna say it.
Kansan got smoked.
I'm gonna say it. He looks like a guy that's just been destroyed as well. He's like fully leant back, fully reclined, hands on their head, like, yeah, there's nothing I can do. He's just better. I gotta take it. Really nice shot. Around the, it lacked a little bit of substance, didn't it? I don't know if Wildcard went a little bit too flashy and tried operating a little bit too solo that time. There was a pinch onto Nath as well. The timing was just really off. I don't know if they assumed it was clear.
It felt like they didn't know he was there.
You can only hope they made that assumption, can't you? The Monty's there at the top. Yeah, no one's there. Just hop in.
Well, and especially like you could like Nafe made it's a really small thing, but like hearing that Monty play and he pulls back down landing. I assume, obviously, it could just be a timing, but like if that was intentional, it would be to try and escape notice of that Monty, because even though they weren't droning it, they were trying to check. He's also playing mute. Could have had a mute jammer there. I didn't quite see. It might have been difficult to drone out that position anyway. So not how we saw Wildcard deal with it yesterday. It was a much more kind of like standard take, going through mez, get the vertical, you know, all that stuff. There's a Spiker 1v2, in fact, in the post plant outside of kitchen window. So Wildcard with a strategy they did not throw out yesterday. A little pre-made rush right there, and unfortunately, it wasn't even really Nafe that was the problem, Ollie. It was kind of like everyone falling.
Yeah. This is looking a little bit more typical for a basement. We are starting to get these external walls open. Now, of course, the Bandit and Cade both banned out, so it does make this job a heck of a lot easier, and Spiker can just go down there solo and do it. Immediately, though, we start to hear Candela's going off. Spiker going to start to push in. Bay's already picked up a kill.
Ooh, Bay's picked up a kill, but you've lost a lot of those Candelas. Dash finished off. And JR just swings around again. ADS, you just don't need to be doing all that. You got the Monty just full shield, especially on such low HP, even if you don't get headshot. And that's just messed up everything. Your two linchpin ops for this attack, the Candelas and the Monty, now both gone. The initial play 2 not working, so you completely pull out of storage. Just unfortunate. Unfortunate.
Easy have read into it really well as well. We've got the Warden this time. That'll certainly have assisted in getting that kill over onto Baby Shark. The Diffuser kind of in a bit of no man's land as well. Got those punch holes looking to the bottom of cargo stairs. Bay just trying to bait out a bit of a reaction right now, but Wildcard haven't really got the positioning at the moment to try and salvage this. Do have a bit of time, though. And Kansan, he's going to be searching on this top floor.
Oh. That's tough. Ooh, good nade. Spirits runs out, but he doesn't get it. Spirits can just play his life up here, waste time. This is just meant to be a red herring for Wildcard to chase and chase and chase. And just face misdirection. Shotgun close. If Spirits gets one, the round might be over. The slow peek doesn't get it. Spiker better thank his lucky stars he's still alive.
I think Spirits has done enough there. Think about the time that he's wasted. He's wasted a nade as well, the last one. Realistically, what are we going to be able to see Wildcard do right now? Nate's still got a C4 in his back pocket, and the Diffuser's still cold.
Oh.
Citizen's rotated up to a real horrible off angle as well.
There it is. He's just watching it, ready for Bay to swing. Doesn't get the second one. It is a 2v2. 15 left. Spiker going big. Kansan might fall. He doesn't have diffuser. Only 10 seconds left, so NJR will rotate all the way up. Oh my god, he's got 0 time. Not a chance in hell with how far he's had to go. He'll pick it back up, but this case is going down right at 000. NJR has enough time in the world, and Spiker understands that. Not the 4-2 half they got against SSG, but a 3-3, I don't think either team is all too saddened by that.
Little Geico round from NJR right there.
Shut up.
Is that good use?
Technically on the attack.
Yeah, but I think you can do it on the defense as well. Gary, he insured the round. He insured it against loss. He rotated up the stairs. Another good round for NJR, by the way.
You are lost.
Where would DZ be without him?
True. That's real. I'll give you that. Top-rated player.
Certainly not at 3-3.
Second ban, right now. Go. For Dark Zero.
Found it.
Good work.
I'm so good.
Ace map ban will make sense. Mentioned that a lot of times it's usually breachers that get taken down on Nighthaven when you're defending, because there's so much focus, especially on the top floor, paid to the IT and the connector external walls. So it won't be a shock to see those go down, and as a logical consequence, the Cade and the Bandit also taken off the board, because you know odds are those breachers getting taken down. Unlike Dark Zero's second half, where we saw the Gridlock ban, that I and Ollie were very excited to see, because we were curious if it might happen. We could have predicted this in our sleep, this ban phase. And I don't mean that as like a praise to us. It's pretty standard.
We're that good.
We're so good, we predicted Cade, Bandit, Ace Mav on Nighthaven. We really are quite something.
Yeah. I don't think it's going to come as a major surprise to anybody out there watching. But these things just are that way. Sometimes you kind of look at a map and you can get a read of it and you think, yeah, maybe we are going to see something a little bit different there. Maybe there is too much of a trend from one particular player. But on Nighthaven Labs, it isn't that simple. It kind of helped a little bit by the fact that Cafe was Wildcard's most played map, so there was quite a large sample to go off. This being a map that DZ haven't played yet this stage, and Wildcard have only played once yesterday, sort of leaves you a little bit more. You're going to be going to defaults.
Well, speaking of, one thing I was curious about, all the way back like a year ago, Wildcard played an Oregon game against Los, won 7-4, then in 2 hours completely revamped and counter-stratted SSG later that day on Oregon, and then beat them and won 7-1. So I was like, well, if they can do that, and Spiker was there for it, maybe they do it here on Nighthaven. Not the case. Obviously, well, one, you can't counter-strat DZ. They've not played this map in like 5 months. But also, this is the same defense they ran on second floor yesterday. So I believe there was a Tubarao, and instead there is a Mute. Which I will say is kind of surprising we don't see the Tube. But
I think you anticipate the Mute for the Deimos.
That makes sense. I buy that.
Because you're pretty sure that Citizens are going to play it, and the sort of in vogue way of playing Deimos nowadays on Labs is to run the shotgun and to play that vert. We see Spoit do it an incredible amount, and we see Palu do it. You know, all of the Echo's good players. That is now the role. That is the equivalent of running in on Ash back in the day.
You just gotta be concerned about those vert angles, though. Seen a lot of those same players, even Spoit or Palu, died those vert holes, so you gotta be careful. But it's actually double shield at the moment from Dark Zero. Not a Blitz Blackbeard, but Monty the human drone and Spirits with the Scar, looking to get aggressive inside Garage, walks up to those breaches, holding back for the time being. As instead it might be a rotate Aqua. Ooh. He'll be pushed off briefly.
I feel like this is fairly good pacing. You can see Deathmark failed there, so that's where the Mute value is really coming in right now for Wildcard. They've given up a heck of a lot of ground. They've given up the entirety of Garage. But they're still able to just probe it from the windows. And we haven't seen Citizen get any value yet out of this Deimos from below.
No, we haven't. There goes 2. There goes 3, in fact. Blackbeard, Nomad, Hibana. Nath in 8,000 different bits of utility. What was that? Barbed, F-Knots, smokes, and a clash shield, all focused on the Aqua position. With Kansan's dying breath, he activates that shield. It shocks, it electrocutes Citizen, and it freezes up Dark Zero on the backside. Wildcard retaking their lead on their first defensive round.
The confidence there from Wildcard to give up so much ground. They gave up the IT breach. They gave up Garage and Rafters super early on. And it was in the knowledge that they were fairly comfy. They had the smoke. They had the mute jammers very well placed. Citizen saw zero impact until he rotated up Aqua. There was nobody able to catch anybody out as they were rotating from Citizen shooting below. He wasn't able to get the death marks onto people that was required to really pin people down. We didn't see any impact out of the shields either. Really good round there from Wildcard, just recognizing what was important in the round. And it wasn't important to maintain control of Garage. They were happy to give that up because they had so much strength in the depth that they held inside of sight.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds left.
And all that for a mute. Well, not all that for the jammers, like you mentioned, but important parts of it for those jammers. Classic free place around there, by the way. Just behind the plants inside a garage. You get a lot of value out of that, which is why, even if you don't see Bay, just find it right there. Might see some teams just fire some shots back there because it is a common spot.
Dread mine on.
Storage defense also pretty similar to what we saw from Wildcard yesterday, but some important changes. Well, dash going on the sentry, a bit less important than what I'm about to say, which is the Warden. Obviously, Ying is in play. It's something you have to be concerned about. Even though it won't be in the lineup for Dark Zero, you do have the Blitz as well, and, well, the Spirit's in the lobby. You're going to be glad you invested in those glasses.
Nath hopping in there, anticipating an FNAT or something, and kind of seeing that it's clear. Might force DZ into something a little bit quicker. You can see they're all converging.
Ooh.
Great use of the EMP here. Spirits, he's going to hop in.
Ooh, great timing with the EMPs, too. Caught by Spiker, either shot out of the air, disabled by the EMP. What the hell is that peek with Blitz? Puts the shield on his back and hits the Hashom angle. Bit of a curious engagement from Spirits, but not at all a strange round from Dark Zero. Hop in, win the fights, get in, get out, and done. Might very well be an impactless frag for Kansan right there, as this counter defuse does not seem likely. A lot of drones sitting on that diffuser right there. But this seems done and dusted, Ollie. Dark Zero timed up 4-4. He's at least making it nice for us. And we'll give him that.
Hey, look, as the second highest rated player in the league, you've got to let him pad his stats a little bit.
And,
you know?
And we will. We'll let him.
DZ will be gracious enough, but he's got stats of his own to pad right now. He's going for MVP of playoffs.
Some of these rounds, good argument.
I tell you, we've watched the playoffs up until this point. We've been sat in a call, chilling, watching the games as they've been going on. I'm not sure anyone's had the same level of impact, and maybe there's a bit of bias in there because we're casting the game, so we're like fully invested in it and watching every second. But I don't know if someone's had more impact than NJR has so far inside of just map 1 and what we've seen out of map 2 right now. We'll see as the series develops if that's a trend that continues.
I will say, I would advocate for Gavini a little bit, because as I did tweet this, literally that OXG game probably ends as a 7-3 on Nighthaven and then as a 2-0 for OXG if Gavin doesn't hit like a 90-degree flick and double kill on like one attacking round. Because that play like made that round for M80. That denied it being a 6-0 half for OXG, which then they won one round next half, so that would have been a 7-3 because it came in round 10. And that ended up pushing it to OT. They win the first map. They win the series 2-1. So NGR is definitely up there. I would say that game, but also that one round from Gavin was quite good. But then again, M80 got knocked down. So is it important in the long run?
Is it important in the long run?
I don't mean that like as a bit, like genuine question.
No,
I
agree.
Does that affect the play?
It's crazy to me to think that SSG or M80 are going to get knocked out. Like, wild to see those two teams in the lower half of the bracket already. But that is the nature of playoffs. Teams have got to perform. It doesn't really matter what happened during the stage. I think that SR was a kind of good example of that, right? A game going all 3 maps. Suffered their first loss of the stage in that playoff game, but it didn't matter.
Oh,
Still had to go to an all 3.
you see NJR trying to do the little Hibana trick, just a couple X Kairos at the top, bottom of the wall. So Spiker tries to send the C4 out through that hole. We saw SSG try to do something similar on this attack yesterday. Wildcard station a lot of defenders on the middle floor. So they try to apply a lot of pressure up top, then immediately drop down Animus for a quick plant. It doesn't seem like they're doing the exact same thing today. Instead, it is just a full send into the site. Smokes. Not even many Auroras. Nate putting that diffuser down. It's not NGR in this glass this time. 4K for him on Cafe, but Spirits with one important frag as we move into the post. Wildcard with no real clean options at getting this counter diffuse or even getting close to this diffuser. We've got 3 people in Animus. 3 people on these cover positions, whittling down the defenders of Wildcard. Again, another extremely dominant round from Dark Zero, not letting Nighthaven slip away.
I think that's one of the rounds where Dark Zero looks at their best. Fantastic gap spotting and opportunity spotting, recognizing there is a real heavy investment of players on that mid floor. Because guess what? Wildcard are expecting a roam. It's very typical to clear mid floor, open up some vert, start to work down. It's a typical way to attack. You've got to be on your toes and you've got to be ready for that option of just a very direct site push. Cade and Bandit are both banned. It's going to be very easy to open up the wall. You've got to have that in the back of your mind.
Well,
Wildcard, it seemed like they failed to remember that.
That's what I was going to say.
The cover of a load of smoke. Plant goes down, and the retake, it's at that point, it's borderline impossible. Like, you've got to hit some serious live shots, and Dark Zero have to mess it up as well.
I have to say, I am kind of surprised that Wildcard let that slip by. I mentioned SSG did something very similar yesterday. They realized it more in round than DZ did. It was kind of like they were trying to clear the roam. They saw that there was a bit of a gap Animus, and so then they did drop, but it was a 4v5. Wildcard knew that SSG were likely going to try to rotate because the roam clear wasn't working, so they were a bit more ready for it. But the Animus gap did very much exist. SSG were able to get into the site. It's just then Wildcard were rotating down and were actually able to fight them by the time SSG got in. But that gap existed there yesterday. It was the same strategy. And going into today, rewatching that game, it was very clear to me, as it was clear to SSG. There is a bit of a hole there. You got to be concerned. And it is a bit of a shame that Wildcard weren't aware of it, as you said, despite the fact we saw SSG almost exploit it well yesterday.
Could be good prep on the side of Dark Zero that's given them that
good prep,
sort of read.
Good prep from DZ.
They were very committed to it from a very early point in the round. They won't be able to run it again. Because unfortunately for DZ, both the Ace and the Thermite now have been removed. Thermite coming in as the final attacker ban. It really puts a lot of pressure on tin openers and Hibana, but it certainly can be done. And the nice thing about bringing the tin openers is you get to bring some nice ops with it.
Oh my god, you know what I just realized?
Attackers must locate and defuse the bomb.
Want to know why there's probably a big difference there?
Go for it.
Kansan was playing Pulse on that site yesterday.
Ooh.
Wasn't playing it today. He was on Clash. Or excuse me, he was on a Legion. You have the heartbeat scanner, obviously to see where attackers are pushing the top floor, but then you can also see if somebody's going for that play down below. He was looking up and down between the bottom floor and the middle floor yesterday, and he wasn't playing it today.
I really like Pulse on Labs. I think it's very underutilized.
Well, maybe we should utilize it here, unfortunately. will be a top floor defense from Wildcard, though, coming out of the TAC timeout. Only site they've won so far. This connector wall is falling right now. There you go. Bailiff will open up the rest. It's a pretty even game on the opening pick so far. Something you and I noticed when we were looking at Wildcard. First half of the stage, they're not winning any opening duels. Second, they literally cannot lose an opening duel. By the end, about 50-50.
It balanced itself out quite nicely, didn't it? I think on a run of performance for Wildcard to get into form at this point is fantastic, and it's exactly what they need here inside of the playoffs. Just depends on whether they've got enough to get it over the line right now. Dark Zero have got a super narrow lead right now. Amber has missed the mute jammer there.
Ooh.
Not entirely sure how, because I thought he'd thrown it in a decent spot, but the splash radius on those secondary MPs is quite small. Maybe going to have to try and push him, because that is going to be the last one, and with no shock drone from Citizen, this IT breach is going to be a bit more tricky to get open than DZ initially thought.
That's going to be a big problem. Don't really have any shields either to try to break any pressure. No Candelas or anything. This is a nice flank watch by Nafe. Dash looking to rotate back. That'll make things nicer. Oh my god, what? Baby Shark? You just don't need to be there. You got no time. They don't have, yeah, what is he watching? There's IT wall open. Is he trying to let Dash get back? Air jab out, flash goes in, another one closed in case anyone tries to retake pillar. This round has been opened wide by Dark Zero and by the IGL specifically. The Brit doing big work with the ARX. Wildcard now have a major fight on their hands. So many guns trained on the connector wall. Spirits shut out. Nobody going for this backstab just yet, but Citizen strikes. A very quick trade that only favors Dark Zero. Match point within their hands as long as they can shut down Bay. 9-7, but that 13-kill game against SSG, it is over 24 hours ago, and it is a new team in front of you. One that will capitalize on your mistakes, and one that will not give you a chance to come back. MVP for Nate that round, but Wildcard starting to slip in the most crucial of moments.
It's an unfortunate time to have a bit of a dip from Wildcard, but they've been caught really flat-footed in the last two rounds. You think back to the round downstairs, huge gap downstairs, DZ exploiting it, really decisively getting in and getting that plant down. And again there in that previous round, we see Nath pick up he picked up 1 kill onto Dash. Now, why Dash was flanking, it seems a little bit risky. But the kill that gets onto Baby Shark, like, where is Baby Shark watching? It was a gimme. I thought he was, like, on the outline. I didn't realize that's where... I thought, like, oh, something's weird. Like, he might... It was really confusing to watch in the moment because we can see, obviously, the outlines, and you're like, why is he just there? Like, it's just... What is he watching? It's so free. And it almost, Nay felt like he'd done a double take on it as well at the time. And then after that, just flood the site.
Serious flood com.
Or a serious swim com.
Shut up, man.
But the swim doesn't sound as urgent as the flood.
Shut up.
Flooding the site is where it's at.
You are addictive.
So, DZ, match and series point now. Not quite as close as we saw on Cafe, which is surprising, given the way that we saw Wildcard play this map yesterday. I think everybody looked at this veto and the dominance that was displayed on Nighthaven Labs yesterday by Wildcard and thought, ooh, 3 maps, you know, we could be in for something right now.
Look at this. Not an execute, but certainly some quick control once the pre-plays are established. Dash had to have heard that. Where is he? I hear this Legion. Okay, he's rotated back now.
You're hearing colors.
He sounded on top of Spirits there. Like, it's just not my fault.
It sounded literally locked in.
It literally sounded like he was on top of Spirits.
I kind of like that play from Spirits, just to get in there quick and cut anybody off. Looks as though the IT breach is going to get opened without a hitch this time. There's no form of denial, no mute has been brought by Wildcard here. Not even brought the tub. Instead, they're actually opting for a bit more of a sort of lurk priority right now. Got the Malusi, Legion. Oh, and Bay there with a really, really well-timed swing, but I wouldn't be double dipping on that.
No, no. Please not the triple. No triple dip. On 1 HP, please no. Justifiably, he will leave.
Yeah, that's a job for Kansan on the Clash.
Oh, yeah. You have to be a little careful here, I will say. If you are able to press her dash, who's playing bottom Aqua, might be a little bit of a gap easy to create.
Ooh, those air jabs going in as well. It's gonna be super nice spirits. Feels like he's doing laps. Ooh, will get taken out there by Dash though. He will find his one.
Ooh, in a second. Dark Zero getting a little loose with it. Putting direct pressure on the site. They almost had the setup. And Spirits, you know, that's one thing. Going for his one on the backside, gets taken down. I think that's fair. You get the Warden in sight, we're chilling. But Panba going down in Garage? Might have just been a little bit ahead. Still room for Dark Zero to recover as Baby Shark swings up behind the desk. Can't push any further. Air jabs galore inside of IT. This BP might help, but it won't get the job done. Dash must win round for Wildcard, and he is showing up. 3 kills so far. And they've trying to recover Garage. Citizen will now be the 3rd player in this spot. He's able to get the trade. But is there anything this Legion could not do? 4 kills for the new pickup, the veteran, but his first time in NA. He'll make it difficult and impossible almost for Dark Zero to close out this round. But Citizen gets the diffuser. There we go. Low HP enough to make it work for Bay. And we are not done just yet. 1 round to go on Nighthaven. Can Wildcard push us to OT?
I'm not gonna lie, I was a little bit nervous when I saw Citizen allowed to get that plant down.
I was too.
Really expecting, because if he comes off that and hits a one-tap, which isn't beyond the realm of possibility, then that's a really difficult 1 versus 1 for everybody involved. As it stands, Wildcard get the job done. Kind of off the back of Dash. In fact, entirely off the back of Dash.
Quite literally.
Somehow pulls 3 kills out of nowhere, keeping control of that top floor. DZ, that was their one lifeline, if you will, to save this game from going into an overtime. There's still, of course, another map if we need it. Nothing wrong with going into an OT either.
Would be cool too. Not seen bank from either of these teams so far. So Wildcard's perma as well. So there is some confidence from Wildcard to leave that map up. Ooh, Citizen clearly getting a bit tilted right there. You're 2-0. You got another map if you lose. But I think that's very clear evidence that the pressure is not getting a DZ and that's affecting their performance. But I think they understand how competitive Wildcard can be.
Yeah.
Even though, I will say, even though it's their map pick, Wildcard probably looking a bit weaker here than they did on Cafe.
I'd like to think that that's like a frustration from Citizen where it's like he knows that it could have happened. Like he's been in those situations before and won them. And he knows it's possible and it's just like one of them, we could have just been done, you know?
Could have been it.
I don't think I hope that it isn't something that's a little bit more sinister, but I'm sure it isn't. Spirit's back on his Glaz this time and Citizen back on the Deimos. He did comment that we haven't really seen the true value out of the Deimos, in part due to the mute jammers. And the mute is available and prevalent here. So we'll have to see if he's able to navigate around them at all.
Really,
the main port of entrance is, of course, going to be the IT breach.
Really interesting, though. Baby Shark bringing out the Frost. Not a defender we've seen them run on any of these defenses on the top floor so far, I believe. Not yesterday or today. So I'm curious what motivated him to bring that out. We haven't really seen a lot of electrical, like, pushes or hop-ins or rushes or anything. We've seen Aqua backstabs. We've seen pushes from IT in front, but really intriguing.
Easy again coming up a little bit of obstacle at getting that IT wall open, but it seems as though the job has been done now. I do love a Frost pick in a must-win round. It can really just change the pace and catch players off guard, especially if it hasn't been something that's been used up until this point. There's no worse way to go than a Frostmat. Pamba, big kill there. Walks into IT, is just allowed in.
Oh no! And another one! Dash caught in the air jab. That's crazy coordination between Pamba and Nave. Literally in the moment puts the air jab up. Whether that's coincidence or intentional. That's given Dark Zero another potential layup. There's a 1v2 for NJR to close out Cathay. It was around Wildcard, probably should have won. Now even more in the disadvantage. Kansan is able to find NJR, but off the back of those early picks, Dark Zero pushed into IT. Now they'll slowly start to dip out just a little bit.
Looks though we've got a Deimos track as well this time. Pamba, it's party time, baby.
That's it. It's party time. Kansan's got to go huge. Pamba on low HP as well. The death marks could be important, but it's just Spiker. The IGL playoffs not done here, but it will be a lower bracket run. It'll have to be vision spotted and done. Citizen mad at himself in round 11, but closing it out in 12. Yet no massive upset today. It will be a rematch of the NAL finals last year. Dark Zero Shopify after this, Ollie.
I think you've really got to give an honorable mention to Wildcard there. They have shown up in a big way against Dark Zero, but they just didn't have it in their locker on Nighthaven Labs. It was not as close as we saw Cafe. And I think a lot of us expected it to be even closer, if not favored Wildcard going into it. But DZ are going to take it in a 2 clean maps. We're going to throw this one back to the desk and set up for our last best of 3 of the night.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
I can pick
hard left. Hard left, close to you.
Yeah.
Have your swing, have your swing. I'm gonna pick in 3,
Wait.
2, 1.
Before.
Nice! Yes, boys! Oh, that buffet at EWC is gonna taste good. Zaga hit. No. Come here.
I told you guys on Saturday.
Yes, boys.
It took max regulation on both maps, but it did not take all three. Dark Zero are able to close it out in 2 as they move on for a date with Shopify Rebellion in the upper bracket final. We will welcome in, I believe we've got Naif standing by for the interview as we get this one going. Naif, we're gonna keep this quick because you got a match to prep for in just a few minutes time. Tell me first, you guys have now fended off the very hot Wildcard team as they've been working their way through this bracket. What was this match like for you?
Yeah, I mean, from the map pool, like the map bans, I think it was favoured in us. Cafe was a bit sloppy, and I think that was a bit on my end. My calling on the sacks was a bit dodgy. But yeah, like the boys on the team, Ben and Zach, have not been to Saudi, unlike us last year. So yeah, we've taken their Saudi virginities with that game.
Well, Nave, congratulations. Obviously, you guys been here. You were here last stage in this final, exact same scenario, except the name was different. It was Sonics. What are you guys going to be going for differently this time around, especially you guys already previously played SR. This time now you're in a best of 3. Anything we're going to be seeing different?
It's a best of 3, not a best of 1.
All right. That answers it. That definitely answers it. All right, then
I know they're watching.
Quick follow-up. What do you say to yourself in the future if we see you back on here?
I don't want to get in a bad juju. What do I say? I probably need to like start screaming at the mic like Troy does. I need to say something like that.
All right, sounds good.
All right, Nave, we're going to get you out of here right now because you got a match to prep for. Thanks so much. Congrats on the win. Upper bracket final, here you come.
Thank you. See you later.
All right, thanks, Nave. A big win there for Dark Zero. Obviously, nice and snappy with Naif there. They take the win like our earlier game with Shopify. It was a matter of the stronger team here locking down and playing consistent, just holding off the advances of the team, looking to take them down.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, DZ played consistent. They played consistently good. They were constantly going back and forth. When rounds would go wrong, they'd make an adaptation to figure it out and fix it. Obviously, Cafe was a little sloppy, but I mean, they cleaned it up. Labs still, I would say, is a little sloppy, but towards the end, it was a lot cleaner in the way of shutting down Wildcard's early aggression. Once they saw Wildcard's firsthand, there wasn't really much adaptation from Wildcard's end. They tried their best, but Dark Zero, once they were all firing together, I mean, the last 2-3 rounds were just lights out from them. It felt like they just caught complete momentum over shutting down Wildcard's attacks. They were getting the first pick time and time again, and Wildcard just couldn't maintain the aggression of getting that first pick.
We saw big moments from plenty of DZ players. It wasn't just a team battle. They sit back and let Wildcard come to them. NJR stepped up. Citizen stepped up.
Yeah, NJR in particular, I mean, he closed out the half on Cafe with that big 2v1 clutch. And then to kick off the second round of the game, he ends in a 1v1 clutch. NJR was stepping up tremendously in terms of his clutch capability. And then obviously for Citizen, we've highlighted him in so many scenarios throughout DZ's success so far. He's always performing. You never not see Citizen at the top of the leaderboard for this roster. He's a big name, carries big weight, carries a big iron on his hip when he's playing that Deimos from time to time. But I mean, it's no surprise that they shut it out here. Unfortunate for Wildcard, but they're still in it.
I mean, hey, Wildcard played really great, though. I mean, they're continuing that run of aggression, looking like a brand new team. Obviously, if they came into the stage looking like that, you know, maybe they'd be in one of those top 2 spots. Who knows? But, you know, unfortunately for them, they have to go down to the lower bracket, but it's still going to be a good attempt from them to be able to claim one of those final 4 spots.
Yeah, that's the great thing about the playoffs so far. No one eliminated just yet. The lower bracket tomorrow will decide all of that. But that's just 2 of our games today. We still have one more. It is our winners bracket final. The decider of who goes to that grand final and who gets to play for all the marbles on Saturday. It is, of course, Shopify Rebellion, still undefeated, by the way, against Dark Zero. Coming up next, our players are going to get ready to go, so take a quick break. And when we get back, we will get our final game of the day underway.
And dash together. Oh! Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gitbo. Their first. There's only 4 seconds left. What? There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
They give him a 1v1. And they've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take their kingdom from Blacktown.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
How about this? The best possible way to close out day 2 of the NAL playoffs. The upper bracket final and a rematch of last year's NAL finals between Shopify Rebellion and Dark Zero. Welcome back into our NAL studios, everybody. I'm Jonas Willinger alongside Foxe and Laxing. This one feels like it's been a long time coming. We saw this all group stage long. The two most dominant teams we had now face off to decide who goes to the grand final. Laxing, I mean, it is a beautiful story.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, we already saw what it looked like when they first played against each other, but now we're going to see what it looks like in a best of 3. And we heard Nafe in the end right there. It's not a best of 1 anymore. It's a best of 3.
Yeah, now the stakes are a whole lot different. Two powerhouse teams, as we said. Shopify Rebellion, they remain undefeated. Dark Zero successfully bouncing back from back-to-back losses to end the group stage. But Fox, this is what's important for Shopify. They're looking to stay undefeated. They're looking to keep on moving, given the progress that they made earlier in that matchup. But they proved against M80 that they didn't have to do anything crazy. They didn't have to do anything special. If they lock in, play steady, play consistent, that they could win.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talked about it in the interview that Canadian was the big reason as to their success because he always had a plan. And that's one of the highlights that we saw against M80. When SR was in those man-down deficits, they were constantly bringing rounds back because they weren't always getting the opening kills. And we saw that all across the board. First map, an aggressive take from M80. They get site control. You know, SR is in a 2v4 situation, but amazing play from Surf, and I believe it was Rexon upstairs to be able to nod top floor. Again, another play. Diffuser goes for an aggressive pick. He evens the man count, but then everybody peeks into SR, and they're able to play that man disadvantage into an advantage. And finally, on board of the round that you heard around the world, Canadian hitting an amazing shot in a 2v3 scenario that realistically, you should have no business coming back into this round. There's a Monty, the diffuser's planted in such an open place. Canadian hit beautiful shots, but that's the Shopify Rebellion strength.
And what a quote here from Super after the game, clearly kind of summing up how he feels that game went.
Yeah, I mean, you could call out both teams for their mistakes that were being made. I mean, when a game's going 8-7, it really comes down to little mistakes that the other team is just capitalizing on. Sure enough, Shopify, they end up walking away with it. Obviously, in that, they walked away where M80 may have, you know, slowly, painfully got out of there.
Well, they had a couple of big moments, as we mentioned, Canadian making that flashy play to end it. But there is someone else we got to talk about who excelled on that last map, and it's Spoit. He dropped 20 kills. That is simply not something that happens easily.
Yeah, you know, again, we there's so many players that you can highlight on this Shopify roster. We haven't really been able to highlight Spoit in the typical limelight where you find him, being able to drop big numbers, being able to have such a performance that speaks into existence, and dropping 20 kills to keep Shopify alive and have that result that pushes them now into this upper bracket final. It has to be highlighted, but it can't die out here. It has to continue in this matchup even more than it was going against M80.
Yeah, I mean, Spoit in that border match specifically was so pivotal on Shopify. Being able to close it out, I mean, besides that last amazing round, every single round, Spoit was getting a kill or two to put his team in such an advantageous positions. And even though SR was losing those opening picks most of the time, they were still able to bring it back because they have amazing players that can turn up on a dime regardless because they have that confidence instilled.
Well, Shopify's opponents right now, we just saw them take down Wildcard. Obviously, they'll be looking to continue to build on that momentum. But Fox, the question we had asked coming into that game was, would they be able to bounce back from back-to-back losses to end the group stage and continue that into playoffs? The answer is yes.
Yes, but it was a slow burn. I mean, we heard it from Nave himself. It was a little bit of a sloppy performance for them to be able to bounce back into it. But same thing, we're highlighting Shopify Rebellion's consistency, but for Dark Zero, their consistency of just being naturally the better team reigned true. They were making less mistakes time after time, constantly playing off of each other. And, you know, this was one of the first games where, yes, Spirits was a big factor, but they weren't relying on Spirits as much as they were during the stage. That SR loss set them back, and now they've been slow walking back into it with him alongside everyone else.
Yeah, and it was important, you know, from the first map on Cafe versus then on Labs, was the biggest thing for me was their attack. They were getting stopped at every single angle from Wildcard with their aggression. But what we saw pivoting into Nighthaven Labs is DZ slowed down. They understood they can play the time. They can work together. They can find the gap. They can shut down the flanks. And that's really what propelled all of DZ through that Nighthaven Labs, especially on attacks versus vice versa on Cafe, where they were struggling. So righting their wrongs where you need to, and that really is where a best of 3 shows the ability from an IGL to understand where things were wrong from the previous game and how you correct it in the next, and that's exactly what they did. And I'm sure maybe they wanted to end it a lot cleaner, not push it so close to a 7-5, but the fact is they got it done. It now pushes them here to have this rematch against Shopify.
Well, we were looking at how these last few series have played out, and here's something interesting that we wanted to pull up for everybody at home. We took a look at the bans that Wildcard employed against Dark Zero. You're looking at the 3 maps they played across the entirety of the stage so far, kind of giving you an indication, Lax, as to how teams approached the bans against Dark Zero.
Yeah, every team's approach up until SR's match against them was get rid of Spirits, get rid of his playmaking ability. We talked about how much of an X factor he is, but then after that Shopify game, you clearly see the bans are changing. They are not focused on Spirits. They're focused on other players like Citizen, maybe NJR. But it leaves me to question, now that Shopify has already beat Dark Zero by getting rid of Citizen, less focus on Spirits, now seeing that Spirits wasn't having the performance during their match, maybe they resort back to getting rid of the shields. Maybe they play a little mental warfare here. Get in Spirit's head, eliminating that player, almost forcing a 4v5 scenario. Now, I'm not saying that's going to be the case, and I won't be surprised if they still don't focus on Spirits, but if they do at the same time, it'll be kind of interesting if they are going for a mental warfare.
I mean, I don't expect them, just because DZ has now been able to adapt a way where Spirits to be able to play with the DZ system, not being on shields. I mean, we saw him on the Glass, we saw him on the Ying. But obviously, the biggest reason as to DZ's success against Wildcard was Citizens. On that Deimos downstairs, it was very difficult to play around him, specifically on Nighthaven Labs. So that being said, if you are SR, you're going to keep the same game plan, attack Spirits, attack Citizens in the back line, and then focus on Spirits with your gun skill on the front line.
Well, let's take a look at what the game plan might be from a map perspective. We've seen a lot of Nighthaven today. We got some Chalet mixed in, some Cafe. When it comes down to this best of 3, obviously these teams had a chance to watch each other throughout these last few games, but you're bouncing right off of a series. You haven't had time to prep. Fox, what is the approach in a situation like this for a lot of these teams? I mean, you've been there. You go back to back to back.
You're going to want to go to a Lair, a Labs, essentially, if you're one of these two teams, one of those bigger maps where you're able to have a lot more fun on. That was we're going to see Shopify Rebellion picking out Labs. I mean, you could just tell with how the bans were going to go. A lot of the smaller, more default maps instantly getting taken out. And then, wow, look at that. Labs and Lair. Top 2 maps coming out. Makes perfect sense. Both good maps for both teams. They love to play the shields on both ends. We'll have to see if that implemented shield ban will be in effect.
I mean, I think this makes perfect sense. Obviously, both these teams just coming hot off these maps. I think in some scenarios here, I am more in favor of Dark Zero, just given their performance from one map to the other, where Shopify, not to take anything away from the game against M80, it was a good bounce back, but I mean, you saw Super's quote. You know, I'm not going to quote it exactly, but you understand what I'm getting at here. I do think Dark Zero, after coming off of a hot win like that, not having to go the distance, not having to exert themselves, there still is a lot more left in the tank, especially going now into Labs.
Also, there's a question that comes into play, which is how much time does Shopify Rebellion really have to be able to dissect DZ's Labs and really try to come up with some type of change within them just playing it to now? You know, they're not too probable that you're going to be seeing that many counter strats, but it's maps that both teams are familiar on, adds a lot of adaptation for both teams, and adds a lot of their X Factor players to be able to have a lot of room to play and go for those big plays.
Laxing, before we get into this one, can you take me a little bit inside the minds of what all these players are experiencing going through back-to-back best of 3s? Not necessarily even back-to-back, but like having to play multiple best of 3s in the same day. You've been in this exact position. How do you approach it when you're really trying to come out on top?
I mean, with both teams, they're comfortable. They're in a spot where they have now qualified for an event or got invited to an event now, so the pressure in that regard is off them. They know that now they just need to focus, they need to breathe, they need to reset. Everyone knows what it's like to be in this moment, and for Dark Zero, this is a matter of righting their wrongs, being able to rewrite history, being able to rematch in a best of 3 that really showcases who truly is the better team between these two. And then again, for SR, just dialing it back a little bit, learning what they did wrong against M80, slowing things down, playing a much more, just more concise game than what we saw during M80. But again, when you're in a play, when you're in this situation, it's literally just wiping everything off, forgetting what happened from the last games, whether good or bad, and just focusing on the now. What's in front of you? What can you do to rewrite around? What can you do to fix around? What can you do to be a better player than you were the previous game, now going into this game?
Well, let's talk predictions really quick. My understanding is that you guys both maybe favor history. Do you like Shopify Rebellion here, considering that they are generally the team that comes out on top? I see SR there. Are you going to stick with that?
I'm going to stick with SR. I feel like they're just a more consistent team. I mean, if they just played the same way, they had a really good game plan against DZ. They're the most adaptive team currently in the NAL, so got to give it to them.
You know, I'm going to switch it up. I'm going to be part of the Dark Zero fan base here and say Dark Zero ends up taking this. Not by a landslide by any means. I do expect both these games to go head-to-head, possibly all needing 15 rounds from each game, but I will ultimately end with Dark Zero.
And going for the, well, seeing if they can change the course of history a little bit. Rexon told us that they always get the edge.
Yeah, it always happens.
Team.
Whenever you beat a team and then you play them later, they always beat you back. So, you know, it's a good gauge.
All right, well, it's a rematch of last year's NAL Finals, a grudge match from earlier in this stage. It is the upper bracket final. Lynx and Ollie, eager to hear your thoughts.
Thank you very much indeed. We do have Dark Zero and Shopify for our upper bracket final here tonight. It is going to be our last best of 3 of the evening, and I cannot wait to get stuck right into it. DZ have had around 25-ish minutes to prepare since that game from Wildcard. I want to ask you, Lynx, do you think that Shopify have managed to mentally recover after that long-ass game that they had against Wildcard? Because that was a grueler.
Well, I am actually curious because, you know, there's one benefit of playing a game earlier in the day or earlier in the bracket, whatever, before your opponent, is you get a bit warmed up, right? You're not going in cold. You've had not only some time to just like get the aim figured out, but also like iron out maybe some minor issues, maybe major ones, but hopefully just minor ones. But then there's also games like the Shopify and 80 game earlier that just drain you, that take everything out of you, where you go 8-7 on both of the maps Shopify won in a full 3-map series. Games where they were winning and Ambi looked tired. Games where Troy was getting angry. Everyone was getting angry. Hot and Cole was getting angry. Gunner was getting angry. Troy was getting angry. Everybody was getting angry that game. It looked like an emotional affair on all sides. And frankly, there's getting warmed up. And I imagine Shopify have taken some time, Ollie, to recover. But some series take it out of you. And I have to imagine that one was a little bit draining.
There's definitely a difference between getting warmed up and then running a marathon.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, like,
it's like, I warmed up with an Iron Man.
The block. Yeah, like a little jog around the block, I'm warm. I'm loose, you know? A marathon, I'm beat. I'm signing off.
It's not happening. Not happening.
SR have to go back into that breach, though, here tonight against DZ. And let's be honest, that DZ game we just saw, it wasn't necessarily clear-cut. They got the win, and I'm sure that they're going to VOD review that in the coming days. But it wasn't like they walked all over Wildcard in that fixture. They did get the result inside of 2 maps, but a couple of rounds go a couple of different ways, and we might still be a satcast in that game. You never know. We are going to be headed to some very familiar territory for map number 1. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Is this the first time we've ever seen dead split 50-50?
That is crazy. And honestly, obviously, of course, it makes sense for the matchup. Shopify, Dark Zero, likely the 2 best teams inside North America. But if you did not see that grand final, arguably one of the best series in NA history, NAL Grand Final Stage 2, best of 3 that featured all 45 rounds played, 8-7 on every map, and on border the final one, Shopify won 8-7 to be the NAL and the reigning NAL champs. So if there's any game to get a 50-50 on the socials, it would be this one. It will be Nighthaven that we are starting out with, though. The second map played by both teams in their respective series today. Dark Zero won it 7-5 against Wildcard about 25 to 30 minutes ago. Shopify won it in a barn burner 8-7 game against M80. I have to hope it'll be just as close here.
I'm sure it will. I had a little bit of a question about Nighthaven Labs coming into this, because we were discussing maps and preferences a little bit earlier on, and you've got quite an interesting DZ Nighthaven Labs statistic, haven't you?
I do. So you mentioned it very briefly. This is like the record one, right? We talked about
the record one.
Today.
Yeah.
So Ollie alluded actually to this earlier in the Wildcard game, but Dark Zero's history on Nighthaven, the org, is interesting. Because when Canadian was IGLing the team, this was not only a staple map in their pool, it was actually quite a popular one. They had close games against FaZe at Atlanta, for example. That's a game I actually remember quite vividly. But from when the map came out in September of 2020, or when the map came in the pool, in September of 2023, to when Troy left the team, they played it, I want to say 12 times, or at least had it up 13 times total. Yeah, 12 times. Since Troy stopped leading the team and Nath became the primary IGL, including the game against Wildcard today, they have played it 6 times. They have played it half the amount of times since Nath has come on the team in about the same amount of time.
It's a big difference indeed. And it kind of leads you to believe, why are we here? Because it isn't a map that DZ play a lot. Is it a map that they like? Like, we're still finding it out, aren't we? We only seen them for the first time this stage play it only, what, 30 minutes ago?
Something like that. Ooh, here we go, though. Might be a little bit of a quick one. Doki call goes out. A lot of pressure Aqua side. Spirits doesn't care. Running this Ying shotgun quite frequently. I certainly had my doubts at the beginning of the stage, but it's moments like that that have started to make me a believer. Pamazoo all the way deep inside a sight finds Spoy. This is as dominant a Dark Zero round as you could hope. Pamazoo and Surf both a bit lost in the sauce in the chaos of round 1. It's an easy kill for Ambi to find. The flash go out to stave off the flank. He gets it anyway. Secondary utility, not a problem. This diffuser not going down. One of the highest rated players in all the NAL right here. Ambi, what a crazy stage he has had so far. The development as a player in the past year since coming out on this team after SI 24. Not a rookie anymore, but a 1v5 would be quite insane to start, especially as Dark Zero. All take their post-plant positions, little sparky flick, but no shots landed. And on the opposite side, as clinical a killer as there ever has been in North America, NGR 4 years on this DZ roster, and he is still not letting off the gas.
He's still got miles in the tank, ready to go. Big performance earlier tonight. I don't see any reason why we shouldn't expect another big performance out of him now. DZ really bringing a different level of pace right off the rip. It's again, like we talk about, one of the benefits of playing a game and then immediately going into the next one. You've got no time to prepare, but your opponent hasn't had the time to prepare either. And they've had to find a good quality scrim or something to keep them occupied in that interim. DZ showing that they have not forgotten. They are straight in with the heat there in round number 1. Not to say that they're going to play every single round like that, but they saw a big opportunity there. And I mean, it was a gap of sorts, but there was a lot of brute forcing as well.
Yeah, definitely saw that there was a bit of a bias towards Garage and Aqua, even if momentary, and we're able to hop in off the back of that. Interesting Nomad ban, by the way, from Shopify, just to talk about that. We didn't really see much of... I think we... Actually, no. Oh, no, I'm thinking of Wildcard. We only saw one Nomad run from Wildcard. Did see a lot of it from Dark Zero. Let me check. Yes,
I remember DZ doing a really good job of manipulating players with that Nomad as well.
Yeah, 5 out of 6 rounds on the attacking side. A lot of air jabs placed on the IT, like the inside of IT, to control anybody swinging out towards that breach. It was a huge focal point of their attacking side, so honestly, good shot by Shopify to ban it. The rest is, you know, not that complicated. Saw a lot of clash from Troy in particular on that second floor.
This is like we always talk about, or we've started to talk about, where the bands get a little bit more exciting and there is that room to just target. And I like that from Shopify. It could allow them to be a little bit looser, and that's already being demonstrated here. Got Spoy ready for a bit of an impact trick there on that top floor. He's just used his Scopo shell to get up there. It's going to be DZ with another opener.
Oh my god. They're really trying to take this one quick. Not being phased at all by these Shopify roams. It's another almost flawless. Surf might get one, but just like Ambi, these might not matter. That's Diffuser, though. Look at how many players he has to deal with. Dark Zero coming in hot off of that 2-0 victory over Wildcard. We've had 2 rounds, and about the span it took a single one in our series just an hour or so ago.
It's almost jarring. I feel like I'm getting whiplash right now. We've gone from like really slow and very well telegraphed pushes to DZ just absolutely flooring it.
I mean, like, honestly, that's kind of crazy. Obviously, like, Shopify have not... they played Nighthaven, what, once against C9. Was a very close game. And then going into today, they didn't really change a whole lot. For example, like that strat right there. We saw Spoit and Shopify run that Scopos roam in the C9 game. It's actually the final round where Spoit just decided to end it. Decided to get a bunch of kills and basically shut C9 out of probably one of the closest games they had that stage, a game they could have gone OT on. Then it runs it again against M80, where we see, you know, a 2-man hold at the top floor. And Dark Zero say, okay, we've seen this. We think we can get away with just a bunch of execute utility and flooding into the site. And by golly, they were right. Just look at this, especially NGR finding Ambi on that roam. Also what fell against in the M80 game. Gavini finding Ambi, I think around a similar position. Really good coordination.
The really interesting thing about the way that DZ are moving at the moment is that's the second round where they found 2 very early opening picks. Like early in the context of the round, both of those were from outside to in and just catching Shopify players as they're rotating around. But there has been no hesitation, absolutely zero, from then what DZ want to do off the back of that. Very sharp coming into this, and it's impressive to say that they've just had a very close series where either map realistically could have gone into an overtime or even to a third map. Shopify stunned into taking a very early tactical timeout now, but I feel like they're still going to be left guessing to a degree because DZ can't keep up that level of pace. They're not going to constantly be gifted those opportunities at early picks and gaps in the defense.
That is true, but but what I will say, they have conditioned Shopify. They've made them concerned about it going forward.
Yeah.
It's something that's going to be in the back of their head and is going to affect certain players' behavior, maybe the team's overall call. It's not going to result in a fundamental change, but it's likely going to result in Shopify just being a bit more concerned at the beginning. And then if Dark Zero don't push in, you get a little nervous. Like, okay, well, might be a minute and a half, but are they just going to rapidly pick up the pace? You don't know exactly.
I think they're just showing at the moment that they can operate at a multitude of different levels.
Making a statement.
Yeah. And really stamp it down, like, why not? Shopify have already been through the ringer earlier on this evening. You don't want to let up on them at all. Ram very quickly going to get sent into IT there. Spirits, under the cover of a Lion Scan, going to start to try and move through, but will get caught in the FNATs. That gives his position away.
Ooh.
Ambi currently on a death mark as well. It doesn't seem like Shopify have anywhere to go here.
That's my concern. Dark Zero just spreading out, looking to trap all of these roamers on the top floor. Ambi looking for something on the way out. Oh, but it's just a little too far to the right. Pamazu swings out on that long angle, bests Ambi with that better scope. Surexon in the 3v5. He would have liked to fall back. He would have liked to drop down below. He tries to play his life, but these deathmark trackers are unforgiving. Citizen the Hunter picks up this trail, tries to pre-fire, but it's so easy. It's like air for Dark Zero right now. These kills, these rounds, they are light as a feather. And yet bring down the pressure as heavy as a mountain upon these Shopify defenders. Canadian feeling it will falter, buckle a little bit, and rotate down below. As if they wanted to. Dark Zero could just reset.
45 seconds. Deathmark tracker. C4 for Canadian. Lands a bit of damage, but not much more. Great shot onto Pambazu.
Clean shot.
There's always going to be a long road. Easy. Another clinical round.
It's like...
That top floor roam clear was a thing of beauty.
I'm just like... I'm looking at this and I'm like, Were they sandbagging against Wildcard? They were not playing like this. They weren't playing bad. Don't get me wrong. They were playing good. But it did not look like that.
No. It didn't look that decisive.
Didn't look that fast.
I mean, what I will say is we haven't really seen Shopify win a gunfight yet. They've got 5 kills in 4 rounds. So it isn't like, you know, I don't even feel like it's a fair fight at the moment.
Well, you know what's the crazy thing too? Every single one of these kills so far have come when the round is 5v1.
Oh yeah.
Both
they've
of
all
Ambi,
been exit frags.
yeah.
They've all been impactless.
Yeah, both of Ambi's kills came after all of his teammates died. Both of Surf's kills, same thing. That round, it's a 5v1. Canadian kills Pamazoo. That's it. Literally,
This is what you're going to tell me it's been basically 3 flawless rounds.
Yes. No, but like actually, like literally, all 5 of Shopify's kills have not had any bearing on the round.
It's true.
Literally 0. Like, they have cost in name only. None of these kills have actually had any impact. It is as if Dark Zero are, like, in map training.
Scary place to be.
Timeout's already gone. This is Shopify, like, I mean, to be fair, not Shopify completely warm. Dark Zero literally coming off a Nighthaven game 35 minutes ago. We're going to keep referencing the time, and it's just going to get slightly bigger every time. It was 20 minutes earlier, now it's 30. Now it's 35.
Yeah. Next time we do it, it will be 45.
But it's not like Shopify don't have experience on this, and I doubt Dark Zero did all that much VOD review and that much prep. This is just crazy. This is something different entirely.
Oh, well, that's the other thing, is that DZ have had to prep for like almost 3 games today because they don't know who they're going to be going up against. Like,
very well could have gone against M80.
Yeah, Kenny isn't prepping, you know, on the fly in the 20 minutes between the games. Like, these are all prepped beforehand. You never really know what is going to happen. Again, get an IT open nice and early. It's kind of interesting that SR aren't going for a bandit or anything of that nature to try and slow that down a little bit. It seems like DZ have really just got whatever they want and kind of got it for free at the moment. Even the smokes, we've not seen true value out of it. Oftentimes, DZ players just balling straight through it.
He's going out. Warding Sploit off of retaking control of Garage. I mean, a minute and a half in, they've already pushed the Azami out of here. Not taking any damage. Destroyed Kibas too. Dark Zero just battering and pushing these defenders back. You've got Spirits on the opposite side looking to backstab Aqua. I mean, surely Shopify are ready for that. He sprints through, and yeah, they are. That's good foresight. Also just good awareness, considering what happened before. Spirits literally tried to hit that exact same position on the previous round. And now a Citizen falling. Dark Zero looked to try and carry the same pace, and Shopify are not making the same mistake twice.
It's similar to the way that Wildcard played one of these rounds, where it was that classic recognize what's important. Like, yeah, the catwalk's important, but it's not so important that we need to die there. Rexon will fall. DZ are leveling this up.
Oh my god, no way. Ambi swinging. Canadian might get the trade, but he's put to 1 HP. Nath getting the diffuser down. Pamba can cover this effectively. They don't know. He can fall off, fully extend the shield. This could be 4-0 right here. As Surf swings around, slow peaks that angle. It costs Pamba his HP, but this is easy. This is a layup. This is a choked round for Dark Zero when all hope seemed lost. And if the M80 game was stressing them earlier, that is a tilter. That is a chalker. That is Dark Zero saying, get the hell out of my lobby.
What do you do if you're SR? At this point, genuinely, what do you do? Do you just say GG, go next, and recognize it's a best of 3?
You can't, it's your
I know
pick.
the Super famously has the mindset of every round 0-0, but there's got to be a point where that starts to stress you out a little bit. Dude. I thought that Shopify had done a really good job of retreating back, but Nathan Pamba just find huge openings.
Nice! Oh my god! I'm such a genius! I'm such a genius!
I mean, like, you gotta be honest, though. They had the right play. They had control and pressure on the other side of the site. So then once they get the 3v3 because Shopify give away some picks, then they just pressure Ambi. He's in a really difficult spot on that pillar. Like, obviously, part of it was Shopify giving away an advantage, but Nath isn't just, like, saying that because he won the round and got that kill at the end of the defuse plant. That was a good play in the 3v3 to take down Ambi, then just put the case down. It was a very good call. Great mid-rounding from Nath.
Activating camera.
Is the cap can going to be enough? We often say that who can cap can. It's going to have to do a lot of work here, Ambi.
Spirits is dying to an EDD. Like, there's just no way.
We need those EDDs in good spots. Like, we need off spots. We need things that no one expects. We need the deepest, darkest, ranky spots for those.
Well,
I want to see value.
Speaking of things no one expects, Citizen actually doing exactly what Spirits did.
Oh, the old sledging down below?
Yeah, little sledge lurk.
Again, it
Here we
looks
go.
quick.
Oh, another quick one. Roaradora out. Nath looking to smoke. Might just try to put the diffuser on that door, but surely they expect it. Ooh, Ambi gets his coverage. Citizen on that lurk shut down. That other angle to try to distract, not really going to work. Spirits falls, but this case still goes down. 2v5 though, surely not. Nath especially, yeah, 1v5. If any round were to fall, it's gotta be this one. Shopify get one on the board. And that's it.
There it is. There it is. We asked for value. We got it.
That's value. Damn.
Oh, I absolutely love that.
That's a 4v1 and Troy ain't even happy.
It's damage control at this point for SR.
Troy's mumbling. Ambi Spoit dissociating.
I mean, on the balance things, you can kind of understand why SR are a little bit pressed still, because
100%.
That wasn't really a good strat from DZ. I think they may be riding a little bit too on the high that they've had great success in earlier rounds and really nothing they've done's come up against any obstacle. That was just a little bit of a press too far. I don't even know what kill has to go the other way for that to work out. You know what I mean? I think it was more than just one.
I was literally going to say, good for Ambi for getting that, but like, I don't really know if even Citizen winning that fight would have changed things. I mean, I think it would have. Like, you have control of that staircase. If anybody's rotating down, it does affect things pretty nicely. Plus, you can pressure in the site. But everything did just go so colossally awry. Especially since, like, once they saw him put that smoke down, you see the Monty, it's like, okay, I know where this guy's planting.
Yeah.
Like, I know where he's putting the diffuser down.
I think for DZ, it's important that that doesn't become a trend and that they don't constantly feel like they have to look for gaps like that and instead can just play into some more sort of tried and true default stuff. It's worked really well for them so far, so what do I know? But that's not the kind of round that you want to be seeing repeated multiple times. And it looks as though we're going to be going a little bit slower now anyway, with no shield. Walls have been opened nice and quickly. BP's removed. Plant spot already scoped out there. A little bit of available. Spirit's just getting the lay of the land. We'll try and set up a little drone inside a site as well for any sort of post plants. Canadian going to be rocking the Echo this time though, and the way that some of these rounds have going with DZ being fairly plant focused, could be a good choice.
Not a bad idea, especially as it happens, no IQ for Dark Zero. Could very well go unspotted. It's worth mentioning as well that Dark Zero were playing Wildcard with running glass a lot of these rounds, Deimos as well. Not a lot of time to switch things up, and yet even then Dark Zero have found ways in this attack so far to catch not only Shopify but us off guard too. Citizen cutting off the flank, looking to pressure these garage roamers. Now the utility goes out. The smoke's down below, it's just a fake. We try to pull some of these vertical players back. Maybe catch somebody off guard, but it's not working. Pamazu walks up garage, Rexon finds him. Spoit's still looking down. It's a good trade, but is this going to be the follow-through from DZ? Yes, it is. Nath walking in, trying to find it. He'll fall off. Try to live to fight or plant another day. Yokai's also moving into position. That initial gambit inside does not work, so Spirits will push deep. Citizen finding another up top. That's the roamer that forced Nath off the plant. They have this control, but it is so shaky. It is so tenuous. Shopify can retake in the site and the vert. Citizen now having to drop down, join the IGL, the two Brits for Dark Zero with only 45 seconds.
Really not a lot of time to try and make anything happen here, and their hold of the site is slim to none right now. See Nath trying to make some sort of vert happen. He's rotated all the way up these exo stairs. But I believe there's still a yokai drone for Canadian, and if he's tucked, that's very likely the win condition.
Ooh. Okay, pre-fire though. Okay, headshot on a Canadian. That's the yokai down. It's just Ambi. If that second floor round was a chalker, Ambi to fall here. This might be the map mentally done. He's spotted too. They've got full intel. How does he make this work? Nade on the cross. How are we here? The calling, the comms, it is collapsing. Falling apart for DZ. They about gave them round 5 on a silver platter as a consolation prize. Shopify are mentally out, and it is not even the second half.
There's some beaten faces on those player cams right now. Shopify do not have their timeout. They used it at the end of round 2. 3 versus 2 there. With the pressure and the ground that DZ held. Incredible to get that off. I'm super surprised at Canadian for swinging. I can only think that both of the yokais got destroyed. I know that we saw one get shot by spirits. Maybe the other one got destroyed as well. Nate getting into the old chat.
As you should.
I mean,
you know they're tilted.
Big rivalry. Take advantage of that.
That is absolutely true. Big rivalry. Now, obviously, as we saw, that was fuel for Canadian when these two teams last met on Lair in the group stage. Ooh, Rexon just ready for that one. So the beef has been squashed, in all seriousness. But it is still fire for both of these players. But you know they're tilting. You just know they are. 2 rounds they've thrown. A 3v2 in that round, and then in Command, what, 3v5 or 5v3?
Yeah.
You already saw how drained they were getting against the M80 game. This is...
It should be a 3-3, really.
100%.
And yeah, here we stand at a 5-1. Side swapped. Double denial on the side of DZ. They have banned Cade. Sorry, on the side of Shopify, they have banned a Cade and a Bandit. DZ have banned Thermite and a Monty. And the Monty is pretty much a gimme ban. You're going up against Canadian. We know how powerful he can be. We only have to think back to a few hours ago on that border game to know how devastating he can be with the Monty. The Blitz a little bit less so, but it's still going to be picked here inside of round number 7. Shopify need to get a round on the board, and they need to get it early here. We're really entering that danger zone right now. DZ have still got a tactical timeout. There may be a mindset where they don't really want to have to use that because it, of course, gives Shopify a little bit of time to stabilize as well. So I would expect that to be used as a real last resort. But in the meantime, all the pressure's on Shopify right now. They have to make something happen on this attack.
And Darkseer also know what Shopify's game plan is going to be. Not like, you know, not that Shopify can't switch things up, but you know Troy's going to probably play Blitz. I mean, even like, he was playing Blackbeard earlier, which is like his least played shield. You know they're going to try to go for plants off the back of it. You know what the general vibe is going to be. It's Shopify Rebellion. They bring a lot of cool strats. They bring these new ops, but you know they like to go for plants. You know they like to go for executes. Troy likes to get all his pieces set up, get them activated. Right now, Rexon, who was having an insane series earlier, 1-5. Spoit, 0-5. 4 of Ambi's round kills came in the 1 round that Shopify won. It has just not really been much of a game so far. And what's going to be even less of one for Rexon. Simple C4, NGR 5-3. Huge day from him across that wildcard series. Doesn't even need to really show up all that much right now.
Just ridiculous. NJR today has been impeccable. Spoit, welcome to the scoreboard, round number 7. You're going to find your kill onto Pamba.
Ooh, okay.
And be good for one as well.
And, Citizen with the fallback. Yeah.
Both C4s spent at this point for DZ. They do have a little bit of info. They've got a default cam, but that's about it. There'll be a BP in the site, I would imagine. They're not going to have much of a way of dealing with any of this vertical pressure if and when it comes through. Still plenty of breaching charges, so I would stay tuned for that. Cam's hacked as well. Spoit having one of his rounds where he just decides.
Maybe. Might just be deciding that Shopify been losing for too long. Gotta be careful. Canadian, very low HP. Tagged by a wayward shot. That might be it. NGR's been hitting some nasty ones today. It's got to be a 1v3 for it to happen. He's held by the breach and the blitz. Might just push for the kill here. That's exactly what they'll do. Shopify, stop the bleeding at least. Their first attack on the board, but it is only 2-5, and you can see victories are cold comfort for the Rebellion.
I don't think that we will see Shopify get too excited in this map unless things get very close. It's going to be a mood lifter for sure. But they need that. And they need it again and again and again to try and draw level with DZ right now. That basement site, I'll be honest, not my favorite. We see a lot of teams switching it up and going for the mid floor. Even going for kitchen. I think kitchen can be a good site to take sometimes. Just a little bit of a curveball that you throw into the mix. Top floor is going to be the bread and butter of defenses here on Nighthaven Labs, and that's exactly where DZ are going to take us for round number 8. They're going to mix things up slightly. Nate's going to be rocking the Clash this time. Citizen on the Malusi. So a little bit more of an early warning system that's going to get placed out there. DZ in their trademark let's hide the Clash spot. So Citizen hiding the Clash earlier in that very corner. This time it's Nate. It hasn't done too much though, because there's a heck of a lot that you can use to deal with a Clash in the lineup that Shopify have brought.
And also the Bravo to hunt down those Banshees too.
I like the lineup.
Yeah, really, really nice lineup from Shopify. Also excited to see what Ambi can do on this Deimos. Mentioned that a lot of the times the death marks will go below with the shotgun, but there's no shotgun here. Ambi instead running the AK. I also mentioned earlier that those vertical angles can be a bit pesky. A lot of the times it seems that even against great players, the defenders can always just find an angle on that Deimos. It's never the retake he might die from. It seems to be that vert spot. So I'm curious if even Ambi will go there.
SR just coming up against a little bit of obstacle right now. That Bravo drone is going to get destroyed quite early, and this breach is very much less than ideal. Nade gets sent in to destroy the mute, but mute jammer's going to remain? That's a rough one. Ambi's going to have to commit his second nade, and even that misses. Oh, dear. These guys couldn't buy a chance at the moment. Really unfortunate, but I mean, let's be honest, there are loads of ways of dealing with that. When we saw Citizen playing a lot of Deimos, he was going in below into storage and using the Vendetta to shoot up through the floor. Like, a lot more of a guaranteed way. That's another Bravo drone that's going to get lost to try and clear out that mute jammer. Look what this is doing to the time. Half the round's gone and we haven't got IT open.
Ambi's got a revolver that breaks open the floor in 2 shots. You have garage control. You got a drone set up. There are ways around this. Rexon sees one sitting behind that Clash. But the defense is going to feel very, very bold if they want to retake IT later in the round.
I think DZ just need to dig in right now. They've got 3 smokes. They have a C4. Finally, the breach gets opened in the final minute. They've also got the Clash. Look at what that has done to the util that SR have brought for this round. They haven't got a lot at all for this final push. Airjab will go out there and give Surf a little bit of surety. A drone at his feet. Banshee can be destroyed. But all this is ground that DZ are happy to give up right now. Finally, we get a Deathmark track, but it does nothing.
Oh. Easy find for Citizen. Surf sees him flirting on the opposite side. But like you said, Dark Zero just need to dig in. They've got their trench. It's dug. They've got the turrets lined up against Shopify's attack. Canadian will get one, a long angle on NJR, but everybody from DZ is just waiting for them to push, begging them to do so. They know this is 6-2. They know that Nighthaven is destined to go their way. Just one more round, and they will make it so. Wildcard gave them a tougher challenge. Dark Zero, not at all worried by the formerly flawless Shopify.
This is really shocking. I was not expecting this game to go this way at all.
Shopify's pick, by the way.
It's crazy. I mean, let's not get too ahead of ourselves. We could still see 3 maps. We could still see a world where SR bring it back.
I don't know, man. You've got Canadian on the team, one of the greatest IGLs of all time. You can't get a mute jammer off IT wall.
Yeah.
Like, let's just be real.
No, I mean, for sure.
2 nades. 2 clutch drones lost the moment they entered garage. Minute and 40 seconds, spent until they even opened that wall. Surf pushes in, destroyed the Banshee with 45 remaining. What do we have?
They put so much effort into opening that. It was like, did you see the player from DZ? I didn't get a glimpse of who it was, but there was a player from DZ that was playing inside of Connector. Like, wasn't playing Pillar, had switched up because there was just 0 coming from anywhere else on the map other than Garage. They were like, all right, there's low time. Yeah, I'm just going to play in Connector. This is all coming through Garage. We know where everyone is. No worries.
It's just like, I mean, this team could recover. They've got the talent and the brain power to, like, figure this out in round, and they've got the skill to come back 4 rounds. But, like, our tac timeout got burned 2 rounds in, and we can't get a mute jammer off IT wall. Like, I'm just... At least I like the lineup.
Maybe the stomachache that Super was referencing has gotten a little bit worse.
Maybe it's spread to the head.
Don't think that can happen.
Well, I'm looking at it.
Ambi making a little crouch walk in downstairs. He has taken, I think, what we're now going to start calling the sledge route.
True, actually.
It's very popular for a sledge to just get in through, reach open the wall, and just lurk for a little bit. Why not?
It's a nice spot.
It's a good chance of catching a defender off guard as they rotate down through the map, especially when you're looking toward a kitchen site.
Ooh. There is a little bit of a gap here. Only Barb covering this, and just Nafe on that side. You can see Troy go in. Canadian flashing the players upstairs. Really difficult spot.
Ooh,
oh,
dear.
no, that's Diffuser. Nobody trading it. Surf stuck inside. That castle barricade not dealt with. Citizen gets him too? You've got to be kidding me. And he does have a gap. That's the sad thing. They don't know he's there. He's got the Dokubi call right next to him. And yet the bulk of the push up tops collapsed around him. He's given away his position. Doesn't even have the kill. There's not much Dark Zero can do to react to it right now, but that's fine. Just don't give it. He picks away, reset. 3 players all rotating around that diffuser. The Nafe will fall. And so Shopify begin pressuring that site. They have full man advantage on the player in kitchen. Surely they get NGR. Make this a 3-3. He still dies. A 1v1 in pantry. It's done.
It really is.
Just send it to Lair.
You got Spoit alive. You got that at least. 2 low players.
No.
Still 35 seconds. It isn't beyond the realms of possibility. It's just unlikely.
Not happening. 3, 2. Okay, hold on. Hello. Okay, hold on. Wait. Please do not troll. Hold on. He knows he's there. Hurt him up top. No. If he hits this shot. No, wait. Shut up. 17 seconds. No call. Citizen has diffuser. No, he's there. Sound made. The goo mine! The goo mine! Yeah, they're tilted.
Of all the ways to lose a map, after Spoit's just pulled 4 kills out of nowhere, a goo mine is the undoing. I think that just about sums up SR's experience on Nighthaven Labs.
Jesus.
There was nothing that was going their way. DZ played great, don't forget. Like, let's not take anything away from DZ here. They came out of the gate sprinting. But nothing went Shopify Rebellion's way at all. They could not catch a single break.
I can't believe that. I don't even know what to say. I mean,
well,
hopefully
I think we've got some analysts that do know what to say. Let's send it over.
Scissors and dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gifro. Their first round. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
They give him a 1v1. And they've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take their kingdom from Blacktown.
He's literally one.
Yeah,
Literally
lobby, lobby, looking up the lobby stairs now.
I'm dead.
You lot, I've got to fucking stop doing that.
Listen, I'm calling for you guys.
No, but good shit, boys. Good shit. Yeah.
Good dub.
I need my ball again, bro.
Masterclass, boys. Well fucking played. Absolute masterclass.
A very one-sided start to this series, a surprising one given how close we expected, maybe at least surprising to me, how close we expected this one to be. Fox, this was spooky. I mean, for Shopify to be completely shut out, I mean, it seemed like the mental was chalked right out of the gate.
Yeah, I mean, I think surprising before we got into the game, maybe, but once I started seeing how Shopify Rebellion was playing, it low-key looked like they were just mentally chalked. I mean, them sitting and being able to watch DZ maybe took the heat out from under them. DZ coming off a big win, jumps into it, and they were playing ready for aggression, and that's what Shopify Rebellion gave to them. Constantly over-peaking, constantly going for swings that didn't need to be done. Shopify Rebellion looked like they were trying to either win it in 7-2 or lose it in 7-2, and that's exactly what happened.
You know, as much as I want to give praise here to Dark Zero for just a phenomenal performance, masterclass of aggression, just bringing it straight to Shopify, I really have to, give the credit to coming off to a game of beating Wildcard 7-5 and then immediately jumping straight back into a Labs where you can immediately fix your mistakes. You can understand where things went wrong in Wildcard, bring it now into Shopify and correct it. And if that's the result of being, a 5-1 half, I don't even know what you do at Shopify at that point, because you're sitting there, you're watching this game. All that steam, the long, grueling match against M80 is now past you, and you just have to watch a Dark Zero that just came off of a win. The vibes are high. They just came off of Nighthaven Labs, and then they just steamroll you this entire map. Surely we got to see some sort of life once we get into that second map.
I mean, we'd like to hope so. I felt like I was watching, it's going to sound bad. I felt like I was watching an SSG match with how aggressive Shopify was trying to be. I mean, that round that I pointed out, I mean, they're in a Shopify Rebellion's in a 3v2 with an Echo drone. There's 20 seconds left. You can stop the player planting. And then what does they do? They double swing, and one of the players double swinging is the Echo. Just doesn't look like Shopify is playing for the objective right now. They're just going for gunfights. Not smart.
Well, and that was SR's map pick. And this is the most surprising thing about the way this whole thing is panned out, because DZ, going into the next map of Lair, they picked Lair. That's the map where Shopify Rebellion beat them in the best of one in the group stage. Lax, in your mind, what is the game plan there from DZ? Is there something that they saw in that matchup that told them, we've got to pick this map, we know what we can do to beat them?
I think they're going to less focusing actually on the fact of Spirits being that spearhead and actually trying to more take advantage of playing a more of a vertical pressure approach, especially on their attacking half. Again, where we really saw SR really exploit DZ was Spirits, using the Echo to thwart off that shield, to double up on that, using the Elemines. Now I think they're going to take a more slower approach to that and understand there is far more ways to get into the building or to just cause chaos for the SR side of things. But again, I mean, we got to see some life, because that match that we just watched, I mean, you can look at the comms right now. It's definitely, not what we're typically used to seeing, especially after the wins from these games. Everyone looks pretty exhausted.
Ambi looks a little lost. I mean, I think there's an element of fatigue, definitely. They were the first game, early start, and then now they have to still play top performance way after the second game to go on. And also with them, when it comes to the maps, I mean, Labs, both teams showed it throughout today. And obviously when it comes to Lair, both teams have previously played it. So I want to give Shopify Rebellion the benefit of the doubt of maybe they weren't taking DZ to the best maps for Shopify and more maps that they know that they're going to be contested on, they know they're going to be good at when it comes to a team like DZ, something they've already shown, something they're not too worried about, because now both teams have qualified, so they're thinking on to greener pastures. But obviously they want to be able to still get that win for Pride. DZ's playing for the Pride right now. Shopify is just looking to maybe humiliate them with the overswings, but they're just not hitting the shots, and we're not seeing adaptations. If you're not hitting the shot, switch it up.
Yeah, there's no pride, there's no passion on that SR side. How do you get it back in such a dire moment?
Honestly, it starts with one player. Yeah. One player to snowball off of. It's not going to come from the entire team out the get-go. One player just absolutely has to ring it in for the rest to rally off of.
All right, map 2, Shopify Rebellion desperate for some kind of answer. Can they rally? Can they bounce back? Lynx and Ollie will take us through it to find out.
And hopefully it will be at least a little bit of a longer affair I mean, obviously, Ollie and I have been up for a bit. We've been watching all the games. We've been invested. That I made a game. We were getting exhausted just watching it. That's how stressful it was. But Shopify might be even more drained than we are, and certainly are more drained than Dark Zero R, who exploded into Nighthaven and just never really let their foot off the gas and certainly never let go of Shopify.
I think for me, there's a question of how much gas have Dark Zero got in that tank, because it's going to run out eventually.
Dude, Ambi looks cooked.
Some smiles on the side of DZ. I think Canadian always looks a bit angry with his buzz cut hair, I'm going to be honest. Very clinical look.
True.
I don't know if I could pull it off. Somber faces on the side of SR, and that's, you know, really not what you want going into what could be the final map of the series right here, right now. This is a game that a lot of people had in their sort of bucket list of games for this weekend, right? Everyone was kind of hoping for this big rematch from last year, and it's just not really lived up to it, I'll be honest. Now we move on to Lair, which is a map that SR have played a good deal this stage.
3 times.
So there's a very good chance that we see some counter-striking here from DZ. It was a map that DZ themselves played against SR.
Got
so
counter-stratted.
We're expecting that DZ know exactly what to expect here. Like, surely they're prepped for this. Surely they know what ball is.
You think so? Confident enough to pick? Really? Really?
Social vote, hello?
Really?
There's some copium.
You saw Shopify lose, what, 7-2, 7-3, and 1% of you were like, yeah, that's my team. I like that. Spoit hitting the nastiest shots you've ever seen and walking into a goo mine to lose the 1v1, yeah.
I tell you what that is. That's DZ fans that have now gone to bed or like gone for dinner or something, because they're like, now they've got this in the bag. Like, surely we don't need to bet any more channel points. Like, surely we've got this one in the bag right now.
It's just like...
Make it make sense. We saw the first 50-50 split, and now we see a 51-49 for the team that just got absolutely railed. I don't understand it. Never change.
You know what that was? That was that was dead even people, and then Super going in Twitch chat being like, I believe. I believe in my boys. Oh, that was funny. That was good. That's what I needed to lock back in. Bit of a, I believe, I might be wrong. I think some new bans from Shopify. We have seen them ban the Deimos before. Oh no, these are actually the exact same bans they did against DZ. Never mind. Fuck Deimos.
I really like these two bans. There's so much value in vert play, especially on Lair in general, but especially when it comes to this map. If you can get in underneath and start to displace some of those people, and let's look at players like Surf and Canadian on the smoke and the Tachanka. If you can displace those two from below, you're going to have a real nice time of things. Now, that's going to be a lot more difficult given that the two primary down-to-up vertical players or vertical operators have been taken out. So DZ are going to have to come up with a bit of a solution for how they want to try and deal with that. Ambi takes loads of damage off the rip. Needs to be cautious on those rocket stairs.
By the way, we saw Dark Zero ban Tachanka against Shopify last time, which is interesting. Good ban. Even though we didn't see it banned or played by Shopify in their other 2 Lair games, when the map first came out, one of the first teams that were like playing Lair was Shopify, and they were running a lot of Tachanka. So even though we haven't seen it much this stage, and it was banned one game against Shopify and not played in the others, this is something Shopify have done quite a lot on their Lair historically, even if this might technically be the first time we're seeing them bring it this stage.
Good control of Ops Room. The Selma to open up that wall. Spoit playing on Bandit. He was getting a little bit active. He does have a battery in his pocket, so I can only imagine that he's going to be looking to try and trick either of the 2 key walls.
There he is.
You can see the util is placed down and ready to go. I'm not sure how much intention there is going to be on getting that open. There are a couple of Selmas here from Citizen, and he's going to have to make good on it.
Ooh.
Like this from Nath, bit of down to up, but on the Ying, it's a less than ideal option.
This smoke on top green can be a really big problem for the attack. Can play both those close angles with the shotgun front and back, and also splitting up the push right there, using the toxic canisters to create a gap between Spirits and the player covering him. Just really, really good stuff from Surf right there. Nath trying to do the work of the Buck or the Damos with the Ying shotgun down below, as you mentioned. Unfortunately for NJR, not able to cut off Surf as he rotates back inside, right next to that breach. One pocket reinforcement for Shopify. They could actually vault in and probably rotate this wall right here, actually. But Pamazoo looking for a pick. Bandit looking to swing. Dark Zero struggling for an opening. This would be it. This kill right here might allow them to push into the site. It's instead Citizen on Direxen. Solid 4v4. So many players in the lobby on low HP. Spoit trying to find an angle on that vert, and indeed he lands it onto Nath. Dark Zero for feels like a full minute now have been struggling to find a way into this site. Citizen free fire around the corner, surely, but Spoit still lands it. C4 as well. Recovering from that lost 1vx on Nighthaven. Shopify bounce back.
That's why he commands the big bucks. Spoit in a super pressured position for what felt like the entire round. He got lit up inside of Ops Room from the window. Just trying to play a little bit more aggressive inside there and hold a bit of ground early, not just give it away totally for free. That all goes to show, if there was a Deimos or a Buck, he would have been dead to rights in that position. But because it's the Ying, it's just a real less than ideal option. The fact that he hits a great shot onto Nath as well really helps things, but 2 kills from that position and a reposition there to get that kill onto NJR. Great stuff there from Spoit. I tell you what, from going and having one of the worst maps I think I've ever seen Spoit have on Nighthaven Labs, he redeemed himself a little bit in the final round, but again, it was 4 impactless kills. To come out there and to pick up 4 kills in the opening map, in the opening round of Labs, surely that could be a sign.
It's like Gabe said, just need to build off one player. It's not going to happen as a team. It's going to happen from one person, and that could be it. It wasn't exactly like, it wasn't 4K. It wasn't the flashiest 4K. It was kind of a bit of a slow burn. Just so much pressure being put on him, and each time he finds a way out of it at the last second. That's still a big play you needed. That's still some bit of momentum.
You kind of get the feeling that if the mental had been different, people would have rallied to Spoit's aid and made it even easier for SR in that round. But because of the current situation that they're in, it's like everybody's scared to just do anything. So you're just like, well, you kind of live your best life, Spoit, get as many kills as you can, and we're going to just dig in and still try and guarantee this round because so much weird stuff has gone on tonight, we can't risk it.
It's understandable. Pretty heavy roam by Shopify. Ambi on the top floor of Scopos, though, of course, can't be in 2 places as once, but about the closest you can get with that op. Can rotate down below, 2 on the mid floor. So Spirits will try to push him. Force the Scopos back up green. Shots landed in the back, but oh, what a pinch! Oh, that's brutal! Knock him on the floor, trade on Direxen too. I have never seen a roamer get bodied that hard by a clear, and yet, oh! Spoit and Canadian both fall. It seemed like maybe they could find a way out. Dark Zero saw that momentum gained by Spoit, and they look to snuff out the light the moment it shines.
I like a sandwich as much as the next guy, but a Blackbeard Blitz sandwich? I'm not too keen. You can keep that. Miss me with that kind of sandwich. Take a nice ham salad or a chicken or something like that.
Ambi got messed up.
It's not where you want to be at all.
All right, Surf. There's Blackbeard. You know he's there. Unlucky. Dude, Ambi got messed up. Dude knocked on the floor and they both just started shooting him on the ground. Dude, that was so funny.
It was the fact he genuinely got bodied by the Blackbeard. Like, he turned to run and the Blackbeard's just there. He didn't like bash him down, he just bodied him.
And they both
then the blitz that bashes him down. It was just awful.
And they both ADS at the same time. Anyway, not to get stuck on that. It's a really solid clear by DZ. They see that one player up top. They just isolate him with the 2 shields. Then obviously you have the middle floor presence. You've stopped Ambi from going back to site, so you know you can cut off those roamers because the one guy who can instantly teleport back is gone. Just really well thought out by DZ.
And as good as the pinch was, MVP for me in it all was still NJR because he was there ready for the catch. You saw Wrexham running up the stairs, bang, NJR's there immediately. That's the danger as well with SR, and that's why they can't. They need some consistent pop off or something to build off. Spoy getting 4 kills in round 1's great, but is it really enough? Because DZ have got so much in that mental locker right now. Like, they have been saving up for these bad moments and these times where rounds don't go their way, that they can just pull one of those out of the back pocket and go, boom, we counter it. You know, we're just going to do another well-coordinated quick round and all focus and target on one thing and then start to disperse and pick kills up elsewhere. And it's like the first round never even happened.
No, just reset completely. But NJR, by the way, obviously, highest rated player on Dark Zero in that wildcard game, though, trailed ever so slightly by Citizen. Only 3 EPS separating the two. Citizen at 128 and NJR at 131 against wildcard. The most interesting statistic for me, 6-2 on the entry for NJR that series.
Sheesh.
I know. On attack and defense, pretty even effort. But been a fantastic player so far today. Ollie rightly highlighting him. And as you said, implementing that cutoff from Dark Zero, really quite impressive. And this is just the unfortunate thing for Shopify is you had the momentum. Now you lose a round. Now you get to stew in it.
Yeah, tech pause at the moment, unfortunately. Not entirely sure what the problem is, but I'm sure we'll get it fixed as soon as possible.
Brief Rex in DC. I believe he's back, though. We're just checking, obviously, to make sure things work, but I believe he's back.
He looks back. Let's give him a moment to acclimatize. Make sure he's fully locked in.
I think it's just acclimate, Ollie.
Acclimate? Acclimatize is a word?
I'm pretty sure it's just acclimate there.
I think that's a bit of an Americanism, you know?
What?
That's not really a word we use in the UK.
It's literally acclimate. Acclimatize is, like, not a word. If you look up... Dude, Ollie, if you look up acclimatize on Google, it just says acclimate.
All right. Everyone in the UK has always used that. I just use it as a word. Well, I thought it was a legitimate word.
Well, as we know, if the UK says it, it has to be true.
Oh, okay. Here we go again.
Says the people who can only pronounce O one way. Jow.
Listen, I have an O in my name. I know how to pronounce it.
Owly.
Okay. Mid-floor.
Reset. Mid-floor.
Bit of a reset. I tell you what, that tech couldn't, you know, it might not be a bad thing for SR.
I could go either way, but I see your point.
It's not necessarily a free timeout, but just gives them a bit of time. You know, I feel like they're just getting swept off their feet at the moment. And any time that they can have where they just can take a moment to breathe, it's going to feel a little bit better.
And you know what we can say? So we got this mid-floor defense, like you mentioned. And this is one of those sites where most teams, the default is just like you play it from the vert. Don't see a solo all that often anymore, but default's where you play it from the vert. And Ollie, I think in our experience, maybe you can agree, it feels like the attack, more often than not, actually has a weirdly hard time attacking this site.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like we see a lot of confused pushes onto this site, whether it's do we clear top floor, do we try and go for something a bit more direct. Oh, Rexon taking a bit of damage there from Spirits. DZ again looking to move quickly, and I mean, they're not making any bones about it. They want to clear this top floor.
Oh yeah. Most teams kind of try to ignore it, go for the vert holes, try to deny it that way. Oh, it's a full commit. And Shopify make them regret it. Canadian and Rexon make it a 5v3 for Shopify. Spirits, who's been staring at this Cade for like half the round now. He's trapped 2 of them in the corner. It's only Pambazoo and Spirits left. How things have crumbled. Whether or not the tech pause was helpful, round 3 will recover the momentum for Shopify. Surf looking to hold an off angle. Nade around the corner. Spirit still checks it. Still worried. Can play the trade as one swings around. Nice find by the Cade. Downed and finished off. That's not the important part. Important part is the advantage gained. The control stopped. I almost called a Spoit 1vx ending before it did, so I won't do the same this time, Ollie, but I don't think he's winning this.
I would agree. I think that this is a very different situation that Spirits finds himself in. The defuse is cold. Everybody is rotated back down.
You can hear him coming from a mile away.
Yeah, and he's on the BB.
Okay. They are kind of lined up. Oh, they're all here. Spoit?
Oh my god.
Spoit? Hold on. Okay, he's back. Never mind. That was his one. That was his extra life. We're good now. We're... Troll
Was he a cat?
I mean, literally, he stemmed. I don't know. I do not know why Spoit was swinging there.
You know what's crazy?
What?
That's a round that SR win every single day of the week. But even then, I get nervous for it. Because I don't want to see it happen, you know?
Didn't need to be swinging there.
I'm just like, just lock it in, please. Just guarantee this any which way. Like, run away. I don't care. Just lock it in. Shopify. This is the first time in the series that they have led.
Well,
that's a crazy thing to say.
Technically the second time, because they won the first round.
Okay. We're in the game now.
Sorry. I just wanted it to reflect the record.
I really enjoy how Spirits finished off. Was it Rexon on the floor there as well? He was just guaranteeing the kill. He was like, I want the kill.
That's mine.
Bomb located by attack.
Spot frag. Thank you. Going back to...
Glaz and the Tachanka.
Yeah, I mean, Tachanka makes sense. Like we said, we saw Canadian... We saw Canadian play it on this top floor. I mentioned that Dark Zero banned it last time. M80 also banned it against Shopify as one of their first 2 bans. Dark Zero instead letting it slip into the first round. Canadian immediately plays it. They lose. I don't know if the Shimikas were like the reason they lost, but it's a comfort op for Dark Zero. One of the main setups they've been running since the map came out, so it makes sense for Dark Zero. Glaz is interesting now.
Is it a Spirit-specific thing? I don't think so. He plays a lot of BB on this map. It's not...
NJR's played the Glaz both times on round 1 and 3. It's just ironic, because the both times that we've seen the Glaz, Dark Zero lost. Obviously, he's not causal,
I like the Tachanka ban a lot more, I think.
I mean, I think it makes sense. It's like, if the Glaz is one of those things you rely on, I mean, we see a lot of teams, especially recently, I've just been throwing the smokes down to try to fight angles. Oh, that's rough. Shopify don't ban the Blackbeard, and they're like, you don't know why? We just C4 Spirits. Shut him down completely.
It's a great pick from Spoit. Can use his pocket reinforcement on the wall now as well. Means that progress in through ops is going to be a little bit more difficult to come by. Especially in that half of it has been left soft, and not as if you've got a nice little face shield to make a bit of progress behind. Spoit can instead just challenge onto that a little bit and be a bit more aggressive. Rotero drone going to be used to try and open up a bit more of an angle right now. See if Pambazoo can find a little bit more of a way in. There is a drone at his feet right now as well.
Active info. Bit of a difficult spot. This bandit can just swing out around the corner. I don't know what the players are like behind him, what support he has. Might be worried that he's not going to get traded if not reveal his position. Spoit not concerned whatsoever. Just puts the bandit battery down. Not a problem.
I think the FNAT has saved what could have been quite a dangerous slip into the site there. But Spoit obviously knowing its presence, happy to just operate and continue doing what he was doing. But DZ are really knocking on the door of the site at the moment. Don't forget that Tachanka ban, that's a lot of area that isn't going to go denied now. With no Goyo, we've only got the smokes to rely on.
Ooh. This time they do find Spoit. 4K in round one. Rex and oh my god! Just slaps down 2 of them. Try to get a bit of momentum, increase the pace or the tempo inside of the A site, and they just get knocked to the floor. Nafe's like, how about number 3? I'll get my freebie. Dark Zero have been struggling for answers on this attacking side. Last time these 2 teams played, it was only a 2-4 half. There's one. Rex and low as well. A nice pre-fire here. That could be the difference maker. Canadian down 2. A 1v1 for NJR, who's been so clean this whole day. Smoke bolts to block angles. A little bit of time to pick Nafe back up. That's what he'll do. Surf to reposition. Lot of ammo, 41 shots. Nafe around the corner can easily find him. Oh, so little time, nothing for NJR to find, and he finds him anyway! Wide in front of that rotate made it easy for NJR to close out. I don't know if that's a tilter, but it sure as hell ain't great.
It was red time. We just needed to stand still. Wait for NJR to start getting the plant down and go up and push him off it. DZ take the time out. We are living in a very, very strange timeline right now.
The attack wasn't
what
great.
A round. I mean, the attack wasn't going great, let's be honest. Coming down to those fine margins, sure. Maybe we take the tactical timeout and just sharpen a few things up. Let's not let SR back into this mentally. I don't think there's any danger of that after that last round. I've no idea, by the way, how Nath knew there was somebody immediately led prone on the floor. Like, that was some fantastic information.
Got told by our producer, timeout was called at 1v3. So before exec, which I figured, like we said, the round wasn't going
makes
right.
sense.
By the way, I've been added by someone on Twitter, the Merriam-Webster definition for acclimatize. Which I
good, because I've actually got it open on dictionary.com.
Which I still think is silly, because literally the definition of acclimatize is acclimate. But anyway, we're moving on from this topic.
I was going to send it you afterwards. I didn't want to derail again.
No way. They just lost a round when we have no heart breach.
I mean, literally true.
Get him on the desk. Honestly, that's some good insight.
Huge insight. I wasn't even thinking about the heart breach, to be honest with you.
No.
I was still thinking about the BB getting C4'd off rip 30 seconds into the round.
Yeah, opening pick for Shopify that we weren't able to convert on as well. What a weird round, honestly.
What a weird game.
Yeah. It's really not what I was expecting.
There was at least this consistent momentum on Nighthaven, favoring DZ, but still this consistent momentum. This game has been extremely... We had that rapid start, Spoit 4K. And then just this, again, really quick pace, but Dark Zero winning in round 2. Then we get these really funky 2 rounds. Not even really a roam clear, just they try to push the top floor, they all just die. Then you have that round, but they don't bring any hard breach, and they just try to direct, and then they all die, but then they win the round in a 1v3 to 1v1. I'm terrified what's going to happen here.
I mean, who knows? At this point, who knows?
Opening kill with 20 seconds left.
Slowest round of siege we've ever seen. I don't think the DZ are capable of that today.
No.
They are far too up for a fight. Very early on, going to start to get this floor opened. Stairs inside a briefing room. Boogie Drone's going to make very short work of that and give Pamba some really nice lines to work with. Spoit is taking a ton of damage as well. Interesting that we've got to round 5 and he's only died twice, by the way.
I mean,
big impact in the rounds that Shopify have been successful in.
Certainly big impact. One of the counters, we've mentioned, I think, a lot about, SR counter-stratting DZ, the ways that manifested. For example, this round, one thing they did was, well, actually, this mirror window right here. Placed it right at the entrance where normally, I believe it was Nathan Pambazoo entering. But he had a bit more direct of a line of sight on it. Whereas this time, it's a bit more of a passive position, just to hold the realm. hold this bit of map control, not necessarily directly trying to challenge anybody entering that door. And then obviously Dark Zero just entered the opposite side of the map. Not even looking to take over here. This actually is going to be the slowest round. I can't believe it.
I think DZ will need to take a little bit of control over there eventually. Don't want to leave a mirror upstairs like unchecked, but I guess it's Ambi that's playing it, so his value really is with the C4.
Pambazu just swung on the vert. Rexon takes that challenge and wins it. Opening kill not coming with 30 seconds left, like I said. Instead, it's 46 seconds left. Close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. It doesn't seem that Dark Zero really have much of a shot at the moment. Shopify are trying to force a plant. They pulled all the way back, even though they have the vert. I don't really see how they win this round. Sure, the smokes are gone, but Rexon and Ambi both have C4s. They're playing the advantage. Yeah, Nath pushes in. Spirits can get that trade, but this is an easy advantage for Shopify to trade down. I doubt Rex and Spoit going to give away their life here, but maybe MGR Citizen can cover. The 2 players low. There's one, but the C4 shuts it down. Exactly what you want. Shopify take it on defense. Another really slow attack from Dark Zero. I say another really slow attack. Not really. They've all been quick, but just another round where it never really feels like Dark Zero actually get their foot in the door.
It's like if the gap isn't there, DZ kind of hesitate and struggle a little bit. And I don't know if that's entirely true, but the rounds that go like that, you're kind of constantly searching and looking for that gap, and SR just didn't really leave one. Ambi was upstairs playing a bit of a roam game. Everyone else just had a job to do on site and really didn't have to move. Real take your hand off the keyboard angle and just sort of sit and hold your angle.
You know what I think?
What, the Canadians' cam's getting blurrier and blurrier as the rounds go on?
I wasn't thinking that. I don't know if this Blackbeard is working all that much.
No, it's not doing too much, is it?
We saw, obviously, that huge play when they were roam clearing basement. But aside from that, which again, as you pointed out, if there's not a gap or not an opportunity, they struggle. That was the one time where it was like, oh, obvious. Go after Ambi on the top floor. Deal with the mid-floor roamers after once you get the advantage. Beyond that, it's just been Shopify playing really close together. Not really putting anybody too far away. And even when Ambi was roaming on the mid-floor, just then they didn't care. I kind of just feel like, you know, maybe we got a Ying on the board. We got Grim available. We got Capitao. Dokkaebi. It's not that the options they're bringing are bad. We got a lot of stuff on the board, and we just keep running this Blackbeard, and I never really feel like it's getting a lot of impact.
It did get opening picked a couple of rounds ago, so we didn't necessarily see the full level of impact. This time it's certainly going to have some, though. Adrenal Surge, Spirits rushing through.
Here we go. Nade around the corner. Citizen will find Surf. It's an even trade. And again, this Blackbeard not quite having the impact. Shopify extremely quick to react. Smoke directly in Spirits' way. It burns a lot of utility from Canadian. They've still got control of Skybridge. And with the warden going down, there's not really anybody on the opposite team that's going to affect this. That's the benefit of Dark Zero not running this Ying. You lose the warden, I don't really care. It's fine.
I do think to a degree that Canadian got very lucky. The smoke kind of bounced off the corner of the wall because Spirits was ready to sort of run past and through that. That's an oldie but a goldie. C4 on the top of the door just in case you get pushed. It really is a last-ditch attempt right now.
Oh, the trades are crazy. Here we go. Pocket reinforce?
Where's the pace?
Like it. That's what I mean. I don't really... I mean, you got to give them credit. Shopify been playing like very solid trades on this side. Throwing all the utility they can, burning a lot of time. Very weird pace.
This is the time for DZ to put the foot down a little bit and just go, right, we've got it now. And it feels like we're double droning. Pamba's going to be able to call that as clear now, sure, and we should start to see a little bit of a push-up. But SR are really well positioned right now. Spoit and Ambi, both ready for an on-contact trade. Rexon just keeping an eye on backside things.
And Dark Zero are still lacking a lot of these ops. You don't have any Yings or Grims or Capitaos, nothing to make this better. Nothing to disrupt this setup at all. Flash goes in deep, and Ambi's still holding it. Spirits can calm this, but there's literally somebody holding that angle. He just walks right into it, back exposed. It's the easiest kill Rex and Sploit have ever set up. Nafe does fry Ambi off the face of the earth, and it is just a raw 2v2. One that Dark Zero could win, another round that it seems they were destined to lose. Struggling for momentum, low on time. Shopify with better positions, and Pamba with it all to do, all to cover. Rexon looking to swing instead. Nafe falls off, doesn't get the kill. And another one lost on time, 2 in a row. Shopify, same start as their group stage Lair game against DZ, and they end it the exact same way.
I know that hindsight is very good, but I don't think that Nath comes off the plant there. I kind of feel like if he gets it down,
he's got to trust Pamba.
Yeah, those defenders are really split up. There was no way that anyone was going to be able to get the kill onto him. Pamba's got one door to watch, essentially. Like, you kind of don't worry about the guy in A site. Shopify with a 4-2 lead, but it doesn't feel like it. It feels like it's still a very close game, but I don't know. Something about DZ's attacks, like we kind of questioned they're going to run out of gas at some point. It feels like they've run out of it on their attacks. Like they need to put in a bit of a shift here on the defense.
So, like, and I really do want to highlight a bit how strange it really feels these Dark Zero attacks were. The bans from Shopify were basically the exact same, except instead of Dokkaebi, they banned Glaz. In the previous Shopify game, which to be fair, you know, they did lose and they only did win 2 attacks. But we saw in round 1, Spirits on the Blackbeard, but Sens and Grim with him. Round 2 of that game, we saw a Capital. Round 3, Dokkaebi. Round 4, Sens again. Ying's the final 2 rounds of that half. And again, you know, it's still a 2-4 Dark Zero attacking half. Wasn't a better scoreline than this. But when you see the problems on that attacking half, extremely slow pace, really struggling to disrupt Shopify's pre-existing setup, even if it was the same scoreline, I'm looking at the lineup they ran against DZ previously, and I'm like, man, I kind of wish I saw more of that.
I've got a feeling that you will see a little bit more of that, but on the Shopify side of things.
Oh, of course.
Because as we've spoken about, they are huge proponents of Sense, Rora, interesting operators that enable certain pushes and different plays. And I've said it before and I'll say it again. I think the way that Shopify see the game is very different to a lot of the ways that other teams are seeing it. And I think that they are kind of cutting edge in a lot of ways with the way that they bring and utilize some of these ops. So I'm sure we're going to see a little bit of that here and now. Regardless of their current mental state, we know that this is a team that can attack Lair. And if they've got it in them, hell, if they take this to a 3rd map, who knows where we go for Chalet. Who knows who comes out on top. It's a very long day for both teams at that point, even longer for Shopify. But it doesn't feel beyond the realm of possibility right now.
No, it doesn't. This is not their pick, but it is a map they have beat Dark Zero before. 4-2 have to start, 3-3, close it out 7-5 in the group stage. They can do it. Recovering the momentum lost from that Nighthaven game, it is within their grasp. Not immediately. There's work to be done. But they can do it. Surf with the shotgun going in. Just a little offside pressure. Open up this hole. Create the long angle. Shopify still just trying to diversify. Get a lot of options, as many as they can, to rotate later, but still util to clear.
That BP didn't get cleared either with that Gon 6. That still gives Nath something to work from here. Buddied up with Spirits at the moment at the top of these rocket stairs. The Roar doors go in. Ambi opens things up.
Oh.
Could be about to see something here from Shopify. They're definitely setting themselves up for it.
Indeed they are. Ambi single-handedly dispatches the top rocket hold. I imagine a counter strat for Dark Zero. Normally we see Canadian like to slowly walk up with a shield. They stack it with ADSs and shields. And then Ambi just swings both of them with a revolver. Dismantles it entirely. We've highlighted execute utility, not even a lot used there, but the Candelas and smokes going out now. looking to barrel into NJR, so Pambo will look to support. But the Flames and the DMR, the smokes, a lethal trifecta, dealing with NJR quite effectively. So Citizen rotates back, try to get this crossfire. It's all through one doorway right now for Shopify, and they aren't long on time. But Canadian is able to move in. Ambi still locking things down. Rexon still holding these hard angles. That is what we needed. The first half might be the lead, but a win out the gate, a 5-2. This is what Shopify need to get their heads back in it.
Big wake-up call time for Dark Zero as well, I think. It almost feels to a degree like they're still dining out on that real dominant win over on Nighthaven Labs, but this is a best of 3. You got to perform in every map that is put in front of you. And slowly but surely, Shopify feels like they're a journeyman at this point. They have taken an absolute hammering, but they're still on the feet. They're still swinging. And they're still chalking rounds up. On the face of it, a fairly straightforward take. Rorador's used to just zone off some of the defenders. Canadian successful on his push-up through rocket stairs as well. That's a position that typically you would see him push up with on a Monty.
Or Black.
Didn't really slow him down, him having to do it on the Capitao.
5 seconds to insert.
That's actually like, we talked about it. That's actually so crazy. They like full counter strat the position to stop Canadian walking up, and then Ambi just shot both of them. That is shield.
And everything.
Literally everything. 2 people, every ADS, a deployable shield. Canadian didn't even kill any of them. He just called Ambi over. He was like, I just deal with it. And he did. Good work from Ambi. There's Mick calls him Spoitify Ambillion.
I feel like we've not seen anywhere near enough Goyo today. We've seen it like 3 times in the previous map and this one.
Even if we have, it just hasn't feel like the Vulcan packs have really done a lot of, like, had a lot of impact.
I feel like they had loads of impact when we saw these two play in the stage. I don't know, it's a weird one. Pamba's going to be playing Goyo this time. That's kind of what jogs my memory on it. But they will have a better impact inside of this round. We know Shopify is very plant-focused, but we also know that their pacing is good on the attack, so little bits and bats of utility here and there shouldn't be too much to deal with. We have a couple of nades from Rexon, and of course the Rotero drones on the Flores that Ambi's bringing. So all those things ought really to be dealt with. There is quite a lot of barbed wire and a deployable shield to get through as well, though, so Rotero drones are going to be spread amongst those things.
Taking a while, though. Minute 40 seconds spent. Dogobi call goes in. I was going to say, it seems like we're setting up for a direct. They've seen these roamers on the top floor. Maybe not necessarily a direct completely. Obviously, we have Rexon and Surf up there, but a bit of distraction. They pressure the roamers up top, then move into the site itself. Surf will rotate out. It's another reset, though.
I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing at this point, though.
Maybe not. I mean, Surf does get another one. We still got 3 in sight. And Nave's not really going to be able to be on these yokais with attackers swarming all around him. He's able to find one, but it's immediately traded. The reset's working out. A very slow pace, but it's just care from DZ, making sure they don't leave anything uncovered. Citizen will try his best, but Spoit flicks around. That's the energy we needed to see. Impressed with himself, Ego back in action. Shopify playing at their own pace, playing their own game. Smiles on both sides, but it's Shopify on match point.
I'll be honest, there was a point in this series when I didn't think that we will be saying that. But for Shopify to be on a map point here on Lair, that really puts DZ's backs up against the wall. They've already used their tactical timeout. They used it during their attacks because, let's be honest, DZ's attacks weren't really going their way either. But they are yet to find success here on the defense. Shopify happy to pretty much dismantle everything that's put in their way. That is a disgusting shot.
Oh my god.
No wonder he's happy with himself.
I would be too.
No, you'd never hit a shot like that. I've played Ranky with you.
All right.
I just look.
All right. Call the person on player cams in. I'm done. Get out. I'm getting out.
6-2.
I've had it.
Are DZ capable of winning flawless rounds here?
I gotta say, Ollie, before we continue, I just want to put it on the record. This has been a weird-ass series.
So, I think that I'm like the Night Haven lads. I'm kind of over it now. It just is what it is. Everyone's entitled to a bad map in a best of 3. The Lair game has been very weird. It's been a very strange game of Siege. I don't know what it is. I've got an underlying feeling that both these teams are playing somewhat reserved on this map.
I'm out. Gotta reload.
I don't know.
Because I do find it hard to believe the sort of, not the drop-off that Dark Zero have experienced, but how they've gone from being so dominant to kind of this. It just feels like something's off.
It feels like they've not even really been a factor in these rounds. Struggling to make any progress in the attacks, which, I mean, Dark Zero not playing super aggressive. They're not giving them the openings they did on Night Haven, but not really bringing any of the ops available on their attacking side. Ops that Shopify weren't even preemptively countering. We only saw a Warden once. We saw a Ying once early in the round. I mean, that's crazy. Pamazu just finds 2. I don't even know how the hell he did that. Like...
Might not be done. Rexon's super low as well. He's one shot right now.
This is just what I mean,
though. We haven't seen
though.
any top floor presence at all. Like, Ambi's still knocking on the door of Ops room.
No. Pamazu just swings out a rocket, finds 2 people, then walks back into sight, and it's like it didn't even happen. He was like, all right, well, 4v3, I guess.
There's a lot of time here for Shopify. I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing to reset. Like, Ambi's just placed another air job out there. Utility is going to be the big thing that's lacking at the moment.
Yeah. Here we go. Smoke in, try to breach the wall, create a position to defuse. Rare time where Spoik finds himself putting the diffuser down, but smoke goes out, and you have to back off. NGR's got 2 more of those. Ooh, Nath tagged up quite heavily through the smoke. Dark Zero, hold on. Hold on firm, in fact. Okay, Citizens just shot Pamazu, and Ambi's got the next one. Both smokes gone. This is a 1v2. This is winnable. 1v1 right there. All right, shotgun around the corner. Why did Citizen just one-tap Panba?
No, I think Bamba's asking himself the exact same question.
He just one-shot Panba.
Like, what did I ever do to you,
Why?
Citizen?
It was like dead quiet. Citizen, to be fair, I think it was a 2-tap, to be fair. I see your pop, pop. Just Pampa die.
It was the thing, it just sums this series up, though, because it was one of those really weird positions where it's like 4 versus 2, 4 versus 1. Nath gets the kill to make it 4v1. Then immediately Nath gets fried. And then you see Citizen 2-tap Pamba, and then it's 1v2. And you're like, how have we gotten here again? It was 4 versus 1 like 2 seconds ago.
This is just so... This is such... Like, it's such a weird map, and I can't... I mean, I can tell you why for the first half. I think just because of the pace. It just felt like Dark Zero were never really making any progress at all. But it just feels so weird. Maybe it's because it's late and you and I are getting loopy. I don't know. It just feels like the map hasn't even happened. Does that make sense? Am I going insane?
I think you're going insane. I think you are disassociating. I think you're still disassociating from the goo mine.
That's actually true. I think we entered a parallel universe when Spoit walked into that goo mine, and I just fully lost my grip on reality.
Listen, if Spoit's managed to brush it off and go 12-3 right now,
I'm still there.
Like, you've got to still. You need to snap out of it. How has he only died 3 times?
12-3. Great game. Great game for Spoit. Those, you know, 4K in round 1, then 3K in round 8.
Has he literally only died in the rounds that DZ have won?
That might be correct, actually.
That's actually wild.
Yes, that is correct. Well, maybe not like exactly, but averaged out, yes.
Yeah, that is unbelievable.
Rexon also 12-5. Got to give him credit.
Yeah,
Had
sure.
a really, really poor map 1, but then again, so did everyone. But today's been a really big day from him. One of the highest rated players in that M80 game earlier, in fact. If we want to go check. Up second highest behind Sploit, but still really, really strong performance. Bit of a switch-up ollie. He was Canadian on the Capital last time. He's thrown that over to Surf, and we got the Ying coming into play.
Yeah, we've also got the Sens instead of the Rora. So SR going to go for one of their more tried and true. I mean, DZ have banned the glass, so it does make it a little bit more difficult for that sort of shock and awe factor and adding the Sense Wall and the smoke in there and everything that goes along with that. But I think realistically, you can still get it down. Glaz and Sense, whilst a good match, it's not always crucial. The Glaz not having great visibility through that Sense ROU, so I think a lot of this hinges on Canadian. If he's able to have the same success on the way up Rocket Stairs, we'll probably see the round go a similar way. It's not only the Ying that Nathan needs to worry about, though, it's just the general flashes. Ambi stacked up on those stairs as well.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It wasn't Canadian doing it. It was Ambi completely opening the round on top Rocket. Just 3 rounds ago to start this half, it was the revolver that time, the AK this go around, and he's acquired that same bit of important control for Shopify to get a foothold in this round. Spotted on the vert below, opportunity escapes Pamazoo. Canadian will fall down soon after. Pamazoo just holding on to top ops. Feels the game slipping out of his hands. He's got to get active, got to make a play. Was that the one he should have made? I don't know. He'll be kicking himself for it now. NGR looking to rotate to the off spot. Citizen trying to swing first. Can't play off the contact here. Can't play the trade. Somebody's got to go big. Somebody has to overperform. It'll be NGR to start. Nice little flank cutoff. Even in the 4v2, Surf not letting any gap go unfilled. Any hole go unnoticed. So NJR, with it all to do, will not do a damn thing. 7-3 on map 2. Shopify is allergic to dominant victories, and they will put us to map number 3.
We're going to see some smiles on the player cams this time from Shopify Rebellion. And they can now breathe a very small sigh of relief. It is going to be a very long day for them indeed. Both of their series going all 3 maps. Okay, we've not played the most amount of rounds on Labs or Lair so far, but we've still got Chalet as a decider, and it feels like a while since we've seen these players smile. We're getting all 3 maps again in our upper bracket final, and we're going to throw it over to our desk, who are going to set us up for our 3rd and final map.
Well, a lot of uncertainty here in this matchup, but if there's one thing we know for sure, it is that Shopify Rebellion are not going to go down without a fight. It is 7-3 to close it out on the second map. We go to map 3, 8 of 9 on the day here in just a moment. It's been a long day, and you got to imagine, just the way we've been looking at these teams, stamina plays a role at this stage in the game.
I mean, wow. I mean, like, can you believe that? Shopify Rebellion gets smoked on map 1, come out map 2, and completely turn the tables. I mean, who would have seen that coming, obviously, especially with how down they looked after that first map. To be able to keep that resilience, the energy, to stay invested, and to be able to shut down Dark Zero, and they're doing a great job. Also, Dark Zero has not really been running the same amount of like shields that are as oppressive of a shield on Spirits that we've been seeing. It feels like they've kind of got quieted down. A little bit of the confidence has been shook when it comes to playing those aggressive shields against Shopify Rebellion. And Shopify Rebellion, I mean, they were doing really good. I mean, everyone on the team was really shooting.
Well, you guys said it last time before we got into this game. How could they bounce back? What was that thing they needed? Lax, you said rally around one specific player. That player this map was Spoit.
Yeah, I'm glad we can highlight him again. Obviously, we saw what he did on Border, and they really need him to come alive here again. You know, you asked me, when you're down in this situation, what do you do as a team? How do you fight back? Like I said, it starts off one player being able to have a pop-out performance that everyone rallies off of, and that player is Spoit. Everyone is doubling off of what Spoit is doing, backing him up, understanding, okay, guys, we aren't out of this. We're still in this fight. If Spoit can keep us going, why can't we keep ourselves? So everyone starts holding each other accountable. We talk about that energy. At the beginning of that game, that energy that we just saw from Spoit was not there.
Nowhere to be found.
He was not launching himself back from the chair, mouth wide open, screaming at his team. And again, a 13-3 performance. That's exactly what SR needed to rally the troops, to get everyone back wide awake, open their eyes, focus on the job and the task that's in front of them. And because of that, they dominate DZ going into that map. Now we're going to go into Series 3, well, map 3, and see what that looks like, where they have now the momentum.
Yeah, I mean, you need that catalyst to be able to wake everybody up. Somebody that's going to be getting big rounds. Yes, it's a team effort at the end of the day, but still, when you have one player who's overperforming round after round, I believe it was round 2, he got that insane 4K.
Yeah.
So obviously, when you have a player who's just outperforming, winning a round for you, getting lively, it just strikes energy into everybody else, makes everybody, all the wheels turning. And obviously, I mean, they know they have good problem solving, but when you have a player that's shooting everybody in front of you, it makes problem solving for a Canadian that much easier. And especially going into Chalet, it's a very aggressive sided map. And we were talking about behind the scenes, which team has the more aggressive sided players? Shopify Rebellion. That's going to come down to it, in my opinion, is the fact that they will just be able to outperform because they have the energy, because they have the momentum against Dark Zero.
Well, when you look at Nighthaven Labs, for example, DZ came off a hot Nighthaven Labs, so kind of paints that picture. But then you look at Chalet today, they can right their wrongs, they can understand where things went wrong, and that's where we said they didn't have the shield play going into that Chalet previously from today. So now I can only imagine, with all the energy, with the composure being there, we start to see that shield gameplay, and then we see that aggression that you're talking about that's going to follow up behind that aggression that is then going to hopefully carry the Chalet for Shopify.
I feel like both these teams have made it as hard as possible on each other, going from map to map. They're going like, all right, we're going to get blown out on this map. Now DC's, all right, we're going to get completely blown out on this one. Feels like, just for the story,
oh, we're going to get an overtime.
That we're going to get an overtime map on map 3. It just has to happen, Fox.
No, absolutely. I mean, we're definitely going to, I'm believing that we're going to get an overtime just because Dark Zero, I mean, they're playing for pride. I feel like every time they go up against Canadian, it's a matter of a statement to be able to say, like, we don't need you. We didn't need you. This was the right decision. And obviously for SR, for them, they would just want to be first. They want to be the best team in North America. And pride is one of the biggest things that Canadian plays for. And the energy that we saw in map 2 is what is fueling them going into map 3. So obviously, at the end of the day, I mean, both teams, it's not going to be an easy fight for either one of them, but I think Shopify Rebellion is going to take it just because they have the more aggressive teams. I mean, you can't really hold angles Dark Zero on a map like Chalet.
At the start of this series, it was very clear that both teams were like, all right, we've already got the top 4. That was the mission. Now, though, they have to shift to the other goal, SI points, the extra cash you get at the end of the stage. But you guys said it, pride is a big factor here. These two teams have been rivals under these organizations, under different organizations for such a long time. These players want to win this game, Lax. you got to think it fires you up as you go to the final map of the night.
Well, again, I mean, we already saw one side where Dark Zero just completely dominated Shopify. All of Shopify looked dead. Then you immediately go and transition to the next map. Then all of Shopify just wakes up and they dominate DZ. Now it's a matter, we're going to see both teams, hopefully same energy coming out again. And now it's going to be on Dark Zero to find that one player that then everyone can rally behind. And hopefully, like you guys were saying, we can then see in overtime and really see who is the best. Because right now, we're just seeing who's better at the other's map.
All right, final thing before we get into this game. Let's talk predictions. Let's get specific about Chalet. Of course, we had a split prediction on the series as a whole. Fox, give me... Oh,
I was going to say, if you're Dark Zero, you get rid of those shields because you already saw...
He's raising his hand.
You already saw how crippling it was when Shopify was not able to use those shields when they just recently played Chalet.
That's a good point, but it is Chalet. I mean, the shields can have a lot of power when it comes to that map, but it really comes down to the aggression and to the roam, and Shopify just has those aspects a little bit better than Dark Zero. Shopify? We're mixing up matches. It's been a long day.
Yeah, it's been a long day.
Shopify, Chalet, roam game. We see another Spoit big game on the roam, and you know Shopify's already won Chalet once this stage. So I don't know. I'm giving it to Shopify.
All right. Anything can happen. That much is certain. We go to map 3. Who knows what to expect for the final time today? We'll go down to Lynx and Ollie as we get into the final map of the night.
Thank you, Jonah. It has been a long day, and it's been a bit of a weird series. As the desk pointed out, extremely one-sided game on Nighthaven. Not as close as the Wildcard game was. Then not even close, even more dominant for Shopify than it was when these teams last played on Lair. Both teams losing their map pick. Now we're going to Chalet, which we've not seen DZ play a single time, Ollie.
We haven't, and you kind of got to wonder, why are we here a little bit? Obviously, it's a best of 3. Your map pool is a little bit more diminished inside of a best of 3, but we haven't seen DZ bring this map out during the regular stage. We have, of course, seen Shopify Rebellion play it, albeit only a few hours ago, against M80. It was the only map in that series that M80 won, despite the other 2 maps going to max overtime. So again, left with a little bit of a question. The social vote again. Like, are we just backing the team that lost the previous map?
Like,
what's going on?
Is this a prank? Are we getting trolled?
I'm waiting for Punk to walk through the door.
What are you talking about?
Oh my god, you don't know what that is.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It was a show on MTV back in the day, like where
I've not watched a single second of MTV in my life.
Oh, you missed out. I'm sure somebody will know what that is. Let's have a look at the bans as we move now into Chalet. Glaz and a Clash. So we have the Glaz Ying, and then we have the Castle Clash, both removed. Clash seeming to be a little bit of a mainstay ban for DZ here, not wanting to give Canadian that amount of room to move around. Both the Ying and the Glaz removed as well. Still plenty of options here for Dark Zero on their attacks, but it's going to be Shopify Rebellion starting us off on a top floor defense here. Now, cast your mind back to what feels like an eternity ago at the start of the day when we saw M80 play this map against SR. Key takeaways from it.
Oh, is that a question?
Have you got any?
Sorry. Yes, I do, actually. Shopify, well, I have a few takeaways, actually. One, in that particular game, the big problem with Shopify were their attacks, which not that they were necessarily bad, but as the desk mentioned, they, 1, struggled with the lack of shields, and 2, M80 were abusing Cade Tubarao, Jaeger Ramai, really a lot of Tubarao, but Cade Tubarao on a couple sites. Just any amount of stall, and basically they'd get an opening pick and just like immediately fall back, or just not even peek at all in the early round. And Shopify were struggling to deal with all the utility. Obviously, they're starting on the defense, which was Shopify's better side. Second take, for some reason, it feels like not a single team in this league can attack this map well right now. Even in that OXG game, which Shopify did win, I believe the majority of their attacks, they won 4. One was a Spoit 3K on bar to save a top floor clear that seemed destined for failure. A very late round, a Spoit hit one of the craziest headshots I've ever seen with a revolver to open it up, and then a Spoit 1v2. Even in that game where Shopify won 4 attacks, it didn't look great. But again, That's for another side. Well, all I'm saying is the defenses seem to be the better side in Chalet right now, no matter who's playing. And that's my rant done. That's my take.
No, I think that's something that a lot of people can agree with, I think. But on the bright side, we haven't seen Dark Zero play at this stage, so maybe, just maybe, they are going to be a team that has a good handle on it. They've at least been able to get an opening pick in this round onto Canadian. We're going to send the Bees in now through Solar as well. Some good info getting gathered right now on the drone from Spirits. But it isn't going to get past that master bedroom door. Should be able to hop in, though, because we've got nobody playing on those Solar stairs. There is going to be a bathroom player. And I'm sure that DZ are aware of that. Surf just going to be tucked right into the tub at the moment. Actually got a deployable to play with as well.
Love this from DZ, though. Not trying to overcomplicate things. Citizen also just checking all the boxes, making sure that the Blackbeard actually can hop in. Now rotates up to master bedroom. We've seen this ROU projector quite a bit across regions now, just trying to block the Ivy swing so the bathroom player feels more comfortable. We've also seen how difficult of a position that bedroom window angle can be on Repel. Nade goes out to try to force Ambi off. He'll survive for the time being. Citizen proving to be the better player on that angle. Dropping down again. It is rotation central for DZ. Hopping back and forth everywhere, and now their sights are trained on Surf behind the bathroom shield. Blackbeard just around the corner. Ambi will try to add another dimension to this crossfire and this hold as utility pours into bathroom. We got bees, we got track stingers, we got nades. And we got a Jaeger filled with shrapnel and lead. What a shot by Spoit. Nath making it easy on him. Perfectly framed in the middle of that window frame. And yet I don't think it'll matter all that much. Ambi will get one, Spoit with another. We've seen some miracles and some ones killed in the crib for Spoit. He's got to kill the player on Repel, and he's not even going to pay attention to it. Dark Zero with the first attack. Will they struggle like so many teams have on this side, despite the map's construction? Certainly not going to trip them up in round one.
I really like that from DZ. I think they did a good job. So much energy and focus going into removing Surf. And honestly, it kind of feels like they did it the most efficient way possible. Like, Surf was playing in a real bad corner there. He had the deployable shield, but as soon as those ADSs get burnt, as soon as the nades and the gridlock track stingers come through, there is not a lot that he can do. No real place to go. Spoit tried to support him, but it was just a bit too little too late. Losing that man early on, a Canadian dying to the nade, it was a real detriment. Weirdly, 2 nade kills in a single round, not something that you see all too often, especially now that nades are no longer cookable. You, of course, just have to throw them and wait for them to explode. You can parkour them off various things and have ways where you can gain a few seconds, but it's not like you can cook a nade and throw it like we could back in the good old days, so not something that you see all too often. But DZ having a really good information game there. And stunning SR into their site rotation now. Not going to give that top floor another go. Instead, going to take us downstairs to the basement and look to try and extend a little bit in and around the map. We've got Rexon looking for a little bit of a spawn peak opportunity inside a library. There's a lot of renovation done in that library as well. Some utility getting placed in and around the area as well. We've got Ambi on Oryx. Always good for a quick rotation.
Fast stop in the game.
There could be some pretty sizable gaps right now.
Yeah. That is a bit of a possibility. It's also, you sometimes see this weird minigame develop where if Ambi's playing on the bottom floor, we see teams look at it, then everybody rotates down and everybody's fighting on the bottom floor, but it doesn't seem to be how Dark Zero are looking to play this with the Blitz stationed right outside of library, or excuse me, right outside of bathroom early on, which Rexon will notice and will call. So that's important information that will cause Ambi to start rotating up Solar. And it might not see Snowmobile fought over. It might be the Solar master bedroom office side. It sees a lot of action early on. Kamizu also stationed outside of the office balcony window. Citizen on the cut. Will separate Ambi and Rexon for the time being. The attack so concerned about fighting these defenders. Rexon will reveal his position, yet nobody really in a position to cut. Ambi finding one will slip into the night. Spirits! Turns his back. That's Spoit, the other T5. Not even Ambi that gets him. And in a matter of seconds. Not even plural. That's an accurate blink of the eye. Snap of the fingers. It's now Dark Zero in the lead.
DZ picking up 3 lightning kills there to keep him in this round. It spent quite a good portion trying to search out for those roamers on the top floor. Eventually, they've completed that task and gone one better. Getting caught out in the FNAT, though, on the stairs on Library, and Canadian just with a nice little pop-up, ready for a second. Levels it out. That could be a huge kill.
Ooh.
Still a time advantage, but man count being even. Not too much really to work with here. A Lion and an Ace for an execute.
No. Not much. They also know Canadians on blue stairs, so they make the call. They know it's a 1v2 on site. They get the other one. They know Surf is somewhere here based off the info, the Toxic Babes, everything. They don't have the exact position, but they know it's safe enough to go for a plant. Pamazu can have this cut off, force Surf back. It's an easy defuse plant, not an easy kill though. It's a 1v1. He wraps around. But that's not a shotgun engagement. That's not a shotgun engagement whatsoever. 2 in a row for Dark Zero. Bit closer, but the same result.
Again, another really good round from DZ. I think they did a good job of stabilizing there. They did spend a while on that roam clear, but it paid off in the end. They were able to pick up 2 kills on the roamers, and they get the kill over onto Spoit. Spirits had some hella unfortunate timing. I don't even know how he got there, by the way, because the trench door was closed. So has he run through Big Garage and, like, sort of turned his back, or... I don't know how you end up there, because he was kind of facing the bottom of West Main. Looked really weird. Really bad timing on it. And again, sort of adds fuel to the fire of our questioning of Spirits on these shields and the impact that he's really having inside of the round. But a great job of stabilizing from both Pamba and Citizen. Not really many options there in the dying few seconds with that plant going down.
10 seconds left.
Pretty much always going to go Citizen's way. He's got a nasty DMR there. And, of course, an ability to throw a Lion skin up. I think he still maybe had one available as well. So much focus on that roam clear, though, for DZ. They brought the Lion and they brought the Dokkaebi. Really trying to nail down those roamers on Shopify. This time, just the Lion. Instead, opting for a few more tools for their tool belt.
Reloading.
But you still know that that focus is going to be the same.
Something I want to mention again. I'm not the biggest map stats Andy, but I do think a Chalet, again, it's something I want to bring up, because if you talk to anybody, and for years it's been the case, this map is attacker-sided. And yet, only 2 times this stage has a team managed to get 4 rounds. Shopify against OXG, and then Cloud9 against OXG as well. Only 3 other times this stage, out of over a dozen plays, have teams even managed to get more than 3 rounds. And in one of those occasions, it was a 3-8. Teams are just not winning attacks this stage, and if DZ can break that trend, run up the scoreboard as so few teams have been able to do on this side, they will find themselves in elite company on a map that they are just bringing out for the first time this stage, applying a lot of pressure Solar side at the moment, forcing these defenders back to try to establish this beachhead against the onslaught of utility, the inevitable counter. And fire exchanged by Shopify's defense. Spirits will make it in. Citizen just overhead, looking to pinch out this Warden. It's tight, and he just gets shut down. Surf maybe lagging a bit in the process, but it's Shopify with the advantage.
Again, another example of this Blackbeard or shield play just not quite working out for DZ at the moment. They have been able to clear out a little bit of top floor, but it's not as extensive as you would like it to be. Gonna look to try and remove this BP inside of sight, starve a little bit of information. Rexon just flicking onto it at the last second. Fortunate DC for Surf in this, leveling it up to a 3v3, excuse me. The diffuser recovered. Potential now to start trying to work in and get a plant down. Canadians all the way over inside a bar. Looking to maybe hold a really long angle. But he's on the dock. There's no real denial here. And I think as soon as DZ get that info, let's try and work it. What a shot from NJR. That has to be the trigger right now.
From downtown, and indeed it is, going in to put it down. Easy trade. That DC looking hella impactful. Not if Ambi has anything to say about it. Cold as ice. God intervened, and Ambi says no. DC or not. Shopify take there first.
Who else other than Ambi to pull Shopify out of a dark place. It was Spoit back on Lair. Could it be Ambi's turn here on Chalet? Maybe, just maybe. Still DZ with the lead. I believe we still need to get Surf back into the lobby, but it isn't going to slow us down on our bans. Really intrigued to see the Jaeger ban come out there. It was a comment that I was going to make. Now it's kind of pointless, but I think it's still worth saying. In the first few rounds that we saw this game play out, we saw no Jaeger on those trophy stairs. We saw no Jaeger inside a Solarium. That's usually and typically a position that has grown in popularity. Now that Jaeger can soak up the Capital bolts as well on the ADSs, you play a Jaeger on those stairs. It's a little bit more old school way of holding things. Now there are ways and means around it, and it is by no means perfect, but it can be a nice little sponge to soak up a lot of utility.
Well,
even though SR haven't played it yet, DZ still feel it worth removing, or at least haven't played it in that position, should I say.
Whoa.
DZ still feeling that it is worth removing here.
On that point, I'm building off of that. It's not really an op that that Shopify have played in any of their defenses. They didn't play it a single time in the OXG game. They only played it once in the M80 game. On Match Debative in Office, but not an op they played whatsoever. So DZ clearly concerned it might be an adaptation, which, to be fair, Dark Zero have been running a lot of solar takes. So, like, I get why they might want to preempt that. Something we've not seen, though, in this map so far is actually a mainstay of Shopify's defensive lineup, it seems, which is the Maestro. Canadian has been playing a lot of that op across multiple sites. Well, mainly when kitchen dining or master bedroom hold is involved, whether one is the site or the other. Canadian played that 3 times in the M80 game and 2 times on kitchen dining and master bedroom against OXG. Maybe reading that Dark Zero will be ready for it. Not run Maestro a single time so far this game, I believe. Oof. Oh. It's a nice one.
Ambi looked like he jumped out of his chair then. He kind of like readjusted himself and got back into his pause.
He was shocked by it.
I wonder if it was like a little jump scare or something that just like appears out of nowhere. Good start for Shopify. Ambi on the boss G, that's a dangerous proposition right there.
Oh.
Citizen just looking at trying to cut through into the site. He's going to find himself a second. Hello?
He's killed Blitz?
Somebody stop him.
Really wish you put an RU projector at Ivy window, huh? Thinkaboost goes, oh my god, he's on a tear. Round. Oh, it's a serious Spotify Ambillion round. It's Jover. Flawless.
Yeah. Just go next.
Jesus Christ. Where were you when Ambi took over?
Never mind banning the Jaeger, ban the Vigil. Let him have that boss G.
By the way, not about Ambi. How about that ROU projector to cut off the roam? What do you think of that?
I can't tell if you're trolling on that.
It is literally, it's a genuine question.
I didn't like it. It wasn't for me.
I get the idea, I guess. I also think to be fair,
I would have maybe liked it if we'd have still had the Blitz.
I was gonna say, like, we have to acknowledge, that was likely setting up a bathroom rush to stop them from being able to, like, support. I mean, I imagine NGR probably runs up right out of bathroom and then into bedroom. Or rushes into piano, but yeah, we literally saw him get dumped by a boss G, so it's like, what the hell are you gonna do, you know?
I think I would have liked to see it in its entirety and not like the Temu Wish version.
Well, it's, you know, it's a shame we won't see it this half.
5 seconds to insertion.
2 rounds apiece.
Won't see it again.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
From quite swingy games, you know, 7-2, 7-3, fairly decisive games on either side for both of these two teams.
2-0, 2-2.
There is a very big danger that we enter a very, or not danger, but possibility that we enter a big back and forth right now. Neither one able to break free from a round or so's advantage either way. DZ not with many more opportunities on this attacking side to impress you, Lynx. I mean, are you impressed at the moment?
Their first 2 rounds, yeah, I really, really liked what they did. You know, the bar gaming round was a bit close, but they had some good mid-rounding. Rotating down to the bottom floor, counting the remaining defenders, reading that Canadians blue stairs. They played that well, even if it wasn't the cleanest one. But then, like, Ambi gets a 1vx and a very close 3v3, and then, well, that round happens. It's been very individual from Shopify, and by individual, I mean it's this guy right here. Literally, the vast majority of his kills, 7 of his 9 kills in the past 2 rounds. Snape tries to go in for a plan, and we're just sending it too early, guys. Like, we've not burned any util. It's 1 minute and 50 seconds. I don't know if it was a miscall, a mistime, or Nafe accidentally hit the vault and the plant key, but the whole team is here. It's a bar games defense. We are... The smoke is stock. We still got top library. What did we think was going to happen? Ambi's got 10 kills. Ambi's got 8 kills in the past 3 rounds. We did no work.
To Night Haven Labs.
We did no work.
I was like, are we back on Labs right now? Like, what's going on? Why are we just rushing in and trying to get a plant down? You can just see Nate getting chunked down in a toxic babe canister.
This is the first one I'm pulling up the VAR. Like, what has occurred? What happened here?
What is Spirits gonna do? Surely he doesn't do this, right? They know exactly where he is. They just need to play patient. Talk about building off one player. The advantage that Shopify have got is that they've got multiple players that can pop off. Whether it's Spoit on Lair or whether it's Ambi here on Chalet. Doesn't really matter too much. Spirits is actually going to take a kind of seldom seen tactical timeout here. Ambi. He gets down and finished off by Surf.
10-3.
We can't be giving those kills away to Spirits.
I've gone back and watched that round, by the way. I really do not know why we decided to execute there.
I don't feel comfortable with the Wii comp. I was not a part of that. I would have called against it.
Like I really don't know what the game plan was there. Like, what we're just smoking the window? Like, sir, it's just a smoke stock. It's not like even Nafe was planning in an off spot. He's planning at the window.
There were so many steps in that round that just didn't get completed by DZ. It was like they skipped straight to the last chapter of the book. Maybe not even the last chapter, maybe the last page. I don't know what it was that they saw that they thought that they could go for it. Just about everything got thrown there as well.
You know what? Okay, you know what? We gotta talk about this, because you have talked about this a couple times. Like, I have seen so many teams do this, and I get the vision, right? You throw the EMPs down, and you think you can disable all the utility. That timing is not as easy as you think it is. And the reason I know that is the amount of times I have seen teams pick Thatcher and then still die to the C4, still die to the smokes, and they're literally betting the whole execute on that. If those EMPs don't land, you die. And it's not just a DZ thing, by the way. Like, I've seen a bunch of top teams do this, but I've seen DZ do it quite a few times. I just don't know. Like, I don't know if I'm a personal fan of that.
It doesn't sound like you are.
No, I'm not. And, like, listen, DZ's still, like, doing, like, those first 2 attacks were still very good, and Ambi's obviously popping off, but, like, I'm not a fan of these Thatchers we keep seeing brought. Like, oh, we'll get in the quick plant and disable all the C4s and smokes. Oh, we mistimed the Thatchers. Now the diffuser's in sight. Crap. I don't know. I'm just not a fan. That's a me thing.
And you're allowed. Guess what? You're allowed to not be a fan. I don't particularly like it either. It's a very fine margin in the game at this level that is already on very fine margins. I don't want to make them any finer. And it's if it worked, we'd have been sat here calling them geniuses. And sometimes, guess what? It works. But more often than not, I feel like it doesn't.
It's one of those strats. It's like, it is a good idea. It's a very cool idea. And if it works, you're right, it looks great. But when it doesn't work, it's like, you just look silly. It's all at the back of one guy's util. Anyway, Sun take. A lot of Bs expended.
Well, they've definitely got everything they need for it. And they've used a heck of a lot of util to try and breach through this. Surely only a matter of time until we see somebody hop in. There it is, Spirits. Ooh, he's actually hunting.
Ooh.
He might come head to head right now.
I really like this. This is something that we'll do with Spirits. We'll just try to get him set up really quick with the Deimos when they see there's like a 1v1 around the site. I mentioned they do it on Cafe earlier. They're trying to do it here. Through the wall, will find Spoit. This is attack. This is an attack I like. What the hell? What the? Holy shit! What is going on? Oh, Spirit's 3K. Dude.
I mean, Spirit's 3K, but Surf isn't too far behind him. He's picked up 2. NJL's quite low.
Ooh, nice shot. It took everything in my power not to say the F word there.
I mean, the finisher there, the 2 players on the window really locking it down.
Give him credit for that.
DZ with a bit of a lash out round, honestly.
I really liked it. Like, that's what I mean. They have nice calls.
I like it a lot. It was kind of uncharacteristic for Shopify to play it that way, though, because they really overreacted to that, which isn't something that we see them do too often. We don't often see a huge overreaction from Shopify. Usually the reaction is very tempered and very commensurate with the sort of the action and the cause that causes it.
I just can't get over that. Frost, literally everybody flashed. Defender in the middle of 2 attackers. It's bizarre. Another strange
3-3.
3-3 though.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. It might have gotten a bit shaky and gotten away from DZ in that half, but they still get 3 attacks, which, again, in a weird twist of fate, puts them in the upper echelon of Chalet teams. I mentioned, I think we've only had, 3 games so far this stage where the attack got 3 rounds on attack, and one of them was in a full 8-7 game. That Wildcard played against SSG on yesterday, and they only won 3 attacking rounds out of 8 played. People are really struggling with these attacks on the Chalet this stage. Not entirely sure why. I honestly didn't really, become fully aware of the phenomenon until, yesterday when I looked. I'm like, oh my god, 57%. Parker said it on cast. 57% defensive win rate. You just don't see that on Chalet. Rarely, if ever. But Dark Zero get 3-3 here. We'll see how Shopify do. I mentioned earlier against M80, Ollie, the utility. Cade Tubarão, Jaeger Wamai. Really tripping Shopify up on these attacks. Won't see the Cade Tubarão here. Both are options for Dark Zero. But instead, it is full Azami Castle, and that can easily be a problem for any team.
It's as big a problem, isn't it?
100%.
You know, you sort of swap in a difficulty in opening Hard Breach to a difficulty in opening a lot of different things, and some of which you're going to expect, but they're going to be a bit of a rock in the road. Those Cuba barricades, you know, castle barricades, they can only get put on windows and doors, but those Cuba barricades, we see some pretty ingenious locations for those things. And there's always a bit of a dice roll as to where it's going to be. You've got to have somebody in the right position to deal with that. We've got a few DMRs on the side of SR, so I'm sure it is going to be something that will be dealt with.
How to run it.
2 nades as well. But still, it is going to take a little bit of work. I do worry for Shopify coming in with a need to get attacking wins now, because of obviously what we've seen already from them on M80. But, you know, call that the warm-up. Let's just call it for what it was. You know, it wasn't a game for Shopify. It's best of 3s for a reason. They've already got some reps in on this map tonight, and if they can try and rectify some of the problems that they were facing there internally, maybe it'll put them in a better position to deal with the problems that DZ are putting up against them. At the moment, that's quite a lot of utility inside of Library, but it hasn't slowed Spoit down from making a bit of progress.
Ooh.
Spirits, though, he's going to get caught out on the drone. Yeah. Immediately challenged there by Ambi. He wasn't even the one on the Deathmark track. That was Castle all the way over in office.
It's already a very different ideology being brought by Dark Zero than we saw from M80. Maybe there's one guy roaming, then they immediately fall back behind the setup. This is a full, extension from DZ. I'm 90% sure we saw nobody play in a position like that in the M80 game when M80 were on the defenses. And Shopify struggled to get opening picks. That entire half, the back half of that game, 5 rounds won by M80 on defense, 5 opening duels won by M80. They didn't drop a single opening death. Already out the gate, Shopify breaking that trend from their Chalet game earlier. And Spirit's playing positions like that, not really able to be traded. That's gonna be something that Shopify really like to see.
Kind of interesting the investment that's gone over into that solar side as well, and there's just been zero interest from SR in trying to deal with it.
Don't need to.
Do you have the breach open? Canadian actually just going to hop straight in.
Yeah.
Is he going to try and get it down here?
He certainly can.
Very easily could. There's no denial. Spirits is already down.
Great trade. See another one come through. Shopify going with the absolute minimum control they need. Pamazu, oh, the timing there. Falls off the sprint through the tiniest X-Kairos hole you've ever seen. Sports got a direct line onto that bedroom rotate. And all Shopify know they need, office wall open and piano watched. We'll get a diffuser down quicker than you can blink.
Very impressive from SR to get that done with the little control that they had, but it just goes to show you don't always need full map control to make something happen, especially if you get some really crucial early picks. Spirits, I'm really not a fan of that play on those library stairs, especially not as the smoke. And especially when you're not bringing any sort of K2 brow to stop the wall from being open. The wall was half left soft as well, by the way. So it was a real aggressive hold from DZ. They'd sort of fortified library in a way that they felt like they could hold it from afar. And I don't know if Spirits maybe got caught out there and was destined for somewhere else, but it did just seem like a really weird position for a smoke to play.
Yeah. Well, and to be fair, like, we've seen teams play it before. I actually remember in a Black Dragons game at SAO, we saw Flash replay that spot. And sometimes what we'll see smokes do is, like, if the take is taking a while, they'll, like, back down the stairs and try to rat. But Andy was also in games. They were ready for it. So this is my concern for DZ. Like, extending like this is not bad. This is not a bad call. But you need to be concerned because this is different than the way Shopify... This is a different kind of style than the one that smoked them earlier. And if they prove to be good at isolating players like that, you gotta be quick, because this is map 3, and 4-3 is one thing. 5-3, entirely different matter.
Yeah, the momentum will really start to build there for Shopify. I still feel like they're quite tentative at the moment. They do feel still battered and bruised, but slowly but surely starting to build a lead here. Difficulty, of course, is that it's going to be a different site now again, so it involves a whole new set of parameters for SR to deal with. And I think that DZ, if they just tighten things up a little bit and make it a bit more difficult on that opening engagement, very similar to what you were saying about the M80 game, we might see them struggle just a little bit more. Rexon just going to get himself down here. See if he can get a little bit of phantom pressure in onto the bottom of West Main. Open up a couple of those windows. Get rid of the default camera. There's good drone work going on upstairs. We know that there's a Zami inside of Piano. Shouldn't be too difficult to deal with.
Oh.
Got plenty of DMRs. But you're really going to be relying on Canadian to go in there and make a little bit of space.
Oh.
And under the cover of the Lion scan, he's going to charge in through bathroom.
There we go. Immediate blind. C4 out. Oh, it is chaos. It is insanity on that engagement. But Dark Zero coming away with it. Diffuser dropped outside of bathroom 2. Rexon not able to trade out that player, or if he did. Actually, I think he did. It is still advantage DZ. Spoiled on cleanup. Got the hard pings right behind the Kiba. Firing some shots. Spirits falls. Huge find. Tries to wrap around. Neither seeing each other. Spoiled with a double. But it's got to be 4.
Feels so bad for Spoy that might not be enough.
I know.
Like, he's just picked up 2 incredible kills. He can recover the diffuser, and he's got loads of time.
A lot of time.
10 and 4, we've already seen him pop off multiple times today. Could this be another occasion?
It'll be difficult. No calls, no flashes, and a crossfire set up by the defense. 1 short, 1 long. He'll check it right first. Sees him, just the back. Knows the Jaeger's there. Tagged up. So many bullets, so many chances to make this work. He had crazier shots earlier, but there's too much to deal with. Dark Zero, play it patient, don't overextend, but that round was won when they repelled the initial breach.
DZ leveling up once again. Nothing separating these two on Chalet. We deserved all 3 maps for this series. And I'm glad that we're getting them. And I'm glad that it's close here on the final map. Feels like as the rounds go by, SR stabilize a little bit more every single round. It kind of almost feels like DZ are the team that are holding on at the moment. Spoit almost with another highlight for the reel. Doing such a good job. The amount of utility that he was in then as well was unbelievable. He was on a bulletproof camera. He was inside an FNAT. Just everything was against him.
It was. But I also think it's fair. We should also acknowledge Dark Zero showing that just because they're not running that K2 does not mean they're not learning some of the lessons from that M80 game. We don't see Spirits or anybody from DZ extended nearly as far out like we saw Spirits in round 7. Instead, they're all playing around piano. They're all in tradable positions. They're not overextending. So just because they're not running the secret to that M80 game, round 7 a bit more of an anomaly. They know the game plan. Play together. Don't give any clear gaps, and SR will struggle. That's the lesson to be learned from round 8.
Canadians had a really rough time of just running into people on the blitz as well tonight. It's the second time we've seen him lose one of those really close range engagements.
It's also, I mean, to be fair, Ambi was covering him right there, but Dark Zero called Spirits over and shot Ambi in the head, so it was a good reaction by the defense.
Oh, I think you've got to credit DZ for it. Oh, unfortunate there on the nade throw. Second one will be good for it, though. We'll destroy the castle barricade, but Spirits, he's happy to walk right up to that thing and just poke his head. See if there's anything there to be found. Bar Games defense. Shock drone going into sight, just seeing what util it can grab. Or is going to be something kicking around there. Grismot mine, Goo mine, whatever it might be. Spirits is in a super aggro position here, and he's got a chance to play quite nicely with Citizen onto that snow balcony. All depends on if there's an attacker that is going to be inside of that area, but his location is now known. That's a brilliant drone from Rexon.
Oh, that's a shame, too. Ambi used both his nades on that castle barricade. If he had that second one, he could actually throw it through that window. It's small things like that. If he doesn't biff that first nade, maybe you have something different. Sadly not. Will be a 5v5. Spirits backs off, and it's just a normal full clear from Shopify. This is the site where we would see them bring that Rora Ollie. Close off the double window, or close off the double door and the single on Library 2. Not present this time. Shopify know that. That's a well-known Shopify attack at this point.
Yeah, I think they've got to show that flexibility in being able to do other things. And they've got some other tools for the job as well, right? You know, they can still try and make this work off the back of the blitz. Surf is going to be outside of Library right now. Library, fairly uncontested at the moment as well. Obviously has been a presence up here, but he can slowly but surely make a little bit of vert, try and make that stock player feel a bit more uncomfortable. Rexon was like knocking on the door of the site right there as well.
This is a...
He too will be allowed to make that rotation upstairs.
It's a classic Rexon lurk. Often finds himself mulling about main lobby. You can see Dark Zero might have accounted for that. Citizen has retook Fireplace stairs. One player long haul outside of dining too. If Shopify drop down, they might have the angles, and with only one drone, I don't know if the intel of these players are here. In the meantime, there will be a lot of pressure bearing down on the site. Spirits also going for a really long flank. Sips by Ambi, doesn't see him! Neither of them know! Ambi's so focused on the flank, Spirits has completely slipped by, and Rexon falls down! They fully retake Fireplace, only 7 seconds left. Ambi's so far behind the play, he's back on Nighthaven! Shopify have no chance, not a chance in hell in round 9. DZ take the lead.
What a slippy play there. How Spirits manages to sneak himself past Ambi. Ambi just watching, I don't know, the wrong angle, not the right angle, an angle that had a gap in it, something that just gave an opportunity away. And it was kind of befitting, right? That Spirits gets those kills from the double window where he was revealed at the start of the round, willing to play that spot aggressively way back when Ambi fluffed his nade onto that castle barricade. Droned out there, rotated off, was able to make it back. Felt like a journey.
Ollie, opening pick happened. 12 seconds left.
Ridiculous. Slowest round we've seen all day. 10 players alive. and there's 12 seconds left.
You gotta feel for Ambi there. You gotta feel for Ambi. That's just one of those small things. You're in the moment, you're watching the flank, you think you've got it. And they just didn't know about the rotate. Made by DZ, I'm pretty sure. Made by DZ early in the round, in case they wanted to play over there.
Do you feel for Ambi or do you feel for Rexon? Because Rexon's the one that died.
Okay, well, like, yes, obviously I feel for Rexon because he died, but Ambi's supposed to be watching that. You know Ambi's kicking himself right now. He's 12 and 7
sure.
too. He's had a great game so far. And in a moment like that, when the score's so close, you let it slip by. Listen, I'm not a player. I'll acknowledge that. But I'm a human being. And if I were there, I'd be pissed at myself. And so I feel...
you're going to feel...
Yeah.
Yeah, you're going to feel
I feel for him for that. Because he was trying to do his job. Maybe he's pushed a little deep. Maybe they didn't respect the rotate enough. Maybe they didn't know. I don't know. But it's such a small thing that when you're in that moment, you don't think it's going to affect anything. You think you're doing the job. So that's why I feel for him. And it might end up being an extremely pivotal moment. As Spirits hits that flank with 12 seconds remaining, and now Dark Zero back in the lead, 5-4. It has been a weird series. Momentum not swinging back and forth between maps, but certainly not within them. Up until this point.
It's a real weird one for Ambi as well, because if he was, say he was watching flank cams, there's a very good chance that he sees that flank on a cam.
Probably.
But because everyone's alive, there's nobody watching cams. Like, no one's got the space to start flicking. You're just watching angles. You're just like, I'm just going to watch the angle instead of watching the camera because like, everyone's alive. Like, we need to be on it here. We need to be ready. Real unfortunate one. DZ again. Such narrow leads in this map on Chalet. Really not a lot separating these two. Is it Spirits' turn? We've seen Ambi pop off. The old Boss G.
Spirits brought the Boss G back in NA. Brought it.
See the reason?
I mean, honestly, like he was bringing it really heavily on Wildcard back in 2023 Stage 2, and yep, that man's the reason.
I mean, it might not have been the Boss G, but it was still pretty nasty.
Also, guess what? We play round 7, 8, and 9. Ban phase completes, and what do we see in round 10? Cade Tub.
Bring it home. Now is the time for DZ to cement this lead. It is something that Shopify really struggled to deal with. Losing Rexon is not going to help that cause either. Shock Drone, of course, a great tool to try and deal with those pieces of utility. Without that, SR haven't really got too much to try and deal with a Cade or a Tuberau. And try and work some of these angles from below, and it looks as though that's going to be a big focus right now, but Spirits is on the prowl in a big way. He's got some track singers to deal with. All he needs is a very narrow angle. And he's got a chance.
Oh, he's got a chance. Again, the blitz goes down. Again, an operator that Shopify are betting a lot of these attacks on falls. Their secondary gambles. Spoit popping off. Ambi going big. Only players having consistent impact on Shopify. The round is falling on their shoulders as Surf expends all his utility. It's just Ambi on another flank watch up in a 2v5 as all of Dark Zero are pulling back, forcing this plant. Merciless. Not giving a single opening. They are rubbing their face in it. In the back of Surf and Ambi's head is Nafe saying Lair was a fluke. Nighthaven is real. This is our first time on Chalet. This is your third, and we're gonna dominate. We are sending it to match point. We are destined for that grand final, and the rematch will not go your way.
DZ locking it in there. Not taking any chances. That's probably the most patient we've seen DZ play all night long. And it's when it matters the most. Another round where we're seeing a ton of util kills as well. NJR has been on fire tonight with those C4s. Citizen joining him inside of that round as well. We've seen multiple occasions from Dark Zero, whether it be by C4 or even by grenade on attack. They've been picking up those util kills. SR trying to counter the Tuber Arcade by going for a solar-sided push, but they just did not have the minerals to pull it off. Spirits was just left to run ragged and roughshod over Rexon in that opening engagement. And from that point onwards, he was just a constant thorn in the side, ready to strike.
10 seconds left.
The pressure that he applied was enough on its own to really give DZ a huge boon inside of that round. Now they only stand 1 round away.
1 round away from grand finals. You mentioned Spirits being a thorn in their side, something we should mention. Every round Dark Zero have won, they've got the opening pick. Save one, they recovered an opening pick loss in round 2. Every single round DZ have won, they've got an opening pick. And every opening pick they have has been acquired by Spirits. On attack or defense, Dark Zero have 5 opening duel victories. Spirits has 5 opening kills. 3 in a row so far. That one resulting in a flawless. And with the Cade Tub setup, an opening kill is a death sentence. Because you get that 5v4, and you retreat behind the worst utility, the most annoying, cumbersome utility the defense could possibly throw at you.
And they've got it again. It might be a mid-floor site, but it still requires a top-floor hold. And that's what DZ are going to be bringing here. And what could be our final round of the night. Not getting as aggro in the early portion of the round. Instead, recognizing they can kind of just sit and wait a little bit. They don't need to overextend. They don't need to give away any chances. Nade going to get sent in there. It will actually destroy the ADS and the Kiba. Spirits. He's got a pocket full of those. He can replace that on the piano. The ADS, a little bit more of a problem. Let's see how SR try and get rid of this Cade Claw now. We're going to go for a couple of Hibana pellets on the soft floor. Got some good info as to what's going on in the site. Still a long old way to go. That Cade Claw's placed high isn't going to do anything for opening that breach.
I'm feeling nervous. This is literally exactly what Shopify tried to do against M80 earlier, and it didn't work. That Hibana hole, that's the same placement. Canadian going down, it's the same trend. It's the same positions from DZ, the same time-old, tired attacks on this map. That even against OXG, they needed Spoit to bail them out. They needed star players to give them the W. And it is goodbye indeed. It is smooth sailing into the grand final. All business, cold as ice. In the rematch, Dark Zero pummel Shopify and cement their spot in the upper bracket.
What a series we have just seen between these two titans of North America. You've got to feel for the boys on Shopify Rebellion. They have been through the ringer here tonight. And those last couple of rounds, DZ really made it painful. Just sewing up the map entirely and not giving Shopify an inch to breathe. We said that this was a pride game. We said it was a bit of a grudge match. And DZ have their revenge. We're going to throw it one last time over to our wonderful desk. They're going to break it down and get us all ready for tomorrow.
Where's the trophy?
Ivy. Let's fucking go, boys. Let's go. Let's fucking go.
Don't troll first.
Let's fucking go.
Yes! When it comes to a BO3, the Kings come out on top! Yes!
I think we heard them in the end. When it comes to a BO3, the Kings come out on top when they meet in the playoffs when it matters the most. Dark Zero are able to take the win over Shopify Rebellion, getting some revenge in the grudge match. We've got Nafe standing by as promised. We brought you back. We knew we'd speak to you later. You guys take the win. How does it feel to settle this rivalry, to get them back here in the upper bracket?
Yeah, it's been a year of ownership from them to us. So to beat those guys, I don't know if I can swear, but you know what I want to say. My God, it's about time we beat those guys. I want to say it, but I'll keep you PG for the chat.
Right. I mean, I know how that feels. The first time we beat Sonics after like 2 years felt pretty good. But that being said, I mean, you guys lost map 2, right? You guys already had a whole series beforehand. How do you guys bounce back in map 2 into map 3, but also stay so lively, have that energy after such a long day of performing?
Yeah, well, funnily enough, after the first map, we actually pre-ordered some tire place, and we also literally, in between like the 10 minutes we had before, like, between the maps, literally all started munching up. We were all hoovering the food down. I don't know, must have given us a bit of life. Actually, it might have actually trolled us because we then proceeded to lose Lair. So maybe it was a bad call from us, but I don't know. I mean, they actually played very well on Lair. I'll give it to them. They abused the class. We were lacking adaptations that we had on Chalet. So yeah, I think it's just a bit down to experience. But I mean, yeah, we were by far the better team today.
Well, Nafe, again, congratulations. I had full faith in you guys. I chose you guys to win this matchup. You know, I don't want you to necessarily keep it PG, but is there anything that you want to say to the Shopify guys? Or anyone?
Yeah, those guys.
Anyone?
They've owned me for too long.
I was gonna say, or anyone in particular.
Nah, people want to like create all this drama about me and Troll, that kind of stuff. If people want to do that, that's fine. But at the end of the day, my team is the only thing that's important to me in that game. Obviously, beating them is great, but it's first place that matters to us. And whether we have to play them again next, I don't know when we play in a day or two's time. If it's them or someone else, that's the main thing. At the end of the day.
Well, you guys did it, and it was pretty convincing. I mean, like Fox said, the huge bounce back, especially after the momentum shift of then going down, losing your guys' map, but then again, to then go into Chalet after a long, grueling day to be able to bounce back. I mean, huge pat on the back for you guys.
Appreciate it.
I guess final thing for you, Nave, how would you feel about potentially running into these guys again on Saturday? There is that chance that you face them again in the grand final. We could see the grudge match of the grudge match of the grudge match. What would that be like for you guys? Would you look forward to that game?
Yeah, of course. I mean, they've still had our number, so I think what am I against them since Troy joined them? I think got 3-1, top 1 and 3, sorry. So we've still got a bit of catching up to do. So yeah, we're still looking forward to that game. It's another best of 3 again. I mean, we're looking forward to it.
All right, you guys get a full off day tomorrow, so you guys are good to sit back, rest, and we will see you on Saturday for that grand final. Best of luck.
Thank you. See you then.
All right, thanks, Nafe. A big win to close it out. Dark Zero finally settled the score in the upper bracket, but they still may have to do it again in the grand final. Fox, obviously, we talked about the stamina this requires. It's been a long day for these players, but when it mattered the most, they buckled down and they got it done.
Absolutely. I mean, both teams, obviously, the stamina goes without saying, very impressive. And one thing that I didn't account for when it came to a map like Chalet is I was saying that Shopify Rebellion was the more aggressive team. So when they're going for those picks, headhunting players, they would have the edge. But one thing that I didn't account for is DZ not moving, them just posting up every single time Shopify would try to push in, and the crossfires that DZ had, it was similar to the Shopify that we watched earlier. I don't know if it was earlier today or the other day, but they just didn't have a response. It was earlier today. They didn't have a response to clear out utility when it came to Chalet, and they couldn't get through DZ's crossfires, and I think that's where Shopify fell short. DZ, hey, they definitely had some stones on them to be able to just post up and not let, you know, the players on Shopify scare them.
Well, their victory is the end of what was a very eventful day 2 of the playoffs here in the NAL. We started out with some semis. We got to the upper bracket final. It was a big day that sent some big names down to the lower bracket. No one eliminated just yet, Lax, but of course, M80, Wildcard, and now Shopify. They will compete in the lower bracket tomorrow. I mean, tough way to lose that game so close in the opening matchup. M80, I mean, they came so close.
Yeah, I mean, the 2-1s, the 2-0s, the 1-2s, it doesn't really paint the picture of what these games truly lived out to be. Now, I will say those first 2 to start out were by far heavy hitting back and forth, whereas the last day, I think it definitely came down to stamina. I mean, the last match definitely came down to a little bit of stamina, running out of steam in those matchups, but the last game definitely delivered. But again, the big one for me was definitely the first game of the day with that M80 Shopify. That was a very, very hectic and chaotic game that just went down to the wire, especially in those the second to last map, then going into the last map of a huge clutch coming out of Troy.
Well, as always, we got to cap off our play day with the black light detail of the day. We turn to Cafe Wildcard against Dark Zero. This was round number 9, something we touched on a good bit already, Fox, but take us back there, the moment that Wildcard spiced it up with this Aurora play.
I mean, this was just some intelligence, very innovative. You shut the Aurora doors down so that as they're closing down, nobody can really have a response. But the beautiful part about this is the classic post plant when you're able to get a sinks plant. It's so difficult to be able to survive once you get that plant off, so obviously Dash is going to go down, but he did his job with the Aurora. But then the setup, Wildcard knowing that the door's closing would buy them enough time to be able to get it down. They get 2 players up top with DMRs to look through the floor, 1 player bottom white. I mean, the post plant, the premeditated strategy from them was so innovative that you guys can try that in your own ranked games if you're able to, you know, get through a full top-down clear, if you have a full coordinated team. You get that far.
You can't even get to the building.
If you get that far and you hit the Aurora doors, that's a surefire way to get a free plant.
Yeah, no, but I'm getting spawn peek before I even get to the window, so I'm not getting that far.
It's tough in gold.
Exactly. Well, that, at the end of the day, we look now to what the next 2 days hold. The playoff bracket, Laxing. Obviously, we just talked about the quarterfinals now established in the lower bracket, but that means, and the toughest thing to say, is that we're going to have to say goodbye to 3 teams tomorrow because we're going to be playing through those quarters and that lower semifinal. Wildcard, Oxygen, M80 Space Station. Some heavy-hitting matchups down below.
Yeah, definitely. I'm actually looking forward to the Oxygen versus Wildcard to kick off the day.
Oh, yeah.
Especially for Oxygen's sake. You know, I didn't know what we were going to see coming out of them in a best of 3, but they definitely kept it scrappy. They did fight back. Unfortunately, they couldn't get it done, but they're still life. They still can come back. We could possibly see them in a grand final, to say the least. Obviously, that's a little bit of a stretch, but nobody's out just yet, but it definitely will happen tomorrow.
I mean, the performance that we saw from Wildcard and M80 for me today was just so strong that obviously they have to be the favorites going into tomorrow. We have to see if the little bit of a day off was able to shape up OXG and SSG. A little bit of a wake-up call. It's never too late because nobody is eliminated, and who knows? I mean, we've seen crazier things than a team losing out first, making it all the way to the finals, so we'll have to see tomorrow.
Well, it's been a long day, but an exciting one, and we look forward to so much more playoff action here in the NAL over the next 2 days. Thank you so much for tuning in. For those of you interested in some more Siege action, stick around. APL is coming up next, but for our studio crew here in Philadelphia, our producers Devin and Ferme, our director Ian, for Foxe and Laxing, I'm Jonas Willinger saying thanks for watching. We will see you tomorrow at 2 p.m. for Elimination Day here in the NAL. We will say goodbye to some teams, and we will get this show on the move. See you then. Have a good one.